It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
All right. Are you pleased the Cubs managed 3 All-Stars despite their recent slump and status in the NL Central? Is there anyone else who deserved it more, and at whose expense?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, this is a nod to Dustin because of his Nico Horner love, but I don't. I mean, unfortunately, where you're at now with just your standing in the division as much as anything else it's hard to justify more than 3 All-Stars. And I think that Dansby Swanson's had a really good year, and I wouldn't argue with him coming in, and certainly I think I'm really pleased for Justin Steele because I think he has earned it. And obviously Stroman has as well. But Steele's a young guy. You get a sense he might be a guy that has some All-Stars in him, and we don't even know what his level is and how good he can be. So I like this group. I think I think they're all deserving, and I think it's nice recognition. But I know you feel differently about Nico, and I just don't know that that's fair to everyone else.
Well, I do feel a little bit differently about Nico, but second base in the National League, really good. So it's hard to argue. I was more, before we all went our separate ways 10 days ago or whatever it was, I was just more upset, honestly, at people like myself and fellow Cub fans for not getting him into the conversation even. I mean, he wasn't even on the page. He was not even like in the top 25 others receiving votes, those kind of schools. He was like just not there. I do think it's great for Justin Steele. I think it's good for Marcus Stroman. I think it's good for Dansby Swanson. They all make sense, but it's a long way to Seattle, right? It's a long way out there, and you just wonder if you're using the London experience as an excuse at all to what's happening with this team right now. Then what's the excuse going to be when they go out to Seattle now? That's my fear.
I'm actually looking at the Cubs. When I saw the All-Star selections, I'm not saying that I'm shocked by the names, but I'm actually thought they had more than I expected for the Cubs. I expected maybe 2 All-Stars. I wouldn't be surprised if they had 1, just because of where the Cubs are at in the standings of the MLB. So, I mean, I do like seeing Justin Steele really get out of all the guys. Justin Steele's the one I'm kind of the most happy for because he's homegrown. There's a guy they developed, and now he's an all-star. So I'm happy for that. I am happy for Swanson, too. Like, he was your big name that you got.
Right.
And now he's an all-star. So that's good because right now he is the face. And then you can argue just off performance alone, Stroman is the face of your pitching staff, and those are your all-stars. So these 3 deserve it. Horner, maybe, but I would probably edge it out to Swanson.
It's too many.
Yeah,
because
it's too
of
many.
What you said,
and that's the thing. When you're as bad as they've been overall, or as inconsistent, they don't really deserve more than 3.
I agree.
I got to tell you, I was surprised that was only Dansby Swanson's second All-Star appearance.
That's the biggest takeaway. Honestly, I'm with you 100%.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
What was your reaction to Ken Rosenthal's report that the Cubs are not inclined to sign Marcus Stroman to a contract extension before August the 1st, the trade deadline? What exactly does that mean in your opinion?
Well, that means they're trading him. I don't know what else that could mean, frankly. I'm being honest. I mean, if you're not signing him to a contract extension, you're not just going to have him play out the season and see what happens. I mean, there's time, right? Things can change. But the reality is that when Bruce first kind of proposed that, I felt at the time, wow, they're going to do that. He's heard something. And I thought that was really interesting. And then when you read Ken Rosenthal, and he's saying that they have no plans on giving him any kind of extension before the trade deadline. Well, he can opt out. You better get something for him. I think it means they trade him. And I am not joking.
I think it means they trade him as well. I don't know why. I know why. He's had a really nice start of this year. No doubt about it.
Great.
And people continue, and they're probably right, that the Cubs are sitting on wheelbarrows of money. They're printing it over there so they could spend it. But they don't have to spend it right this second. I don't know why there has to be an extension in the middle of the season. It's not August the 1st yet. We're not there yet. And how about this? If Marcus Stroman is being honest, and I think he is, that he really loves playing at Wrigley Field, right? Loves pitching there, loves the fans. The city's been great to him. That's what he said. The fans have been good to him. Okay, if the team's under 500 and not going anywhere this year, go ahead, be traded. Give yourself an opportunity to play in the postseason. Let the Cubs get things for you and then come back. Well, why can't you leave and come back?
That doesn't happen.
Well, it does happen.
That's happened
there's some
once
famous,
or
there's
twice.
There's some famous ones.
Yeah. I think the problem is he has all the leverage.
Right.
He can opt in if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to because he wants to get paid. And he knows he can opt out and get paid on the free agent market. So why would you let him finish the season if indeed you're not going to be in the playoffs?
I mean, I agree with you guys, but it does go against a little bit of what front office been saying weeks prior to this. Now, I know there's 7 games out because at the time they was probably 3 games out. Now there's 7 games back, but they was talking about we're in the winning business. And does trading Marcus Stroman mean that you're in the winning business? So that's the only thing that kind of confused me. And I wonder what's the number? How far apart are Marcus Stroman and the Cubs are? Because that's the thing. But I do agree with you. Like, this sounds like he's going to get traded. Like he's going to be gone. And the price is at all-time high right now. I mean, you can get something really good from him. He'll be the top pitching probably trade asset in the trade deadline. So I can see him gone. Cubs will get something for him, and then maybe they'll just an off season kind of, all right, let's do the intelligent spending again, and let's try to go for it next time.
Well, okay, next question.
And that's Ozzy. He'll be with us at 8 o'clock this morning. What are your thoughts on Luis Robert Jr. making the All-Star game for the White Sox? Is there anyone else who deserved even contemplation in such a role? Do you believe Robert Jr. can go on a multi-year run in his role?
Yeah, I think his health is the issue here. And I think had he been healthier earlier, he would have been an all-star. I think he's got that kind of talent. And I think the fact, you saw him again yesterday with the 3-run homer that put him right back in that game. And you thought for a second, wow, they're going to win that game. Then Vlad the Impaler got involved. And he ended up winning the game instead. But I think that Luis Robert Jr. has the makings of he could go on a nice 5-year run here as an all-star. He's that good a player. The problem is, again, that he hasn't been able he hasn't played 100 games yet in a season. So if he can do that a couple of times, if he can put together a couple of regular seasons, there's no limit to what he can do. He really is legitimately a 5-tool player. He can do all that you would want defensively. He can hit for power. He can hit. I mean, the guy, he's got so much going for him. And of course, the rarest of all White Sox, a guy that actually shows it and puts it together. It isn't just rumored to be. He's having an extraordinary first half of the season.
A really great half of the first half of the season you just mentioned, Mully. It kind of goes back to what we just were talking about, though, with the Cubs, right? The fact that they've been so underperforming, so disappointing as a team. He's doing things that haven't happened before, and he's not being recognized because the team has stunk out loud. That's part of the reason he has not gotten a bigger stage, more talked about. But he's going, and it's deserved. Lucas Giolito, I think, should be going. Lucas Giolito's had a very nice year, but again, because the team has been so bad, he's not getting the recognition that he deserves. Can Robert Jr. go on a stretch? Yes. I don't see why not, again, if he stays healthy.
I mean, to flip it too, if the White Sox was really good, of course Robert would be one, Lucas Giolito would be one, and then you can argue, say maybe Jake Berger too would be probably all-star if they were good. The thing is, this team sucks. So with them like playing so bad right now, I mean, the only player that you have,
awful.
yeah, they're awful. They make my head hurt. They do. They do.
They're really awful to watch. It's like it's a form of punishment.
Yes.
Honestly, it feels that bad.
Think about it. The Sox lose late last night, and it looked like they had that game.
Yes.
Roberts had that 3-run, and then we wake up here in the morning, and we see what happened with Vlad. It's sad, and it makes your head hurt talking about it every day of talking about how bad the White Sox are. But Robert, he deserves it. I mean, he's the only one. Yes, he could do it for multi years. Just all he has to do is stay healthy, and that is the key.
What was the other part of that question?
That's John Heyman, 7 o'clock with the Mully and Haugh Show. Are you pleased to see Oscar Colas back on the White Sox? Will he get an extended run this time? Is the guy ready for MLB this time around, or will he be back at Charlotte before the year is over?
Yeah, I think that he's here to stay, and I think that they better understand that, because that guy, he's the closest to a regular right fielder that they've had in a while and that they're going to have. So get him in there. This season is lost. They're not going anywhere. Let's just give the guy an extended run and see what he can do. Let him play. No offense to anyone, but what the hell are you doing with Clint Frazier out there? Why? To what end? He's just a guy. He's bounced all over. He was once a Yankee. He was struggling to get playing time on a bad Cubs team last year. Did they think they had fixed him and he was ready to go? And let this guy play. Let's see what a young player can do if he doesn't feel that pressure that he's going down. He's going to have to perform. And is there a possibility he goes back down to Charlotte? Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But I hope not. I hope they give him an extended run and take a losing season and try to get something good to come from it. Find yourself a right fielder. My God.
They could do a whole lot worse, right? Clint Frazier had it like one moment. He did like one thing when he was a White Sox, right? He did one thing when he was a Cub. I can't even remember what it was. I can't even remember what he did for the White Sox, but I do remember one morning we came in here and it was like, oh, look at how smart this move was. It worked. But that was it. Yes, and yesterday in the pregame, Pedro Grifol said that he's going to play on a daily basis. Okay, well, don't lie to us. Don't lie to us. Yes, you have to. He's also one of their guys, right? He's a homegrown talent. So you need to see if it's going to work. It makes all the sense in the world to have him in there as much as possible moving forward.
I mean, but Dustin, we've been lied to by the White Sox before. So, I mean, yes, you guys are right. Like, he needs to stay there and play. But look at the track record so far, what the White Sox been doing when it comes to their young, homegrown prospects. They have him up there for a little bit, and then inconsistent playing time, and then we're going to just send you back down to Charlotte. Hopefully he does stay. I want to see him play. Like, I want to see these prospects play. Like, show us something from this farm system. Like, I want to see something. So I want him to stay. But if I'm a betting person, I would say he's probably going to go back down to Charlotte. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I think it's a good question.
What was your reaction to the Bulls applying for the disabled player exception for Lonzo Ball, who's expected to miss all of next season while rehabbing the right knee? Was this move inevitable?
Yeah. Oh, my God. I got to tell you, I couldn't figure out what they were saying when they were talking about not doing it. Like, what? It's my understanding that this means he's out for the year, which we already had been told he was out for the year. This doesn't mean he can't come back in 2 years if he can come back, although, I'd say it's probably more more likely than not that they'll be trying to get the disabled thing again a year from now, right? I'd be surprised if he does come back at this point in his career if he misses a couple of years. But goodness gracious, like, you got to try to do something. You got to figure out a way to get some money back from this thing. They still pay him. He still gets all his money. It's just a bookkeeping move that the team makes. And guess what? The team needs to have some bookkeeping. The team needs to figure out a way where they can still get some help. They've made a couple moves, and that's great. Is Io coming back? I don't even know if that's happening. I mean, I'm not sitting here protesting, but they kind of have made their moves. So if they're going to do anything or try anything, they need to get this disabled money back. They got to get that $10 million. I mean, they're still paying the guy 20. They still will pay him $40 million, but hopefully they'll get 20 back in bookkeeping over the next 2 years.
The woulda, shoulda, coulda with him. What he did? He under 50 games.
35 games.
His Bulls career.
35.
Oof. Wow. How many
But he'll
millions?
be back before the playoffs.
How many millions per assist?
2 years ago.
Well, who's going to break that down for us, right? How many millions per assist in those 35 games, Mully? I'll give you an assignment for later on today. No thanks. We've talked about in this pick six what's taken so long. What took so long? Why haven't the Cubs given Marcus Stroman a new contract? What took so long for the Bulls to apply for this? Talking about organizations lying to us as fans. Like, oh, yeah, okay. So this looks like it. You just hope that staying off his feet for the last couple of years, that eventually he can come back at some point. He's a young man. I mean, he's a young man. I mean, if he was able to come back at 29, let's say, after having now missed 3 or 4 full NBA seasons, you want the guy to be able to do what he was put on this earth to do, at least partially, which was to play basketball. It'd be very sad if that was taken away from him at such a young age.
I mean, it's a no-brainer that they should have did this. I was also kind of wondering why they didn't do the stretch and wave with Lonzo, which makes me even think like they believe that he could possibly come back probably next season or something like that. Because I was like, why not just be done with this whole situation and not keep getting asked this question over and over again? And I'm going to say this. We talked about this during the break, Mully, like, Lonzo was out on vacation and stuff like that. I got to say, as a fan, I get it. You got to go on vacation. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't do all that stuff like that, but it just stings a little bit just to see him out there. I was just like, man, like it was just like salt in the wound. Like, man, I wish he was playing on this Bulls team right now. I mean, I'm intrigued to see with this 10 mil what they're gonna do with it. Even with the moves that they did make, like the Carter move, it's okay. It's like you got a younger Patrick Beverly type, so okay. And then the Craig thing is like, all right, that's cool, but like you still need like a point guard. You need someone like very kind of similar to Lonzo Ball, and I don't see if that 10 mil is gonna get them that. So it's looking like the same thing for the Bulls again this coming season.
It's picked off for a pick six.
Yeah. What do you make of Damian Lillard demanding a trade out of Portland and reportedly only willing to play for the Heat down in Miami? Do the Trailblazers owe it to the player to make that happen?
They owe it to the franchise to get every dime they can for Dame Lillard. I wish life worked that way, and you could count on people to be trustworthy and think about everybody. But the reality is, he is a guy that is their only chip, and they've got to do whatever they can for the franchise. They've paid Dame Lillard tons of money. He's made huge money pretty much his entire career. It's not like they're not paying him for his services. I think if you pay a guy as much money as they have him, it's been very fair, and he's a great player. But I think if you could get more money somewhere else, don't you owe it to yourself to get as much money as you can for him? I'd like to say, yeah, if he wants to go to Miami, make sure to make that happen. But the reality is they probably could get more if they traded him elsewhere. So I think they owe it to the franchise, to themselves, to try to max out on this deal because they have nothing else.
So we got this from a 708 texter about 27 minutes ago. Possible pick six question. Damian Lillard requests a trade. Should the Bulls package Zach LaVine for him?
Yes.
Yeah, right? I mean,
Of course.
is that... I think that's a better package than what I've seen the Heat potentially sending back. But I wonder what those... Would those two guys work together? Would Damian Lillard work out with Zach LaVine? But I think that would be the starting point. The Bulls would have to give up Zach LaVine in order to get Damian Lillard. But as far as like franchises owing it to current players because they want out of Dodge, that's a tough one. Have the Portland Trail Blazers won a championship with Damian Lillard? Okay, so there's your answer. No, they don't owe him anything. But they do owe it to their organization and to their fan base to get as much as humanly possible for the player.
I'm with Dustin on this one. I mean, the Trailblazers don't owe Dame anything. Just like if a player was in free agency, they don't owe their previous team anything anyway. So I think here's the thing. There's only a few players that I know right at the top of my head that requested a trade and said, I want to go to this team, and they end up trading him to this team. I remember when Carmelo Anthony wanted to go to the Knicks, and Denver did trade him, and I think that worked out for Denver on that end. And then I remember Anthony Davis getting traded to the Lakers. He only wanted to go to the Lakers, and they traded him to that one. This one, I mean, I don't think Portland likes anything Miami has to offer. I don't think they want like a Tyler Hero and a Duncan Robinson. I think you get so much more elsewhere. And if I was Portland right now, I'm like, we got to do what's best for our franchise and the fan base. We're going to trade you here. And then you could decide what you want to do with that team afterwards. They don't owe them anything.
That's fair. I don't think they owe him anything. I think that's accurate. All right, 312-644-6767. We've got the extra point next. It's a good one. We're going to have some fun talking about a little something in the fine streets of Chicago. We'll determine whether or not we're going to need some repairs done. It's Mully and Haugh. It's Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 in the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on the Score.
On today's show, we've got everything covered. You want Cubs talk? Fine. Ian Happ joins us at noon. You want White Sox?
When you observe Pedro Grifol as a teacher to this point, I do think it's clear, and I have no reason to doubt him at his word, about maintaining a standard for a certain quality of play. Have you seen him teach, or have you seen him respond to a perceived mistake or a misread? I'm just wondering how it manifests itself. And everyone loves the Bobby Cox, Andrew Jones, pull a guy off the field, but we know that that's uncommon. Do you know, is it maybe in the tunnel or maybe on the bench, or maybe send one of his lieutenants to go over and just have a note? But it appears that this stuff is going to go on in real time.
Well, one of the things that Pedro said was he doesn't mind seeing mistakes in spring training. Then those mistakes are things you can correct immediately. And one of the things, and I've talked about this, which told me a whole lot about Pedro and his entire staff, was when they were congratulating Pedro for a fine play that Colas made in center field, a fine catch. And Pedro said, yeah, it was a good catch, but I'm more concerned about the missed cutoff man after the catch. And so he's looking at all of the details, and he's dealing with them immediately, whether it's in the dugout, whether it's in the locker room, whether it's after the game or the next day, whatever it is. He doesn't let it sit too long. And if he sees something that he wants to change, he goes and changes it. I think the entire coaching staff is like that. And to me, Charlie Montoya is going to play a big role as the bench coach. I mean, this is a guy that was a major league manager with Toronto and had a very good team, and I thought managed them very well. And I think it was a great hire as far as the Sox were concerned, because I think Pedro understands the game of baseball. I think he can teach the game of baseball, but the fact is he's never managed a major league game. Charlie has, so they're going to be a good tandem. And from what I've seen of this coaching staff, they are leaning on one another understanding the autonomy in certain areas of one another. But if they have something to say, they will say it as a group. And a cohesive coaching staff is a good thing to have in the game that we're playing today.
I was more intrigued, but that's probably because I was here in Chicago. So, and we had Balicki on, and I hearing him talk made me more intrigued.
That was great.
That was the one when I heard him talk about it and describe it, I was like, okay, for a person who's not a huge NASCAR fan, don't really watch the sport like that, I'm like, you know what, you got me. So I'm gonna check it out. So I did check it out. It was cool to see, like, just the looks and the visual was nice. I had people there that I know that like never been to a NASCAR event, so they said it was fun. They said it was so loud that it was like they could fit, like it was like affecting their brain how loud the engine was, that they told me. But Justin Fields, Start Your Engines, that was nice to hear him talk during that. So I mean, it was a great event. But will I watch it in Atlanta? Probably not. I wonder, was this a success? That's what I think. Are they going to have it here again next year? So that's going to be the bigger, like, we'll see how great it really did overall.
For years and years and years, I had always tried to tune in to the Daytona 500 to try to figure out what all the hype was about, because it was becoming, at one point, it was becoming our country's fifth sport, if you will. It was taking even hockey over in some areas, and some people say, when was that? Like early 2000s, like NASCAR was, but I just never was able to get into it. Now, I thought it would be very interesting because we've all driven these streets that our cars have been on the same streets that this was set up to do. But I saw some things on social media days ahead, how you couldn't go in a direction on LSD, right? It would just, cause major inconveniences for people that I'm sure also got in the way of it. The city looked great. They showed off the city very well. As Brandon just pointed out, I thought it was cool that Justin Fields was out there. The guy gets it, gets out there. He's really smart and knows where to be, right place, right time, kind of a thing. Will I watch it moving forward? No. If it makes it back here next year, I might be more inclined to go. Like, I wonder what it's like right there. I've never been to I've been to a lot of things. I've been fortunate to go to a lot. I've never been to a live NASCAR. I've been at like some practice things, but like a NASCAR. I've been to some of the lower level type car races, but never a NASCAR event.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go. I don't know that I would leave the comfort of my home to fight traffic to get downtown. I was impressed with how many people actually turned up, especially with the weather as bad as it was. I watched a ton of it. I watched time trials. I was just interested in it because of that conversation, frankly. That was great stuff, Brandon, because we had a chance to talk to a guy, a driver who, kind of described a lot of what we were going to be seeing. There were, a lot of, there were just this there wasn't like massive accidents, but man, people were running into those tires and you got stuck sometimes and they had to bring a tow truck out and move them. And there was a lot of delays. And as I said, because of the weather, because of the dangerous conditions, they weren't going nearly as fast as I thought they were going to go. And you can't. I understand that. But there probably are more cars coming in this morning faster than some of those guys were driving for a large portion of that thing. They were averaging about 70 miles an hour or something at one point. I mean, I see cars go by me at 70 on Lakeshore Drive in the morning coming in. So it was kind of amusing to me to one extent. The one area where they all crashed or they all got bottlenecked, whatever it was, they didn't really crash. They looked like they were in downtown traffic, and then they had to take their time kind of spinning around, and you go and I go. And then they said that NASCAR is going to figure out where everyone is, and they didn't. And the other thing was, like, at one point, and I don't understand all this stuff, but at one point they all, because they were under caution flags, they all pitted, and they all came in, and then none of them got back. None of them got back to the top. Like, what was the point of doing that if you didn't? And maybe it's because they thought they were going to go 100 laps and they limited it to 75. So anybody that had pitted was in serious trouble. And a couple of those cars were dangerously close to running out of gas, but because there was only, 5 more laps instead of 30, they managed to finish and come in the top 5, whatever. So I didn't understand all of that stuff. I thought that the Kiwi driver did a great job. I thought that was super cool to see the way the guy ended the thing. And I really did genuinely kind of enjoy the end of the race, just the way that he used, because I think he made his move and he was getting by the guy, and then they got hit with another caution flag. So I don't know. I didn't notice a lot of that stuff. I don't really want it back here again. I know they have a contract, and we'll see if they want to do that. Apparently, the ratings were spectacular. Apparently, it was like as good a NASCAR event as they've had in years, and that's kind of interesting. I thought the city looked good, which I liked. I think Dale Earnhardt Jr. in particular has this kind of high squeaky, screeching voice that was, driving me a little batty, frankly. He's not like a broadcaster voice, and maybe that's preferred in NASCAR, but it was just so high pitched and kind of, it was hard for me. I didn't enjoy that part of it. Some of those guys were pretty good. I love Brad Doherty. I wish he was on more often. That's super weird too, that he's a NASCAR guy at 7 feet tall. But all in all, bully to the city of Chicago. Mayor Lightfoot put that thing on, and I thought it was really good. I don't know that I would want to lock into it. I think we need to know how much damage they did to the streets, and how much money was earned given everything that went on. But yeah, I'm definitely not watching Atlanta. I definitely am not ever going to watch another race unless it's in Chicago. I suppose if they had it here again, I'd probably watch it again. And it might be different because hopefully it wouldn't rain. The thing was a bit of a mess. It got rained out, let's be honest about it. And other than that, kind of cool. Chicago looked good. Anytime you make Chicago look good, I'm on board with you. So congratulations to NASCAR. It was a good television show, and never going to really follow that. It just doesn't appeal to me. But I also think, Dustin, if you're describing the kind of noise that was going on, was it you, Brandon, who said you had friends that went there and it damaged your brain? I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't even want to wear headphones and do that if it's that loud. I don't know. Kind of weird.
But I think there's an option to wear the headphones where you can kind of like listen in on certain pits, like to try to understand it better. Like they have like these spotters. So like the spotters talking to the driver. And I think there might be an option where you can like tune in to hear that, which might be interesting if you really wanted to learn about it.
They have like a 3-year deal on this thing, and if they cancel it, they'd have to pay to get out of it next year. So it's probably going to be back here. But
same time of year?
I think so.
They've kind of gotten it built into the future schedule.
I think so, but I don't have all that information, and I don't really care. All right, 312. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying it was cool to watch. But do we need that every year? Nah, it was the novelty of it was cool. Would it sustain? No, not really. No. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 score.
Here to deliver the most famous words in motorsports, Chicago Bears quarterback Justin Fields.
What's up, Chicago? Drivers, start your engines.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on the Score.
On today's show, we've got everything covered. You want Cubs talk? Fine.
How about this? With a minimum of 80 plate appearances, you want to guess who has the highest slugging percentage in the majors right now?
It's him.
It's him. It's
because
Jake
he's only
Berger.
been over 80 since yesterday.
Yeah.
But even still,
who's the closest guy to him? It's crazy. It's somebody has 40 more at bats or something, right, Chuck?
Yeah, everyone has. I mean, look at this. He's got 10 home runs. Mike Trout, with 80 more plate appearances, has 10 home runs. Jake Berger's got 20 RBIs. Mike Trout has 23 RBIs. I mean, he's doing some special stuff, and he's only played, 27 games. So this is a great story in a season that has not been a great story. And when Eloy Jimenez comes back, whenever that is going to be, it could be in a week, could be 2 weeks. This is going to be interesting to see how the White Sox put together this lineup, especially if Jake Berger is playing like this.
Well, you're right, Chuck, and I said earlier this morning, and I believe it's a bit of a risk and maybe out there over my skis, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Berger leads the White Sox in home runs by the end of the year. That's assuming he continues to get at bats. It's a Sox. Somebody's going to probably go down and he'll have to fill in. So I think these things tend to take care of themselves. But let's say that Eloy does come back. What is the plan right now, plan A, for having everyone healthy with Berger still swinging a hot bat?
I don't know what that is. And some reporters have asked Pedro Grifol about the idea of moving Moncada to second, having Berger maybe play second just to get his bat in the lineup so all these guys could play. But you did point out something that obviously is the elephant in the room. When do the White Sox have an entirely healthy lineup? And if they do, how long will that last?
212-644-6767. Jay is in Decatur. Hey, Jay.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Love the show. Hey, what if when the Bears moved to Arlington Heights, they turned Soldier Field into a new NASCAR track, like elevated up off the ground, speed racer style?
Wow, holy cow. Well, the problem is I don't think the Bears can get out of there fast enough for next year. Pretty sure they haven't begun. They're still tearing down Arlington, right?
I'm supposed to be going up there this weekend.
To Arlington?
Well, to a graduation party. And I mentioned to my wife yesterday, I said, when she told me that was what we were doing on Saturday, I said, well, I'd like to take a ride past the track. And she was like, but why? And I said, because I want to see like what
state of it is.
Part of it they have taken down, what it's like around that area. I'm just curious now.
It kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
I think an older generation, though, if I remember my mom telling me the stories right, and I think I've seen black and white pictures.
When it burnt down?
No. Though that for sure. But going back to Soldier Field for a second about auto racing.
They had
the north end zone was like pushed way back. And they have raced cars at Soldier Field before.
Huh. Yeah. That doesn't do much for me. I mean, how could they do that? Listen, if the Bears are leaving and they're building another building and the city feels like just kind of messing with them, that'd be fine if they wanted to put it in there. But could you see people? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how that configuration would work and how that would be done. It befuddles me. I don't know that. I mean, you'd have to put up all sorts of concrete walls just to keep anybody from
netting, concrete walls, safety.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You'd lose.
Right.
You'd have to remove, or you'd have to make the north end zone. You have to make the north end zone kind of a something
Okay.
you could like retract.
But if the city has an agreement, a 3-year agreement, and they have to give back $10 million if they tell them they can't race in the streets, why would they want to race in Soldier Field?
Oh, I think what the caller was suggesting is maybe after the fact. What do you do with Soldier Field once the Bears leave? That would
Then
be
you
an
turn
event.
it into a.
Well, you could use it, another purpose for it. You could still play football in the middle of it.
Sounds like a lot of pollution, noise pollution. It was a nice event. We had fun with it. Should that be it? How did the streets hold up? I mean, it looked like there were a lot of tire marks on the streets. Do they have to do anything before they open them to the public? Let's try Theo. He's in River North. Hi, Theo.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, first of all, Dustin doing double duties. That's pretty awesome, taking calls and producing with you. That's great. I got a couple points there. Actually, Mully, before I make my point, coming clean on your Traeger mishaps, I think that tells me you're probably a pretty darn good chef, but I'm still struggling with you putting a big chicken in a Traeger. But you know what? You
put two.
You don't make a great omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Yeah,
so
the chicken is the beer can chicken is unbelievable. That I have a throne for one of them, and the other one is just on an actual can, and that stuff comes out. You wouldn't believe how moist it is. It's just beautiful. But go ahead.
My point here is I generally trust in Mully's. I like what Mully has to say most of the time. So I had no plans on going to NASCAR. My brother-in-law came in town. His +1 didn't show up. I went with him. But I went there with Mully's kind of putting out those negative juju vibes before the race. So I went there with, like, David Haugh vibes, giving it a chance. Never seen NASCAR, knew nothing about it. I was, blown away by what I saw, the sounds. It was very exhilarating. When you take in the sound, the smell, everything, it's pretty fantastic. These drivers are insanely talented. You don't realize it until you see it up front. But the city, I tell you what, the city did a great job. I was very impressed because I've been a little down on the city lately, in full honesty. I think they did a fantastic job. Everything was really well managed. The track was beautiful. The stands were beautiful. The fact that they pulled this off in the way they did for the first time blew me away. So, Mully, my question is, and I totally agree with you, they need to do an audit and see how we came out financially from all this. I don't think there was anything damage done to the streets, no more than that's done every night of the week. But assuming we did pretty good, why wouldn't you want this back? Because anything that promotes the city that I know you always talk about how much you love this city, I think the city looked fantastic. It helped the city. We've needed this kind of energy. My one criticism is don't do it on 4th of July weekend. That's a big mistake because you're cannibalizing everything else that's going on. Do it the week before, week after. I talked to a few business owners. They completely agreed that's the change they need to make.
Yeah, I that is a really good call, and I as I said, I enjoyed it. I watched a lot of it, and I enjoyed it. To be honest with you, I've seen it now, and I don't know that I want to see it every year, and I know that it was very disruptive. It was disruptive to a lot of people that work downtown, that come downtown, that were trying to figure out a way to negotiate how to get in and out of the city. I had a dinner scheduled for downtown. We moved it because didn't want to have to deal with the crowds and the traffic and the closed streets and all that stuff. And it's, we're already, the Kennedy is pretty much shut down. It just seemed like a lot of arteries were cut off. And it's difficult to do that when you already have a lot of arteries that are cut off. You know what I mean? So that's one of the reasons that I was apprehensive about it. I thought it looked great. I thought they did a really good job. I was surprised that apparently Taylor Swift ate up more hotel rooms than the NASCAR race did. That just surprised me. And it made me wonder, like, when we start talking about how much the Chicago economy got out of this, if you had room at hotels downtown, then that would indicate that you didn't get as many people visiting as you thought you might. Like maybe there were a lot of people that came in from the suburbs or whatever, because there were people downtown, but I'm not sure that everybody was staying at a hotel. And I'm not sure that, it gave us this big boost of tourism. So I'll be very curious to see those final numbers and how everybody did and how the city did in terms of the amount of money that was made. But like I said, it was a very cool thing. I don't know that I want to go through it again next year. I don't know that I want to have my commute interrupted and have my my drive impacted. And maybe that's selfish, but I'm just being honest with you. It was kind of a hassle.
Every 4 years?
Maybe something like that.
Like Olympics type of vibe?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea. Every once in a while, but do we need it? Do we really need to see exactly, what everybody liked or disliked of it, right? It was a hell of a lot better than I thought it would be. And I did find it interesting. And as I said earlier, I learned a lot just watching the race, but it didn't really capture me as a longtime fan. Like, I loved looking at Chicago. I thought it was super cool. I thought the overhead shots were spectacular. And then I'm not going to go see that movie about the guy that was a video driver who became a driver. I saw that movie advertised. That didn't do much for me. It's not a sport that I'm very interested in. I think watching the crews, the pit crew, those guys are athletes, man. They're running around, they're breaking their humps. I mean, that is incredibly fast work. And I was like worried for him, right? Like, hey, watch that guy. Don't run that guy down. He hasn't moved the tire yet. And I think that the drivers themselves, that is an extraordinary thing to be able to do. But again, the rain kind of slowed it down significantly. I'm not sure all the NASCAR people loved it because of that element. And they just changed the rules whenever they wanted to. Okay, we're just going to make it 75 laps. I understand that too. It was getting dark. I mean, it was dark in Chicago by the end of it, and they were racing to get finished.
There was definitely some safety issues,
no
right?
question.
And that would have been the worst possible thing after everything else that had gone against them. Was that if they had kept it going a little longer than it probably should have gone, that they had some type of an incident, and they would have never been able to rebound from something like that.
But generally speaking, I was probably wrong to reject it without giving it a shot. But now that I've given it a shot, I felt really good about it, really enjoyed it. Not sure I want to see it next year. I'm just not sure. We'll talk to John Heyman next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Are you hanging in there, Mully?
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Swinging a line drive, right center field. That's going to be a base hit. Cubs win the ball game. All of the Cubs out of the dugout to congratulate Nico Horner.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show.
Everybody wants to be playing in October, and I think this group is capable of doing that. To do that, we have to ramp things up a little bit. We have to have high energy practices. We know that it's 162 games. We know that we're going to have bad weeks. We know we're going to have bad games. We need to have short-term memory and understand the process. And what's the process? The process is we're going to work every day as hard as we can possibly can to kick your ass at 7-10. And that's what we have to do, and that's what we have to stay focused on.
The idea of this team being in a championship window is something White Sox fans talk about a lot, and opportunities and years wasted. What sense of urgency do you feel?
Oh, there's a lot of urgency. There was 3 jobs available in baseball this year, and this was the one job that you're expected to win right now. So there is urgency, and urgency is not just 3 or 4 months from now. Urgency is right now, picking a staff. Right, those are the guys that are going to set the tone when spring training starts in their respective fields. When we head to the cages, I'm probably not going to be there 24/7 in the cages, and I'm not going to be on the mound in the bullpens 24/7 with Ethan and his staff. So the urgency starts now in picking a staff that you trust is going to carry out the message and the vision that we have for this organization.
White Sox fans are going to point out all these games are not at 7:10. You're kicking ass at 3:05, right?
3:05, 1:05, whatever time we're playing.
This hour brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
Jon Heyman, insider for MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
Jon Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I like the White Sox, but you never know with the Cubs.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our friend Jon Heyman, and he joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. John, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Are you hanging in there, Mully?
Yeah, not necessarily, John. I mean, I got to be honest with you. It is. It's been. I had this conversation, just a text conversation with some friends of mine who are Southside guys that still follow the White Sox, and they don't know why. And they're wondering, like, is there something wrong with us that we would still be watching? It's painful. It's like you're in like a really bad relationship. You got to get out. You somehow can't bring yourself to do it, but you need to just leave it behind. It's awful. It's really bad.
Well, I'll say there's nothing wrong with you. There's something right with you. You guys are loyal. I give you credit. I mean, I was at the '69 World Series rooting for the Mets, and then I switched over to the Yankees. I saw the writing on the wall. I understood. I didn't want a lifetime of despair, and I moved on. So, now I'm neutral, of course, as a writer, but I feel for you. I think of you almost every day when I see the White Sox have lost.
And they do that quite often, John. So they, obviously we know they're going to trade anybody that's not nailed down. We also know that they've got like the easiest, I think the second easiest schedule according to Tankathon behind the Twins. So at least somebody can conceivably make some kind of move in that horrible division. But it is, it just feels like when we even talk about getting to the trade deadline, there, the idea that you're going to do have the same guy get rid of people that put them together, it just seems kind of insane at some point. And I'm not picking on Rick Hahn, but he was kind of talking tough the other day and saying that, he's not saying they're not capable of going on a big run, but basically they've got to understand they may have to strip this down, etc. And he's not going to strip it down. He's just going to get rid of guys out of contract. But it's just frustrating because I don't know how this ever ends. I don't know how they brought up Oscar Colas, so now they'll give him a look. Obviously, Luis Robert Jr. has made the All-Star game deservedly, and he's a good player and a guy that we just been waiting for him to stay healthy, and here he is. But he's never played 100 games. So, we argued this morning about whether or not he could put together a string of All-Star appearances. I think he has that talent, but I don't know if he can have that kind of health.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the few big positives this year. Robert has been fantastic defensively, offensively. He's been one of the better players in the league. You would have thought that from more of these players in this nucleus. It does feel and still seem like a fairly talented group of players. The issue, I think, is chemistry. Certainly injuries have not helped. It's really got to be discouraging this year, particularly where you've got a team leading that division that's one game over in the Twins, and they were under recently, but they're one game over now, and you would have thought with this nucleus that the White Sox have that they'd be able to put together, have a good season. Now that is not happening, I would agree with you that the trade market as a seller seems very, very likely at this point. And on the positive side, they should have a better sale than most because they do have talent and they do have expiring contracts. I do think that is the most likely scenario, that they trade Giolito and the other guys whose contracts are up, but you never know. Depending on what they're offered, maybe they do reset, but I can't see Robert being traded, and I would say Cease would be extremely unlikely to be traded.
You know, the Cubs had 3 All-Stars, and it seems like a lot just given where they're at this point in the season. Number one, I was surprised that Dansby Swanson has only made it one time before. I guess I hadn't really considered how often he had been to the All-Star game, but he's a good player. I think that their pitching staff has been really good, and Marcus Stroman's been great. I think Justin Steele might be the best news for the Cubs in terms of getting an All-Star, because he's their guy, and he's a young guy, and he should be around for a while. It seems increasingly like Stroman is a short-term guy here.
You know, they've had some really good individual performances this year, and they do have a positive run differential, as I note every week, it seems, and obviously a losing record right now. I do think that they are a team that will consider trades. If you're below 500, even if you've got an outside shot at the division, and I think they do. I mean, obviously Cincinnati and Milwaukee are ahead at this point, but, going on run differential, the Cubs have been as good as anybody in that division. So, I'm not sure they're a definite seller, but if they are a seller, they do, like the White Sox, have pieces to sell, and certainly the guys on the expiring contracts or potentially expiring in Stroman's case are the candidates to go. Stroman and Bellinger certainly would bring a fair amount, I think. And, Hendricks is pitching better. I think he's a candidate to be traded. So they may have a good sale too, but I wouldn't completely give up on them yet. We still have more than 3 weeks to go before the trade deadline. So and they are, it does seem like, at least on paper, one of the better teams in that division.
And I think, John, like when I read your story about the Mets, a fire sale would be more dreadful than their season, I kind of feel the same way about the Cubs. I just kind of, like they go to England, they win the first game there. If they can win the second game, they're back at 500. They're close in the division, and then they kind of go into a little bit of a rut. And here they are now, 7 under, 7 back in the division. And you think, like, boy, what if they went out and got someone? Like, what if they actually kept it together, gave an extension or two? And it's just not going to happen. I think that it's not their idea of intelligent spending. So they're more likely than not going to make a move. And I think Ken Rosenthal wrote that they don't plan to extend Stroman. And if they feel he has the leverage, then they may as well trade him.
Yeah, I can't see an extension for Stroman. There rarely are there extensions in the middle of the season. Occasionally it does happen, but not very often right before the deadline. I could see why teams would make offers to try to see whether guys willing to take a below-market deal or something at this point, right, before they decide on the trades. But not often do players who are about to be free agents, and Stroman will be a free agent because he does have that opt-out, and he is outperforming his contract at this point. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not giving up. Like I said, their team is better than their record. The performances have been good. There isn't a dominant team in that division. Cincinnati was great for a while, and, they obviously have great young talent, but they got a lot of pitching injuries. Milwaukee's had a lot of injuries. I give those two teams credit for having the records that they do have with the injuries that they've had, but, I would not give up if I were the Cubs at this moment. You certainly have 3 weeks to go to figure it out, but I'm kind of with you. I kind of think they should play it out as things stand right now.
John, we know Shohei Ohtani had to leave with a blister, and that's not good. But the headline I read was like Shohei Ohtani injured, and I was like, oh my God, what happened now? Because the guy's hitting homers like crazy. You can do that with a blister, right? I mean,
right. And
hopefully, if it hasn't broken, you can put some super glue on it, do whatever you got to do, tighten that thing up, and maybe he doesn't miss much time. So I was encouraged by that, although there's a possibility he misses the All-Star game.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to see him in the All-Star game, and maybe he can still be there as a hitter. I can't imagine he'll be there as a pitcher. You know, I'm wondering now, the Angels are only 2 games over. I still think that the owner does not want to trade Ohtani, but as we know, this is the biggest free agent probably of all time coming, and their chances to re-sign aren't great. You know, I think the owner, Artie Moreno, feels they do have a chance, so I don't see that as happening. But look, they're 2 games over only right now. That's not great playoff position. Trout is now out for at least a month, probably longer. Rendon is now at least injured. We'll see what happens with him once again. So I think the interesting thing there is what they do with Ohtani. But again, long shot that they trade him. Hopeful that we see him in the All-Star game. And it's the greatest season potentially I think we've ever seen. I mean, there aren't many seasons to match this where the guy's one of the top pitchers in the game and also the top slugger in the game at the moment. So, I mean, you'd have to probably go back to Babe Ruth to match this. I mean, obviously, Yastrzemski in 67, as I'm almost old enough to remember that, and Judge was pretty darn good last year, but probably the greatest season, if this continues, we have ever seen. So we hope that he will be back and presumably will remain with the Angels.
You know, what's interesting about his situation is even if he stays there, I don't know how he ever wins there. I mean, the fact that the guy has been there as long as he has, and they've never been to the playoffs, and he's got Mike Trout playing with them, and they just can't get over the hump. It is the damnedest thing ever. You would think when you have the 2 best players in baseball, or arguably the 2, that you'd be able to forge some. It says a lot about the game, frankly, and the blend you need. Yeah.
Right, it's the nature of the game. In basketball, if you have 2 superstars, you're probably going to make it to the finals. You may win the title. In baseball, it takes 26 men, and you know they try to improve the depth in the offseason. I like the move for Urshela. He's now hurt. Renfroe as well. Drury, he's now on the injured list as well. Estevez, he probably should be an all-star. Moore, who's injured as well. I mean, they just have more injury problems than anybody, but I thought they had kind of solved their depth problems and they'd be a playoff team, but still haven't been able to do it for whatever reason. The pitching just has not been very good. Just really has not. It's been a long time story for the Angels, and that's the reason that they're probably unlikely to keep the greatest player probably that we have ever seen.
And how long will that continue in terms of him being that player? Because I get it. He probably wants to be out west, so he's closer to Japan. But you would think that, like, the Cubs have enough money to be a bidder. I don't know that they're going to be, but they definitely would be able to afford it among the great spending teams. I don't know the guy wants to go to New York. I don't know. I keep thinking the Giants could be a dark horse because they tried to spend a lot of money last year and really couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, a couple people have told me they believe the favorites are the Dodgers, Giants, and we'll say the Angels because they're the incumbent team and he's familiar there. It does feel like he likes the West Coast. I mean, we're just going off of who his 7 finalists were the last time, the Cubs being one of them. One of the only 2 non-West Coast teams who were a finalist. The Rangers were the other. They're obviously a spender as well. You know, I think we're just reading tea leaves here and seeing that 5 of the 7 teams were West Coast teams and assuming, probably more than assuming, that he wants to win. I mean, that's been an issue. So, I mean, I would say, looking at it, you'd have to guess the Dodgers, but obviously the bidding hasn't even begun yet, so we really don't know. I do like your Giants guess as, you know, they tried for Judge, they tried for Correa, they still have that money, they make a lot of money. The A's are leaving soon, so they'll be probably making even more money, but, you know, in terms of comfort, and I got to say that the Dodgers, you know, that's his town right now, and they win. So I got to say the Dodgers look like the favorite, but that's from afar. I don't have any real inside information on that other than educated guess.
Why do you think attendance is booming in MLB? Do you think it has any connection to the the pitch clock?
Yeah, I do think the new rules have helped. I mean, when you go to a night game now, you're very, very likely to be done by 10 o'clock, a much more reasonable time than before. And, maybe I'm sure I'm in the minority. I do like the extra inning rule, too. And there are a few more steals. I think teams should be more daring on the bases than they are because the percentage is still around 80%. That's probably higher than it should be. If it's this easy, keep going. I do think the new rules are a big plus. I also think the surprise contenders probably have helped, Arizona, Baltimore to a degree, Cincinnati. There are a lot of teams that we didn't expect to be in contention who right now are in playoff position or very close. So I think that's a plus as well.
The Cubs won a game last night, and if you watch that, they got some really good defense out of Ian Happ, a couple of guys thrown out. That was a game like the night before where they were on their way to blowing a lead, and they managed to win in extra innings. But you start getting enough of those, and that really is going to leave a mark. I mean, that game on Monday was one of the worst losses of the year, and then you worry that something's going wrong if you start falling apart the next night. So it was good that they won eventually, but I don't know what to make of them. I don't know what to make of that division. The Brewers, my God, they could turn around and trade Josh Hader or something. You never know whether they're in or out or what.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That loss could have been devastating, but that was a great sign that they came back and won the next day. Terrific defense by Happ with the throws, 2 outfield assists and extra innings. That does not happen very often. I mean, Bellinger's back. They've got 2 top-of-the-rotation starters. They're in a weak division. As we said, they may as well play it out, at least that for now. Obviously, things can change as we get to July 28th, 29th. Getting there closer, things might change, but they show some positive signs, more so than their record right now.
David Ross got thrown out of that game, and he was really mad at Bacchus, the umpire, also the Roman god of wine. Maybe he was boozed up. But he was not pleased about that. But he also complained that there were shadows creeping in, and so they closed the roof. That they wanted, because they were in a comeback, they wanted to kind of reduce shadows for their hitters, and they just closed the roof. He thought that he went blue when he was talking about that. Is that allowed? I mean, can you do that if it's not weather related?
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, all these managers are all getting. Obviously, there's a lot on the line in these games, but we've seen this too much in New York with Aaron Boone, who seems like the nicest guy in the world until the game starts, and he gets thrown out at every other game. So, there's 162 of these. You can't take any one game or any one call too difficult, but, obviously David Ross has been through it. He's seen it all, and he knows what can affect games. And, look, they're fighting right now. I think he knows that this team should be in contention and has a chance to be in contention. So, they're all on edge a bit.
Who was your biggest snub out of the All-Star game? Was there one that jumped out?
Well, it was Wander Franco, who should have been an All-Star. I mean, when Michael Lorenzen, who has a 100 ERA plus, makes the team, I think for me the issues are I don't think we need one player from every team anymore. I don't think we need to be confined by needing 2 players for each position. I'd like to see the most deserving guys at the All-Star game. I would have liked to have seen L.A. De La Cruz at the All-Star game. I mean, he's certainly a sensation of the game. It is an exhibition. It doesn't count anymore. So I'd like to see some of those rules change so that we don't have any snubs. But now that they've added 5 or 6 players, I don't think there really are obvious snubs. So Wander Franco, who, is nobody's, obviously we know that Ohtani's the MVP in the American League, but I can see in some of people's midseason picks, Franco was 2nd or 3rd, and he didn't even make the All-Star team originally. It didn't make any sense, and that's because you need to 2 shortstops only, and that's it. And you need one player from every team, and that kind of hamstrung the league. And so I just think there are too many guys who don't deserve to be there who are there, and the injuries have given a chance for them to make up for it and putting up on guys that do deserve to be on the team. I do think Brandon Nimmo probably is an all-star, but I'm not going to go crazy. When it was Wander Franco not making the team, I thought that was nuts, but the all-star injuries have given them a chance to make good on that.
And you mentioned Wander Franco, Matt Chapman too. There's just
sure.
There's not enough room for everyone, but hopefully you're right that they'll get everybody on board before the injuries are said and done. John, thank you, buddy. Always a delight. Great catching up with you.
A pleasure. Hang in there, Mully.
Thank you, buddy.
See you later.
I'm strong. I will not let the White Sox drag me under. God, White Sox. It's just really awful. It's awful because it just never really gets better, does it? It just kind of, they've been the same team the whole time. Other than that lousy 10-game losing streak, everything would be okay.
It's legit like a scab that just won't go away.
No, it really is.
Just won't go away.
It's a rock in your shoe. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Since the Cubs have been back from London, not great. Go into the All-Star break, reset this thing, and figure out what it is that you are. I think you're running out of time. Like, if you want to keep Marcus Stroman a Cub.
What's wrong with Andrew Vaughn?
There's 2 questions. That's a very important one.
Get his legs back? From where? Where are his legs? From where do we need to retrieve his legs? Legs, plural. It's one thing to say his knee hurts. He's got some swelling in his ankle. He bruised his heel. Legs need to come back? He's 24. Where did his legs go? Where can we find them? Deserved? He's the second worst hitter in baseball. And he deserved the at-bat over players who are considerably better at baseball?
He's imagining a high-leverage situation later when there's one in front of him.
And he's I would have pinch hit for Sheets later. I got to be careful saying that. Pinch hit for Sheets later. I would have used him for a situation that ended up not. This is the same thing that happened the other day with the pitchers. I have to use my bad player in the high leverage situation now because I have to save the good player for something that isn't going to matter. This is backwards. This is criminal. This is exactly what you don't do.
This is like I can't, man.
How many times?
How is Tony La Russa making the manager's position matter this much in a negative way too?
Where are Andrew Vaughn's legs?
Where are his legs?
Did you see Larry's at-bats?
Yes, I've seen a lot of them.
They're terrible.
They're awful because he sucks.
His at-bats are the second worst in baseball. He's awful. You know who's not awful? A guy that's a borderline all-star.
Andrew Vaughn ranks of those 217 in WRC Plus. Of the 217 in the major leagues, Andrew Vaughn ranks 38th.
Nice.
Not 216th. Andrew Vaughn's 38th in that being able to hit stat. In the how good you are at hitting stat, he's 38th. The other guy's second from last in the league. You're seeing his at-bats? What the hell are you talking about?
We saw him.
Deranged old coot.
And we all knew what was going to happen. And if you want, you could just look at the percentages and you go, Leury had 2 good at-bats. What's the likelihood that he's going to have a third good at-bat? Not very high.
It's not very high.
Because he's the second worst hitter in baseball.
Did you see his at-bats? I'm going to pinch hit for Robert saving him. He was going to pinch hit for Sheets later. What? What are you talking about later for? Watch the game. You're not going to have a later. There was no later.
You were losing.
You're not entitled to a later. You're not entitled to that. You're not saving Joe Kelly. You don't use Jose Ruiz because you got to save Joe Kelly for something that's not going to happen.
I'm watching Lurie's at bats. You see Lurie's at bats?
Yes, they're bad. He sucks.
They're awful.
He's a bad baseball player.
At the end of we can assess at the end of the season sort of the relative level of disappointment.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is the voice of Rick Hahn, and not interested in the question, really, right? Well, we've talked about that. We'll assess it at the end of the year. We're kind of assessing it as we go. It's pretty much falling below the standard that you're supposed to have. But Rick, he had a lot to say. Maybe the most interesting bit was the state of the organization. Let's take a listen.
Winning the division is our path in, but the goals have always been higher. Given the deficit that we created for ourselves early in the season, I do think that if we manage to win this division, it's going to be the result of us going on a stretch of playing pretty damn good baseball, which should in turn give us confidence that we're going to be able to do some damage in October. But again, that first thing has to happen, and that's us playing better baseball and starting to cut into this deficit and ideally take the lead at some point.
There's not much time in which to do that.
We got about half a season to do it, but we have to make a pretty major decision in the next month. Yeah.
Well, the trade market and the demand for your players and what might be available, does that all enter into what?
I think so, absolutely. I mean, look, in the end, in the end, we're going to make a decision about what is best for the long-term health of the organization, with obviously the priority being placed on the here and now, because this is the only year we can control. Ultimately, if you're overwhelmed by a potential return, that may tilt your balance more towards the future than the present. If we don't play at a certain level, that may tilt your focus more towards the future than the present. But again, as we sit here today, the goal tonight is to beat the Blue Jays, go on a run, and continue to give the guys in there who are fighting for this season a reason to believe it's going to work.
All right, so that's what Rick Hahn thinks of the Sox season. The schedule, they go on a roll. They could get there. They got half a season to do it. The problem is that they've got a lot of decisions to make before then. They clearly don't want to pay Lucas Giolito. From everything we've heard, they're planning on trading him rather than let him go at the end of the year for nothing. And they have tried, in their defense, to extend him before. Obviously, nothing that would satisfy him to the point where he'd stay. And then you start looking around and you think, well, there's a lot of people. They got a lot of guys, a lot of bad money in the bullpen, right? And as a result of that, they're probably going to try to move some pieces. And anyone that is running out of contract at the end of the year, you get whatever you can for them, because you're unlikely to be bringing people back. It's kind of a drag. And when you're making a trade at the deadline, you're looking for future. You're not looking for anybody who's helping you now. You're looking for something in the future. Looking for young players that may be able to step in and aid you in different ways. So we'll see. We'll see how they go about it or what they do with it. I would be inclined to believe, I don't care what the division says, this is just a bad baseball team. They're bad. They're no damn good. They can't hold a lead. They can't build a lead. They've got all sorts of problems. And accepting that is probably the first step. But you also have to be aware that if you are allowing Rick Hahn to be the guy trading everybody here, then you're basically giving him more job security, which after 10 years, I would wonder why. I would honestly be curious as to why would you want him as the guy that is taking this team down, the guy that hasn't been able to do it. Why would you want him to be in charge of a rebuild, even a minor one, even if it's nominal only? If you're talking whatever 6-7 players tops, like if you're not going to go in, if you're not messing with Yohan Moncada or Tim Anderson, if you're just talking about guys with contracts that are running out, why would you want Rick to be the guy that made those decisions? It just hasn't worked to this point, right?
Had
a couple different managers, had a couple different opportunities. How many does a person get? I'm not mad at Rick, but I'm also wise enough to understand I don't want him to be the guy that is tearing this thing apart.
You brought up the bullpen, Mully, a second ago. I mean, that squarely also sits on him.
Of course.
He and his
puts a lot of money in it.
And he put a lot of money in it. Because why? Because he believed especially that in his roster, it wasn't the manager's, it was the manager's fault. Rick, have built a good roster. My scouts and I have put together. So we just added a couple guys to the back end of this bullpen.
How is it good roster if you have the same problems year in and year out? If you never solve the right field mystery, if you never go out and get a professional second baseman, if you always find yourself a pitcher short, if you got catching issues that everybody knows about, there's nothing right now about the White Sox that is a surprise. There's nothing. I mean, I get it. There have been some players who have really, really underachieved. But do you think that there's a surprise that some of these problems exist? Because you've had them for a long time.
Right.
And
What's
you
the old
fail
line
to-
about history repeating itself, right?
Yes.
Eventually, you ignore it, and it's been a trend. I think the biggest thing for me, I am surprised that Moncada has not ever bounced back. That I am very
I'm
surprised in.
surprised Tim Anderson hasn't bounced back. Tim Anderson has been terrible all year long.
But I think what's going on off the field is a big part of it.
I'm not arguing that, but
it's hard.
But it's
to
been
put those, drop the bags, do your job, pick them back on the way out.
I think the injuries are the reason he's had no home runs. I think that he doesn't have his legs underneath him, and that's very hard to hit home runs when you don't have your lower body. So I'm willing to give him that. But you're right. I think there are other extenuating issues that are helping him in his struggles. Let's put it that way. All right. We've got Tommy Hotovy. He's going to join us next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Ask me after the parade.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Well, it's a question of going out there and having that great stuff and learning how to harness it. That's one of the things that has allowed Dylan Cease to become the pitcher that it looks like he's going to become. And it's a question, Lawrence, of waking up one day, looking in the mirror and say, I belong. And my feeling was when I started to understand the psychological aspect of competition, when I understood how to use my mind as well as my body, because your mind will govern your body, when I understood that, it went something like this. I would look in, let's say, at Willie Stargell, Roberto Clemente, all the great Cincinnati Reds, the Big Red Machine, whether it be Joe Morgan or Johnny Bench or Pete Rose for that matter. And at that point, when I was trying to get them out, I didn't understand much about the mental aspect of competition. But later on, I still was facing Hall of Famers. And my thought process was, you're going to go to the Hall of Fame, but not tonight, because tonight is my night. I can't beat you over a career or over a year, but I can certainly beat you tonight, because tonight is my night, not yours. And when you get that feeling, you get to be unbeatable. And for a very short period of time, for a time of a season and a half, I felt that I was unbeatable because it was an integration of everything I still had from a physical standpoint combined with where I had taken the mental aspect of competition. Understanding to integrate both is understanding how to win with less than your best, and that typifies a quality major league pitcher because you're only going to have your best stuff 25% of the time. And the guys who understand how to win with less than their best are the guys that float to the top of this huge talent pool that is the major leagues.
Well, I hope that this is what we continue to see with Dylan Cease, because I've loved it. And I love how confident he is on the mound and how confident as a fan I am now when he's on the mound.
Well, I think what you've seen with Dylan Cease, you will continue to see. He's at the point now, because he is a cerebral pitcher. He's a very smart pitcher, so is Lucas Giolito. And for his own right, Lance Lynn, despite the fact that it looks like, well, I throw a fastball every pitch. Yeah, he does, but he varies it. He's a smart pitcher also. But there's only one thing right now that will stop Dylan Cease from being a great in this game, and that's injuries. He's figured it out. He understands how to harness his stuff. He knows what to throw, when to throw it, and where to throw it. And if he stays healthy, the sky is the limit as far as what he can accomplish. I mean, you're looking at a guy that possibly can win 20 games just about each and every year. If people think that the wins are important these days, I happen to think they still are. I think Dylan can win 20 games each and every year, with the only thing stopping him will be an injury, and hopefully he'll be able to avoid that.
And I had an economics minor. A lot of it was I'm going to refresh all my econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Haugh, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Haugh on 670 The Score.
Tommy. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to the Cubs pitching coach Tommy Haugh, and he joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Tommy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Let's start with your all-star pitchers. Pretty cool to get both Marcus Stroman and especially Justin Steele in. And I think Stroman's had a great year, but Steele, there's something about a young guy kind of meeting his moment that is pretty special. Were you pleased to see both those guys get in, Tommy, and how deserving do you consider them?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely. I think you're always excited when you get guys in your group, get them an opportunity to pitch in an all-star game. And I think a guy like Steele in particular, a homegrown guy, a guy that's been touched by so many different people in the organization, has really come into his own. It's fun. Obviously, it's so deserving for Justin because of the work he's put in, what he's been able to do over the last calendar year plus now, and really come into his own, what he knows he needs to do to be successful, and to see that success and to get texts from people all through the organization that are so excited, strength trainers, athletic trainers, nutritionists, the people that have been around him and seen him, and coaches and people up and down the organization. It's a really cool thing for a lot of group of people that have been around Justin for a long time. So yeah, obviously excited to see that. And then for Marcus, just a guy who, just continues to go out there and do what he does and do it at a high level, and to get to go back a second time, just kind of solidifies the things that he knows he can do and the person and the pitcher that he can be. So obviously very excited for those guys, both well deserved, and looking forward to getting to see how that all plays out here next week.
When did you know that Justin was on this track? I mean, did you see that? He's obviously been good, but he kind of took another step. When did you know he was doing that, Tommy?
Well, one thing that really stood out to me last year when I really felt like he started turning that corner in terms of like solidifying who he is when he started talking about some of the mechanical things that he was feeling and focusing on in between games and in his catch play, just in the daily work. Like when he started focusing on the little things that were going to help him be better, and he started talking about them, verbalizing them, and then just going out and doing it, you could see he was starting to figure some things out just on the mechanical side and what he wanted to do to be successful. And I think the Dodger game this year was a good indication of just like, okay, I'm the guy. Like I'm going to go into a big environment and go pitch and compete at a high level against a really good team. And then honestly too, just that the London game, a couple weeks ago, or I guess a week and a half ago, just that environment to go in there and control your emotions and just kind of compete. It's you're starting to see him. He's pitched some really good games over the last calendar year, but now he's starting to get into these big moments and control his emotions, be able to go out and just continue to be himself. And it's fun. It's fun to see it kind of blossom in front of our eyes. He's the same guy every single day, so he's starting to figure out what he needs to do and just continues to go out there and compete and have fun.
Conversely, Jameson Taillon he just can't seem to put it all together. What is going on with him?
Yeah, I think there's obviously some things we're working on, trying to get some pitch shapes back to where we feel like they've been in the past. Some of that is mechanical. Some of it may be a grip change or something that we need to continue to hone in on. but he's putting in the work. He's out there. He's working every single day, trying to get better, trying to get back to what we feel like we can do. And on the flip side of that, there is just some bad luck and stuff involved with that, and it kind of falls together. Usually, when things aren't going well, you start pressing a little bit. You start trying to make pitches a little bit better. You try to execute them, or put them in spots where you're trying not to get beat instead of trying to get guys out. And I think when that happens, you lose a little bit of that conviction that you have when you have a pitch that you could beat somebody in the strike zone. Maybe you fall behind. Maybe you go from 0-2 to 2-2 really quick because you're trying to be too fine at times. And I think that's common. It's kind of human nature when things aren't going well to really put a lot of stress and emphasis on every pitch that you throw. But like Jameson's a professional. He works hard. He's been around the game for a while. He's been around some of the best pitchers in the game, being around the Yankees and Garrett Cole there and in Pittsburgh, and seeing how some of the best do it. So, he knows what he needs to do to be successful. And the biggest part for me, I think, just to continue to watch, there are things every single game that he's doing that are getting better. But when the little things happen, when those hits, those bloopers find a hole, or that ground ball finds a hole, is like finding a way to continue to stay focused on what's going to get you through that outing and give you success, and not chasing results, which is not uncommon for guys when they're going through a stretch like this.
I'm just curious. The bullpen kind of had its issues Monday and Tuesday. Is that just too many walks? Is there a control issue there? What happened on the big comeback, and then obviously mercifully the ability to stem that and win the game?
Right. Yeah, I think you look at it two different ways. Our bullpen had a fantastic month of June. I think what the success they had was predicated on them attacking the strike zone and getting quick outs and not giving up those free passes and free bases. And the game Monday was just a little uncommon, I think, for the entire group. We had 8 walks and hit a guy and just didn't really give ourselves a very good chance to be successful. The group in general has done a really good job of two things: throwing strikes and eliminating a lot of the hard contact and slug. And the going back to the Guardians series, we had 4 total extra base hits in the entire series. As a group, as the entire pitching staff. So, guys are doing a good job of eliminating that slug, eliminating that damage. But the last 2 games in particular is just about stopping the bleeding. I think those last 2 innings last night, everything was on. Leiter had a hit by pitch on the first guy's face, and then it was, I think, 3 singles. Adbert had 4 singles, and good teams find a way to just keep putting the ball in play and putting pressure on the defense and finding holes and those sort of things. So, we can live with giving up singles and giving up runs, and continuing to work through how to limit the damage in those situations. When you're walking guys though, or giving up slug and not executing pitches, those are the ones that are going to really hurt you down the long run. So obviously it's been a tough one for the last 2 games for these guys, but they continue to work and they've had a really, really good stretch. We're confident in them being able to get back to what they do, but that's all based on them attacking the strike zone, getting ahead, getting strike one, and then putting guys away.
Yesterday, in particular, the issues with the home plate umpire, that was just bizarre stuff. And David Ross got thrown out, and he was adamant about some of the missed calls. He also talked about the closing, the opening, then the closing of the roof. I didn't know you could do that if it wasn't related to weather. That was super weird. I guess they wanted to cut down the shadows in order to help them at the plate. It was just odd.
Yeah, we don't really know the reasoning or the thought process behind the opening and closing. It's one thing to have it let's say, open to start the game, and then you feel weather's coming in, you want to close it, or vice versa, close during the beginning, and then you want to open it to finish the game, whatever. But, it was open before the game, and then they closed it right before the game when Kyle was warming up and guys were warming up. And then they reopened it again when the game was about to start. And then they started closing it again during the game. It's just, you feel, and for whatever reason they decided to do that, you just feel that something like that kind of needs to be controlled by an MLB official, or at least discuss. And I don't know if that is, or if that's something they'll look into. But, it does change the environment. It changes things quickly when shadows start disappearing, or you start seeing different different view of the game. You saw there was a ball belly caught, I think, earlier, maybe in the inning before it started closing, like the sun was in his eyes. Like he's got his hand up trying to catch the ball in center field. He made the catch, but had he'd lost it in the sun. And then next thing you know, it's closed and it's in a different environment. It does change the playing environment in the surface there. So, it's just a weird thing. Obviously, it's only something you're going to deal with in places that have a dome, but not really sure the thought process there.
We saw Daniel Palencia called up, and then he gets the win. Thank you, Ian Happ, in his debut, which was great. Fill us in on him a little bit.
Yeah, it's really amazing to see a kid come in his first major league environment in a division rival tie ball game in the 10th inning, and to his credit, man, just came in and pounded the strike zone through strikes. It has to be some kind of record to be able to get 6 outs on 12 pitches and only face 4 hitters in 2 innings is pretty amazing. We were talking about that last night, just with the 2 double plays and how that all played out. But to control his emotions, like obviously you saw him and Amaya and Morel and those guys walk off the field after the 10th, after the big double play. They were all fired up, and the umpires doing the replay, and we're like, hey, come in, you got to calm down, you're going back out, like we got to get you locked back in and kind of get that adrenaline back down. But I mean, we've seen this kid for a while now. We saw him in spring training. He's got electric stuff. He has the personality to be able to handle the big moments, and he knows when he's right and his stuff plays. Like he's got anything that can get major league hitters out. So it's been a fun path to watch him kind of go from like being a starter to kind of transition to some bullpen stuff. I talked to Adbert Azalai yesterday just about kind of taking him under his wing almost a little bit. The guy that's kind of had a similar kind of trajectory of getting to the big leagues, and he's got the stuff, he's got the mentality. Now it's just about going out there doing it, trusting that everything you've been doing to this point has been working, and let it be fun to watch him. And like I said, it's quite the debut, quite the environment to get your first outing and first major league win.
We'll let you go, and thanks, Tommy, for your time. Just curious on the way out, Hayden Wisniewski back in Iowa getting stretched out as a starter, right?
Yes, yeah. I think it's important right now with where things are to continue to get him stretched out. This time in the bullpen was really good for him to kind of hone in on some of the mechanical things, some of the focuses that we wanted to kind of hit on as a starter, but even more importantly now to make sure he's consistent with the work and stuff he's doing. So I think he did a great job of managing all that in the bullpen. He's a guy that we definitely feel can help us win ball games right now, but also a guy we want to go start testing that out, get stretched out, and get back to being a starter, which we know down the road we definitely want him to do.
Great stuff, Tommy. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time as always.
All right. Have a great day. Thanks, guys.
All right. That is Tommy Haugh, the Cubs pitching coach, and we're going to talk to Ozzie Guillen next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score. Coming up today at 1 with Bernstein and Holmes.
If you're having some shoulder issues, and Michael is, the control.
What Kopech did on Friday night after being skipped or pushed back a little bit,
just reminded you, and it kind of teased us into thinking, is now the time? Has he arrived? Is consistency here? Because
he faced the minimum. They faced the minimum, but he got on base, so he got a hit. So it was otherwise it would have been a perfect game.
27 up, 27 down.
That's unbelievable.
That was it.
He went 8 innings.
That was
He'd never gotten into the 7th.
8 innings, and Pedro Grifol said had he been working on a perfecto or a no-hitter, they would have put him out for the 9th. I like that.
Of course.
But you never know these days.
Really?
Yeah, you never know.
On. The guy has a chance
Pitch
for a perfect game. Get a
conservative. So what if the computer spat out that he was done at 100 and whatever? But Michael Kopech pitching like that, Lucas Giolito, a solid contract year. He is having a solid year, off to a very good start. Those trade rumors will only intensify if the Sox continue to be under 500. And then Lance Lynn, second straight start. I guess you want to build off of that. And then you got Dylan Cease. So those 4 guys are the anchors of this rotation coming around.
Yeah, you feel good about
coming
that.
around. And hey, Garrett Crochet, he was also back in the mix.
Yeah.
Aaron Bummer, had a good conversation with Aaron Bummer Saturday morning and inside the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are coming together.
Joe Kelly might be the best relief pitcher in baseball
right now. He's pitching the equivalent of a no-hitter.
He's unbelievable.
I think 0 hits in his last 9 in that 3rd innings or so.
Be a good time to trade him.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I think it's a little early probably for those kinds of deals to be made. But the ongoing conversation will be about that. Joe Kelly, Lucas Giolito, whoever else shows interest, maybe in Tim Anderson. The balance between competing in a division you think you can win, no matter what your record is, and unloading assets to build for the future and rebuild for the future.
World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series. Juan Uribe with a play, charging it, throwing it, and the White Sox celebrate their first title in 88 years.
No hold bar baseball opinions.
Hold on a second. You're saying if you were the manager right now, I'll be in jail or I'll be alcoholic. Either one. Because of the season that's been. Yes. I'm going to be fired by them by now.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Dan Bernstein kind enough to sit in the rest of the way. And we are delighted to welcome in Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie joins us on the Busey Bank Score hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Ozzie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I enjoyed this weather. Get together with the guys I kind of never see. Scotty Pat and Chuck Garfire. I never see them finally we get reunited together again.
I know, long time no see, and I know that people following your advice would be asking you right now, Ozzie, how that nice cold michelada is tasting at the moment, because I don't know how you would toggle between that and enough Diplomatico to keep you able to watch this White Sox team.
Oh my God, it has been hard. I wish I don't feel anything for them.
Right.
I just do my job and move on. But I have to. I do. I spend all my life with that organization, and the organization gave me a lot of happiness, a lot of sad, and the organization made me who I am, but also made me crazy. A lot of people say I come from Venezuela. I was a normal guy, so I got to this job, and all of a sudden I am who I am. But hey, our job is just try to get the best we can every night. Try to people enjoy themselves and let Rick Hahn and Pedro deal with. But obviously, there's no doubt about it. We feel the way we should be feeling.
Yeah, it is. I spent the weekend exchanging texts with friends of mine that are all Sox fans that are just wondering, why are we watching this? Why do we stay with this? After that series in Oakland, wasn't that just sort of the whistle? Everybody get the hell out, get out of this thing. Don't bother watching. Don't waste your time with it. That was so awful to see the way they played against the team that, so I guess what I'm saying, Ozzie, is I'm sitting here and I realize the Sox have the easiest schedule, the second easiest schedule in baseball, according to Tankathon. But does it matter? Does it matter that the rest of the way the schedule is going to be easy if you can't beat terrible teams?
Well, there's no doubt about it. I think I was waiting for that schedule like everybody else did. I think they're wasting their time. They don't show anyone what kind of ball club they have, what we expect, what we think. I mean, just it's kind of sad with this talent. See what they are, what they do. They find a way to lose it. Even, either way, one pitch away, one hit away, wild pitch. They be losing so many crazy games. You really don't know what to expect. And that's why right now I don't get it, who they're going to play against, who's the team they're going to beat. It's a very tough situation to predict where they are and what they're going to do in the next, put it this way, for the next 3 weeks, when they have to make the decision what they're going to do with this ball club.
It's amazing that we're still at that point. The White Sox are 37-50. That means 13 games under 500. Their low point of the season was 14 games under at 7-21. So they've been this team the whole time, and now not only are you 7 behind the Twins, you're 7 in the loss column behind the Guardians as well. This is the math keeps getting worse and worse and worse, and yet you heard Rick Hahn still try to play it down the middle of what's going to happen. And do you think they just don't want to admit how bad they are, that they can't admit it, or they can't address it yet? Because it just seemed strange to me for a team to lack self-awareness.
That's a good reason Rick went to college and to say the right thing. I don't think Rick is going to be crazy enough to say either side. We got to stay or we got to make trades. You know what I mean? They're not. I don't think it's too smart for that. But in the meanwhile, I called him Christopher Colombo yesterday, but it's like, what? Of course you got to sell. I think we've been watching this team for a long time. I don't see they have a chance. Yeah, they have to play against their own division. Their division is terrible. But in the end of the day, they 13 games under with the worst division to play. And I don't see why we have to believe in them.
Yeah, and I think that the other part of it that is really kind of beyond annoying to people is that because you have to make trades, that Rick Hahn's going to be the guy that does it. You know, Rick Hahn is the guy that supposedly built up this team and wait for the parade and all that. And now he's going to get to be the guy that makes the trades to try to recover from his own handiwork. It just doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense, Ozzy.
Obviously, you know me. Everybody talk about Rick do it because Rick is the GM, but they got to go through Kenny and Jerry. That's no doubt about it. You're not going to make trades just like that and without Jerry no, Kenny no. It's going to be kind of hard for him because we don't know exactly who's going to make the trades, him or with the new GM or the new guy, or just say, you know what, Kenny, you're in charge to do all this, and we move on. We find the general manager later. I hope he still have the job. It's not. I don't want anybody lose his job just because, you know. But I think right now to this point, the question is Rick going to make those moves or somebody else will made it? I think Rick in the past, back then, was a good move when they trade a couple of the guys. Now it seems like, hey, man, you know what I mean? You just, like I said, you never know what's up to those guys, what they're thinking. They have to make a move. I think so. I hope they move the right guy. The shame is this. When you are with another organization, you want the White Sox player. Yes, they asked me about a month ago. But all of a sudden, they're not playing good for you. How are they going to play good when another ball club is in the pennant race? You know what I mean? Just like it's a two different scenario. But I think they have a great talent. The talent is not paying off, not play the way they should be playing. And right now, the front office is in deep problem. I don't think they can even sleep because they win 3, they lose 2, we out. You know, they don't know exactly what decision they have to make. And sometimes they have to make decisions regardless if you got to hurt anybody's feeling. When you have the job, everybody going to hate you. I said last night, when you're managing, general manager, everything, owner, they're going to hate you. At least you win. You know, it's no doubt about it. They love me for a couple months. When we win after that, oh, my God, it's like run this guy out of the town. And nowadays, you see, it wasn't the managers. It wasn't the coaches. No, I don't blame anybody else. But that's the way it is. That's the way it's going to be. And we got to deal with it.
Ozzy, you said something a while ago that said when the White Sox say a player is day-to-day, it means 3 weeks and a surgery. And recently, Michael Kopech they said he was tired. They said he was day-to-day and he was tired, and then said, well, he's hurt. He's not really hurt. He's kind of tired, but he's also kind of hurt. And this is after they revamped their entire infrastructure of training and medicine. If I were a manager of the team, I want to get everybody together and say, hey, everybody right now, if you're hurt, raise your hand. Because if you're tired, I don't care. Get some sleep or get some coffee. But if you're actually hurt, don't tell me after you're bad. Don't tell me after you struggle. How do you handle that as a manager and have that communication be healthy?
Oh, look at the record I have when the guy was hurt or not. Look at the record we have when the Hermes Sandy was there. Look at the record like, hey, this guy's out, it's out. I don't know why everything is a secret. Everything's like, make sure nobody know about it. Listen, social media know everything. And you will find out in a hurry. No matter what they talk about or what they do, for some reason, it's come out of there, and then I just tell him, say, how you handle it? Be a man and face the player. Face the players. I don't know why nowadays the players dictate how they going to handle themselves, and that thing is there's something they got to clean it up. Not just White Sox. I think MLB had to clean that up to let the manager be what he's supposed to be, not a guy like it's to me right now. The manager is a PR department. Talk to the media, but not make any decisions. That's a hard thing about this game right now.
Ozzie, the good news is there is good news. There's one piece of good news, which is that Luis Robert Jr. is not only an all-star, but he looks like a guy, his talent level looks like he could put together a run of all-star seasons. He looks like a guy that really the sky is the limit. The problem is, as much as you want to get excited and get out over the front of your skis on this one, that he's yet to play 100 games in an MLB season, and we just don't know if he's going to be healthy enough to put together the kind of run a guy with his talent should.
You say it. By the way, he said it. My biggest thing in this season is not hit 100 home runs and 200 RBI. My biggest goal is just to play the most games I play. It has been great, man. It's just, oh my God. Now I think it's hopefully you learn a strike zone. Make sure you don't chase that many pitches and out of strike zone. And this kid is boy. Defensively, running the bases. Once in a while we're going to make mistakes. It's a kid, throwing the wrong base or shooting the bad pitch. But meanwhile, the talent this man has is unreal. What kind of talent he has, and I like the way he's doing his stuff. I like the way he go by his business. You can see him very, very humble, and I think this kid, wow, he got a chance to be a good one, great one. I have a great chance to do that.
What do you see in around the edges with Dylan Cease that's really sort of taken him from a great pitcher to a pretty good pitcher? Does the stuff look different to you? Does the approach look different to you? It just looks like a lot of small things are adding up to make him something less than he was when he had it all going.
Man, you know what? I don't know. It's so many information out there. So many stupid things like do this, do that. Just let the guys go and let them figure out. All the song, I believe in video. Yes, I do believe in videos. I believe in helping. Yes, I do. But sometimes it just one thing's little too much kill people. I think right now is find a way to get better. But little mistake, you're going to lose again because they don't score that many runs. And in the end of the day, I see the same stuff. It's just not throwing strikes. It's behind the count, deep counts, short outings. But I see the same stuff there. It's a lot better right now. Oh, a lot better. And I think you're going to continue to get better. This kid's a keeper. This kid's nobody had to play with this kid.
What will be different this time around for Oscar Colas? And do you believe that he won't be heading back down, that this is it, that he will be a major leaguer the rest of the way here?
It's a funny thing about it because, they sent it to the minor league. Yes, he got a good, he got months. He's in the bat very well. Cannot say it's 100% better. If they 100% going to be better, of course. It was very bad at the beginning. Just like that's you don't have to be a genius to figure that out. And I want this kid to have fun, believe in himself, let him play to see what they can give him there, and hopefully for the best. And if he's not doing it, they just let him play to see. Yeah, and they just let him see what's going on and go from there because I believe this kid has a lot of talent. I believe this kid can do a lot of great things. Yes, we'll have to wait and see how he's going to handle the big league.
He said something that I found interesting through his interpreter, where he said it was about preparation and it was about the difference between AAA and the majors when it comes to the quality of the pitching and understanding you have to work an entire at-bat for one pitch sometimes, and not to take for granted that you're going to have more than one chance to barrel something up. So from a mental perspective, how difficult is it for him to make that leap to think ahead and to have an approach and an awareness when he's in the box?
Oh, now everything is mental. Everything is that you got talent, man. And when you got to play good or you got to play bad. That's it. You got to take a little while to see the difference between big league and AAA. Of course, you're a kid, you're a baby. But in the meanwhile, all the excuses they make, all the stuff they make, I think is unnecessary. Because I think when you're ready to play in the big league, you're ready to play in the big league. You see a lot of kids from Latin America coming up, and they play good from the go-getter from the beginning. Obviously, another guy take a little while to put his foot together in the big league level. But I know Cola's got potential. Hopefully, that potential is coming out. They be patient, and that's it. You know what I mean? So one thing about to be patient with the guy is a real prospect, and be patient with the guys is 50-50. I think right now, Cola's in a great situation to perform, because I believe this kid's going to be the future right fielder of this ball club.
So, Yohan Moncada, he could start a rehab assignment after the All-Star break. We heard that from Pedro Grifol yesterday. Mike Clevenger, he could return in the first or second turn of the rotation after the All-Star break. We heard that again from Pedro Grifol. Liam Hendriks could be thrown off the mound by this weekend, according to Pedro. Are there reinforcements on the way? Is that what we call reinforce? How do we even look at that news?
Wow! Pack it in. Give the trophy out. We play with those guys together. There's nothing happened. Nothing. No, everybody know how much I love Moncada. Oh my God, I love this kid. I think he had a great potential. I think got a great chance to be, a great player, not just like what we see. But you know what I mean? I wish we see something different when those guys was with the club. I will be very excited about it. But it's I don't see anything different. It's nice. It's nice to see those guys back. When they sign Clevenger, they know they're going to face this. Exactly, they know they're going to face this. And then next year, the White Sox looking for free agents, looking for this ball club better. How about make sure my bench is strong enough to compete when those guys are not playing? How about that? You know what I mean? Every time they come out, they bring people out of nowhere, and they expect to do good. They've been lucky with few players. But when those guys back, I think this thing it should be more fun to watch. By those guys are going to take them to the next level. I wish I can say yes.
Well, and then there's the question of how, if you are going to sell, and they've decided, and maybe they won't tell us that, like you say, and they're like, look, this isn't going anywhere. The question is, how deep does the sale go then?
They say it's only guys with expiring contracts.
But then, I mean, if you're not keeping, if Hendriks is good, he goes. You might have all kinds of opportunity because these teams are going to ask for big names.
Jerry doesn't want Hendriks to go.
Okay, that can be that's still bad baseball. Then if you're making decisions based on that, and I understand it sounds bad because of what he's fought back for, but
wait, I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you. If I find another team, I don't pick Hendriks right now. I don't. I know it's a great pitcher, but I don't think he's ready to help me in the playoff spot. I don't think that'll help me to give one. I should not wait for a year. Of course I will take. I'll take that guy in the heartbeat. But right now, you know the ball club fighting for the pennant race. That's the last guy I have to think about it.
Great stuff, Ozzy. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. See ya.
That is Ozzy Guillen.
Hit him straight.
Yeah. He's I got to tell you, I mean, he's right. No offense to Liam Hendriks, but you don't know if he's healthy, if he's back, if he's okay. You just have no idea. And it's a But I do think that there's supposedly anybody not nailed down that has an expiring contract is ready to go.
Even if they don't,
it's all bad bullpen pieces. You know, you got
somebody calling for Joe Kelly right now. So no one wants Lance Lynn. You know, if you're doing business right now, if you're actually open for business,
you got Giolito.
They're fine, but they're going to ask about. They'll ask about Eloy. They'll ask about Robert. They're going to ask about your good players.
Yeah, I don't know how they do that. I don't know how they justify it.
I don't know, because this thing is, if you're talking about where the window was.
The window is long gone. There's no question about that. All right, 312-644-6767. We'll talk about it next. Mully and Haugh, he's Dan Bernstein on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play.
What you hear from the White Sox is, hey guys, we figured it out. Here's your product. We did it. We didn't need to do everything else that everybody else did. We found some gems in the Dominican Republic and in Cuba, and we have some guys we've traded for. Guys, we did it. Here, look, our championship window's here. It's like the stupidest thing the good teams in baseball do not operate that way. Like you said, the Dodgers don't just whip up a roster and say, hey, guys, we did it. Look, here it is.
Here you go. Here's our team. Here's our team. And they thought they did that, and then, we're ready to win, so anybody can manage it.
Right.
So let me bring in Tony.
Guys, we put together the best team. The rest of the league is just full of idiots. Look what we did. Look who we have. We're so good, I'm going to bring in Tony La Russa. And the issue there for me, not even with Tony La Russa, but just the makeup and construct of the Chicago White Sox team, when the Oakland A's were performing at a high level, people wanted to mirror what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays are there, and they've been doing it for a decade, like for so long. And the White Sox can't just eat a slice of humble pie and say, you know what, where our organization is, who we are in the grand scheme of Major League Baseball, this is probably the best way to do it. But they're so stubborn that they think that they can outsmart everyone, and they have their own path, their own way. And we've seen what kind of product they've put on the field as a result of it. And it is, like you mentioned, Spiegs, a team that has no margin for error. They can't go get a Christopher Morel or a Matt Mervis to bring up to shake up the team. They can't recall a Javier Assad to go be a innings eater, reliever, or a starter if need be. That doesn't exist for the White Sox. And so that's the most frustrating part, is that there's nowhere to move. And so now you're stuck with a team that can't be better than what they are. And that's the frustrating part as a White Sox.
No, it's
Good luck mañana.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And thanks to Dan Bernstein for coming in early and sitting in with us. And Dan, fun to talk to Ozzy. He's
always.
He's great. And, you know, I got to tell you, I know you've got friends that are asking you the same question. And I know we're contractually obliged to watch a certain amount of baseball, but that series in Oakland, that pretty much did me in.
That sent
was
the
end
message.
Well,
that sent the message to you that maybe there are other things worth your time. Because you know what happened on our show with that series, right?
No.
Okay, so I had to sweat out that last game.
Because
because I looked at the and I look. This
I remember you saying that to us.
And I said
this is the worst team.
They're not even a major league team.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I said the way this is going for the White Sox season, the Sox season has been designed to torture us. It has been created by the baseball gods to make us as miserable as possible,
Yeah.
and to have to make people stupid, to make the dumbest possible people still believe in this team. So what's going to happen is they're obviously going to sweep this series.
Yeah,
they're going to be 3.5 games out, and dumb people are going to think the Sox are good,
Yeah.
and then we're going to have to spend time getting ourselves worked up trying to tell dumb people that the Sox are still bad. So Lauren's like, don't be so sure they're going to sweep. And I said, they're going to sweep. And he said, well, what if they don't sweep? He said, well, what if the White Sox lose 2? I said, if the White Sox lose 2 games, I'll buy the Starbucks order for everybody on the show. Whatever you guys want. They all get their foofy drinks and they can do that. I said, I'll pick it up because I never get anything. They get it every day and I never get anything. So I said, I got it. And he said, and if the Sox get swept, we're all going to Gene and Giorgetti's. I am buying steak and red wine and onion rings and cottage fries for all of us.
Great old fashioned Chicago joint.
That's
Wonderful
my place.
place.
Wonderful people.
Yep.
Family owned.
The everything salad, whatever that is.
The garbage, yeah.
Thank you.
It's the
garbage
best.
salad.
It's the best. And so I said I was that confident. So you know how it all went down. And then we had Stone on. Stone tried to talk me out of it. On Saturday, when they lose, first they lose Friday night, and then they lose that game Saturday, and my phone's going crazy, including Stoney. How about that sweep? How's that going for you? I'm like, get off my phone, bastard. And then they're up 8-3 on Sunday. And I turn it off, and my dad texts me. He's like, are you watching the Sox game, by the way? I said, no. He said, you probably want to turn it on. And I put it on. That was the difference between $60 of a Starbucks order, if they really just go to town like it's an NFL hazing dinner. If they
$350 for
a grand.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? For Layla, Ray, Studs, Lawrence, and me? With all
well, I'm sure
all
you
told,
wouldn't even be ordering.
I'm just right. But I'm saying I'm tipping all. It's the difference between $60 and $1,000.
I'll have
These damn White Sox.
I'll have the warm water, please.
Nah, you don't go there. You make sure you get yourself a nice bloody piece of meat, crisp around the edges and pink and purple in the middle.
312-644-6767. Mike is on the south side. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, y'all had Ozzy Guillen on that, but one thing is, I went to that game last night with a group of us. Talk about the manager once in a while, because this guy's pulling all the shots, right? Why are you bringing Joe Kelly in again? You know what? It's the same results every time he comes in the game. He constantly puts in Kelly and Lopez in high leverage situations to blow games. And I don't understand why wasn't Milton.
He brings him in specifically to blow the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's actually the goal.
Yeah, but it does feel that way, Mike. It does feel that every time. I listen. I wish I could say something about the manager, but we're not allowed. I think Rick will get upset. Could the manager be one and done? I think that was the question I asked John
Heyman
that really set Rick off. And then the next week I asked John, could Hahn be decade and done? Because
one and done when one is a decade. Yes.
But honestly, you wonder why people are employed. you just wonder what they're doing. They clearly thought that if they could just get rid of Tony La Russa, that they could get somebody who would do exactly what they told him to do. No offense to Pedro, but that's what he was brought in for, right? Just
that's what managers
do what you're told
That's
to.
what all managers do now.
And I'm not blaming him. Rick Hahn had said it was his fault. I took him at his word. Of course it is. Yeah, we all know that. But nobody seems to sit up and take notice to anything that's happening. And now we're going to pretend like, well, there's plenty of time. They can still get back into it. And, no longer are we talking about the idea that if they get back into it, that's not the standard. We have to make some noise. We have to be able to win the World Series. And he said yesterday something along the lines of, well, if we do get back into it, then all of a sudden that means we've won some games to get back in. Come on now.
That's a parallel universe. It reminds me of the moving of the goalposts that we lived through with the Bulls. It was the same thing. Where they start the year, our expectations are to improve on our performance last year. Okay, you were in a playoff series last year. You won one game in that playoff series. That would mean the goal would be at a minimum to win more than one game in a playoff series, an actual playoff series. And then that changed. And they said, well, we're not going to do anything at the deadline, and then we're going to use these games to figure out what we have, and we're pleased with these pieces, and we like the direction that we're going. And then the play-in became the playoffs, oddly, even though it's not. And they just started talking about it as if it were, well, the play-in. Well, we were in the play-in. There's extra games that we're playing. And it just had this feeling of slowly congealing into something cold and gross, and
they were oozing.
It was just a blob of ugh. And that's it. It feels the same way with this. We've gone from you gotta go put the little paper eyes to stick right in there, and yes, 4 people get that reference, but just the idea of it being this is okay. Well, now this is still kind of okay. No, it's not.
Yeah.
You're supposed to win the World Series. You know what your Fangraphs chances right now are of winning the World Series? 0.0.
Is that right?
Yes.
They've done it.
You're at 0.0. I think to make the playoffs, you're at 3.1% chance. That's what you're betting on right now?
Saying there's a chance.
That's what you're betting on. You are putting your chips there on that 3.1.
I mean, the thing that really is annoying about the Sox is that they have like this same issues year in, year out. They have the same problems. They act surprised when guys go down. They can't believe that, oh, look, we found this utility player. You're not going to believe how
But the
good this guy
entitlement
is.
and ignoring that with the offseason, we're entitled because we were all hurt last year. There's no way we're going to be hurt this year. You're hurt every year.
Yeah.
Well, that won't happen again. We have new people in place. The best men, then they're smart people, and they come in and they wear white coats and they say things about who can play when, and we'll get it all together and a new manager and a new coaching staff, new everything, and we'll be healthy. Okay.
Luis Robert is a good baseball player. He's got a lot of different things he can do. If he could stay healthy for like a nice little run here, he could be a really good guy that you could go out and watch play. I don't know that there are many more. I'm not sure who else I would say, well, he's worth the price of admission. Everybody seems to, somehow the Sox seem to bring out the worst in everyone.
No.
Is that not accurate?
There's an organizational motto for you. That's one of those airline magazine posters, right? Our marching orders as an organization, let's make everyone worse.
But
Got it.
Didn't that kind of happen? Didn't everybody just get worse?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want to single out the Sox.
No, but then the Sox will get ridiculously excited about a bad player, like Zach Remillard. Is he good? No.
Did you see that Romy Gonzalez?
There's another one.
But he got put on the 60-day IL yesterday, right?
He did?
Romy, yeah.
What did he do now?
He's got right shoulder inflammation, and I think they moved him to the 60-day injured list. I think they needed a 40-man spot. Did they not bring up Brian Shaw from AAA? Maybe he wasn't on the 40. I don't know, but they definitely put Romy on the 60-day injured list.
That was your starting right fielder to begin the season.
Yeah. Well, I thought.
Well, they had Kolas, and then
Kolas.
but then they decided that Romy was an outfielder.
Okay. Yeah.
At one point.
And I like Romy because I like that story. I like the way he wasn't invited to Schaumburg, and he worked his rear end off, and he suddenly started to make a little bit of a push. But man, there's just so many things to dislike about the White Sox. John is in Joliet. Hey, John.
Good morning, guys. Not only is the window closed, it's nailed shut and it's got plastic on it. That's how bad this team is. It's dreadful, but I torture myself and watch anyway because I just imagined, what if all those players that they picked up 6-7 years ago were as good as Robert is right now? We'd be in Haugh heaven. But unfortunately, I can't even give away tickets to Sox games or sell them for $20 less than price value. That's how bad it is.
But wait a second here. I'm not quite buying your explanation for why you continue to torture yourself based on an image in your head of what could have been.
Well, what's wrong with it? I just think that the Sox, when they brought this to us and they said, this is the team, this is what we're going to have, and the nucleus, I was ecstatic. But
no,
I'm
John,
a Sox fan. I torture myself. I watch it.
Yeah, you're correct to do so, and we appreciate the call. I think what he's saying is, imagine if Yohan Moncada was the player that you thought he was, the number one prospect in baseball at one point, right? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that is a reminder to people that just because a guy's a number one prospect in baseball doesn't mean that he's going to be a great player. Imagine if Tim Anderson were a good player. He's not even a good player right now.
Oh, he's beyond not a good player.
No. And I'm saying
he's underwater.
All those guys, right? Dane Dunning came in.
He's having a good year.
He's having a good year. So is Lance Lynn. No. Lucas Giolito, right? Ronaldo. These were trades that were made that if all those guys had been good, it would have. Michael Kopech.
I know, but these trades are forever ago. These trades are 100 years ago.
One guy turned out to be a player. One guy.
Well, Eloy Jimenez, if he's proving to be a close to a replacement level outfielder, you might have something of a little more value in that. If you can put him out there without him getting hurt or hurting other people.
Right. He has power when he gets going, but there's not much, Dan. There's not much of this group. I think John's right. I think the promise of all these guys has quickly dissipated, disappeared, run off on us. All right, we got to get to Chris Chelios. We're going to bring Chelly in, find out how he enjoyed the Chicago street race, first of all, and then find out if it's good to have a prospect camp where no one goes on the ice. It's a little odd. Mully and Haugh, we've got Dan Bernstein on the score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m.
Romy Gonzalez he's actually producing the hardest hit, the highest velocity baseball among the White Sox. Is that the strangest statistic you've ever heard?
It is.
How is that possible?
It is when your teammate is Luis Robert and you play in a lineup with guys who hit the ball really hard. Moncada, Luis Robert Jr. I would not think that Romy Gonzalez would be the guy at the top of that list. Jake Berger?
Oh, yeah. Eloy is on that team. I believe Gavin Sheets has been known to hit a home run at home as well. Holy cow.
I like what Romy had to say about just how free he has played once he decided to just try to have fun again. And he was pressing because, he was kind of thrust into action. Sure. Elvis Andrus was hurt.
Yeah.
Was he ready? He was playing a really different role.
Yes.
He was, I think, thrust into the outfield. That's the right word to use. Mm-hmm. And you wondered, what are they trying to do here? Force him into being a super utility kind of guy. And now the question is, since he has come back, I don't even think it's a question, Mully. Elvis Andrus will come back and he's on a rehab assignment. But
he's supposed to be back this homestand.
It's an easy solution, though.
Yeah.
You don't take a guy this hot out of the lineup for a 35-year-old infielder coming back from an injury.
No, I wasn't suggesting that.
No, I'm not saying you were.
Right.
But I think some people are now wondering what happens when Andrews comes back. Where do you find the bats for Romy? As long as he is hot, he is hitting.
Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score. Dan Bernstein sitting in with us today, and we are delighted to welcome in Chris Chelios. He joins us, as all guests do, on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Chelly, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
So tell us about the race. I was very curious because I saw a ton of boats on the water and a ton of people. And, I thought it was actually surprisingly cool. I wasn't expecting that, although I got a text from a buddy of mine who said that you probably face people driving faster than that on the morning down Lakeshore Drive because the weather really slowed them down.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. I mean, I'm not a big NASCAR guy, but if we had the chance to watch it on TV in the suites we were in, and on TV it did it justice. It was like, to see trees and the setting. You talk to the drivers, we've talked to a few of them, and they loved it. The track was different. It wasn't the normal type track. It had a little bit of everything. I think they had 7 or 8, caution flags, and everybody looks waiting for the crash. But overall, I think they did a great job. It's just too bad the night before, the concerts and the entertainment got canceled. But overall, I think the city, they're worried about the traffic. I mean, the traffic is what it is in Chicago. I thought it was an incredible event.
That's why I'm wondering how they're going to look at the economic totals on this. How are they going to try to say, if the concerts went off, we would have made this, this, and this? I mean, it's really hard to look at the hard budgeting for this year and look at the expenditure of resources and have an idea of what's worth doing again. I don't know what they're going to try to build into it looking forward.
Yeah, I mean, financially, I really don't know the logistics on that, but I don't think it was so much that the entertainment got canceled, but one of the guys at Charlie Jones, who was one of the founders of Lollapalooza, he was trying to market the racers and the drivers in a different way, and it's really too bad because they're hesitant to do it the night before on Saturday. But like I said, he had this whole production of bringing all the drivers in on stage and interviewing them and bringing a new look at NASCAR. And it's just a shame, that went down, and wasn't able to show on TV. But it just takes time. But I hope they do it again. Financially, you're right. There's no telling on how many people didn't come or the delay, hotels, that
right.
Stuff kind of. But like I said, overall, I think the city, they should give it another go. It's just, record-breaking rain on that day. That was unfortunate.
I also enjoyed watching the rookie class of the Blackhawks wandering around town together. Seeing them all at Wrigley was kind of funny. I mean, Bedard throws out the first pitch, but he's surrounded by those guys. It's like it was amusing to me that they were kind of traveling en masse. They want them all to get to know each other.
Yeah, they're still in town. I talked to Luke Richardson yesterday. They haven't been on the ice at all, but they're doing different things like, taking them to Wrigley Field. I'm sure those Canadian kids probably never been to a baseball game in their lives, unless they're from Toronto. But to go to Wrigley, they must have been really impressed. And then most of they're doing boxing. Don't ask me why, but they're doing a lot of boxing this week. They brought in Ben Eager's trainer Barry, and Luke Richardson's been taking the brunt of it. He's been the punching bag for all these kids. It's actually kind of funny.
She's Ben Eager. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. That goes back. So what is the league saying, or what are you hearing about how quickly the Blackhawks are moving into a competitive phase? And I know that fans get greedy because of this draft class, and then they see some accomplished veterans being added to the roster. When should this be expected to arm itself?
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes to hear rebuild. Obviously getting Connor Bedard first pick overall, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. It totally changed how aggressive the Hawks got. You looked at all those signings that were from out of North Hall, Taylor Hall, Foligno, Corey Perry. So they've gotten aggressive, and they want to surround, Connor Bedard to succeed. And I think it's great. The people, I've never seen this buzz, in Chicago. I wasn't here when they went on their run for the Cups with the enemy, but this is great that they're doing this, and it just, I can't wait till the season starts. And I still don't know. I tried to get it out of Luke yesterday. Who's going to center Connor Bedard? It's unfortunate that Ty Domi's kid Max signed with Toronto. I was kind of hoping he'd come back. He would have been a great fit with Bedard. But yeah, they've got totally. No one was expecting these moves, and I think it's great for the Blackhawks.
What's kind of cool about it is not only is it this year's draft class, but you're hearing guys talking about Kevin Korchinski having like man strength. He's gotten bigger. He's put on whatever 8 or 10 pounds or whatever it is. There is a really good draft class that they took last year that is also going to be ready to do some damage.
Right, and it's not like the kid Reichel they had him in the minors. He came up back and forth, but I think they're going to have to. You don't want to throw young kids into the fire here, but the way like I said, I have all the confidence in the world that Luke Richardson is going to ease them in and make it comfortable for them. But again, young kids, they don't think, they just play, and I got a feeling we're going to be surprised at the Hawks this year. I do think they'll be a playoff contender, just with the moves they've made alone and all these young picks that they've had.
That's great. Chris, thank you. Great catching up. Appreciate
it. You bet, you guys. Take care.
That is Chris Chelios. He's got a great life. He's going out, taking the boat up to go to the race. And, I mean, he's out going to baseball games. He's living it. He's doing great.
Well, I mean, he paid his dues.
Oh, I know. He played hockey forever.
Right, he played professional hockey for 40 years. I think you're kind of you're entitled
I'm
after
just
a
saying,
while.
he seems like he's enjoyed his life. I wonder, Dan, and looking at Connor Bedard, they draft him, and he shows up, and he's got like this lump on his nose because he caught a high stick on the previous Saturday because he's down there and he wants to get on the ice. I wonder if if he's enjoying this, meeting all the guys, but nobody playing hockey. I'm guessing that he wants to get on the ice.
Of course he did. I'm sure he's completely overwhelmed. But as much of a star as he's going to be, people are already talking about are you going to have a bodyguard on ice like they did for Gretzky back in the day? And I'm thinking, the game's changed so much that speed just absolutely kills. And it's not like guys are going to go over and cross-check him in the face to send a message the way it used to be. I mean, he's small. He's going to get knocked around a little bit, but it's not 1983 the way this game is played. So I'm not concerned that he needs some sort of like on-ice caretaker who's always watching out for him, like one of those the Edmonton goons they had protecting Gretzky. People love the romance of that idea of hockey, but this kid's so fast. I mean, you watch somebody try to catch him. You got to find him first if you want to hit him.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Dan Bernstein for another hour here before he does his show.
Oh, that's right. I have a show that I'm going to do.
And I'll stay with you.
No, you go home. Go to sleep.
Yeah, Lawrence will be mad if I do that, so I won't. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on the Score. Can't listen on the radio.
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this up.
Hector Villanueva spelled backwards as Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
good.
Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean Will Ferrell, like his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a
the
newer
essence.
type of character. Yeah,
so it was just doing the essence of somebody.
He crushed
It's a newer type of situation.
100%.
His was more, hey everybody, let's go. But you gotta get down here a little bit if you're gonna do Harry. You know what I'm saying?
You do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh my God! Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you better import, something better than that. All right, that's enough. Settle down back there. Got this guy. He's all hyper. I got to take care of it. My voice is gonna die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need, Harry.
I'm gonna hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they were on microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy on second base. I see the guy on second base. I see him already. The ball goes over the. Oh yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Wouldn't this guy identify if someone was on base? Like as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly. He's on second base. He's outside. He got there. And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
Usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire. I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon.
It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course.
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years
because it got
killed and people hated it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know that's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it.
Alzolay now in a jam.
It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the score. And we remember Michael Kay from his butchery of Cubs names back in the day. About a week ago, 10 days ago, whatever. And Dan Bernstein is here this morning. And Dan, Michael Kay, your buddy, he did a game where he's talking about Wilson Contreras. Where were they playing? I think they were playing. Was this on a national thing with ESPN, or was
it was on the
local?
Yes Network?
The Yes Network. Okay, so he's on the Yes Network. He's doing the game, and he has more information than he knows what to do with. Take a listen to this.
Well, you'll get that occasional catcher, maybe like this little battery here with Kisner and Flaherty, that they're very comfortable together, and then Contreras will catch everybody else. With Contreras coming over here for the first time, he's seen these pitchers in the same division when he's with the Cubs, so it isn't like it's a surprise that he doesn't know what they're throwing.
Well, I was in London last weekend to do the Cubs-Cardinals game, and I found out something. I was talking to a lot of the Cardinal people. Jeff, you're not going to believe this. The reason that they took Contreras out from behind the plate, he was calling pitches that the pitcher on the mound didn't have.
How do you do that? I mean, you're in the same division.
Right. He would be calling for a cutter for a pitcher that didn't throw a cutter. Like the pitchers were going crazy.
He was hitting against these guys when he was with the Cubs.
Yep. Maybe it was just
maybe he has no clue what the scouting report was. You think it would be an easier adjustment to come over to the Cardinals and catch the same guys you've been facing all these years.
So there you go. Willie didn't know.
Yeah, but that's missing the point. That's Michael Kay and whom? Because it has nothing to do with being in the same division. No. You're on that team.
Well, that's
it's not an opposing scouting report.
No, you have to learn the pitchers that you are.
If this is true, and it's also very possible.
Yeah.
That you've got emerging factions in St. Louis, and we know because of how messily it was handled. Because you remember, he's no longer catching, and be like, what the hell? You signed this guy from your own division, and now you're surprised that he's not that great a receiver or a handler of pitchers. And what are you doing? And they're like, oh wait, we're reversing course, and we're wrong. And I don't know if somebody got to Ali Marmol or what happened.
Yeah.
But then they said, oh, of course he's our catcher, and ignore what we said before. So it's very possible somebody could pull Michael Kay aside and say, hey, it's not the pitchers. Wilson Contreras sucks, and here's why. And he was screwing up all the pitchers. All the pitchers are really good.
Well, doesn't it sound more like it's not Ali Marmol?
It could be anything.
It seems like a defense of the manager at the
and him
expense
trying to put it on Mosaic and say, look, he never asked for this guy.
He signed him, and look what he brought me.
Right. That's possible. But it's also, we know that the pitching side was grumbling themselves, that they were unhappy, that they thought that their numbers were bad because of the catcher. But it's just a weird conversation, because for him to say, well, he should know the pitchers because he's in their division. He's on their team. He's the guy who has, you know what you do in spring training? You catch them.
Yeah.
What do you throw?
Right.
Would you like to go to dinner?
But he was in the division.
That has nothing to do with it. So what? It's one thing if you just got traded to the team mid-season and you're just popped in there. Here, go, start, figure it out. But he's been with the team. He can actually discuss with the pitchers what they want to throw, and I don't know what pitches they have. Because that something sounds kind of funky in this whole thing here.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's some oddity going on. I don't think that's any real shock or surprise. But I look at the Cubs, where they're at, and it seemed weird that they were just going to get rid of Wilson Contreras, and they didn't need Wilson Contreras.
It didn't if you were really paying attention to what was being said, and if you looked at catcher ERA.
Yeah.
For almost all of their pitchers had better ERAs with catchers other than Wilson Contreras. That wasn't a secret. And I was fighting against it the whole time. Oh, my goodness. How could they get... They obviously made a decision to go on the side of defense and framing.
Yes, and they made the right decision.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Because my beef with this Cubs team, and I think they made the right decision with the catcher, my beef with this Cubs team, and I've asked Jed directly about it. What we're seeing with a Cubs team with very little margin for error, they have no power.
Right.
They don't have power pitching. They don't have power hitting. It is the coin of the realm in Major League Baseball. That's what wins. Ball go far, team go far, and strike out opposing hitters. Blow them away and hit home runs. And the Cubs have decided to do something opposite of that for now. And it's a really delicate operation that they've tried to put together, and then you need your left fielder to throw out two guys to save a win, to stare into the abyss. Go out there and jack the ball over the fence and strike people out and beat a team 8-1 every once in a while and get out of there.
Well, we knew all year, and they made no bones about it, that they did not have power hitting. They did not have enough power at the corner positions, and in fact, just the whole move in Bellinger there was to try to get a little more power because their whatever their plan was didn't work. Bringing up a guy from Mervis and thinking that he was going to solve your power issue.
And recognizing that eventually Patrick Wisdom went back to being a minor leaguer.
Right.
So you're going to force feed Morel at third where he's overwhelmed defensively.
Well, he was also, man, he was bad yesterday on the base paths.
Terrible. It's got to go through.
Double dog.
It's got to go through. Yeah, you have one rule there.
Oh, my God.
You have one rule on a line drive.
Terrible.
Don't go anywhere until you're sure it's through.
I believe that's when I gave you a WTF about their base running at that point. And then lo and behold, somehow the opponent was worse. If that's possible, the Brewers were just awful, getting doubled up left and right and having guys thrown out at home plate repeatedly. That was incredible.
Yeah, but didn't that game, let's be honest, if you look at
they had to win that game.
That was, they stared into the abyss.
Oh, that was
they peered into the baseball abyss yesterday.
Oh my God!
And it was
when they blew another lead, and then they end up going into extra innings. You're sitting there like, this is really bad.
That was it.
Yeah,
and it was.
That was it. That was the must-win statement game that Dustin talks about.
Well, it's every once in a while, you know, after the fact, you know it when you see it. And when Ian Happ was throwing lightning bolts like Zeus from Olympus, looking at the baseball Grim Reaper and telling him, not today. You're not going to come for this Cubs team today.
You do that twice in extra innings, right?
And you know what? We're going to have Ian on at noon today.
Oh, that's
and
great.
Give him all of his propers and his kudos and his hosannas.
Oh, that was really impressive. That was some. That was exactly the play you had to have twice when you had to have.
That is raging against the dying of the light, is
That's
what
right.
that is.
That's right.
It is, and needing that, and that's where when they say, you know, get out of there before they change the scoreboard on you, and you go back to the hotel and you get a drink, and you think, oof, okay, well now you got to go win the next two. And maybe you're cooking again. It's just insane that they're the only team in the division with a positive run differential.
So we had a chance to talk to Tommy Haugh earlier in the show, and one of the things we asked him about at the end of the interview was just, you know, Hayden Wisniewski going back down to Iowa to stretch out, and he's going to be used as a starter. Doesn't that underscore or kind of emphasize the fact that he's going to be needed in the starting rotation? In other words, doesn't that verify to a certain extent that there are going to be trades at the deadline involving some starting pitchers. Do you believe that, or do you not?
Not necessarily. I subscribe to the idea of you can never, ever, ever have enough starting pitching, and you should always be looking for redundant pieces. So you're not the White Sox having to start Tanner Banks and Jesse Scholtens. That should making sure you have enough arms should constantly be a priority on this team. And they have developed guys, they have produced guys, but Wisniewski's failures this year have been a headwind for them because Tyone's been so awful.
Yes.
And had
What
he
was
been
that deal? $68 million.
It's too bad.
It's a
And-
long road to hoe for
Well-
a guy like that. He's just got here. He clearly doesn't belong here, but you really have little choice as to how you're going to handle him.
There's still an emergency break glass fix with Tyone.
Yeah.
And that's get rid of this sweeper.
Well,
Because his pitch mix, he was a better pitcher when he was using more of a gyro slider, more of a depth slider than a sweeping slider. And the velocity's way down. It has altered his release, just like Wisniewski. Same thing. The problem he's had is in changing the angle and the sweep of that pitch, he's not able to throw his fastball from the same spot. So you're giving up a little bit of velocity there to make sure you're tunneled. And what you can do with Tyone is just say, hey, we're going to reset you to your factory defaults. Forget it. Go back to doing what you were doing when you were good. But I don't think you can do it in the middle of a season.
well, I don't know about that. I do know that this is sort of a failed experiment at this point. And I don't know. I mean, he needs like a reset. He needs a reset over the All-Star break. I'm just saying, I would try to give him as much time as humanly possible to change something or do something different.
I'm starting to
I don't
get
know how
like
else-
Tyler Chatwood vibes.
Ooh.
Of somebody who you know has great stuff and
Yeah.
just makes you crazy. And the problem that I have, and I talked to Coomer about it, he doesn't pitch with conviction. And part of this is just me projecting, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's because we all feel weird.
Because you have no conviction.
But it never seems like you can see it. Like even when Alzolay is going bad,
Yeah.
he looks like he thinks that next pitch he's gonna get you.
Yeah.
And there's an approach to it, and there's a rhythm, especially now with the pitch clock. There's a rhythm to get the sign and pick your spot and see the previous swing. And Tyone just looks like he's grasping. Like, well, maybe this one. Oh, that didn't work. Maybe I'll try this one. I guess we'll do this again. And I know part of this is my own projection, but you can see when a pitcher is trusting what he's got, and I don't see it with him.
I just think that everything that you have heard regarding what their plan is for Marcus Stroman would indicate their plan is to trade him at the trade deadline.
At the moment, I think that's probably a prudent decision.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he has too much leverage for you to be able to kind of figure out a way past that. So you almost are running out of opportunities with him because of the fact that he can just leave and there's nothing you can do about it. Whether he wants to stay or not, they clearly don't want to give him an extension.
And that's part of it too. And look at what he and his agents did. They made the decision to make a leverage play on a great first half.
Yeah.
Because he's in a situation here where that's what they've decided. They were going to push in based on a tremendous first half from Marcus Stroman. He's an all-star. He's worth 2.4 wins above replacement. And I started noticing a couple weeks ago that there was some potential regression in the spread in between his primary numbers and some of the secondary statistics, some of the peripheral statistics. Because you look at the fact that he has been pitching to a 254 batting average of balls in play. It was down at 234 a couple weeks ago. It's gone up 20 points in the last couple of weeks. His career batting average of balls in play is 297. So I know some of this is better infield defense. Some of this is the fact that he's got Swanson and Horner behind him. But his home run to fly ball rate, I don't think is sustainable. I see the difference between a 2.76 ERA and a 3.6 expected fielder independent pitching. Which, if the sooner you trade him, if you're going to do that, you may want to do it before some of these warning signs. And obviously, major league teams can see more than I do, and they've got more proprietary stuff and more information than I do. But this is free and available to anybody, and there are clearly some warning signs in here that he was outplaying some of his early numbers.
So, what happens now? When do you, if you believe that yesterday was this moment in the season that changes it, what does that mean? Does that just stave off the harder decisions?
Yeah, let's
wait and see how it goes.
Unlike the White Sox, when they say we have to wait and see, and everybody knows what we're dealing with here.
The Cubs legitimately need to wait and see. The Cubs they were playing that second game in London, and if they win that game, they're 500, and they're coming back like 3 games back. They lose that game, and then they run afoul of some issues.
Well, and you notice too that, and I predicted this would start happening, that players and others would, and around the team would give you we're not using this as an excuse. But we did go to London and we came back, and then the issues with the smoke, and you knew that against their better judgment, as this happened to be coinciding with losses. Now it was at Madrigal, who's like, "Oh, my hamstring grabbed," and it's been a weird schedule with sleep and coming back from London.
His hamstring grabbed the play before,
right? And then
his
calf, he said, hurt too.
Yeah,
but
hit the wall.
And I mentioned, just have your antenna up for if there are problems here that we're going to get at some point in September. Someone say, "Yeah, well, it all changed with that London trip." You can't use this as an excuse. It was a great experience, but it's only, that people want, they're biting their tongue because they can't wait to say, "Oh, look where things changed,"
Well, in fairness, things changed with that second game and coming home and lose. I hear what you're saying. This is going to be the excuse, but it did happen. It was a little bit of a change.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Yeah,
you never, it could.
You
don't confuse correlation with causation, but it's right there for them. And I'm just curious to see the speed at which that gets into the bloodstream. Because we already started it. That was the first mention. Matty Lee tweeted what Nick Madrigal said.
Right.
And I'm like, there it is. So just and then the whispers start, and then maybe during a broadcast you start to hear something mentioned. You know how it works.
I would like to see them just win a series, start putting some stuff together, just make it more difficult on management.
Well,
because everybody said at one point, Dan, that they were ready to. They were in the winning business. And now I hope that's still the case.
Well, the problem is when you're up 6-0 in a major league game,
and you lose.
Well, when you're up 6, especially in the first game of a series.
Yeah.
And Jed talked about this in the offseason, that the value of blowing out your opponent in the first game of a series, it should set everything up to make you more likely to win more games in the series.
Yes.
You're in charge. They're going to lower leverage pitchers who you should feast on. You're going to some lower leverage pitchers because you're buying time for everything should help stretch out. And the fact that you not only blew the lead, but lost the game, it changed. It made them less likely to win other games in the series.
Well,
they need to blow some more people out.
But my God, had that happened twice.
Oh, forget it.
Then you really have a problem. So it was. Thank God for Ian Happ.
That's what I mean. He said not today. He said we're not going to be written off quite yet.
Yeah, that was monstrous. That was huge. And what time you talk to him? Noon. That's good. That'll be good. All right, 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. We've got a lot of things to get to next, and I also want to ask you about the race, the street race, because I know you are a street racer.
Oh yeah, at heart.
It's highly illegal, but you drive too fast, and you like to go in circles.
I often do, whether I'm trying to or not.
It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Dan Bernstein on the score.
After Bernstein and Holmes, it's transition with me, Matt Spiegel, and Danny Parkins. And then Parkins and Spiegel, we've got Boog Shambi to talk about the Cubs in this huge series with Milwaukee at 3. Joe Cowley.
My goodness gracious, has Christopher Morel been a great player for the Cubs? And now he is up and he is there for good. Why did it take so long?
Good question.
Why 8 of 11? Why not more for the whole damn? They played 40 games, something like that, right?
Where was he in April?
Thank you.
He was in Iowa. He needed to work on some things. There wasn't a room for him on the lineup. Really? I think the better he hits, the more you wonder. And so he has done, to put it into context, modern records, whatever the case may be. You think about Cub power hitters who've started seasons, the first 11 games. Ernie Banks, Andre Dawson, Dave Kingman, Sammy Sosa. Christopher Morel has more home runs in his first 11 games than anybody since 1901, right? That's how far back it goes. Where was he in April? I love that he took Kimbrel deep. I love that he went the opposite way. He's doing everything right. Now, in the outfield, in the field, still there are challenges, but you've got to find room for his bat.
Well, and I mean, he's a guy that has been consistent, and I don't know how long he can keep it up, but this is historic. I mean, it's crazy that the first Cub in franchise history, and that began in 1901, to record 8 home runs in the first 11 games of a season. And by the way, he's scored a run in every one of those 11 games.
Yeah, and that is also historic. This pace, he's bringing it in terms of intangibles with his charisma, and he's producing at the plate. It's probably the hottest streak he will be on all season, but you do wonder what the ceiling is now. You do wonder where this is headed. Once the league, again, adjusts to him, how does he adjust to that?
like I said before, definitely gonna keep up with it now, and just watch it a lot more now. So.
Mully and Haugh, we've got Dan Bernstein in, and we are just listening to Justin Fields say he played ping pong with Bubba, and now he's going to watch NASCAR. That's pretty cool. I got to be honest. I enjoyed the NASCAR, and I learned a lot from it, and not the least of which was the reason they do that goofy driving like that, is to get all the little tire pieces out of their wheels. I thought that was cool.
I learned a lot, and I
did learn a
enjoyed
lot.
some of the vistas. It was fun for me because I've made that drive.
Yes.
At the end of Balbo, and you could see it at the very end of Balbo when they turn west, is Jones College Prep High School. So for most of this year, when I was driving to work, I was taking our son to school, and I would make that turn, and we're watching it, and Jason says, he goes, "They drive like you." And I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, like screeching around that corner like that and trying to make that hard turn and then trying to race that light on Michigan to get past the light on Michigan to get to Wabash. I'm like, that's because your dumbass didn't get out of bed on time. Yeah, they're driving like me. Wake up, get downstairs, eat your dumbass banana, have your coffee, and get in the damn car.
I told you, one of my buddies texted saying, because it was raining and they were under all these caution flags and everything. He said, there are cars driving in this street race that are slower than cars on LSD in the morning. I'm like, you're so right. I mean,
there's no doubt.
Cars will fly by you. And these guys, at one point, they were averaging 70 miles an hour. They were going like 50 at one point. Like you'd be past, driver.
Well, I learned a lot, too, about the difference between the treaded tires and the slicks.
Yeah.
And when, with how much the path on the track, like enough of a worn path was drying out, do you trust a guy to get more speed on the dry areas while also having more danger on the remaining wet areas because of how much more traction you could get with the slicks? So, yeah, I learned a lot. I thought it was relatively well broadcast.
Yeah, it was fun.
And
I didn't like, who did I say? Dale Earnhardt Jr.? He was a little screechy and high pitched for me. Just a little too much, a little too much twing in what he was saying. I don't know. I couldn't follow it.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty good dude. I just, his style is not necessary. Like, I used to love it back in the day. Remember, I lived in North Carolina for 5 years.
Yeah.
So, and worked in sports TV,
school, right?
and the year after when my first job, I was there.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, if you're a Duke, it's not like you suddenly become like a Carolinian.
No, but you're exposed
to living by the Oval.
No, but the culture of NASCAR are in and around living there, and I was working at the ABC affiliate there, and I'd be at the desk. And working on a Saturday or a Sunday all day at the desk, and people, who won at Rockingham? Who won at Darlington? What are the results of the race? And who won the Goodies 500? And and you would just sort of be in and among it for a while, and that was during the heyday of the come up of NASCAR, when it was just getting
Dustin was
huge.
talking about that. He said that at one point he thought it was going to overtake hockey. As
the white flight sport, yeah.
No, the fifth sport in the country. It was
like in the early 2000s. I thought I remembered like nationwide. Like,
the numbers back that up.
The TV numbers were off the charts on
crazy.
Fox.
Yes,
they were killing it.
I just remember that everybody who was talking about it was like breathless. He's going to turn here. Look what he's done. He's taken the lead. Like they'd be yelling. It was like out of Cars or something.
It's funny you brought up Cars. I heard a wonderful story. The directors of the movie Cars.
Yes.
Is it John Lasseter?
John Lasseter, yeah.
I heard this story from somebody who it neither here nor there, but he did all of these, just sort of embedded himself with NASCAR broadcasts to get an understanding of how it was done, how it was supposed to look, and spent months doing the research. So he's in the truck for one of the network NASCAR broadcasts, and he overhears the director say, "Hey, we've got a loose camera, because you know the low camera, like on track, that gets the going by. And he said, can somebody head out there? We got to tighten up one of the bolts because that camera's shaking. And Lasseter says, this is a movie maker. He says, hey, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but instead of tightening the bolts on that camera, loosen the bolts on some of the others. And if you notice, in cars, there's that vibration.
Yeah.
Like where the actual shot is vibrating. So on one hand, you had the TV guy wanting it to be impeccable, a completely different way of looking at it. And he's thinking from an artistic perspective, it translates the danger and the power more to have the camera rattling a little bit.
I just remember from Cars, my son loved that movie, and we watched that a lot. But I remember the scene where, they were racing for the Piston Cup. And there's a scene where, Doc, whatever, who was, I think Paul Newman, had won like 4 Piston Cups.
And he sees the old Piston Cups in the back of the closet there.
Well, that was this is, and then Mater just like pops up and says, he did what in the cup? And it was like,
there's a
it
lot
was
of
just
that
an
in there.
adult joke.
Sure.
In the midst
He did
of
what
this
in the cup?
in this kids movie. And it was really funny.
There was when Jason was 2 years old, we went to Disneyland in San Diego.
Yeah.
And
that's phenomenal. They had that it was like a ride disguised. It was like
that wasn't there yet.
Oh, have you ever been on that? That was like you're in the car's car.
They didn't have that yet.
Racing,
All they had,
was
but
awesome.
they had a garage.
Yeah.
With a real full-size Lightning McQueen.
Yes.
And Mater, just sort of there.
Mater.
So
like
this is
Mater,
a 2.5-year-old. Jason looks at it and goes, I said, Jason, that's Lightning McQueen. And he runs over and like lies down on the hood, spread out with his arm to give Lightning a hug. He just wanted to give Lightning McQueen a huge hug. And I was making fun of him because we're watching the race. And when they said we're racing to darkness, like, oh, that's cool. And he's like, well, why can't they race past darkness? They've got headlights. And I said, those aren't. I said, don't you remember in Cars when Lightning gets stuck in the desert with no headlights because they're just stickers? Don't you remember? How can you not remember Cars? They aren't real headlights. Of course they can't race into the darkness.
It was a cool thing. Again, my problem with it, just from a competitive standpoint, I did not understand why everyone went to the pit stop during one of the breaks and then they never got back up on top. Like the 3 guys that came out were always at the top after that. And I thought, well, when you go for a pit on a caution, do you get your spot back? No, you don't. And they never made it back up. And that confused me. I didn't know. Why would you then go get a pit stop?
Because you need gas.
Yeah, but the 2 boys that finished second and third were out of gas, but they because it was only 75 laps, they managed to get in.
Well, that's strategy then, right? Isn't that what your guy with the headset is supposed to figure out?
I'm just saying, how did you mess that
I was
up?
just amazed the number of times that a car went into the tire barrier.
I said that. And was stuck.
And was okay.
But got stuck.
I know, but got stuck.
They had to bring out a tow truck and pull them out.
I know,
of
but
it.
then he was still racing.
I know.
Like usually I would think you go into that and your spoilers are all messed up and your alignment's screwed up, and they were still
one
racing.
One guy hit the wall or something and his car was kind of thudded out. I don't know what you call it.
Yeah, I don't know. There were aerodynamic problems with the
right.
thing and this. Yeah. I don't know. Spoilers alert, I guess. But I don't. It's fun to watch things smash into stuff and see all the water come up. Well, that tire barrier really did its job. They were so complimentary.
All the water that came out was crazy.
Didn't they love complimenting the tire barriers?
Yeah, they liked complimenting the city. I don't think they knew anything about it. They kept saying that how great the people of Chicago loves this. It was weird. It was
Chicago's been great. Everybody here has been awesome. Even the black people are fine. Are you sure about that, Tom? Yeah, I'm sure. I talked to one of them. Even they were okay.
You're unbelievable. I thought it was cool. I thought the whole thing was kind of cool. I'm glad that I watched some of it. I'm a little confused at how they just kept changing the number of
laps
both nights, and I guess it was all rain related. There's no way of ensuring that you're going to do that on a dry weekend, unfortunately. So that's the problem with what they were up to. They couldn't. They had it was unlucky. Let's put it that way, that they got hit by that much rain.
And there were still some people, even as they were starting the race, I think Denny Hamlin and others were kind of like, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Well,
maybe it's not safe. And NASCAR's like, you go ahead. You'll be fine.
Someone died building the track, right? In the morning or something. It was too bad. But for the most part, there were some bad moments, but nothing really serious, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. I mean, no one shot a tire into the crowd or anything.
Who won? Van Gungesbergen?
His name was Shane Van Ginsberger.
Van Ginsberger.
Yeah, he was a Kiwi.
Okay.
And he made...
Probably still is.
I'm saying he had ridden in Australia, I believe, whatever their circuit is. It's a different kind of car, but he was really good, and he made 2 moves. He went from third to first, past 2 guys, and he passed the one guy twice because he did it when a caution flag came up, so it didn't count. And then he had to do it again. And that was in like the last 5 laps or 6 laps or something. It was pretty good. It was a very exciting finish. And then he burnt out his tires like he did this weird, whatever.
That's what they do.
Whatever.
The burnouts. Yeah,
it was a little bit much.
What do you get off my lawn? The NASCAR police is out.
I could smell the burned rubber from my living room.
Is that like a bat flip that just made you mad? That's disrespectful to the game.
It was cool when he came out of the car and got on top of the car and all that stuff. Then he came down, he hugged a bunch of people. Then he did his little spin. Then he hugged a bunch of people. Then he started driving again. And there were a lot of people on the street at that point. And he did it again. And I kept thinking oh boy, he's accidentally going to run over some photographer.
Is Lakeshore Drive open?
Right now? Yes.
Okay. So south, it's all done
open. No,
north
but all
and
that
south.
Stuff, all the course itself is, I believe it is going to be July 15th.
What?
They have those big barriers.
Tire barriers.
No,
those tire barriers sure did a great job.
No, the actual block,
the K-rails.
Whatever the hell they are, they got to pick them up. And it's going to take them a while.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dustin can't drive in the way he'd normally drive in.
Well, now we've got a scandal.
Well, we talked about it this morning. Hey, we talked about it last week. It was, you took the train because it was kind of a pain in the keister, if I recall. And it definitely bothered me as I was making
I keep
my way
taking
in.
the train because everyone else in the family takes my car.
Yeah. Well,
that's the bigger problem.
Like extended cousins.
But just, I expect that I have my car. No, you don't have your car. Where is it? I don't know. Somebody else has it. Such is life.
Yeah. Well, you should leave earlier. Then no one else.
That's what I did today.
Yeah, there you go. See, you got them. All right, we're going to bring in Lawrence, and Dan will transition into himself. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh. Thank you, Dan. Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Who won at Rockingham? Who won at Darlington? Where are the results of the race? And who won the Goodies 500?
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for...
You guys happen to see what broke while we were in with Boomer? You see the terms of Cody Bellinger's contract?
I
did. As reported by the great Bruce Levine, that the Bellinger deal is official. It's 1 year with a mutant option. So after the 1 year deal, if they want, they can turn him into a mutant. It's like a turtle? Is it like a Ninja Turtle thing?
There's ooze involved.
Well, clearly there's ooze.
Yeah, he's like Splinter, Shredder, Bellinger.
They have to move
him so much.
They have to move, the greatest. They have to move the locker down into the sewers. That's what they have to do.
Just no regard for any proofreading whatsoever. None.
No. The mutant option. He's going to be such a better center fielder if he was a mutant. I mean, I would assume.
That's why they're not spending on shortstops. They have a mutant in center field.
He's playing multiple positions.
What a bargain.
Oh, God. Amazing.
They're going to be fine.
He's going to be able to teleport and crawl on walls.
Yeah.
And capture year one.
The rest of this is Correa.
Well, hold on. You guys are assuming that the Cubs are going to exercise that mutant option.
Well, wouldn't you?
But no.
If you put it in there.
There's a lot of unknowns there.
No.
There's a lot of unknowns. What kind of mutant are you getting? Is it going to wreak havoc? Is it dangerous for the fans, Danny? Think of the fans.
I don't know many mutants that mutate into something worse. They become, super fighting turtles.
You'd think.
And rats and things like that. My experience with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has taught me anything. It's once you mutate, you're a more lethal version of yourself.
How about Vincent?
Cody Bellinger next year is going to hit 50 homers for the Cubs.
Next year, not this year.
That's when the option picks up. This year you get Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
Next year you get, Cody Donatello Bellinger.
Yeah.
Next year. It's when he mutates.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Evan Thomas. He gets us up and running and motivated every morning and tweeting, twitching, whatever. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing. And thank you, Dan, for sitting in. And thanks to everyone for listening. That's the most important thing. Thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes. He's the Joey Chestnut of competitive producers. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your great contribution.
Hey, Mr. Jordan, what do you think about Marcus and Larsa Pippen together? You approve of it? No. You don't approve?
Why would you approve of it?
No one approves but them.
Yeah, it's love. That's real love will shock the world. And it's Lawrence Holmes. Hey,
Lawrence. Good morning. And
Dan. We should.
You guys doing like lotion in the basket?
We're doing the blob. No, we're doing the blob.
It's Blob
from
Giggle Snort Hotel.
I thought you guys are
No, that is that.
She puts the lotion in the basket.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
No, if you know Blob, that's actually not a bad impersonation by either of us.
Thank you. And I agree. So I went to that movie, Silence of the Lambs, right? And what's the actor's name that played the serial killer? Ted
Levine.
Ted Levine. So Ted Levine was there. So that movie was absolutely terrifying the first time you saw it, if you can imagine. And we were there for this like charity event. It was like the premiere of it. And William Peterson was there. And so Ted Levine he introduces him and he comes out. And we've just watched this movie. Literally, people were like screaming and running out the back of the theater.
Thinking
it
that
was terrifying.
he's actually Buffalo Bill?
Well, because it was like, that's the last guy you wanted to see at that moment. It's hysterical.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
No, he's Chicago guy.
Chicago guy.
And I have a friend who happens to have the same name, and they went
they
went to the same dentist.
Oh.
So every time they had to make sure when they pulled the file, they had to make sure like the X-rays and all this stuff that they were looking at the right mouth because they had the same name.
See, I'd be worried about being murdered, and then he would take on my identity. Never mind.
It's also kind of weird to like be like in a preview with like if you're in there with like the actor, you find out you're there with the writer, and you're like, oh,
yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. It can be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a preview performance of Spamalot here in Chicago, the actual start of it before it opened. And right across the aisle from me was Eric Idle.
Oh, fantastic.
Holy crap balls.
With a pen light and a notebook. Because this was a practice preview. Oh, yeah, was he taking notes? I mean, just flipping pages and writing things down and working. He was there working. But it was interesting because I kept looking. I'm like, ooh, did they? And then you could tell when something went a little amiss. But they're such professionals that sometimes it made it even funnier.
Super cool.
How was your street race, Lawrence?
It's funny because I one of the things that we'll end up talking. Dan and I didn't really talk about it on Monday, so I want to leave a little bit of room for us today. Today was the day. So on Monday, I went out for a bike ride before the show. And my goal of the bike ride was to assess Lakeshore Drive. So I left my place in Hyde Park and I rode to 31st Street. And I said, I'll find out how bad the delays are. And by the time I got to the bridge on 39th and I was able to like look over, I was like, oh, well, it'll be the Metro for me today instead of taking the drive in. And today I was like, I wonder how things are. They're great.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the city like getting things done where both northbound and south, at least from downtown, northbound and southbound, LSD is actually great. We were supposed to have Bubba Wallace on, and we were bummed that we didn't get a chance to talk with Bubba Wallace because they had a block party at the DuSable Museum of African American History, which is right around the corner from my house. So I went over there, and it was so cool. Like I don't know how the Jordan team and Team 23 like assesses success, and I think it was also like a Lupe Fiasco concert. So but I walked away seeing all of these children with these kind of makeshift NASCAR helmets, and I feel like Bubba got himself a lot of fans, like at least a lot of kids that are like, "Who's Bubba Wallace?" And I'll start rooting for him because I know who he is.
Was Jordan in town? Because the cut we just played was in Paris Sunday night.
I had heard rumors that Jordan was in town, but then you see that cut and you're like, maybe he wasn't. Because I don't know if I would have looked at the forecast and been like, nah, I'll go be in Paris with all this cash that I got from selling my basketball team.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. But you know what was cool? And I was having this conversation with my dad last night because it's tradition. They live in a perfect spot where the whole family can like gather in their driveway and we can watch the Village's fireworks show from there. Like we don't have to go to the park. It's pretty great. So my dad looks up and he's a bit of a recluse like me. And he goes, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Hold on." And I look up and I was like, "Pop, that's a drone." He's like, "What?" I was like, "It's not like a dangerous drone." I was like, "It's a drone." It's like, it's probably videotaping the fireworks show. He's like, "It's staying so still." And I said, that's the idea, that it's going to stay still. I bet when the Village puts the fireworks show up on its website that it's going to look amazing.
There's some really cool video of drones right in the explosions. It's amazing.
Well, and there are actually some places that are, instead of doing fireworks shows, are doing drone shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they're
I saw that at the Olympics that one year.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
There's a couple places that tried it out because it's not as bad for the environment. There isn't the noise pollution aspect. It's friendly to dogs. And you can see like some of the stuff that they can do and how they can change the shapes and everything else. So it's fascinating to see, but I love the concussive blasts of fireworks. Like, it's
like the booms.
Yeah.
The chest booms.
It's my favorite part of fireworks show, but their village did a really nice job and it was cool. And I had a good time other than the fact that I was taking care of a 5, 6, and 10-year-old. My nieces and nephew were in town.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it sure is. I'm sending to you next time, Molly.
I feel like I did my part with my own children, honestly. But the
don't touch that. Get away from that.
Yeah,
you can't have that.
Yeah, I bet Uncle Lawrence is giving him everything. Who you kidding?
I'm the goat of uncles, and I definitely spoil them. But you understand when you do that, you spoil them, and then sometimes you got to bring them back to reality a little bit.
It's like being a grandparent, right? Because you don't have to deal with it.
Give them right back.
You can jump in, have your fun, and then get the hell out of there.
Yeah, well, that wasn't the case this week or this weekend, which is another thing I want to talk about. I'm completely confused on what day it is.
Oh, yeah.
I thought yesterday was Sunday.
Yes.
Yes, it felt like Sunday.
And then I'm like,
what day is it? Wednesday?
It's Wednesday,
but Layla's not here.
It's a Layla Wednesday without Layla.
Correct.
Is she here tomorrow?
No.
Okay.
So I'm totally out of it. And even like listening to the White Sox game, I'm like, this doesn't feel. Everything felt wrong. Like I don't know why.
The White Sox often feel wrong.
The White Sox make everything feel wrong and bad.
They do. And you're sitting there going, look at that. They got a lead. And fade the White Sox is my rule. I'm serious. Do you know how much money you could have made in the last week if you faded the White Sox once they got a lead in a game?
When Luis Robert hit that home run, I was like, oh my God, the Sox are going to win a game. And of course not. Why would I ever think that?
Did Dan tell you about his whole thing?
Yes.
With this? Okay.
Yeah.
So I ended up fading the White Sox in the game where Tim almost hit the grand slam.
Yeah.
Like at the moment that they were like, nope, call reverse, it's a foul ball. I was like, let me just go on to FanDuel and pick the Oakland A's to win the game.
I can't believe they lost. I totally believe because I saw it. But to lose that series, especially you were really convincing me that they couldn't lose that game in any way.
His logic was sound.
Yes, but here's the problem. Worst team in baseball, third worst team in baseball.
Correct. That's the other part of it. And again, I go back to this number. At their low point, they were 14 games under 500, 7-21. They are currently 13 games under 500. So what has been accomplished between the end of April and now?
They picked up that game.
Well, I'm also
that one game.
What to me is significant too is you can just see games back and see that there's 7 out.
Yeah.
But they're also 7 behind Cleveland in the loss column.
Can't make those up.
Correct. So you're that distance behind 2 teams. You're not in second place. There are all kinds of games that are going to go on between other teams that somebody has to win. And we do when we have fun with what we call Sox math. But what has to happen?
How far out they are?
Well, no, Sox math is we decided to co-opt it from the actual Sox math thing that goes on in the broadcast. But what we do is we picked an arbitrary number. The number was 85 to win the division, although that number should probably come down to 83.
Lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so Dan then does the math on how to get the White Sox to 83.
How many games they'd have to win.
Correct.
Yeah.
What would they have to do to find themselves at 83 wins? And mostly it's been play 20 games above 500, which, considering that the team is 13 games under 500, would be quite the feat. And when you add in this guy's hurt, that guy might be hurt, this guy's tired,
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on.
It doesn't make you feel good.
As I see it right now, just based on sort of back of the envelope stuff here, if we're doing Sox math, they're currently 37-50.
It's 87 games.
To get to 83 wins, they're going to have to go 46-29 from here on in.
So you're saying there's a chance?
They have to go 46-29.
And we move the number. We move the number back.
We moved it back from 85.
How far would you have to move it back to get like below 500? Because that's pretty much what they've been doing.
And they are currently minus 59 run differential. Minus 59. Oakland is minus 236.
And you lost a series to them.
And you lost
and
a
almost
series
got
to them.
swept by. And you were one at bat from getting swept by them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're going to have Happer on. I know that.
I want to talk with Ian Happ today because he made some great throws yesterday.
He made some history.
That's Zeus right there. Now, he looked at the baseball Grim Reaper and said, not today.
Not today.
You go back to where you came from for the moment. You are not going to end the Cubs season today, baseball Grim Reaper.
Textbook catching by Miguel Amaya.
He's good.
Someone's paid attention to the rule and figured out how he can use and exploit the rule. So this is what we have planned for today's show. A little bit of NASCAR stuff and how totally confused I am on what day it is. There's a lot of good Rick Hahn sound.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into that, and we'll talk about the state of the White Sox, but there's also, I thought was very honest and maybe very telling stuff that Hahn had to say about Oscar Colas. We'll do that. Mike Florio will join us at 11 o'clock. We'll get into the Cubs series in Milwaukee. Obviously, we will have Ian Happ on at noon, high noon at 11:45. There's some bull stuff that I have not shared with Dan, which I will share with him during the break. And then we will discuss at 12:45 today. Steve Stone at 1, Russell Dorsey at 1:23.
All right, guys. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX.
And last year, there were 10 different Cubs that started in the leadoff spot. That's the fourth time in six seasons since Dexter Fowler left that 10 different players had that spot. That spot can mess with you. You know, we watched it with Schwarber here. It's like, you know, do you try to draw more walks? Do you stay yourself? All that. It's like, so have you thought about like how to stay kind of mentally strong in that spot and not have it have an effect?
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably hit second the most in my life. Leadoff is going to be the only thing that's really that different is just that like the pregame prep, like literally the 20 minutes leading up to the game. I do feel like there is a little bit more like just being ready to be the first hitter of the game. You just kind of got to start everything a little earlier and then give yourself a second just to be actually ready when that first pitch starts. And you know, obviously I didn't walk that much last year, and I have in the past at least at league average rate. So I know that I can. That's a hard thing to be like, you know, I'm going to set out and walk at an 8.5% clip this year, and then it'll be more valuable. You know, those things are a product of a lot of other factors, and you know, something I'm aware of. But yeah, tough in the sport to force those things. Just like it's tough to force homers. They kind of go together, and just continue to be a best version of myself. And I would love to own that spot and be there and help our team solidify that. And we'll see where it goes.
Since 2016, Cubs haven't had the same player lead off more than 56 times in a season. I'm taking the over on you, Nico Horner, to lead off more than 56 times. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I mean, I think that would be a nice sign for myself and for the team if that's true. I think a lot of things would be lining up in a good way, and so I'll take that one for sure.
Oh, I know it's early, and I'm like, oh God, who died? And he's like, can you come in? I'm like, sure, it's just talking.
Wait, but who stole your car? Like, didn't one of your kids take your car? Or?
So, yeah, because Jason needs my car today. I was going to take the train in, and Mitch sent an Uber.
La-di-da.
Yeah, he said the car's on the way. He texted me, car's there, hop in, get down here.
Nice.
Okay.
That is fantastic.
Easy enough. He said, what else you need? Do you need any coffee, anything like that? No, I'm good.
Or do you need any coffee now?
I just got some. Thank you.
Okay,
I went back to the automatic machine.
Oh, Ray, the machine's working.
Coffee machine.
Coffee machine.
Yes.
It's nice.
Working, baby. Yes, I love it.
It means you better get your coffee now because
get it while it's good.
It can be broken in any minute.
What is it, like a McDonald's ice cream machine?
Yes.
Hey, big news on that. I tried
What?
the Grimace Shake yesterday.
Oh!
And guess what?
Buried the lead, yes?
I'm still here. I didn't explode or die.
Was it good? Or
it was actually pretty good.
It's just a vanilla shake, right?
Yeah. It's got some kind of like grapey flavor to it.
Purple drink.
Yeah. So it was decent.
All right. Well, that makes me more interested. Like, that is one of the things that the nieces and nephew did on Monday. So my niece turned 10. She had a party. We were over at Punch Bowl Social. They got all the games and stuff.
Okay.
Skee ball and everything. And then, they kick the kids out at 10 o'clock because it's really like a playpen for adults.
Ah.
So the kids have to go. They got a bowling alley in there, like the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
So then they decided that they were going to go over to the McDonald's, and then they had the Grimace Shake. And they seem to like it, but they're kids. So the fact that Ray likes it.
I'm on board with the Grimace Shake, baby.
As a kid, I would usually try the specialty shake every once in a while. The Shamrock Shake that resulted in a terrible incident and some
that's right.
horrible fear, and me as a child running down the hallway, wondering why something was green that isn't supposed to be green. And there was the Arctic Orange, which really wasn't my speed, but I would always try it. I was usually, when I would get a shake at McDonald's, it would just be straight up vanilla shake.
Yeah, I always felt like that was the best choice. And to speak to you guys' point, my niece Mariah, who turned 10, also said their shake machine's not going to be working. And then
she just used to it not working because it's planned obsolescence, because the company, it's an incredible story that the company that maintains them makes them break on purpose and puts ghosts in the machine to make them have to be called to fix them.
Yeah. And she's like, well, we're not getting a shake because the shake machine's not going to be working. But they went to what I think is the best McDonald's in the city.
It's one near me.
That one's pretty good. The one on
Addison is the one by Lane on
pretty good. The one on Lake and Ashland. Okay. I'm telling you, in and out. They get it. It's isolated. People don't even really know it's there. High quality McDonald's.
Yeah, I would also say the one near Western and Toohey up in Rogers Park. It's a 24-hour. Their fries are always hot and well salted.
That's what you want. I mean,
that's how you know. That's how you know. The first fry you put, you can tell by how hot they are and if they've been properly salted.
Yeah, that's the way that you go into it. So I've been chasing children around over the last 36 hours, and it has been
good. It's tiring as hell, isn't it?
It has been a chore.
Uh-huh.
But my little niece, Layla, not to be confused with our partner, Layla, And I told her, I said, at some point, little Layla's going to meet big Layla. She was like, there's a big Layla?
Don't call her Big Layla.
Why not?
Because she'll get all self-conscious.
But, I mean, compared to little Layla, she's very big.
I know.
Because little Layla's like this big.
I know, but just trust me.
Okay. What, I'm supposed to call her old Layla?
That's better.
Yeah.
Grown Layla?
All right, we can go with grown Layla.
Auntie Layla.
That's
That's
fine,
it.
too.
That's
That
it.
actually works out. There were the old school games there, so I was curious on whether or not the kids would play them. Skee ball, easy. Like, that's an easy concept for kids. We had a great time. They were playing it, and they got it, and they had fun. But little Layla decided that she wanted to try both Galaga and Miss Pac-Man.
Wow. Did you have to do a tutorial of any kind or explain what the goals were of each? Because people who've never played Galaga before, when they see the Galaga coming down with a tractor beam, are going to avoid it when you need to double up.
Yes, but she's 5. So, that's advanced Galaga engagement.
But that's the game, because otherwise at the challenging stage, you're not going to be properly equipped.
I just wanted her to know what to shoot and where.
Oh, okay.
So we did that. She did much better at the Galaga than she did at Miss Pac-Man. I don't think that she quite got the concept of Miss Pac-Man. And then she's like, wait, why are they in that box? And I was like, well, they're regenerating and they're going to come out. And then I was like, that red one's going to chase you no matter where you go.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, oh, okay. I said, you eat those big things, then you can turn around. They're going to turn blue and you can eat them.
Aha.
And she liked that part. That part she liked.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun.
Damn right. So that was fun. Like doing like old school video games with the nieces and nephews. Having them have unlimited money because that's just how I am.
That's
like
what it should
put
be.
it on the card, and they're like, Uncle Lawrence, the card's running low. Not anymore.
No,
it is,
isn't.
kiddo.
There's endless. You're rolling with the uncle.
Yeah.
Uncle Pimp Daddy.
If this were 30 years ago, I'd have a bag of quarters. Now I can just swipe a card. Play, children, play.
Play to your heart's content.
That's what happens when you're the goat of uncles.
There you go.
So I'm totally confused on what day it is.
Okay, it's Wednesday, but it's not a Layla Wednesday. And
I know,
yesterday
but
felt like Sunday, and I thought it was Sunday because we sort of approached it like a Sunday.
Right.
And I was like shopping. I said, okay, I got to go shopping for the week. Who needs what? And I was like, oh, yeah, there's like 3 days left of the week. So I kind of screwed everything up.
I'm trying to figure out how we should approach middle of the week, 4th of July holidays going forward. I'm not sure what to do because to me, it feels like the 5th should be off. Because everything kind of happens at night.
Should have been off.
No, but what
everybody took Monday.
I know.
Except us.
I know. But what I'm saying is that from a logistical standpoint, everything that we do, I mean, people are getting up. I saw them on Drexel and everything else, like getting their grills out early. Like I get that. Like people start doing their barbecue early. You invite people over. But the main event is at night. Like night. Like it's dark. So dark that, I put kids back in the car but before I got on the 57, they were out. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I got home last night until almost 11 o'clock.
Oh, wow. I was long asleep.
Yeah, but you didn't go to a fireworks show.
No.
See, that's my point.
The fireworks show comes to you. You'll see enough. They're all over the place.
I know, but I was with children, Dan. Children wanted to see the fireworks show.
That's too late.
This is my point. If you're going to keep the kids up late because they're going to go watch the fireworks show, and all of the villages like in the South Burbs, I thought, because I was driving back and I could see like the staggered starts of the different shows, I thought they all did really, really great. But I'm like, man, the traffic getting back on even just to the South Side, it took me way longer than it should have. I'm like, everyone's got to go to work tomorrow. We should all be off.
You know what the real play here is? They should just call it America Week and give everybody 7 days, baby.
Hell yeah.
Come on. What are we doing? America Week.
America Week.
July
USA.
10th.
USA. 7 days off.
We could be as unproductive as other countries.
That's right.
Just don't work. All those dang Europeans take all of August off to go out to their cottages. Watch this. Full week. no work. America.
Texter says we need like a New Year's Eve type setup. I agree with you. Everything happens on New Year's Eve at night, then everyone has the next day off. It's very strange.
But you watched the race, right?
Yeah. I was watching other stuff too because the Cubs were playing because they had that crazy delayed start. The thing that I thought, here's where I'm at. And my dad and I were having this conversation because he's like, well, what did you think about it? And I said, well, I thought the city looked cool. I thought, because back to the fireworks thing, I was talking about the drone shot that NASCAR was using. I thought that was super cool. But I've already known about like the in the cockpit stuff. Like that's cool. But the drone shots of the city was cool. I just don't think that it's worth the squeeze. I thought for a one-off, if they want to do it every 5 years in Chicago, fine. But considering everything that went into getting this thing done, the inconvenience of one of the most used gathering spaces in the city, to shut that down and everything around it down when kids are off of school. And I saw it on Monday. I was waiting for my train. I went over to the 11th floor. We have this beautiful deck that overlooks Maggie Daley Park, Millennium Park. We can look all the way down to the museum campus. And you're seeing so many people just want to be downtown in Chicago that I felt like it kind of cut off the major attraction of Chicago in the summer.
It did. And I've been down there a lot this summer. A lot. Because my fishing spots are right down there. And I've been walking around. And it's been the spring and summer so far because the weather's been so amazing. And watching people look back at the city, watching people turn around and see, ooh, look at that. Where people stop and take pictures. I can never predict it because there's that wonderful Geary Bridge, the BP bridge that goes over Columbus.
Yes.
And people just at random points will stop and say, look at that, depending on how the sunlight is hitting things. And I counted one day like 7 different languages that I heard spoken.
That's dope.
And that's a normal day. That's just a normal day of people from all over the world. The number of people looking at maps and looking at their phones and just and I'm trying to remind myself, like, I live here.
Right.
This is like when I feel when we're walking wherever we are in Madrid or Paris or Montreal, like I live here. And I can just leave work and go down here and walk around, and I can get my lime popsicle and catch smallmouth bass and then go back to my car and go home.
Mango, apparently.
Yeah, what the hell, man? What's going? Somebody has an opportunity to go get a real paleta and mango.
So this is Stud's, who is off today. Stud's fiance went to get one and went with mango.
Well, he told her line. She chose mango and tends to think that mango is the choice.
No, that's definitively wrong.
I agree with you.
And I don't
lime is the choice.
Yeah, I don't mind mango as a flavor, but when it comes to a popsicle from the arcoiris guy, the guy on the bike with the cowboy hat, it's limon.
Man, I forgot to send you. I'll send you the picture later on, but I took a picture at softball because I was telling you how the Chicharrones guy shows up at softball. I literally parked behind him for softball. I was like, there it is. Like, so I could send it to you. But I was looking for you fishing places out by me because I went on this crazy bike ride yesterday morning. Like you're talking about, like you live in this city. I love exploring the South, especially the Southeast side. So like, obviously Hyde Park, South Shore, Saginaw, which I think is a really interesting neighborhood. South Chicago. That's usually kind of my route if I'm doing like a 15-miler. And the bike trail that takes you to the South Shore Cultural Center, by the way, there's a bird sanctuary behind the South Shore Cultural Center that almost no one knows about.
Because the golf course is right there.
Yeah, but behind it, like way behind it, like on the water, there's a bird sanctuary. Beautiful views of downtown. along with like a bunch of beautiful birds. There's a pond there. It's really, really gorgeous. Anyway, by Marquette and Lakeshore Drive, like I went back west on Marquette.
Okay.
And where the yacht club is on Lakeshore Drive in Marquette, there were a bunch of guys that looked like you who were out there fishing. And I was like, this might be a spot for Dan because you could theoretically, you and Jason could go play 18 holes at Jackson Park, and then you could just go fish because it's right there. Like it's right off the golf course.
Yeah, the usually the limiting factor for me in some of these spots is the fact that I got to go buy a net, like an extender net, because the problem that I have,
one guy had one of those yesterday.
See, that's the thing. I don't have one yet, and I can't fish near spots. I can't fish anywhere where I can't land a fish by hand. So it takes some spots off my map, but I'm going to go get a net. I have to.
Why not? I mean, you're committed to this. These are all things that when we have Dale Bowman in here next week.
Yep, we have to do that.
Yeah, we're doing that. I'm going to invite some other people in because it's All-Star Weekend. Who cares? Like when we were putting the show together today, I was like, some interesting content that we've got to. Texter says NASCAR should do a rotating street city race, rotate through 5 cities. I think that's a great idea because here's the thing. I enjoy watching ours. I always enjoy watching Chicago shine.
I thought it looked really good.
I always enjoy it. Anything that we do, whether it's this race, the Pride Parade, like anything big that we do, I love for us to succeed. The All-Star Game a couple years ago, I thought that we put on an incredible show for the entire nation. I don't know if that translates as success to NASCAR. They had decent ratings for it, but I don't know if that's because it's Chicago or because it was a street race. Like all of it is very nebulous to me as to what your rubric is for what success is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's also measuring it for hardcore racing fans to see the extent to which it was just a novelty, or did they think this was a true test of driving skill? I don't know.
And then, you have the torrential rainstorm, which kind of ruins everything for everyone, and drivers being like, well, we probably shouldn't go out there, but YOLO.
Yeah, that rain was wild, record-setting rain.
We
needed it
for sure. Although it did kill my roses.
What?
They died a valiant death, and hopefully they'll rise again. But when I heard Dale say, "Yeah, I'm here at turn 3, and I imagine over the next 20 minutes or so that it'll be dried out over here," I'm like, that's not good.
Well, it was fascinating talking about the tire choices they had to make, and were they going to go for extra traction and speed with slick tires and then trust the driver to navigate the wet areas, or just run as fast as you can on the treaded tires through the wet areas and make up the ground there. And I'm like, oh, this is actually interesting decision making, and I don't know who's in charge of that, but watching them try to calibrate everything and I could pretend to like NASCAR for an evening. It's fine.
I think that the biggest issue is, and it's not even you want to shut it down for 4 days because you're getting stuff ready before and after the race. It's the fact that this project shut down 3 weeks, and some of the corresponding shutdowns of our museum campus, for example, like to me, that's not worth it, even though it was cool. When we come back, White Sox baseball, Dan. Rick Hahn talked yesterday.
He did, and as Ozzy told us earlier this morning, he said Rick Hahn did a good job of not really saying anything.
Yeah, but he said enough. So we're going to hear what he had to say about where the White Sox stand, and then we'll compare that to what their record is and where they are in the standings. We'll do that next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score.
That's an ace right there.
An ace, huh?
That's an ace, is what he is.
Well, he's certainly pitching like one.
Mm-hmm.
He leads the National League in ERA. He's 4th in baseball this season in ERA. And if you go back to last year's All-Star game, he's got the best ERA in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12 consecutive starts with 2 earned runs or less. That's unbelievable, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, that's a really cool stat. Thanks for sharing that with me.
yeah,
right.
you're welcome. But I gotta say, is he the most underrated player in baseball? Is it enough of a body of work where we can say he should be getting more national attention? We should see him on Intentional Talk. We should see him be the guy that's, get the dugout interview.
Few more starts. I think
few more.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what the number is, but when the Cubs do the national TV game and someone's mic'd up or someone does the dugout interview, Hap seems to be the first guy that they go to. Player rep, veteran, all-star last year. I mean, this guy could. Obviously, it's incredibly early, but when you factor in the second half of last year, it feels a little bit more valid for the conversation.
Yep.
Feels like he could start an all-star game.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly on the table.
I'm just saying where the numbers are going back a dozen plus starts.
Yeah, since last June, there's only a couple of pitchers with a better ERA than him who've started as much as he has. One of them is Verlander, who's still hurt.
Right, he's not pitching this year, right?
Another is Julio Urias. Another is Shohei Ohtani. This is where he is going back to just before the All-Star break last year. And if you listen to hitters, listen to the coaches, listen to Yan Gomes, everything is way filthier than it should be in terms of, the radar gun. Like the fastball is super unique. And so that's why he can just throw that fastball half the time or less. And then the slider is insane.
Home run. Romano, a Blue Jays record for saves before the All-Star break.
Travel safely. We will see you on Sunday, and better luck mañana.
Yeah, mañana. There's always mañana. The sun will come out mañana. Bet your bottom dólares that mañana tenemos sol.
The White Sox are 13 games under 500.
That's one off of their low point of 7-21.
Correct. So they'll be going for that tonight over on the South Side. Yeah, there's a lot of decisions to be made. One of the things that Rick Hahn had to say, he explained in depth, is some of the decision making on Michael Kopech, who's tired. He's very tired.
Hurt,
more so tired, but
and tired of being hurt.
Right, he's tired of being hurt. Maybe being tired made him hurt, and then he was so hurt he was tired, and then so tired he was hurt.
I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So hopefully he will be fine after the All-Star break. That Rick was trying to assure people that this was not a big deal, just kind of the maintenance issue that is going on with anyone that is taking a big leap in the type of innings. How long? When it comes to Kopech, and I don't want to be unfair to him, because I do get that we don't have this conversation about any other pitcher, any other starting pitcher. Is your guy not a guy that you're moving from the bullpen? Not some guy that you're saying, we got to stretch this guy out. This guy might have to pitch 120 innings. He's the swing guy. He's the guy that will have to take a 6th start or replace a starter if a guy gets hurt. This is one of your starters. Can you remember, other than being careful with Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood, can you remember this happening with a pitcher who's healthy?
Who's otherwise healthy, but has to be treated as if he's not.
It's so strange.
And not only that, who came up as one of the most physically imposing, impressive, powerful rocket arms. Like, this was the guy with his shirt off who they said during pull downs could cartwheel into 115 miles an hour.
I remember watching an NBC Sports Chicago entire profile on what he does at his Texas gym. That's
doing 600-pound deadlifts and stuff. It's like, come on, man. And he tired? Anyway, that's not why you called. The general manager of the White Sox, Rick Hahn, yesterday, if you were wondering what he thinks the state of the White Sox is, here you go.
Obviously, we got big decisions to make by the end of this month or August 1st. I've seen quotes from players. I've heard from players directly. Pedro and the coaches have heard from players directly that their priority and focus is getting things right here and figuring out a way for us to win this division and then do some damage in the postseason. I or any of us in baseball ops isn't going to do anything to take the focus away from that by saying this is our direction, this is what we're doing, this is where we're committed, and we're going to do everything in our power to continue to support the guys that want to get this thing right, and hopefully that starts today. I know I'm fairly sure we have the best record in the division since May 1st. But at the same time, that's only been a couple of games over 500, I believe, which obviously hasn't made up for the deficit we carved for ourselves in April. So it's good to see the commitment. It's good to see, to an extent, the results since May 1. But we obviously have a fair amount of work still to do ahead of us.
6, 7 in a row. You need to go on a streak like that.
It'd be nice. Yeah, can we do that? What's the question? Like, do we want to win 6 in a row? Yes, absolutely. Maybe even 7 going into the break. Do we need to do that?
Series enough at this point when you're 20.
It hasn't proven to be enough yet. I mean, we've won a decent amount of series the last 2 months, but it hasn't been proven to be enough yet. I'm not going to put a marker in the sand and say we need to rattle off 10 out of 14 or we're doing this. But at the same time, we can see the calendar, we can see the games back, and you want to have a reason to believe that this thing's going to get right between now and August 1.
Was he being whipped by a dominatrix?
No, I have to explain something about this background noise.
Someone's in the cage.
With the audio here with Rick Hahn there speaking to reporters.
I picture him like hanging from handcuffs.
No, you know what it is?
There's a woman with a cat of 9 tails.
That noise you were hearing, that boom, that slapping,
Yeah.
that was the White Sox championship window slamming shut.
Ah.
And then Rick Hahn is there, like he's
And
trying to raise
prop
it.
it
He
open?
keeps doing it, and it keeps.
To
he's
help-
like, hold on, I'm still opening it, and then.
Damn it.
To help people visualize what actually was going on with the sound, Rick usually sets up where the manager does inside the dugout. That space in the dugout is right next to the batting cage. That's what you're hearing. He was not being tortured.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying.
I mean,
Being tortured by that window
Yeah, it can be
closing.
pleasant.
Yes. I do think there's there's way more points, but
Nothing he's saying is factually incorrect.
right.
It's just unsatisfying because look at how they play and what they do and what the season's been and who's hurt and all this stuff. It just if you draw
And who's asking out?
yeah, if you draw back from it, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
And you're in the loss column. You're 7 games behind 2 teams now. 7 behind 2 in the loss column. That's not just like, oh, we're in second place. We're right in this. You're 13 under 500 and 7 behind 2 teams.
When you have players that have at least allowed for their feelings about leaving to leak out, that's not good. And I don't know how Pedro can then go about rallying a group that doesn't want to be here. And I'm not trying to take a shot at anyone's commitment because who would want to be a White Sox right now? No one. If you had an opportunity to go play for a team that had a chance to win, it would probably make your whole life better than playing for the White Sox right now. And I think that the guys that reportedly want to go someplace else, they don't think that what they have inside their clubhouse is going to allow for them to compete in their own division. Like they know they're bad and they want to, as a collective, and they want to get away because they're like, I'm still good as an individual. And if I was around better individuals, we'd have a better chance. Now, I think some of that is folly. If it's true that Lance Lynn wants to leave, which MLB sources have indicated to me that he's one of the people that is interested in leaving.
Did Bob Nightingale was it Nightingale?
Yeah, it was Nightingale's initial piece.
He
and
put it out there saying there's a handful of White Sox players who made it clear they don't want to be on the White Sox anymore.
And then someone hit me up and was like, here's the list of guys. I don't know that Lance Lynn going to some winning organization is going to change his 6.5 ERA. He might be a guy that's kind of at the end. Who knows? And maybe someone else can find something that Ethan Katz can't. But that's a big problem. Like if you're, I imagine that Rick is aware of it. I did think about going over there yesterday to ask that question specifically. But if he is aware of that, how do you send your manager out there and arm him with what he thinks is the best chance to win? You have guys on your team that aren't committed to winning with the White Sox. And I understand why they're not committed. It just seems like, well, how can you go out there with any confidence that your team is going to win when you have guys that feel that way about your team? And that's before we start talking about TA, who I don't think necessarily wants to leave. But I also, if you told him he was going to Atlanta or LA, I think he'd be like, yay!
It's just hard to sell a message when you know people have a foot out the door.
Yeah.
And that's why these little symbolic things seem to weigh so heavily on the Sox when you talk about Kopech and what he's represented, because he was he was the return in the sale trade, right? Like what he's supposed to be at this point.
Him and Moncada.
And Moncada's a huge one. And the fact that Tim Anderson sucks at baseball. He's so bad. What does he say? A negative 0.7 F-WAR now and a 51 WRC plus. Like, it's one thing if he's just not the AL batting champion. It's one thing if he's like just not himself. He's terrible.
And he might be terrible because he's hurt.
Is he also, I mean, is he one of the guys who, if he wants to leave, he's got to play better?
For sure. But when I talked with D-Row last week, you didn't even hear that, did you?
I didn't.
Ray, do we have the stuff where D-Row was explaining how he convinced Tim Anderson to play second base? Because I thought that was fascinating. I also think that Mark DeRosa is going to end up managing a major league team. I know that's what he wants to do, but I think he's going to be able to figure that out. You got it? All right, check this out, Dan. This is Mark DeRosa last week on the Bernstein and Holmes show talking about what went into convincing TA to play second base instead of shortstop.
I kind of mentioned, like, hey, are you married to shortstop? Would you entertain second? Would you entertain third? Because his numbers against left-handed pitching were eye-popping. It went like Trout, Goldschmidt, Tim Anderson. So it was like, okay, I figured if we played a big game against left-handed pitching, there was going to be a chance for that he had to be in there. And then Trey Turner was right next to him. So I'm like, if we're facing a nasty lefty in the semis, I'm going to want them both in there. Who's willing to move off the spot? What team's going to let me move them off the spot? So that's kind of, he was like, hey, whatever you need. And it happened a lot quicker than I thought it would happen.
To me, the fact that he was able to convince him and that it happened quickly, I joked with D-Row and I said, that was the last time Tim Anderson was happy. Like playing baseball this year. Was the WBC. Where he felt like he had something to prove. He was completely healthy. He didn't have some guy that's no longer on your roster running into his knee and messing up his season probably. And then, like, even now when you watch him, knowing that the shoulder is a problem, now that you know that Tim Anderson has been struggling with shoulder issues, seeing him as shortstop, you're just like, ooh. Like the choices that he's making on how to get the ball to first base, you're seeing him like drop down a little bit halfway, a little 3/4.
It's like what we found out when Alex Rios left.
Mm-hmm.
They said, by the way, he hasn't really been able to throw for an entire calendar year. What? They just sort of let that out there? Like why he was kind of throwing submarine from the outfield?
Yeah.
They said, well, his arm's kind of screwed up.
He's tired.
Yeah.
Well,
legs are sore.
Dan, there was another part of the Rick Hahn stuff where like Ray and I looked at each other when we were listening to it this morning. I can't tell if it's a really good thing or a bad thing. I'll explain. It's about one of the young players on the White Sox. We'll talk about that coming up next here on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Coming up today at 1 with Bernstein and Holmes.
If you're having some shoulder issues, and Michael is, the control is not going to be there. The whole idea of it's between your ears, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a physical thing.
Film a Chicago baseball icon, Steve Stone, talking Sox 3 times a week throughout baseball season on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Pressure on the now more scrutinized decisions that he makes on what we're told was going to be a competitive team?
This year, absolutely. He's aware of more scrutiny. He's aware that there will be more criticism and every move will be analyzed. And I think part of this is, we just talked about this, because there's so many high leverage moments, that puts the microscope on him even more. I mean, that every single move is analyzed right now. And managers make these questionable decisions. Outside of Terry Francona, I don't really watch a manager and say perfect move every single time, right? This is just what happens when you lose a lot of close games. The manager is going to take heed unless they have a track record, and David Ross just doesn't have a track record of success right now, so he's going to take a lot of heat. I think my biggest concern with him right now is some of the players on his roster that he's using as much, particularly Eric Hosmer. Eric Hosmer is a guy that should get a couple at bats a week. I don't think he should be starting more than once every 2 weeks, maybe, to give a guy a breather. I think he really hamstrings the roster as a whole. I think when Nico comes up tomorrow, I think Eric Hosmer should be the move. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's going to be the move, but Miles Mastrobuoni puts up a much better at bat and has more defensive versatility. I don't understand how that is the better move for roster construction. If you're telling me it's for leadership, I can point to 6 other guys in the clubhouse that can also lead that team and don't require to be played. I know he takes players under his wing, but that only goes so far. And if you're trying to win, you can't have that guy on the roster right now, in my opinion.
First time in his major league career, and he is amped around the bases.
He's back. Oscar Colas, who was going to be an important part of this White Sox World Series champion, and then he realized that hitting is hard at the big league level. So he went back down to the minors, but now he's learned something.
Yeah, so that's why I'm stuck, Dan. Because I want you to hear Rick Hahn talk about this. Because I think that it's both a big victory and also a little bit of a failure. This was Rick Hahn talking about why Colas found his way back to the major league roster.
Oscar Colas is obviously back. I'm sure there's questions regarding the timing of the move and what's behind it. Those who've been following Charlotte know that he's been on quite a tear as of late, which obviously makes it easier to call him up. But a good portion of it is more about the pregame prep and the work ethic that he's been demonstrating down there. The work he's done with Justin Jersley, our manager down there, and Cam Seitzer, the hitting coach, in terms of his pregame prep, is preparing for the pitchers, really just having a purposeful work day that has put him in a better position to succeed both offensively and defensively, has been really what has stood up most. Obviously, it's translated to him doing more damage at the plate recently and also making some better swing decisions. So hopefully that translates here over the next several games before as we lead up to the break.
So what I took from that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I took from that they had a kid with immense talent that wasn't taking a professional approach to playing the game of baseball.
Let's hear what Pedro Grifol had to say about Colas and his ability to handle the batter's box.
The overwhelming part of it came with struggles at the plate. It affected everything. It affected, his defense, his base running, just his focus in applying instruction. It affected everything, right? And sometimes this game up here is hard, and some guys can handle it right away, and some guys need to continue to develop. He needed to continue to develop, and that's what we did. We sent him down to the minor leagues, with the experience now what this game's about, the speed of this game up here. And it's funny because you go down there and you can struggle a little bit, but you always got something to go back. You got a little bit in your library of the major leagues where you can go back to and dig from there and say, okay, I've been through this before at the highest level. I know how to get out of this thing, or help to get out of it. And that's what he's done. He's got some experience up here. He's got some adversity experience up here. So he went down there and did all the right things. And now he's got to come up here and continue them. And again, it's not that he's not going to come up here and just have success without facing adversity. He's going to face adversity here again. We're just hoping that he's better prepared to face that adversity than he was at the beginning of the season.
So the good part to me is you gave the young man clear instructions about how you wanted him to approach going to Charlotte, the things that you wanted to see, and how you weren't going to bring him back to the major leagues until you saw them. I think that's excellent. Like, credit Oscar, credit the White Sox as a professional staff, the major league roster and the minor league roster and of coaches. Like, give them credit for that. What I think is bad about it, though, Dan, is you had a guy that was clearly not prepared for Major League Baseball.
Well, let me bring you what Oscar Colas himself said. This is through his interpreter. This is in Lamont Pope's story in the Tribune. I realize that pitchers here, they don't make mistakes. They can make one mistake per game, one mistake per at-bat, and you have to capitalize on those mistakes. If not, you're going to be in trouble. Basically, I just improved my pitch selection at Charlotte. That was one of the things I struggled with most here. I was able to make progress on that aspect of my game in the minors. And of course, also control the emotions and the anxiety. As a rookie, I think I was trying to do too much. I was battling with my anxieties. I think now I'm in a better position. Mm-hmm. That's the difference. Where maybe you'll have a couple pitches per plate appearance at somewhere other than the major leagues. You got to zone in. You got to zone hit sometimes. We talked to Coomer about this. You've got to know where that pitcher is looking to find the weakness in your swing. Stoney was great about this last week too. And that's when you can get an idea of where your chance is and when in at bat your chance is going to be, and be ready for your pitch and be ahead of the game. And the fact that you started a season with him in right field, with everything you've done, with all the money you've spent, and rather than have somebody else out there, it's one thing if you had no choice. But if you're going to roll with this guy, and you rolled with a guy who wasn't prepared, why not?
Why would you put yourself in that position?
And that's your whole new hitting infrastructure and everything you have. All your data, all your instruction, all the coaching. And if he's not ready, you got to know he's not ready.
Right. I'm okay with him not being ready.
But you have to know it.
Right. You can't then reward a player that you know isn't ready and put him on the major league roster and hope, because that's what it was. So I give the White Sox credit for identifying what the problem is here, but the bigger problem for them organizationally is it's too much of this. It's too much of hope and a prayer when it comes to players. When you sometimes know better, you know better. You knew that he wasn't as professional as you were hoping he would be. And now that he's got some seasoning, great. And if you look at it as, well, it was worth it to us for the long-term development of Oscar Colas because we were able to find these weaknesses, and now we can go back and bolster him up, coach him up, and he's going to end up being a great major league player, fine. But that's not what the season was supposed to be.
This is not a developmental year.
I mean, it's going to be.
But it wasn't.
Correct.
This was we're going to be healthy this year. Why? Well, because we're entitled to be. It is time for us to be. And this is where we're going to go contend this year.
Right.
Right?
All of that is just mistakes. And I don't understand why they don't see that as opening a window for us to be like, y'all did that again? Well, you just rushed a guy up here for no reason. You didn't, because you didn't have veteran help in right field. You know, it's so hard to ask these guys to do all this stuff, and to ask them to do it at the major league level is insane. So me and Ray were looking at each other like, wait, what?
But remember, at least it's better that they actually had a right fielder who was a right fielder rather than a right fielder who was a first baseman. So baby steps for this team.
Well, right. You had a right fielder. Well, really, Colas is a center fielder, though, right?
Still, any center fielder can play right.
So you have him, but he's not a professional hitter. It's fine.
But speaking of, at some point, can we have the Vaughn conversation?
Sure. I
don't know if it's for now. We just table it, put it in the back of your mind.
Let's do it tomorrow.
At some point, I just want to have this, when you draft a guy where you drafted him.
You expecting more?
He's just a guy.
I think he's more than a guy. We can have the discussion tomorrow. The next, we need to have a discussion with Mike Florio, because apparently the Bears GM found out that sleeping at Hallis Hall was not a great idea.
What?
Yeah, we'll talk with Florio about that and much, much more next on The Score.
After Bernstein and Holmes, it's transition with me, Matt Spiegel, and Danny Parkins. And then Parkins and Spiegel, we've got Boog Shambi to talk about the Cubs in this huge series with Milwaukee at 3.
The thing about the professor that's different than so many other pitchers is that it really has nothing to do with his velocity. His success has never had anything to do with the velocity of his pitching. He's always been a guy that has operated with whatever, the least velocity in the league, the slowest or penultimate fastball in all of baseball. He's always been in the bottom 5, bottom 10. It's never been something. It's what you're saying. He's the thinking man's pitcher, and if he can go out there and paint the masterpiece, and that's all about control. I'm going to be very curious to see how long they stick with him, if he is able to kind of put together. If you remember the way he pitches, it's important to think about the way he kind of outsmarts people. It's a great nickname, and he's a bright guy, and he's an Ivy Leaguer and all that stuff. So you understand why he's called that, but he pitches that way. Pitching is really interesting because I think we all get, wowed by velocity, and we all think that, oh my God, look what that guy can do. Or, now we got these weird, the slider that moves across the zone, and Kyle Hendricks is a different type of pitcher, and he's operated at a different level, and there's a lot of veteran guile, and I'm very curious to see how it works for him.
So, Mully, what would be a disappointment for you?
Not able to compete. If he comes out and he can't get anything over the plate, and he can't control the ball, and if he gets knocked around, I think that'd be a disappointment. And in various times in his career, we've seen him struggle with that sort of thing, right? I mean, he hasn't always dominated, but he's a great. I mean, he's a fun guy to watch.
This hour is brought to you by Gulf Mill Chevrolet.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
Pro Football Talk.
I wouldn't listen to some of those people out there, especially guys like Mike Florio.
Mike Florio with Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
Looking forward to our conversation with Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk.
Do you think Florio doesn't know what day it is?
No, I'm sure he knows what day it is. Usually we have, if it's an issue, it's usually a technical one.
No, I'm telling you, man, everyone's messed up today. Everyone's like, wait, is this Monday? No, it's Wednesday?
It's Wednesday, but it's kind of a Monday. And Mike Florio joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. How was your holiday?
You know, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I wasn't quite sure when I went to bed when I would wake up, if I would wake up, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm I'm spry.
All right, well, we're glad that you woke up. That's a really, really big deal.
Mm-hmm. Your
Better than the alternative. You damn right. Your colleague and friend of the show, Michael David Smith, has a story on ProFootballTalk.com about Ryan Poles sleeping in his office, and I just love to know, Mike, you've been around the league so long. You talk to these guys. What do you think of that type of culture? That I sleep at the office, I get into the office at 3:45 in the morning.
Well, first of all, I'm not a big fan of broadcasting it to the world like John Gruden always did, about getting up at 3:45 and this, that, and the other thing. Just go work. Just go work. When you work hard, people will notice, and it will lead to the fruits of your labor that will make it something that people are impressed by. I always hated that. Let's just do it so it's going to impress other people. I also look at it, and I put myself in that position. If I had a job like that where you've got a finite number of hours between games, Sunday to Sunday or Sunday to Thursday or whatever, whenever they're playing the games now, you have a finite number of hours to prepare. And there's always going to be more work that you can do than you have time to do. And the toughest challenge, I think, is knowing when the hay is in the barn and knowing when you're good to go. And I think part of it is also acknowledging that those last extra hours that are going to leave you feeling sleep deprived, that are going to cause more problems than they actually help your team, that's the balance. How much do I put in and when do I know I have to stop? I can't keep going. I can't stay up. I can't sleep in my office. I can't neglect my family. I have to find some balance here or it's all going to fall apart. But I could see where when you get into that competition week in and week out and you're determined to win and you're determined to control everything you can possibly control, I could see why guys would sleep in the office and I could see why guys would go on 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night.
He's so funny because Kobe Bryant used to be notorious for this. So I'm always at the gym at 5 a.m. And if you're not at the gym with me, then I'm getting better and you're getting worse. And then at the end of his career, he was saying how he had it wrong and that he wishes he could go back because he figured out that sleep is the superpower. Sleep is the thing that makes you sharper and better. And I just wonder if any, because they have all of those sleep scientists in there for the players. You would think the coaches and executives would say, is it better for me to grind tape or for me to get an extra 90 minutes of sleep? And I'm sure they would be told to get an extra 90 minutes of sleep.
Oh, you're absolutely right. But good luck telling the head coach that when there's a big divisional game coming up in the middle of December with the playoffs on the line, and if you don't make the playoffs, you're going to be out of a job. I'll have plenty of time to sleep if I get fired. So it's easy to say, right? And the other side of it, too, is the coaches don't have to go out on the field and perform. Now, you still have to make good decisions during the game, but you don't have to be as locked in as a player is every moment that you're out on the field. So I can understand why a player would understand and value sleep, but I think it just becomes like this weird point of misguided macho pride.
Yes.
Doesn't it? You know, I work harder than you. That's why I think Gruden always did it. It was an extension of just his overall demeanor. And who knows if it was even true. That's the other thing, too. Just because somebody tells us they get up at 3:45 in the morning, we don't know they get up at 3:45. We're not there when the alarm goes off and see them roll their ass out of bed. I think a lot of people like to create this mythology about their work ethic instead of just working. And I'm a big fan of just work. You don't have to tell everybody how hard you work. Your success and your work product will demonstrate it for anybody who's smart enough to figure it out.
It's even the opposite of that, too, is you had coaches. I remember years ago, Mike, if you asked Dick Duran about his golf handicap, he wouldn't ever talk about golf because he was really good. And he thought if he told you how good he was, the presumption would be, well, how does he have enough time to be that? No coach, it's almost a badge of honor to be bad at golf because that means you don't have enough, you're not playing enough to be good.
I remember when Steve Spurrier was the coach in Washington and he made some crack about, because he just didn't work very hard. He was out on the golf course. And somebody was asking him about Jim Haslett, who was coaching the Saints at the time. And, Haslett worked so hard. And I can't remember exactly how it played out, but the end result was Haslett wanted to kick Spurrier's ass because Spurrier basically said all that work that Haslett's doing isn't making a damn bit of difference. His team still sucks.
It's so Spurrier, too. The stories that we used to hear from our regular contributor, Matt Bowen, who played for Spurrier in Washington, and just on road trips, and how he would carry his golf clubs like right into the lobby of the hotel, and he'd be looking at his watch near the end of practice. It was just a riot. And Spurrier was the coach at Duke when I was a student there. And I'll never forget when he invited the student media into his office to come hang out for a preseason just meet and greet. And ask me questions. Go ahead, fire away. What you got? And as people are talking, he turns around. He's got a fridge under his desk, and he just starts taking out beers. It's 11 in the morning. And he starts taking out beers and opening them and like handing them to him, like, who wants who needs a beer? I'm like, I'm a freshman. You know, I'm 18, but sure, I'll take one. So I believe every story I hear about Spurrier.
Well, and look, he didn't last very long in the NFL, and I have a feeling that his lack of work ethic was probably one of the reasons why he didn't last very long in the NFL, because I do think you have to be fully committed and all in and willing at the right times to really go the extra mile, put in the extra time. And I've had coaches explain to me that so many of the benefits you get from that extra film study, where you find that little thing that the defense does or that their special teams do on kick coverage, you find that thing, you have that eureka moment, you incorporate it, and it's something nobody even notices. But you know that it made a difference. Whether it's, 5 yards extra gained on a 2nd and 7, so you have a makeable 3rd down, whatever it may be. It's little things like that where I think they get a lot of gratification, where they find something that they can use just in an average random moment. But it justifies putting all that time in. But what it also does, it tells you, boy, you got to put in all that time to look for that one little thing here or there that's going to give you an edge.
Mike, what are the drastic steps that the NFL might take so that they make sure the guys aren't getting suspended for gambling?
Well, I like the item that was included in the latest article from Kalen Kaler of The Athletic on this technology that just prevents them from making bets they can't make, right? Instead of telling them don't eat the apple from the forbidden tree, just get rid of the tree. Just get rid of it. Don't let them do it. They've got the technology to bust the guys who have used the app where they shouldn't and how they shouldn't. Why not put a filter in there that just prevents them from betting on the NFL or betting when they're at work? Now, I think it gets a little more challenging when they're traveling to have that switch flipping on and off when you are in a spot where you can and can't do it. But, all that digital stuff, there's a way to configure the settings where for every player in the NFL, you would not be allowed to bet on any sports on your DraftKings or FanDuel app or BetMGM or whoever you have when you're at work, when you're traveling. When the team could say, here are the hours that we're shutting off their access. They know when they're at work. They know when they're on the road. And you just shut it off. And then you turn it back on when they're able to do it later. That's so much better than just dictating to the players what they can and can't do while they still are carrying around the ability to easily violate those rules.
Yeah, I still think, too, that obviously then you'd have straw bets being placed by proxies.
Oh, but that's going to happen anyway. That's going to happen anyway. And I think it's already happening. Everything that's happened with the players being suspended for making bets on their own phones obscures the fact that anyone with, a sufficiently high level of brain function, I don't know how much it takes, but probably not much, is just making the bets through someone they trust, friend or family member, and then it's never an issue. How they were going to catch you. I wrote about that over the weekend. How they were going to catch anybody that makes bets through someone else.
I really like that Michael Vick has kind of turned himself into this quarterback guru who's willing, elder statesman who's willing to go around and help younger quarterbacks that he think has something in common with him. He's spent time with Justin Fields. Now he's spending time with Tua.
Did he tell Tua he's got to get bigger?
Yeah. How is he going about trying to help Tua, and will any of it work?
Well, I don't know that he's directly working with Tua. I just know that Tua's name came up when he was on Tyreek Hill's podcast, and he said Tua's got to bulk up, put on 10, 15 pounds, not take hits, not get knocked around. All this discussion about taking jiu-jitsu so he knows how to fall after he gets hit, I think the bigger challenge is don't get hit. It's one of the reasons why the Panthers aren't concerned about Bryce Young, even though he's smaller than Tua. They think he's going to avoid getting hit. You got to know when to get rid of the football. You got to have an awareness of the bodies around you, and that's something that Tua lacks. And I don't know if that's ever going to change. So I do think it's great, too. So many of these guys grew up idolizing Vic. I think we're getting toward the end of the generation, though, that was watching Vic when they were young. I mean, it's been, 16 years since his heyday now, 17 years, 16 years since the dogfighting stuff happened. It's really been 17 years since the last significant Michael Vick football season. Well, and then he came back around later with the Eagles, but the original Mike Vick experience with the Falcons, it's been 17 years.
What are you hearing about the early takes on Anthony Richardson as a Colts quarterback? Because when people described him potentially as a bigger, more athletic Jalen Hurts, I said, well, that would be pretty special, and I'm wondering how long that development's going to take.
Well, and look, when the GM of the team candidly admits that they took him where they did because if this guy ends up being the superstar we think he can be, we don't want to be the team that passed on him. It does kind of set a bar that's pretty high for this guy. And I think they would have taken him first overall, and I think if they wouldn't have taken him, the Seahawks would have pounced on him. So the question is, how does the team best prepare him for this process of ascending into what he's going to be? How do you protect him from the things that he's working on, the deficiencies in his game? I don't think they're going to sit him. I think Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and Anthony Richardson are all going to be week one starters. I don't even think it's much of a question for any of them, frankly. But it comes down to the team. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of the draft, to put it mildly, because you put so much stock as a player in the help you're going to have around you, the coaching you're going to have, what they're going to do, the decisions they're going to make about the situations they expose you to, how they're going to get the most out of what you can do well while you're learning how to do other things. The coaching around you is so critical to your development. And, you know, that's going to be one of the keys. Can Shane Steichen properly put together an offense that's going to get the most out of Anthony Richardson? And the fact that he changed his system to adapt to Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia is good news for Anthony Richardson, and I'm optimistic. I mean, look, I want more young star quarterbacks in the NFL. I think we all should, and I think Richardson, of all the guys who came out this year, he's the one that intrigues me the most.
Mike, why do you think there's so many free agents that are still walking around?
I think there's a bunch of different factors that go into it. A lot of guys just want more money than is out there. Some guys don't want to be in the off-season programs, and they'd like to miss training camp if they could. Some guys, it's just over and they haven't realized it yet, and they're never going to get the kind of offer that they would accept or any offer whatsoever. You know, I'd say for most of these guys, when you get to the tail end of your career, there's a break-even number where below that, I'm just not going to mess with it. I'm not going to put my body through another year of it. Yeah, I'm not going to make that kind of money anywhere else, but, you know, I got enough in the bank. I don't need to mess with it anymore. So I just think that it's a bunch of different factors, but the reality is it's a zero-sum game when you're talking about NFL rosters. Every year is that new crop of guys who come in, 250 draft picks, the undrafted free agents. Guys got to go, and not 250 guys are retiring every year. That's for damn sure. Most of those guys that are gone are guys that are gone before they wanted to go.
Mike Florio, thanks as always. We'll talk next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. So the Cubs staved off baseball death yesterday.
Against the dying of the light!
Ian Happ himself, who we're going to talk to at noon. It was the powerful right arm, the lightning bolts of Zeus from Olympus.
Pew, pew. And some really bad managing from Craig Counsell.
But Ian Happ looked baseball Grim Reaper in the face and said...
Tyler liked that when I took a shot at Craig Counsell.
Not
Jeez.
today. He said, not today. The Cubs got that win, and they were helped by a major Brewers meltdown.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. And speaking of meltdowns, after the game, Rossi...
Oh, he was awesome.
Rossi not happy. So we'll share some of that with you next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Ian cracks one in the air. Deep center field. That ball is gone.
Nico Horner is playing some brilliant baseball right now.
Dude.
And you shouldn't be surprised to know, with 1.2 wins above replacement, He is the 11th most valuable player in the game right now.
When he signed his deal, I was like, oh, I was a little surprised because, I was trying to figure out the math on what do you do with a guy who played shortstop now that guy plays second base? Like, how do you value it? And we kind of got our answer. And now I'm sitting there going, man, the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal. And the peace of mind aspect for Nico Hoerner seems to be working out pretty well too. But this guy's a ball player.
Hoerner's batting .355, on base .400, slugging .473, which works out to a WRC plus of 142. He is a plus player in base running runs above average, offensive runs above average, and defensive runs above average. He has only struck out 7% of the time.
I think figuring out when you have a shortstop playing second base and there being no more shift rules, does that position become more important? And do you end up having to pay more for that position?
Like in general?
Yeah, in general.
If you're an agent, are you going to say, hey, this is now there's a new premium for second basemen who can field like shortstops?
Right. Athletic second baseman that can cover a lot of ground, where it used to be you kind of had a guy that was decent enough.
Or not. You had guys like
Daniel Murphy.
Well, like the Jeff Kent model where you could, Dan Ugla, that you could just have a stick.
Just go over there and we'll shift into situations with tough lefties and we'll put you here and put this person there. But I think the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal.
It seems like it. If you ask where does that 7% strikeout rate rank among the 178 qualified MLB players, the answer would be third. Luis Arraez strikes out 4.9% of the time. Mauricio Dubon strikes out 5% of the time. And then there's Nico Hoerner tucked in at 7%. I hate being a fan of this team.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
And the 0-1. A swing and a pop fly. Shallow left. Happ coming in. Let's see if the runner tags. The catch by Happ. The runner's going to try to score. The throw to the plate. He is going to be out at the plate. Out at the plate. Cubs win the ball game. Let's see if the call is challenged. Ian Happ, another clutch throw. I don't know if the Brewers are going to challenge it. Miller tried to score. Let's see. I believe the ball game is over.
Cubs are going to win this game. Counsell just walked into the clubhouse.
The Cubs win an incredible ball game, 7-6. There's no other game I've ever seen that can even compare to this game.
I mean, we've seen it all.
I watched some, I listened to some. The radio broadcast was tremendous, and it was just, at first I went from angry, rage quit, I can't believe they're doing this again, they're going to lose.
Back-to-back days like this.
And then here comes Palencia throwing seeds. I'm like, oh boy.
Just call a guy up, and he's like, oh, okay, give me the ball.
Yep, welcome to the big leagues, man. And Ian doing what he was doing, and the way they were describing it and everything that's going on, woo-hoo-hoo, because if they lose that, we all know, right?
Yeah, that's the end.
That's it.
I said on Monday felt like a win is training camp loss. Now, the Cubs still have an opportunity to win this series. They can win these next 2 games and win 3 out of 4. And yesterday, it was looking super dicey because it was looking like what happened on Monday. Let me just say, because I genuinely like Craig Counsell. I think he's one of the best managers in baseball. He managed terribly at the end of that game. You know how I am, and whenever the Cubs do it, I'll send the text through the group chat to Bunty, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the 10th inning yesterday, this is exactly what the Brewers should have done. The game was tied. You're at home. Bunt the runner over to third, get a fly ball, and go home with a win. And they didn't do that. They had 2 bad sends. And you know how you know when it's a bad send? When the catcher is basically like, hi, I have the ball.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
Hello.
Yes.
And they're like, oh, well, let's see if there was a catcher's interference.
That's what they're betting. They're betting on the fact that the interpretation of the rule and maybe the umpire making the interpretation is such an idiot.
Right.
Because he's a terrible umpire.
Well, that thing that goes to New York doesn't have anything to do with him, which is great.
But his initial call is still the one that they would need enough evidence to overturn.
But he got that one right, even though he got a bunch of other things wrong.
God, is he bad.
And Amaya was terrific yesterday on receiving balls at the plate.
It had the huge double to put him up 2 runs.
I mean, it was I love seeing Ian execute at that level. Seeing Amaya do it exactly the way that when we had to go over this 2 weeks ago, and seeing, oh, all right, I need to be like ahead of the plate, right? All right, cool. And then when I get the ball, I can actually block the plate. Cool. Watch this.
Yes,
yeah,
kind of.
And he did, and it worked out really, really well. But there was a lot of shenanigans that was going on. Mike Napoli got thrown out of the game. David Ross. I don't know if I've ever seen a manager be as calm after being thrown out of a game as David Ross was on the field.
Well, I mean, calm, but salty.
Oh, there's no doubt he was salty, but he didn't flip. You know, like he didn't, I'm going to take this base and I'm going to kick dirt and I'm going to do all this stuff. And I'm so happy too. Was it JD where Napoli, I guess, like kind of rubbed up against the umpire at first base? And JD's like, you know what? JD was like, I'm kind of sick of these umpires, man. Because he's right. Oh, it was Girardi. And Girardi goes, I always used to be like, you ran into me. And it's true. You can walk away, but they love it. They love to step back and go, did you touch me? They love it.
Yeah, you can tell when a player's actually at fault. Remember the Antonio Alfonseca belly bump?
Yes.
That's my favorite, because that was a no-doubter.
And I remember Jesse asking him about his fingers.
Yes, but Alfonseca ran and couldn't stop his giant body and just gave the ump a little, how's your father?
Yes. So why don't we hear from Cubs manager David Ross, who there's a lot on Rossi's mind, and I think a lot of it was valid.
It seemed like the frustration with umpiring was building up throughout the game. Is that like the culmination of things at the end there?
I mean, I think, there was some frustration. It was big. There's no secret in moments. And, these guys, you can only, I'm trying to balance the emotions and continue to have these guys execute and have good at-bats. And it just wasn't very good. And we made that known, and some guys were starting to get frustrated. And, I know it's not an easy job, but there's some of the pitches that got called today just weren't even close. And so it's got to be better. They're closing the roof to get rid of the shadows late. There's a lot of that went on today that just was really frustrating.
Are they allowed to do that during the game?
I don't know.
So that's Rossi talking about that roof closing up.
And yes, there was a horse invoked there.
So we were talking about it before the game because young Tyler, clearly a Cubs fan, right? He's got on his Cubs gear and everything. I was telling Ray how I hate Miller Park or whatever the hell it's called now. And I hate it because it doesn't have air conditioning. Well, yeah, right? That face that you just made, that's the face I made when a Brewers fan told me that was the case. I was sitting up there watching the White Sox and the Brewers, and I was like, man, it's real hot and humid up in here. It's like, yeah, they don't have air conditioning. Once you close the roof, it's like a sauna. I was like, that's not good. That's not a good idea. I get that it's Milwaukee, but you know what? Get hot in Milwaukee in June, July, August, and sometimes September.
Yeah, with 40,000 people in a room together, yes.
Yeah, it's bad. So I love Rossi talking about, and here's another thing. While I'm at it, here's another damn thing. If you can make a roof that can close in 20 minutes, you can put some air conditioning up in there. There. By the way, everything around Miller Park is really nice. The Hank Aaron stuff is great.
But the closing of the roof in the middle of the game?
It's whack.
What are you doing?
Unless there's a storm coming.
Or Godzilla.
Well, if Godzilla's coming, we should all just leave.
Well, maybe the least you could do is close the roof. But when they pointed it out during the broadcast, and I thought it was a point well made too, that the shadows, if you're trying to get rid of the shadows, you're changing the shadows during play.
During an at-bat. During multiple at-bats.
That's messed up.
Yes. It's something that should not be allowed. You knew where the sun was going to be. You have games all the time. You know what time of year it is, and you knew what time the game started. So I agree with Rossi. That's some.
And I've always enjoyed some of the bad blood between these teams, whether it's out where you can't buy our tickets, or the stuff about remember the rain out years ago where it was rained out, but it wasn't really rained out and it didn't rain, and it was and the pitching was a little thin and it just so happened to be a rain out. So the skullduggery that goes on, there is something that exists between these local rivals.
Yeah. And then there was that time where like Milwaukee was feeling like they weren't getting their just due because the Cubs were winning the World Series. And it's like, blah, blah. And so they would get mad about all sorts of stuff. You know what I like in the Brewers? The Brewers Cubs to me is similar to Blackhawks Predators.
Yeah.
Where it's like you kind of don't feel like you belong here. You're kind of trying to buck up. Even they do things differently from a parking standpoint. So I went to go see a White Sox game. Obviously, there's some of us that are going to travel. That's the old rivalry in the AL West. And they're like, oh, yeah, White Sox fans, no problem. I was like, oh, okay. They're like, yeah, when Cubs fans come up here, though. I'm like, oh, it's like that. And, my whole thing is, like, the place that I've gotten to with the Cubs as it pertains to other cities and other teams is I don't necessarily like my cousin, but that's still my cousin.
Only I can say those things.
Right. And you can't just be saying crazy stuff about my cousin. And that's how I feel now when I go to St. Louis and people be talking. I'm like, y'all some jerks. Me and my cousin might come up back here, and then what y'all gonna do? Nothing.
It's just, man, in this series, like you say, they can make something of it and win these next two. But how often do we get back to what Jed said in the offseason about blowouts? You were up 6-0.
Yeah.
You were up 6-0 game. You had a chance to grab them by the neck.
You had 2 games in a row where you had significant leads that could have allowed for you to take a lot of the pressure off of your bullpen.
Yes, that's why you want to blow teams out. That's why it matters. You're up 6-0. You can set up the rest of the series now. You say, all right, we'll have these pitchers here and these pitchers here. We've got this. We'll give this guy a shot here. Maybe then you work in Morel at third and do some of the stuff that you're doing. But what did Joe Madden used to call them? Jug runs?
Yeah.
Go for the jugular. They go to their low leverage pitching because they've got some pitching, man. Brewers have some dudes. And it's just such a shame. Like that loss still stings. And the fact that yesterday that they got out of there without the avoidance of that loss, staring into the abyss.
I don't think that it's understating it, saying that for now, and that could change tonight, for now, the Cubs saved their season by winning that game.
No doubt.
Because had they lost back-to-back games like that to this team, that feels like, well, let's see what we can get from Marcus Stroman, and let's see what we can get from Cody Bellinger, and let's see who else might be interesting. And let's let Christopher Morel just play third base for the rest of the season because this season won't matter.
They would have been 9 back.
Yeah. But now you get to go into these last 2 games and say, all right, let's take this series. Let's feel good about ourselves. Let's gain a little bit of ground, and let's stay relevant. They lose a series, they are no longer relevant in the National League Central race. You win it, you get to hang on for a little bit longer. But I love that people are texting in with their stories. Someone said you can't breathe in that park. And you're right. That's what it feels like when the roof is closed. Everything, Dan, I'm telling you.
I've only been there with the roof open, and we had an absolutely lovely day.
It's like, look, Milwaukee's great. I love Milwaukee. The food at the park is outstanding.
Stay away from the special sauce, though.
I don't move in those circles. The people that I interacted with, whether it was at the hotel or at the ballpark, for the most part, I was like, this is cool. This is the way it should be when you go see your team play on the road. But that ballpark, when it's hot and they close the roof, I'm not interested at all. It has everything that you would want except the most essential thing. Like that's crazy to me. Who builds a ballpark like that?
I wonder if Jason still has his Corey Hart jersey from that trip. That was the guy. He got a Corey Hart jersey shirt,
and he wore his sunglasses at night.
He's a pretty good player, and that was the game we left early, and the Brewers came back and won. And everybody was mad at me. Like, we got to beat the traffic. We got to get out of here. Yeah, there's fireworks going on. I think they won. That's okay. We got to get home. Shut up. I don't care. We got to go. Yeah, we got to go. Too much traffic. Got to go to the parking lot. Got to go home.
Smoke it.
That was that, Dad. We have High Noon coming up. Weird story that I'm still trying to figure out what I'm missing in this. There was a woman who went missing, and it's where and how they found her that is, I've got questions.
I have vintage Dom DeLuise and Dean Martin.
Oh, God.
It's next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put some respect on that liquor.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawaski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands, and he already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is, this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the two 40s, and you are that, and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand, and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
Gore. I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Time for High Noon, and it is Wednesday. It's not Monday. It's not a Layla Rahimi Wednesday because she is taking some well-deserved time off.
Because Layla worked every single day last week and did double shifts and waited out rain delays in both baseball and NASCAR. So she's taking some time off.
She has well-deserved time off that she doesn't take enough of, but it is Wednesday, which means this High Noon is the middle of your work week. So the great thing about these long weekends is it cuts down the actual time until the next one. And we started by discussing the NASCAR race and what we watched and what it meant and if we want to do it again. Rick Hahn on the state of the White Sox. Oscar Colas talking about his adjustments. Mike Florio talked football, and we talked about just how significant that Cubs' avoidance of defeat was yesterday, thanks to Ian Happ, who's going to join us in about 15 minutes.
Every now and again, you run across something that you've never seen, like some classic bit that you've never seen, and we joke about Dean Martin and Happy Holidays and everything else. The way he used to conduct himself and drink on television quite a bit.
It was apple juice.
Sure. Okay.
It was a bit.
Well, he and Dom DeLuise did a bit, and it was pretty tremendous, so I thought I'd share it.
I'm a little weenie looking for a bun, just a teeny weeny itty bitty one. If I keep on cooking, I'll be overdone. Pickle and onion, hot dog. Get out of here! What was that?
What are you doing?
All right, so wait, now that you've heard it, let me set it up again.
Okay.
Dom DeLuise just kind of runs onto the stage. Dean is sitting in a chair being Dean. I don't even know if the plan was for him to bring Dom onto the set.
Yeah, but with Dom DeLuise, you never knew.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that you know that, Ray, play it again.
I'm a little weenie looking for a bun, just a teeny weeny itty bitty one. If I keep on cooking, I'll be overdone. Pickle and onion, hot dog.
And then he ran off.
Ran away.
He just came in, hijacked the show to do that, and left.
Yep.
That's awesome.
What was that?
We could use that. What was that drop? I think.
What was that?
That's exactly what. Okay, if you're watching it, you're like, yeah. What was that?
If you read the Mel Brooks memoir, which is fun, it's not fabulously written, but there's just great story. And if you can only, if you want, just read about the movies you care about. But the respect that Mel Brooks always had for Dom DeLuise and his sort of as a chaos agent, comically. Sometimes that what he could do with a look or a glance or be able to accomplish physically.
Jonathan Winters was like that too.
Jonathan, well, that's what inspired Robin Williams. That was a very, very different kind of manic energy.
Jonathan Winters played his son on Mork and Mindy, right?
That's because Robin Williams wanted to work with his idol. And did you know actually in Blazing Saddles, the woman who stands up at the town council meeting and has to yell and say, "We can't hear you. It is people of Rockridge." That's Dom DeLuise's wife.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. He's a little wiener. Good for him.
What was that?
Did you see this story by any chance? And is it me that just thinks that we're missing something here?
I heard you tease this, and I'm not aware of the story.
All right. A woman in Massachusetts who had been missing for a week was found Monday stuck in the mud at a state park. Emma Tatuski, 31, went missing around noon on June 26th and was known to visit Pinewood Pond in Stoughton and Lake Massapog in Sharon, Stoughton police said in a news release. On Monday, Tatuski was found in nearby Borderland State Park, about 30 miles south of Boston, by hikers who said they heard a woman screaming for help in a swamp-like area. They couldn't get to her on foot, so they called authorities. When officers arrived, they heard her, but police said they couldn't see her. 3 officers waded 50 feet from shore through thick brush and swamp to get to Tatuski. They think she may have been trapped for at least 3 days. Utilizing ATVs, Easton PD undertook rescue efforts to reach Emma and free her. She was stuck in the mud for several days. We thank everyone involved. The public never gave up hope. She was conscious and alert. What?
Do we...
What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What was that?
Exactly, Dean.
I need more to this. Like I've done multiple times. I've done a bog walk in a real bog in Wisconsin, a peat bog with the sphagnum moss, and we would do we would go with a naturalist who we'd take the kids. It was a camp thing that every once in a while you do a bog walk, and the rule is you had to wear jeans that you would then throw out. You have to wear your clothes that. You have to wear clothes because you don't really know what's in there. But we would get chest deep in the mud. And you continue your slog, and we would go to see carnivorous plants. There were pitcher plants and sundew plants, and it was really, really cool.
I wish you'd do a better job with the bulls.
There's incredible stuff in there, and it's just an amazing ecosystem. And you end up in the lake. You start on a road, and you end up walking through the bog, and you finish in the actual lake. And then you throw out your clothes. And it's thick mud, and occasionally you lose a shoe. Sometimes you end up losing both of your shoes.
Yeah, you don't want that shoe back anyway.
And you give the shoe to the bog, and the bog monster eats the shoe, and it's got your shoe. But first of all, if you're going in something like this, you have to be with other people. You would never, ever do this by yourself. And I don't know why you would think to do it that deep into that mud, that far away that no one can see you. No phone, no flares. What are you doing?
That's an excellent question. I don't have an answer because it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And if you knew she liked to go there, and that's where you found her, why did it take a week?
Another excellent question.
I just found it very, very strange.
You were correct to find it strange.
Right, so what do you like to do in your spare time? I like to walk way into the mud and get stuck. Okay.
Do you like to do that with anyone else?
Nah. Oh, no, I always do it entirely by myself.
Nah, do
you bring a phone? Nah.
Don't need it.
I got to get away from the phone so I can go stand in mud. It's like extreme earthing or something. Like the people who feel they've got to walk around barefoot and make contact with the earth.
I'm sure she'll be Aaron Rodgers' next girlfriend.
But did you know that's like an MLB thing now? Did you hear them talking about it in the broadcast? About how some MLB players who hate wearing spikes, they walk around barefoot in the grass before games to feel the grass.
Man, it's nice to walk barefoot in the grass.
In that grass.
Yeah.
That's
a signature Roger Bossert field.
Right? But people, I've seen people earthing in parks.
I'm fine with that. Just don't go to the bog without telling anyone or without someone there with you or without a way to contact people.
Right.
Seems pretty simple to me.
Right? Or like a big flag to wave or an air horn.
Hello?
Or something. I'm stuck in the mud again. And when I read the headline, I thought vehicle stuck in the mud. That happens.
Sure.
But she wasn't in a vehicle. She was stuck in the mud.
She's your vehicle, baby.
Yeah, but she wasn't in one. I don't know. It just seemed weird.
This is one of those stories where no good deed goes unpunished.
Okay.
This is from The Messenger. New York City police are searching for a man they say attacked a Good Samaritan with a cane after the latter tried to... Caner. Well, I mean, he's there, right? So
that's right.
The latter tried to alert a man that his cell phone could be easily stolen as he slept on a Manhattan subway platform. Authorities said around 1 a.m. on June 17th, the victim noticed the suspect was asleep and holding his phone as he sat in a wheelchair on the southbound side of the Q tracks inside Prince Street Station. Quote, he then woke up the individual in order to prevent him from being a victim of a crime. The male then pulled out a cane and struck the victim in the head and neck, causing minor lacerations to his head, police said.
Oh, he was just trying to help.
The suspect fled the scene in his motorized wheelchair, according to authorities. The victim, a 22-year-old man, was brought to Mount Sinai Beth Israel Hospital in stable condition. He's just trying to help.
Well, maybe he freaked out when he woke up.
Probably. I mean, maybe you're thinking, I fell asleep here on this platform. Whoever's talking to me is probably going to rob me. You can get this cane.
I wasn't helping out the screaming crackhead last week.
No, get him in here to host weekends.
They were. Hey, welcome back, screaming crackhead with you. Don't look at me! Don't you look at me! Quit looking at me!
It's the best radio ever.
Right. Next segment, I'll scream more about people looking at me. So keep it here. I'm screaming crackhead. Weekends on the Score. Don't look. If Jeff Schwartz were still here, absolutely,
he'd consider it.
Yes,
and he would have asked me to produce it.
What a great idea!
Look, you're one of our strongest producers. Go in there and help this crackhead out.
It's outside the box thinking. No one's ever thought of putting a screaming crackhead out.
Leading into fantasy football with him and Superfan Dan. That's high noon.
Gainer.
That would have been so funny. That he just beat the guy with Patrick Kane. Hey, Kaner, come here. This guy's bothering me.
Kick this guy's ass.
All right.
I'm not really a fighter.
Coming up, we are going to talk to, what'd you call him, Zeus?
Zeus!
He's throwing lightning bolts.
From the top of Mount Olympus.
Our guy, Ian Happ, was throwing peas to home plate yesterday. We're going to talk about how important yesterday's game was, his role in it, and what happens next with the Cubs. It's the Bernstein and Holmes show here on The Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets. Some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened like yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me and she was a little taller than me, she wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
Let's see a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door. He has to bang on this storm door. The guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a peephole. What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected.
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough.
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Went to someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The Slippery Slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
Another
So-
slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked at.
Hospital.
Because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap, and the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice,
I had
notice
to
he didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, where the hell am I?
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar.
Yeah, so
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
Yes, that was him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is the score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The talent that's here and the talent that is continuing to develop here. We obviously have some mainstay guys like Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, Gold Glove Award winner.
And the 1-2. Line drive, base hit to left field. Rounding third, heading home, Monasterio. The throw by Happ. It's a good throw. He's going to be out at the plate. The throw to second base and out there. Unbelievable double play. Great throw by Happ to cut down the runner. Monasterio at the plate.
Host of the Compound Podcast.
And the 0-1. A swing and a pop fly, shallow left, Happ coming in. Let's see if the runner tags, the catch by Happ. The runner's going to try to score, the throw to the plate. He is going to be out at the plate, out at the plate. Cubs win the ball game. Ian Happ, another clutch throw. The Cubs win an incredible ball game, 7-6. There's no other game I've ever seen that can even compare to this game.
I mean, we've seen it all. Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Here's a man that probably has 5 fresh pots a day. He's got an insatiable thirst for coffee.
Ian Happ with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Well, how about this kind of timing? The hero of yesterday's game, saving them from complete baseball misery, the powerful right arm of the man we're calling Zeus, throwing lightning bolts from Mount Olympus to cut down runners. Ian Happ is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Well, that was a thing, Ian.
That was a good way to end a game. That was definitely up and down the whole way, but nice to get out of there with a win.
When you're going through where you know that it's going to be a throw to the plate, what's going through your mind? Are you counting your steps? Like, walk me through the whole process.
I think, both those situations are kind of do or die throws. I think the first one, if you don't get the guy, it's the end of the game. So you're just trying to put everything you can into the throw. I think first things first, you got to field the ball clean on the ground, and then just getting everything you can behind it. Second one, same thing. It's a do or die. After the guy hits the ball in the air, there's no harm in wherever the ball goes, because either you get the runner out or he scores, and that's the end of the play. So same thing, trying to get behind it as much as you can on a fly ball like that, so you can have as much momentum into your throw. But 2 good throws that were right on the money for Amaya to handle. So that's kind of the main goal.
That's what I wanted to ask you about next. How well did Miguel Amaya play those throws?
I mean, great. He does a great job of being able to handle throws. It's not easy. I think people don't realize how hard it is, with the catcher's mitt, with everything that's going on, with the runner bearing down on you to actually handle the ball and get the tag clean. And he did a great job on both of those.
And there's always a little bit of luck involved, too, just because even if you're conscious of where the seams are in your hand, this might cut or this might tail. So do you adjust for that mid-throw, or do you just like trying to read a putt, say, I'm just going to aim for the center of the cup and hope it gets there?
I mean, sometimes you really get a good feel for what seams you have. The ones that cut on you, usually you got a back grip on it, or didn't, rush through it a little bit. Those ones both, I think the first one I got a really good 4-seam grip, and then the second one I got enough of it where I could kind of tail it back to him. I think usually my throws, the good ones, have a little bit of like 3/4 arm slot and tail back. So that second one kind of had a little bit of run back, which was good.
Ian, what's it like to play in that ballpark as a hitter and a fielder as the roof is closing?
Yeah, it's interesting because as the day goes, the shadows, when the roof is open, 3 o'clock games are tough. When the roof is open, it's kind of as the game goes, the shadows are bad at the start, and then they get a little bit better. But then the late innings, as the sun gets on the batter's eye, it gets really tough. So that's a challenge. And then in the outfield, left field gets pretty direct sun as the game's going on, and so you're kind of dealing with anything that goes up is going to be in the sun, and then as the roof closes, then the windows get really bright when the sun sets. So you're kind of dealing with two different things. The hard part yesterday is that you have to wear glasses, because if the ball goes up, it's going to be right in the sun, but it's shade where the hitter is. So with glasses, it's really dark where the hitter is. So you have a lot of trouble picking the ball up off the bat. But then once it goes up, you have the sun to deal with.
Seeing Napoli and Ross get kicked out like that, and dealing with what everybody seemed to be dealing with a terrible umpiring performance, a really embarrassing, and it wasn't all just benefiting the Brewers. I thought it was bad both ways. And, you're watching the coaches really stick up for you. How much grumbling was going on the bench and in the dugout? And how does that build over time with each next thing? You're like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of frustration with some strike three calls. Some frustration with the play down the first base line, which is a really difficult play in baseball in general on the with the runner in the baseline rule. Catcher doesn't really have anywhere to go there when the runner's kind of running in front of him and not in the designated 45-foot runner lane. And then the one that kind of was the icing on top was he went to call strike three on Dansby on strike two, and it was a ball. And that's whenever it's a long game. There's a lot of pitches to call. It's not an easy job back there, but whenever there's a little bit of a mental lapse and something like that happens, it just gets everyone a little frustrated. And I think you kind of saw that boil over.
I feel like you don't want it with Napoli, though. I feel like that, and Rossi's bigger than you think. Like when you see him in person, you're like, he's a giant man. But Napoli looked like he'd been in enough scraps where you don't want it with him.
Yeah. I would not want to get in the way of Mike Napoli. That's a situation. He's protecting the players, try to keep players in the game, and make sure that everybody who's playing the game stays on the field. And that was a really, it's kind of underrated how important that is, that a coach steps in and makes sure that everybody stays on the field there. And Mike's a really good dude, really cares about the players, a huge part of our staff, and obviously has seen a ton of baseball and knows these guys, knows the umpires, because he's caught in the big leagues for a long time.
Was there an awareness of just how significant it was to not lose that game, especially after how jarring it was to lose the first one after blowing a 6-run lead? And we're all thinking, oh no, not again. And to stave that off, to stare into the abyss, as I put it earlier, if the baseball Grim Reaper were standing there beckoning with a finger, you kind of told him, not today. It may come, but it's not coming today, because that felt like it just would have been crushing.
Yeah, I think we've been through a tough little stretch here in the last week or so, dealing with a lot of stuff. That's you have seasons where the schedule doesn't line up perfect for you, and you're dealing with travel, dealing with smoke delays, and playing through that, dealing with rain delays and playing through that. Tough. Where we had to go basically play Sunday Night Baseball into a day game, into another day game, just like little things like that add up on you, and to be able to, and some tough games that we lost that, we came back and lost, and then, kind of having some leads. So to be able to make sure that we secured the win in that game yesterday, that felt like one that was set up for us to win. Kyle pitched the gem, and we were able to get on Wade and score some runs, which is not easy. And so to be able to actually pull that out and get the win, and be able to even the series up and have a chance to win the game tonight is huge.
We talk a lot about the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry. Do you feel the Cubs-Brewers rivalry? It's I think it's kind of understated, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been interesting because the players have changed, right? I mean, we had. For years, we had the group that they had, 17, 18, 19, and then our group that we had for those years. and now they've some of the same guys in the pitching staff. And Yelich is still there and a couple guys, but it's kind of turned over right into a new group of players on each side. And so I think it takes a little bit of time, but we always play good games, and it feels like, especially when we're at their place, it's a great atmosphere there with both fan bases, and I think we've had a lot of those games that it feels like we're up or they're up, and kind of late inning stuff that ends up making games close all the time. We've had a few throughout the years where we've been down going into the late innings and come back, and then we've had a few like that, and I don't know what it is, but we do keep playing close games against each other.
You played a lot of different positions around the baseball field at various times. You've been an infielder, you've been an outfielder, and we're watching the beginning, possibly, of a Christopher Morel experiment, seeing if he can play third base. Now, obviously, to be kind, the footwork is raw, and I know you are never been a full-time third baseman, but with your experience moving from position to position, what advice would you have for Morel at the outset to just kind of get as comfortable as he can currently in the majors if he's going to try to do this?
Yeah, I mean, he's a heck of an athlete, and I think he's got an unbelievable arm. He's fast. He moves around well. Third base is a little bit of a different position because you're playing very laterally. You're playing very side to side there, and it's a different throw. It's the longest throw on the field or on the infield, and I think you watch the way Madrigal's played third, with his ability to field the ball and really get his energy going towards first base to make all those throws. That part of it's important. It's important to read the hops and to have a really good internal clock. So I think a lot of it is about slowing the game down, trying to have an understanding for who's in the box, how they're going to get out of the box, and really not putting yourself in a position where you feel rushed. I think that's the biggest part of playing third. And I think it was 18 was the year I played the most third.
20 games, 12 starts.
Yeah, KB went down a little bit, and so I ended up playing a little bit of third. And that was one of the things that was so different from second base is you end up having to have a really good internal clock and have a feel for if a guy hits the ball hard at you, you have a little bit of time and you can move your feet and you can get going towards first base to make those good throws.
Ian, now that you guys had the nice win yesterday, you hold off everything. What's important over these next few games leading into the All-Star break?
It's important to keep up that momentum. We've had streaks this year where I think that's the tough part about the year is, we've had some streaks where we played really good baseball and kind of got on a roll, and then we've given a few back. I think we had that really good stretch and then lost 4 in a row or 6 out of 7. And we've done that a couple of different times where we win 2 games, lose 4. And, the main part is just you have to keep some of these hot streaks going. You have to, when you can get a win like this, you have to kind of finish off the rest of the week and win a few more games and keep that momentum going into the break, I think is kind of the important part for us. There's still a lot of baseball left. There's still a lot of time. And I think we all in the clubhouse really believe in the group that we have. Really good players, guys that have a lot of experience. And we know that making a run at the end of the first half and into the second half is very possible.
Last year at this time, we were talking to you about how you were going to get ready for the All-Star game and which suit you were going to wear and all that. And this year, you're actually going to get a break. And it sounds like, from the way you described what the schedule has been, that it's needed. That maybe there are guys who would rather actually have the rest as big as of an honor as it is. Do you have a plan to recharge?
Yeah, I'm just going to be staying in Chicago. Nothing crazy. Be able to take those 4 days and relax and get away from it a little bit. I think anytime you have the honor to play in the All-Star game, it's an absolute and total amazing experience. And that's so excited for those guys on our team. Obviously Stroman's has been to one and Dansby's back to back, which is great. Super excited for Justin Steele to be able to experience that. And he deserves every bit of that accolade. He's been fantastic, and I think it'll be just talking to him and his family. It'll be a really fun experience for them.
You gonna do any touristy stuff while you're sticking at home?
No touristy stuff. Maybe a little bit of golf and some rest and relaxation.
I mean, I was just saying, because look, like a lot of times you're at the ballpark already. Like, I didn't know if maybe you wanted to go to the shed or go to the planetarium. It is free on Wednesday night. So if that's something that you wanted to do, you could go over to the planetarium.
You could do the architecture tour on the boat.
Yeah, you got to do
with
that.
A glass of wine and make a date night out of it. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, maybe I can just set up a few days of Chicago tourism. That would be a nice break.
And quick self-serving question here. Have you ever played Aaron Hills up outside of Milwaukee?
I have not, no.
Okay. Because
Dan's going to go play it, but are you still in a knee brace?
I walked 9 yesterday and I was fine, but we'll see. They don't allow carts, and
he's been in a knee brace, Ian, and he's afraid to walk this 18.
I just also know I'm going to lose a dozen golf balls because everybody, anybody who's played is like, oh yeah, well, I played Pinehurst. It's way harder than any of the. So it's going to be a great experience. It's not really for me. It's a graduation present for the kid, but I'm worried that I'm just going to have a miserable day.
I did, Lester and I did Whistling Straits one year, and we walked it from basically the tips because we played with Nick Hardy, who's an Illinois grad, and he wanted to tip it out, and it was one of the longest walks, and we all played pretty good, but that's like the course is so hard that good out there is not very, very good, and it was a very, very long walk. I can imagine that Aaron Hills is pretty similar.
Yeah, because we were going to do Whistling Straits. We thought about that, and then my dad just talked us out of it. He's like, no. He said, especially if the wind is blowing weird, he said, that can just be a miserable 4.5 hours. He said, don't do that to yourself. So I took his advice. I'm going to go to play it against sports and get like a bunch of refurbished balls, I think, so I won't care of how many I lose.
Yeah, you should just go get the bucket of 99-cent balls, and
it doesn't matter for me, right? Like, what am I going to do? I need like Pro V ones or the Kirkland ones or these Srixon ones. I don't know the damn bit of difference. I just know I try to hit it straight and find it. If I can find it, I'm happy.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, right?
That's absolutely
for me,
the
it's
name.
Not for you. You're shooting 72. I'm not.
He's not, but he is going up there with some thoughts on becoming a champion. Well, probably not. Ian, with the All-Star break coming up, is doing anything connected with it?
Nothing for the All-Star break, but we're continuing with the Through My Eyes stuff with the new bag that just came out, which is really great. We have all of our new packaging, which people are loving, and then we're getting ever closer to the cold brew and being able to deliver that to people, which we're super excited about.
Looking forward to it.
Good luck tonight, Ian.
Go get it.
Thanks, guys.
That's Ian Happ of the Chicago Cubs.
Big
the hero
game tonight, man. Big game tonight.
Both of these are huge.
Well, I'm trying to look at it one game at a time. Get this game tonight. And then we can have a little fun before the show ends tomorrow.
Now, I asked him about Morel for a reason, because we should delve into what they're trying to do. It was a subject of a recent Joe Sheehan piece also about how to make it work, and Morel being one of those really important pieces. So let's discuss in fine detail next on the Bernstein and Holmes Show on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings, the Giants without a hit.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there.
How is your relationship building with Seiya Suzuki? Because I know that there was experience with Yu Darvish, and who had an interpreter on occasion. Suzuki's interpreter in games is noticeable, where there are all kinds of conversations where Wilson Contreras was in there, and just seeing how Suzuki appears, because he's a position player and not a pitcher, it changes the dynamic a little bit. What has it been like, and how do you see him growing into a role as a teammate?
Yeah, I've been calling Sam my best friend. I'm really trying to establish that I'm his best friend here. He is hilarious. He is so funny. His translator toy is awesome. I think maybe they're going to catch me in the dugout one of these days. Whenever Say hits a homer, I'm picking Toy up and putting him on my shoulders because he's the happiest dude in the dugout. But he fits it, Say's fit in super quickly. The way that he played right field, I thought, with three completely different weather days at Wrigley, three different wind directions, different sun patterns. I thought that was super impressive. And his plate discipline against three really good pitchers, I thought, was outrageous.
When you say he's funny, what would describe his sense of humor? Is it goofy? Is it witty? What? How is he funny to you?
Yeah, I mean he's got a lot in there. He can be a little goofy at times. He has really good quips, and it's funny because the delivery comes through Toy. So, he'll make a joke to Toy, and then before Toy can translate, he has to let out a pretty hard laugh, and then he'll finally get to the joke for all of us. So there's an element of suspense there too with the delivery.
house pairing 10-2 every day.
On 670 The Score.
I mean, I think ideally you'd like him to grab onto a spot. I think versatility is nice, but we want to be. I want guys to be great at a spot, and so finding him different areas until we find out what fits best for him and our club is going to be a little bit of a challenge. So we're just trying to maximize our ability to win while we continue to do that. And his versatility and his athleticism and what a great ball player he is helps us, in the meantime, be very versatile.
He may be, and as Ian Happ described him, as a superior athlete. There's so much more to it. There's so much nuance to learning something like third base at the major league level.
It's extremely hard.
It's terribly hard. Whenever he says that, tell him wash, and that was first base.
Right. Third base is the good thing about third base is that it plays a little bit more on your reaction than it does necessarily like your steps and stuff. But this is really difficult. And now and I don't want to say they're in a necessity because Patrick Wisdom is back, but
not really.
I mean, whatever. It's
terrible.
I know, but he at least plays that position. But if we do, I was sitting there thinking yesterday, well, had they lost yesterday's game, you can play Christopher Morel there the rest of the year.
And just go full on developmental. Yeah.
With you've identified that this guy is a major league bat. Now can you turn him into a major league player? And there's a lot of questions there. He made some mistakes of youth and inexperience this past week.
On the bases especially.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to grow a baseball player while at the same time teaching him to play third base. That's not easy at all.
Now, here's what Joe Sheehan wrote about him, and this is after the 8-6 loss to the Guardians in which Morel went 3 for 5. And he said, the start at third base is more interesting to me than the 3 hits and the dinger. And he goes back and he says, I can't say I keep track, but across email, Slack, and Twitter, I'm certain I have gotten more questions about Christopher Morel this season than any player in baseball.
Oh, wow.
And it's not terribly close. And he says, coming out of the lost season, the Cubs seem to see Morel as another Ben Zobrist, 50 innings at 5 positions, center, right, and third across 2 levels. So last year, he made his MLB debut in May, started hot, 814 OPS, starts at 4 positions, heading into the break. Didn't play as well after the break, his contact rate collapsing, and he was not given enough time at one position to become a defensive asset. The Morel, who'd started as an infielder, played the outfield like one. So the long-term commitments to Swanson and Horner boded poorly for Morel coming into the year because those two are durable and excellent defensively. Then he mentions Madrigal and Wisdom, who are vying for times at the signings of Hosmer and Mancini, and how that sent Morel to AAA Iowa. Since his return, Morel has been the Cubs' best hitter. Morel simply isn't an outfielder. He's young and athletic, but he doesn't get jumps. He doesn't make reads. Every defensive statistic, as well as our eyes, peg him as terrible on the grass. Said so. Here he is at third, the first time David Ross has played him there this season. And if he's going to have a career, he needs to be dropped into a spot and left there, and it almost certainly has to be on the dirt. The Cubs outfield's set for the next few years, with Happ, Suzuki, and Bellinger. Bellinger handing center off to Pete Crow Armstrong, Brennan Davis looking for a role in the mix. With Patrick Wisdom turning back into a pumpkin, Morel can take over third, leaving Madrigal as the 5th infielder.
Which would be perfect.
He says Morel can handle third reasonably well right now. He was an infielder when he was signed. And with steady reps, become an average to average plus third baseman with the glove. He needs those reps to get there. So will the bat play there? Absolutely. He's going to have swing and miss in his game. He's not Madrigal or Horner. When he makes contact, it's fantastic contact. His barrel rate is among the top 10% of all hitters in baseball. Regular playing time will help Morel better manage the strike zone, adding walks to his game. that Christopher Morel has played well enough to insert himself into the Cubs' future. It is up to the Cubs to now place him correctly.
Okay, I disagree with the idea that a 24-year-old can't become a better outfielder. I just completely disagree with that. As far as him playing third base, I think that Joe's right. I think it makes a lot of sense to park him in one spot and let's see how he does. But I also think until we see the Cubs are, while maybe not mathematically eliminated, if it seems like they won't be close enough to really make this count in the second half of the season, I think that you play him there every single day. Now, that's tough. Learning how to play that position at the major league level is really difficult. But I know that he's a major league hitter. So there's, other than him learning to play third, there isn't a lot for him to accomplish in Iowa. And Madrigal got a lot better than I expected he would be at third base. I still think some of his physical tools make him not the choice to play third base. I think that what the Cubs are hoping is he turns into what I have always asked Nick Madrigal to be. Your fifth infielder, your 26 man. That's who he is, and that's what he should be. With Morel, he's got an opportunity to be a middle of the lineup guy. So start taking the reps now at third base and let's see where it goes. And then when the offseason comes, and if you want to go play in the Dominican League in the winter, and you want to play third base or whatever, like whatever it takes, like to get better at that spot. When we had Rossi on, I mean, Rossi was pretty blunt about how he feels about Morel playing third base. They value saving runs. That's a big part of the way that the Cubs are built up. And he doesn't think that for now, Morel matches the rest of his infield. Totally fine. But if you are going to be kind of out of it and in a quasi-developmental, when you're trading away Bellinger and you're probably trading away Stroman, then it does you no harm to just let the man play through some mistakes, being able to have what ideally are your best coaches coaching him and saying, okay, here's what you did wrong. This is where you should have been set up. This is why you should have been set up here in this
or
at-bat.
Like Ian was talking about, you didn't have to hurry that throw.
And he's hurried two throws.
You had it secured. You have a terrific arm. Take your time.
Take your time.
You know who's running.
Yes. Take your time and don't. Moncada used to dance a little bit before he would get rid of the ball. And it's like, you don't have to do that. Like, just throw it. Like, step and throw. Eventually, I think Morel will get there because he's got a good enough arm where it's like, young man, just let that thing eat, man. Just step into it and throw. And hopefully it works for him. It's like that. God, that position is so hard. Like, it's a really tough place to kind of make your bones. But I appreciate that he seems to be up for the challenge of it. And now the Cubs are going to have to do what they need to do because you're not, like, Patrick Wisdom isn't your third baseman of the future, and neither is Nick Madrigal. Morel might be. And if you come out of this, even with some of the moves that you're going to have to make that are going to make the 2023 Cubs worse, if at the end of it, you go, we have now identified our second baseman, our shortstop, our third baseman, our left fielder, our center fielder, our right fielder, and our catcher.
If Miguel Amaya, see, that's the other, low-key thing going on here, is Miguel Amaya restoring his status as a comer.
Yeah, but maybe that's a guy that you move to first base. Because you need one of those too.
Yeah, you find one of those. You don't find catchers. A legit defensive starting catcher, if you think of it.
But they already have two of them. They have two of those already. And if you're trying to make sure that that bat is in the lineup, which would you rather have? Miguel Amaya or Trey Mancini?
Well, who's your other?
Patrick Wisdom.
Okay, but who's your other catcher then?
Tucker.
No, not a full-timer.
No, that's what I'm saying. You have two of them. You've got Gomes and you've got Tucker Barnhart.
But I'm looking for the future. Neither one of those is part of your future.
Depends on what they
Gomes is
define.
like 35, isn't he?
Depends on what they define as their future. Their future can't be any farther away than next year, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, let's be real here. You're asking a lot of damn patience from Cubs fans if you walk into the 2024 season like, we're still not sure.
Well, no, they're going to spend, obviously, but I was just looking at the window being the Happ extension and the Horner extension.
Yeah, and I think that you can still get by with Gomes being your catcher into year 37.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find ways for the – and if Amaya is good enough to supplant them, I'm cool with that. But clearly Gomes has made a big difference with the pitching staff. Like, he's made a huge difference. And so I just thought we'd keep that in mind.
And Gomes also, because of his contract status, might be a deadline flip because of what you could get back. He'd be a commodity at the deadline.
Don't the Astros, aren't they always looking for catcher help?
Don't they have Maldonado still?
Yeah, they don't necessarily need defensive catching help.
Right.
They need Wilson Contreras.
Yeah, they always have a guy who can frame and block and all that. And occasionally against, if it's a team you're rooting for, the catcher hitting 180 will always hit bombs or bang one off the wall.
I believe that is White Sox specific.
Okay, I don't think so.
No.
You think it is?
Yeah.
I'm only saying that because I'm rooting for the White Sox?
I think that you and I are watching games. We're like, this guy can't hit. Oh, my God, he just hit one 400 feet.
He's not allowed to do that. Well,
why would he do that?
You know what? That's what other teams think when Sebi Zavala has one of his multi-home run games, right? So
he's unreal with that.
I know. I think it cuts both ways.
I'm glad that the White Sox have that. Where it's like, look at this. This is a game-winning situation. Who's up? The guy who's hitting 190. Look at that. He just hit a 2-run homer that won the game. Good for Sebi.
Can we talk some Bulls when we come back?
Yeah, I wanted because, look, I can't say what I told Dan about the Bulls and what one of my peeps was telling me about the Bulls. But if you listen closely to the next segment, you'll probably get the gist of what our conversation was like. Stick around. That's next here on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Is there a scenario where Jimmy turns into this guy and never leaves the Bulls? Or did he need everything that happened in between?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there needed to be some upheaval, but I don't know if that would have happened with Gar and Pax running the show. You know what I mean? Like, I think that was the biggest thing. And Fred Hoiberg on the sidelines. And no, Jim Boylan wouldn't have brought this out of Jimmy Butler. You got Pat Riley over there. You got Spoelstra. That's institutional knowledge. That's stability. And I don't know if the Bulls necessarily would have had that, you know what I mean, given where they were in 2017. They were trying to put things together and saying, hey, maybe we can make a run with the 3 alphas and figure stuff out. But if you're telling me, do I trade Jimmy Butler in 2017? I told y'all then. I told y'all back in 2017 that it would come back to haunt the franchise. And tell me I'm wrong. You don't appease the least talented amongst you. God bless them. They had some pretty good years there where they found the Luol Dangs. And, of course, you strike gold with Derrick Rose, and you find Jimmy Butler. But I felt like that time was up, and I felt like for an organization like the Bulls, we're talking about what they consider to be a golden standard. There's only a handful of franchises that have won a bunch of championships during the modern NBA, and the Bulls are one of them, a worldwide franchise, which they used to tell us all the time, right? They used to say that. And my thing was, if you're like that, behave like that. You don't have to give in to the whims of people who can't deal with ego. Every player worth a damn has an ego, and especially if he's been grown inside your building. I know that he came with a headache. I know that he's an a-hole. I completely get that. But you find a way, in my opinion, you find a way to grow with that, to give someone the real estate to grow, mature, develop. You don't, there's a saying that my parents have with each other. They've been married for like 40 years. And I asked my dad, how do you deal with my mother, so to speak? What's the key? And he said sometimes you got to be a little bit blind and a little bit deaf. And I think that's how you have to behave when you have someone like that. You can't hear everything. You can't see everything, but you keep the task on winning with this player because this player is special.
Station for Chicago Sports Talk on 670 The Score.
For fans who might look at the situation and be disappointed that you stood pat at the deadline and that you didn't make a big trade, leading into the, involving draft night, what's your message to that segment of the fan base?
Well, I think we made a move in the draft. I know it's a disappointment it's not in the first round, but we did. But they will have to wait until the free agency and to see what we look like after that.
Very excited.
Okay.
Arturas Karnisovas.
Sell me on it, Arturas. Sell me on your vision.
You talk about a guy who, whenever he's in front of a microphone, has the ability to generate joy and hope amongst the fan base. It is Arturas Karnisovas.
Hey, you fired up?
Winning friends and influencing people. And we made a commitment when we just recorded the latest installment of the Organizations Win Championships podcast, which is just out, by the way, red hot this morning. It's a terrific episode that includes a full breakdown of the free agent signings, the Vooch contract, the application for relief in the Lonzo deal, a full accounting of the Summer League roster, and all kinds of stray shots at Jim Boylan.
Well, guess what? You have a radio show that's live right now.
So what I will say is we made this deal before we recorded that we weren't going to let it devolve into misery, that we were going to try to do everything on its merits, and we weren't going to let everything spiral into Bulls fatalism, because otherwise every episode would end that way.
Well, as I said, you have a live radio show right now where we're talking about the Bulls.
I know.
So let me ask you, I know how you feel about Javon Carter. I think we're in lockstep on that. Do you like the moves that the Bulls have made?
In a vacuum. I like a lot of it. I think that the Vooch contract in and of itself, I didn't do 3 years, but $20 million a year for 18 and 11.
And when that new CBA kicks in, that's
right. That's not an onerous contract. I love the Javon Carter signing. I love the Torrey Craig signing.
Why?
Because he's a veteran, hardworking, reliable, durable 3-and-D guy. And I think he was well ahead of his career percentage last year, so that might have been an outlier year, close to 40%, but that's a pro. I just wish it mattered more, because the mix still doesn't work. You got to move DeMar. You have to.
I know that you feel that way, Dan, and you're probably right. But when the team is putting out videos of guys going out to LA and working out with DeMar at 5 a.m, does that feel like a franchise is thinking about moving DeMar?
No. No, I'm resigned to the fact that they're probably not going to, but this could work. You could look at this all if you got him off the roster and you let it breathe. You could see something that would start to make a little bit of sense because they've got some pieces here. I still don't know where the rim protection is coming from. I saw Bull got waived, which is kind of an intriguing skill set, but I don't know how much money
they did not like him in Orlando.
No, they didn't.
Also, how cool is that? Like Candace has been so ubiquitous that one day I was like, "Hey, where's Anthony Parker?" And you look up. Now he's the general manager of the Orlando Magic. Good for him.
Yeah, it's really hard for me to be honest about everything the Bulls are doing and everything that AK's saying without getting depressed, without falling back into, but it's all getting older, and it wasn't very good, and they don't have any cap space.
Okay,
and no draft picks.
Let's flip this around for a second. Let's take a trip outside of negative town for just a minute.
I will do that. I want to do that. I want to stay out of negative town.
I mean, it's hard. It's going to be difficult because around every corner, it's right there. Is there a way that currently constructed, the Bulls can make it work? If there was a way, what would it look like?
It would involve, as we've talked about before.
And by the way, let's define making it work as avoiding the play-in.
45 wins?
Yeah. Let's 6 seed.
How do you get to 45 wins? I think you find some back-end rim protection inexpensively, however you need to do it. Just get somebody you can trust to block a shot. And somehow you got to get through to DeMar as a coach or as an organization. We're not going to walk the ball up. We're not going to slow possessions down and stop the ball. You'll be and you sit Zach and DeMar down and talk about endgame situations. But I know you're just not going to change DeMar's game. It's a game that we used to know doesn't work in the playoffs, that now we know doesn't work in the regular season either. I
mean, it works.
The numbers are there. His individual numbers are there, but it doesn't work.
What he does work, it does not work for modern NBA offense,
Correct.
Which is what you're trying to do. So, all right, so you said get through to DeMar. Do you think Billy is capable of that?
I don't know, because I've doubted his desire to fight some of those battles. I've learned that he can, after a game, he can tell you exactly what happened and why it happened, and then doesn't really do the stuff he should be empowered to do as the coach to fix it.
It does feel like he's decided that the way to NBA longevity is through being a player's coach. Let me support my stars. What's striking is, even when it offends his basketball sensibilities, we've played those press conferences from Billy where you can tell that he's miffed, but it just feels like he won't take the steps to change the behavior of the guys that he's miffed at. Like, how do you do it? Like, that's what I mean, where it's tough to not turn to negative town on this. Because I'm not convinced that the guys that are in charge didn't get over promoted.
And I know Billy knows better. He knows basketball. He's too smart, and you hear him talk about it, but he talks as if he's just a guy who happens to be watching the game from that seat.
Yeah, he talks a lot of times, and I value this as someone who believes in content creation. I value that he does his post games as if he is an analyst. And it's almost like when you get answers from Billy wants to at some point go, well, why don't you ask the coach? That's you.
Why does this keep happening? These things that you say shouldn't happen.
And it's almost
what
like
can
Billy
you do to make them not happen as much?
It's like Billy's looking over his shoulder like, I'm not the guy to answer that. You guys should ask the coach. I'm just the color analyst.
If somehow they could minimize the effect of DeMar's individual game on the team offense, they could be okay.
Texter asked what I think is a very provocative question. Can DeMar be on the second unit and run the offense through him while the first unit runs the offense through Vooch? I think that's a better idea than what they're doing now, convincing DeMar to come off the bench. I don't know how that's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
You could cursory start him, right? Play him 4 minutes. Have him be the guy that's coming off the bench with the second unit. I don't know.
Who was the guy? Who was the Thibodeau small forward who they did that with? Who would stand in the corner when they'd run flex? Why can't I think of his name off the top of my head?
Ice.
He'd stand in the corner, the veteran, and he would start the game, and that was it. Come on.
You never see him again?
He'd be every once in a while. Who am I thinking? Come on.
I don't
You know, God darn it. I'm going to have to look that up. But you know who I'm talking about.
Texters will help us. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, the veteran.
Thad?
No, before then, the veteran small forward, he could make a standstill three every once in a while. It was when they ran the flex offense stuff.
Marko Simonovic.
And he would cut in, and then he'd cut toward the corner. God darn it.
Big Ben
yes,
Gordon
Keith Bogans.
with a torch.
Keith Bogans. Thank you. Thank you, 815. Yes.
See?
There's your cursory starter, and Keith Bogans is the perfect example of that. And especially...
Not Otto Porter.
If you are committing to starting Kobe White as your point guard.
We don't know they're committed to that.
Let's say you are. You've got Carter here if you need to be, but let's just say part of this is Kobe's going to be your point guard. Moving DeMar to the second unit accomplishes two things. Because you're going to leave in a starter, and it might be Patrick you leave in on the second unit. Because that could work too. If you have Patrick as the second unit stay in like they used to do with Deng, and you say, look, Patrick, DeMar's going to do his DeMar stuff. You go clean up everything. You go get anything you can get.
Go attack.
Go attack. Run, attack. Go get whatever you can get anywhere and back cut, because DeMar will find you on a back cut. So do that, and it takes away the responsibility of a developing point guard decision maker to have to worry about, am I feeding DeMar enough?
I mean,
it's not a terrible idea. I just don't think
if you ran a second unit that has Javon Carter and DeMar and P. Will out there, that's a pretty solid second unit that you could throw at people.
He'd never do it.
That's the problem.
I don't think DeMar would ever do it, and that's why you got to move him.
Who could convince him? Do you feel confident enough? Like, to me, it would be almost binary, where if I'm AK, if I'm Acme, and I'm Billy, the three of us are going to go see DeMar. We're going to fly out to Los Angeles. DeMar, this is what we think is best for us. We would like to make you the guy that ignites our second unit. We know that you are an all-star in this league. You're one of the most respected players in this league. We need this. You know what's happened here. You know what's gone on with Lonzo. We need you to help develop Patrick Williams on the floor, and that's what we have envisioned. If he balks at the idea, you're trading him. That's to me, the binary.
I'm down.
You go and offer this opportunity to DeMar if you're convinced that it's what will make you better. He says no. Thank you. We appreciate your honesty. We have to do what's best for the Bulls.
There's a third option, though.
Okay.
He says yes, but doesn't mean it.
That's something that we think we may have seen a little bit of last year.
And he does it grudgingly, but he's miserable.
And then you'll start to hear drips and leaks and what's with your face?
Did you follow Tanny, the big green egg he made? Pork belly burnt ends with a cherry rub and cherry barbecue sauce.
Oh.
Is that what he just said there?
I don't know. I was here with you.
I gave him a look, and he gave me a look like I knew, because I know he was out there.
Do you think he left that for us?
I don't know, but I didn't even ask him. But this is the first time I've thought about it since I saw it. They look incredible.
All right, then let's take a break. Get ready for Steve Stone to just beat the hell out of you and find out if that's what we got outside. Let's do that. It's Bernstein, it's Holmes. Steve Stone joins us to talk White Sox next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio. And you could be a part of the live studio audience to see.
The right path to what? And so the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance, and that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept, and it crept, and it crept, and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner? The 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's a banner. That would be fun. You reminded me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the numeral 4, KIDS.
Steve Stowe.
When I started out and Harry was my partner, he said to me, "You will find your identity." It turned out that I felt that my identity was going to be to teach as many people as I could the game of baseball.
White Sox TV analyst.
Being an analytics guy, I would have known that a sub-6-foot-tall right-handed starting pitcher in the major leagues, the odds were infinitesimal. But if there was a contest that had a winner, I could never understand why it shouldn't be me.
Social media guy.
A lot of people love you, especially the people you haven't blocked.
I've been blocking more than Tom Brady's line.
Steve Stowe with Bernstein and Holmes on the Score.
Let's talk baseball with Steve Stone. He's on Twitter at Steve Stone, the White Sox TV analyst. Joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Dan. Hi, Lawrence.
Stoney, well, on Monday, Dan took his medicine after the Oakland series because, he's very high on the fact that the White Sox are going to sweep them. And you and I both tried to convince him that even bad baseball teams win baseball games sometimes. And it was getting a little dicey there that the reverse sweep was getting ready to happen.
Which would have been, the reverse sweep would have been, I take everybody out for a steak dinner. So as it turns out, I only owe people Starbucks for the 2 losses. It was a difference between maybe $60 and $1,000.
No, I think dodging Gene and Giorgetti's for the crew was probably a good thing, and Sox held on to that last one. But yesterday was another one of those frustrating games because they had a few opportunities, but at the end, you fall behind Guerrero, get one out over the plate, and that was that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with the White Sox as they try to figure out what they are before the trade deadline comes. I thought that Rick Hahn was pretty honest about kind of where things are because you've only gained 1 game from your lowest point because you're 13 games under 500. When it comes to and I know that we talked a little bit about this last week, when it comes to there being guys that maybe want to head someplace else, head for greener pastures, if you're Rick, what conversations are you having with them and how do you keep them focused on the task at hand before we get to, well, maybe we'll trade you? Because there are some guys that I'm worried about, sure, you might want to be traded, but you're not really performing in a way that would make someone want to come and get you.
Well, there's a couple of different situations that Rick is mulling over at this point. Rick and Kenny, they're taking a look at just exactly where the team is. There's 7 back in the loss column of the 2 teams, Minnesota and Cleveland. There's 7 back of the Twins, who are in first place by a game, but you have Detroit to move over also, and they're playing Oakland right now. So I think one of the things that you have to factor in is if you move a guy, it doesn't matter who it is, if you move a guy, what will you get in return? That's certainly going to either make it or break it as far as the trade is concerned. If you don't get what you think you need to get in return, there's no real reason to divest yourself. Then you look at contract status. You look at what guys you control. Maybe you have an option for next year on a few guys. Then you look at the free agents, guys who will not be here, or at least will enter into the free agent market if nobody signs them. And so when you're looking at who to trade, who you can trade, and who wants what you have to trade, then you have to make some assessment as to, number one, is this team completely out of it? Number 2, what are you going to get in return for that guy? Because in many instances, I mean, look, everyone knows this is not an elephant in the room scenario. Lucas Giolito is going to be a free agent after this year, and he has been the most consistent of the White Sox pitchers. I mean, admittedly, he didn't have his best stuff yesterday, yet against a pretty decent hitting ball club in Toronto, especially when their lineup is all together like it was yesterday. He gave them 2 runs in 6 innings, gave up only 4 hits, threw the ball very well. Could have easily won that game. As it turned out, he didn't. He got a no decision, but it didn't diminish his effort. His effort has been good just about each and every time out. And then you look at other teams who might need that one middle of the order, top middle of the order maybe, as far as the starting pitcher is concerned. And then you see what you can get back. But, it all presupposes that Lucas, who in an article, I believe it was yesterday, said that he wanted to stay in Chicago. He wanted to see this thing through and see if this team, put together as it is at this point, can win it, which is, a statement that most guys who have been around would make. You go out in public and say, I want to be traded. It doesn't really help you, number one, with the team you're currently on, or number two, it doesn't help you perform. And Lawrence, I think you said it right. Some of the guys who you wouldn't mind moving are not having particularly good years. That diminishes their value on the market.
Oskar Kolas is back, and we were discussing it earlier, Steve, whether or not it's a negative or a positive that he's just now realizing about what most of us would describe as a professional approach to a plate appearance, about understanding, like we discussed last week, about having to, how are you going to be pitched? In what zone and when should you be looking for a particular pitch? And I'm just wondering, where was the coaching beforehand? When they decided to start the year and give him every chance out there, did they know that he was apparently this unprepared or didn't really understand what it meant to ready himself mentally?
Well, look, he didn't have a huge backlog of minor league success to fall back on when they decided in the spring that he fills a couple of voids the Sox really needed. Number one, a right fielder, a guy with power. I mean, I think he hit 7 home runs in the last 7 games in AAA. He's got power. He plays certainly a representative enough defense where you don't really worry about that. But I think yesterday kind of showed where he is, and that's still a very young hitter. I mean, we went through the early stages of Luis Robert. I'm not going to tell you that Kolas is going to be Luis Robert because, as we know, Robert has grown into a stud. He had all of this potential, and he had it all along, and his body would betray him. He wouldn't play a full season. But now we're seeing a guy with all of those skills bringing each and every one of those skills to bat with him every time. And now when you throw him strikes, when he stays in the zone, he's hard pressed to make an out. And when he does hit the ball, he hits it awfully hard, as we're seeing with 25 home runs. But that's not exactly the finished product, but he's well along the line. As far as Oskar Kolas is concerned, I think one at bat yesterday typifies where he is, and that is still a very young hitter. He's facing a guy with a really good slider, and he takes a fastball for strike 2, a fastball that was almost middle thigh high, which is for a really established quality, especially left-hand hitter, right-hand pitcher. That's the pitch you're looking for. You can't take that pitch because it turned out it was the best pitch of the at-bat, and then he struck out in that particular at-bat. But not looking for a fastball in that situation, looking apparently for anything else, doesn't make a great deal of sense. But that's the lessons young hitters have to learn. And we saw an undisciplined swing yesterday again, but he addressed the media before the game. And I was watching him as he spoke, and he talked about anxieties that built up before. Each and every at-bat was causing him some emotional output that wasn't conducive to being a really good hitter, and that's a product of youth. And so I think the Sox are going to have patience with him because they see a chance for this guy with power to all fields to eventually be a quality major league hitter and a left-hand hitter with power, which is something the Sox have been looking for.
It's clear that Michael Kopech is a long-term guy for the White Sox. And Rick Hahn talked about what they're doing to make sure that he can get through this part of the season. And he's going to throw more innings this season than he's ever thrown before. He'll probably pass that 120 mark and maybe hopefully get up to 150. What are the things that a pitcher that's never pitched this many innings should be thinking about? And what are some of the landmines when you're a guy that's never gone this far? How can you get some of the negative thoughts out of your head so that you can break through that threshold and be the guy that everyone thinks you can be?
I think you just have to keep running him out there, but make sure that when he does go out there, his arm is 100%. And guys who have never been through it before don't realize that a full season of starts, and let's take 32 starts because that's usually the point where you draw the line. You get 32 starts, you're making most of your starts, and you're going to pitch in the neighborhood of anywhere from 180 to 200 innings. Michael's never been there for a number of different reasons. He had the arm surgery. He opted out during the COVID season. So he hasn't had a full season of starts. And I think what the Sox are doing now with putting him on the IL for a short period of time, and he'll be back right after the All-Star break. So I don't see this as being an arm issue. I don't doubt that his arm wasn't feeling 100%. It was probably a combination of fatigue and inflammation that goes away rapidly for younger pitchers, and he's one of those. But you try to protect him, and then you still have to send him out there, because the only way a guy can go deep into a season is to actually go deep into a season. It's not anything you can teach. You have to experience it. And they're trying to get him to experience as much as possible, going out in rotation for a full season with, an occasional missed couple of starts here, missed couple of starts there. So we look at his stuff, and you realize that when he learns some finesse to go along with all the power that he has, he's going to be a force in that starting rotation. They're going to give him every opportunity to do that, because there's a very good chance that the starting rotation will look completely different next year. So he's one of those guys that you need in the rotation, and you have to run him out there, though, because it's like with a sprinter. If you're a world-class sprinter, you have to sprint. If you don't sprint, when you go and run your 100 meters, it's not going to work out very well for you. Same thing with a pitcher. He's got to get up to 180, 200 innings every now and then to know how it feels to get there. And most pitchers, because their arm was not made to pitch, it was made to bowl, most pitchers have some type of soreness just about each and every time you go out there. And guys handle it different ways. But learning to win, learning how to throw a good game with less than your best, is something that veteran pitchers learn. It's something that Lucas Giolito learned after some really difficult times. But an illustration of what he can do with less than his best stuff was last night, and he threw very well. So, but that's a veteran pitcher. That's a guy knocking at the door of free agency, where you have a controllable Michael Kopech with a great arm, and now the Sox are hoping that he'll learn the lessons the major leagues have to teach you.
When did that become clear for you, where you're like, you know what, my arm's a little sore, but I can still go win, versus my arm's sore, I need someone to look at this?
Well, first of all, in the era that I grew up in, baseball-wise, we were on one-year contracts. I didn't get a multi-year contract until the final contract I signed with Baltimore. So on one-year contracts, you have to take the baseball. You couldn't just run to at the time it was the disabled list, now it's the injured list. You couldn't just run there. You didn't want to go from doctor to doctor. What you wanted to do was try to pitch as much as you possibly can, because whatever you did this year, that predicated what you were going to make next year. And if you spend half the season on the injured list, quite obviously you're not going to have that body of work that's be conducive to a nice contract. This age is different because of multi-year deals, multi-year guaranteed deals for a lot of guys, and agents will tell a guy, if you're not 100%, don't go out there. Take some time away, and that happens too. So for me, I got to the Cubs finally. I threw okay with the White Sox. I threw 176 innings my first year with the Sox, which was 73, and I didn't get my first start until June 2nd. So
wow.
we were on a three-man rotation, boys, and I made 10 starts with 2 days rest, which is why I have to laugh when these guys are talking about they're going on short rest. They're going on 3 days rest once every 4 turns.
Was that when Wilbur Woods started both ends of a doubleheader?
Yes, they wanted to get Wilbur in there as much as possible, and they had a third guy, because I gave up 2 earned runs all spring, and Chuck Tanner called me in the office and says, congratulations, you're our 4th starter. And I said, thank goodness, because I'm terrible out of the bullpen. He said, well, don't get too excited. We're going with 3 starters. I said, what? He said, oh, yeah, we're going with 3 starters. I said, well, why? And he said, well, because we want to get Wilbur out there as much as possible, and Bonson can probably handle it. I said, yeah, if you don't kill him. And who's the third? Eddie Fisher. I said, he's 100 years old.
Oh, my God.
I said, I don't think he can pitch anymore. I said, yeah, but if he goes in with his knuckleball, then we can get Wilbur as much as possible. So I had thrown a long relief outing of 5 innings or so, and Chuck Tanner says, look, we're going to give you the baseball, but it's going to be in 3 days. And if you don't want to start, you don't have to. I'm not telling you have to start, but if you don't start, I'm not sure we can get you back in for 2 or 3 weeks. Well, that's a lot of incentive. So I took the ball, and that started that run to 176 innings. And started 10 starts. In fact, it culminated, guys, if you can believe this, because this is true, in Texas at the end of July in the old ballpark with no roof. It was 1 billion degrees, and I started Monday night, lost, and I started Thursday night and got a no decision, and I wanted to throw a party. I started 2 games in the same series in Texas at the end of July, and they were the 3rd and the 4th consecutive starts on 2 days rest. My pitching coach, Johnny Saint, said, hey, we know you'll be a little tired, but we think your ball is going to move more. I said, yeah, it's going to move more for lack of velocity. But at any rate, that's what they did. So that's how things were. I'm glad they're not that way now because you can run through a lot of pitchers doing that.
Did you know Eddie Fisher's still alive?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's almost 87. He's going to be 87 on July 16th.
I remember him being from Altus, Oklahoma,
That's
I
correct.
believe.
Yep, Friendship
Yes.
High School in Altus, Oklahoma.
It's really amazing how little facts stick because I have no idea. I'd never even mentioned that in a long time. But, yeah, I remembered that, and I did remember telling Chuck Tanner, he has no chance. I said, I've seen his knuckleball this spring. It's horrible. I mean, he was at the end of his career at that point, and they just, they beat his ears off. And eventually they went to Wilbur, Stan Bonson, and me. And Wilbur lost 20 games that year, and Bonson had lost 19. And he went up to Johnny Saint, and he said, how many starts do I have left? And Johnny said, well, you got no starts left. He said, well, I looked at the schedule. I think I've got 3 starts left. He goes, you got no starts left. You're gonna go in the bullpen. You're not going to get close to anything that resembles a decision. And Bonson said, why? He says, because I'll be goddamned if I'll have 2 20-game losers on the same staff.
Well,
so that's the only thing that stopped Bonson from losing 20 games was Johnny Saint wouldn't run him out there again.
Well, and look, Wilbur Wood that year pitched 359 innings.
Yeah, I'm surprised they held him at 359. I think they tried to cut him back a little bit late in the season. But, yeah, it was amazing. I mean, every time I looked up, it was Wilbur out there. And unfortunately, when I looked up again, it was me out there. So that's what happened in 73 with the Sox.
I'm looking at Stoney's numbers right now. And obviously, like, the Cy Young year, like, stands out. And it stands out for a particular reason other than the Cy Young. He had 4 seasons back to back to back. 31 starts, 30 starts, 32 starts. Then in the Cy Young year, 37 starts for Steve Stone.
Yeah, that was 250 and 2/3 innings, something along those lines.
That is 100% correct.
Right, and so I remember looking back at that year and realizing we had 2 injuries in spring training because I had asked Earl Weaver to let me compete with Dennis Martinez for the 4th starting spot, and he said, nope, you're my 5th, which means you're a swingman, you're going to miss some starts. But Dennis Martinez and Mike Flanagan were hurt in spring training. That made the only healthy pitchers me, Palmer, and McGregor. And Scotty McGregor won 20 games that year. Nobody heard about it because I had kind of an enchanted season. But I do remember taking the baseball, realizing that my curveball that year, for whatever reason, was the best it had ever been, and I kept on throwing it and eventually getting a chronic case of tendonitis going into spring training the next year, and that was about it.
While we're playing the Let's Make Steve Stone Feel Old game.
You're playing that game.
Yeah.
I'm not playing that game.
Did you see who recently made his major league debut on the Astros?
No.
Gray. His first name is Gray, Grae, Gray Kessinger.
Wow.
That would be the grandson of Don Kessinger, is now a major leaguer.
A player manager with the White Sox, and I do remember. It was really funny because Don said that he wanted to retire and go home because he wanted to see his kids and obviously eventually his grandkids being raised, and so then he became a player manager, and eventually he gave way to I believe
Tony La Russa.
Yeah, he gave way to Tony La Russa. Tony actually came up the year before. And I remember talking with him because he came up from the minor leagues, and they were really getting him acclimated to the major leagues to eventually become a manager.
Yeah, it was August of '79 that Kessinger gave way to La Russa for that job.
Yep.
Wow.
Stoney, this was an awesome visit. We really appreciate it.
Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's good to take a trip down memory lane every now and then, but more to the current situation, the Sox are at a position now where winning every day is essential, and they're looking at an uphill battle. Yeah, I think as you look at it now, the prognosticators are giving them a 3 or 4% chance to make the playoffs, but there still is a chance, and as long as there is, it's going to come from that locker room and that dugout. It has to come from there, and hopefully they can get it together.
Stoney, you're the best. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, guys, have a good show, and I'll talk to you in a week.
That's Steve Stone. Next up, a national perspective with our guy Russ Dorsey. So don't go anywhere. We are Bernstein and Holmes, and you have the score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What you hear from the White Sox is, hey guys, we figured it out. Here's your product. We did it. We didn't need to do everything else that everybody else did. We found some gems in the Dominican Republic and in Cuba, and we have some guys we've traded for. Guys, we did it. Here, look, our championship window's here. It's like the stupidest thing. The good teams in baseball do not operate that way. Like you said, the Dodgers don't just whip up a roster and say, hey, guys, we did it. Look, here it is.
Here you go. Here's our team. Here's our team. And they thought they did that, and then, we're ready to win, so anybody can manage it.
Right.
So let me bring in Tony.
Guys, we put together the best team. The rest of the league is just full of idiots. Look what we did. Look who we have. We're so good, I'm going to bring in Tony La Russa. And the issue there for me, not even with Tony La Russa, but just the makeup and construct of the Chicago White Sox team, when the Oakland A's were performing at a high level, people wanted to mirror what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays are there, and they've been doing it for a decade, like for so long. And the White Sox can't just eat a slice of humble pie and say, you know what, where our organization is, who we are in the grand scheme of Major League Baseball, this is probably the best way to do it. But they're so stubborn that they think that they can outsmart everyone, and they have their own path, their own way. And we've seen what kind of product they've put on the field as a result of it. And it is, like you mentioned, Speaks, a team that has no margin for error. Mm-hmm. They can't go get a Christopher Morel or a Matt Mervis to bring up to shake up the team. They can't recall a Javier Assad to go be a innings eater, reliever, or a starter if need be. That doesn't exist for the White Sox. And so that's the most frustrating part, is that there's nowhere to move. And so now you're stuck with a team that can't be better than what they are. And that's the frustrating part as a White Sox.
No, it's
national MLB insider for Bally Sports and Stadium.
Let's start with Dansby Swanson.
His ceiling might not be Carlos Correa hitting 40 homers, but if you have a guy that's consistently hitting 25 to 30 from the shortstop position, you're doing pretty well. Andrew Benintendi seemed like a perfect fit for the White Sox. Being able to work and at bat, being able to walk and not be a free swinger.
Host of The Rally on Bally Sports and Inside Baseball on Stadium.
If you could ban something from sports for 10 years, what would it be?
I would say the wave. It's a bit too much.
Analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Russ Dorsey joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And check out Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hello, Russ. How are you?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Well, we've talked a lot about the locals, but man, Mike Trout's hurt. Broken hamate bone.
Anthony Rendon's hurt now.
Yeah, but the Trout thing just sucks. And it's such a rosy prognosis for his return. I don't buy that it's going to be what they say. It's usually considerably longer for that.
Right. And when the news broke, and he talked after, during our show, the rally yesterday, and I was explaining to my co-hosts and the people at home about and you guys know about that hamate bone, where you could come back in 6 to 8 weeks, but that's that injury that saps all the power, right? Mm-hmm. Where you usually don't get that back until the following year. And for a team that needs everybody to be healthy, and then they need their dudes to be dudes to try to even get to the postseason, that's been their issue. You're right, man. It's a really rosy prognosis. And everybody starts saying, well, if you're not going to have Trout, that just means you're going to have to trade Ohtani. And I don't necessarily think that's the case. That's what I've been talking about for a while. Like, that's what I would do, knowing that a guy is likely not going to return after he reaches free agency. But that guy had one of the best months I've seen maybe ever in the month of June. And to not have Trout, it's so unfortunate. He hasn't had a season where he played over 150 games since 2016. That's a long time, right? Like, it's the year the Cubs won the World Series. And to not have one of the best players the sport has ever seen out for any period of time, it does suck.
If you're a winner, anyone who wants to win, adding Ohtani makes sense. Is there any place that you think he could be traded to that would give back good assets for the Angels and also be able to sign him to a big money deal once the season is over?
The Dodgers.
Oh, well,
the Dodgers.
There you go.
And it's one, you could say the Dodgers for any question like that. Oh, who could go make a big splash? The Dodgers. But in the industry, it's always seemed like the place that he would go. I know for a fact that they tried to get him at the deadline last year. The Angels said no. And you look at what the Dodgers did or did not do this offseason in terms of going out and really making a lot of splashy moves. You have that feeling that, okay, they're keeping powder dry so they can make their play for Shohei, whether that's during the season or when the season's up and he enters free agency and you're trying to wine and dine the best player in the world. That's always seemed like the team to me, because if you go out and get Shohei at the deadline, that's one thing, right? You're going to have traded a boatload of top-tier prospects.
Yeah, but you don't do that without already making sure that he's going to agree on an extension. Yeah,
correct, right? You're not making that move not knowing if he's going to sign back with you. So that would be the team for me where it's like, okay, we have the capital in prospect capital, but we also have the financial capital to say, here is the blank check that we're going to give you to stay a Dodger for the rest of your career.
That AL West is getting kind of interesting outside of the Angels. What have the Astros done to get themselves back into this thing?
It's the reason that you can never count out Houston, right? As much as I love what the Texas Rangers had done in the first half, and we had talked about it on the show, that's the reigning World Series champions, right? And they finally have gotten some guys, even with the injuries they've had in their rotation, they've gotten, a really good stuff out of Hunter Brown, their rookie starter. Framber Valdez continued to be a top 5 pitcher in the game, and that offense has finally started to wake up a little bit. Corey Julks has been really big for them. You're starting to see more out of Jose Abreu, and they don't even have Yordan Alvarez back yet, right? Like, when they get the big man back in there, that Houston team is still Houston, right? It's a reason they've been the team that people have watched out for in the AL for the better part of a decade now. They just know how to win. They know how to. I think there's a lot of teams that you get out to that fast start and you really don't know how to pace yourself. And at this point where they are in their run, they know how to pace themselves where it's like, all right, we might not get out to the best start. And for a team like Texas that hasn't been to the playoffs since 2017, they're learning a lot of this in real time, and they're trying to win in real time. And yeah, you bring in guys like Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, and what you thought would be your ace in Jacob deGrom. Now you don't have him, but a lot of guys who have been around the game for a while, you still have to learn how to win together as a group. And I think they're going through that right now, where they did not have a great month of June. And now you start hearing footsteps, right? For a team where it's like, nah, we're the new kids on the block. And now the Astros like, hey man, we're still here. We're still here, and we're not even healthy yet.
Russ, I was talking to our good buddy Ron Ugly, who works in Houston, and he goes, so what's with this Jose Abreu dude, man? Like, why do you guys revere him so much? Like, he stinks. I said, here's the weird thing. The calendar's going to flip to June 1st, and then he's going to start hitting. Then he's not going to stop hitting until the end of the season. And he's like, I'll believe it when I see it. This is Jose Abreu the last 30 games. 288, 323, 508. This is him the last 7 games. 357, 406, 679.
And
it's
they
like
got
clockwork.
And they got nothing out of him for the first 2 months of the season. And we had seen it for long enough here in this city where it's like that dude can roll out of the bed and hit 285, right? We had seen it long enough. And it was so wild that getting a guy, and we said it during the offseason. All three of us said, nah, he's going to have a monster year down there because it's a Parkins built for him. He gets to play down in Houston, play indoors, play on the West Coast, and then it's almost like the Monstar stole his powers.
Yes.
From Space Jam, right? Where it's just like, I don't know who this is, but this is not Jose Abreu. And now you're starting to see the guy that they thought they signed to really help this offense. And it's looking like Michael Brantley won't be back for a while. So they really need Jose Abreu to be that guy again in that order. And then they'll hopefully get Yordan Alvarez back here before too long.
The Cardinals put Adam Wainwright on the injured list, which kind of seems like a mercy IL. That what's your injury? Well, my ERA is about 8. Well, then we're saying you're hurt. So is this it? Is this the end of the road?
It certainly feels that way. And I think something else we talked about a little bit during the offseason after they signed Wilson Contreras is that they went all in on offense and they were just kind of okay with the way their starting pitching was. And it always felt like it would behoove you to go get some starting pitching when your number one starter is 41 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And even with that, he had pitched very well over the last couple of seasons, kind of defying Father Time. And we've seen it time and time again. At some point, that other shoe drops, and it doesn't drop. It's not a gradual drop; it just drops, and that's what the Cardinals have seen from Wainwright this year. And it is his last season, and you don't want a guy to go out there and embarrass himself, when you don't want to DFA him, and so you want to give him some time to kind of figure some things out and kind of give him a mental rest, kind of a break like that. But yeah, I think this is probably gonna be it.
Russ, I meant to text you this question, but it's probably better that you answer it on the air. Atlanta, they move on from Freddie Freeman, right? They move on from Dansby Swanson. These are two great players. This is perennial all-star Freddie Freeman. This is all-star Dansby Swanson. How the bleep have they been able to procure talent and develop talent that they are the best team in the National League and have a plus 140 run differential? Like, what is their infrastructure like that allows them to be this?
They are, one, really good at getting guys to sign the long-term deal. that they've identified as being all-star MVP caliber player. Like the deal that they got Ronald Acuna Jr. to sign, that he still has 5 years left. I think it was 8 years, $100 million when he signed it. And you knew at the time that he was going to be a dude, but that guy is going to have a 40-70 season this year and win MVP and still you're going to be looking at a deal a couple years from now. It's like, I don't know how this happened. But to answer your question, they're great at player development, right? They're great at signing internationally. That's how you can find a guy like a Ronald Acuna Jr. You can find an Ozzy Albies. You can draft a guy like a Freddie Freeman in the second round. You turn him into an MVP. You can find an Austin Riley, who for the first couple of years of his career, people thought he was not going to be what he is now, right? As a perennial guy, it's hitting 30, driving in 100, and in that top 10 in MVP voting. And you're right, to let guys like Swanson and Freeman walk and say, you know what, we're going to plug in Orlando Arcia at shortstop, a guy who turned out not to be the guy in Milwaukee. He helped us as a depth piece on the 2021 Atlanta Braves team that won the World Series. And we're going to give him a shot because we've seen enough to say he's going to be a stable shortstop every day. And he's now an all-star and has been one of the best defensive shortstops in all of baseball. I think they trust their development. They trust their staff to go out and find players that are going to help their roster, but guys who still have room to grow, guys who still have potential. And I think Milwaukee looked at Orlando Arcia and said, this guy has tons of potential, but we've kind of it's kind of run its course. And that guy turned out to be not only a depth piece for them when they needed to win, but a guy who is a legitimate all-star shortstop, right? Hitting the ball well and playing great defense.
Russ, we appreciate it as always, sir. Have a good show today, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
That is Russell Dorsey. And when we come back to close out the final segment of the Bernstein and Holmes show before transition, I guess there were a lot of broadcasts yesterday that were talking about the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Yeah.
One of them didn't go so well.
Was it Dom DeLuise and Dean Martin?
It wasn't, but that was applicable yesterday. A lot of hot dog talk.
We'll do that next here on The Score.
What was that? Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Score White Sox insider Ozzie Keane.
There's no doubt about it. I think they're wasting their time. They don't show anyone what kind of ball club they have. It's kind of sad with this talent to see what they are. They be losing so many crazy games. They don't know what to expect. When they have to make the decision what they're going to do with this ball club.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago.
What was it about Les Grobstein's microphone that drew you to the story so much?
The first time I ever heard it, I'm trying to think back when it was, but I remember, Ross Glode was on our team back then. This is like 04, 05, somewhere in there. And someone brought it to us and I don't even know. I think it might have been Ed Farmer, to be honest with you. Because obviously somebody knew about it that had been around a little bit. And like when we heard it, we were like, this can't be real. Like, this is not real, and this has to be like an act or somebody just like pretending. And, obviously we found out it wasn't. And it just became something. I mean, I've heard that. I mean, that year alone, I probably listened to it 1,000 times. And we would turn it on in the clubhouse, loudspeakers going, especially if things weren't going well. And, kind of feeling that frustration that you could tell Lee was feeling that day. Just when you get into those moments where you just know you're up against it and you kind of, you just kind of hate everything and everyone, and you're kind of just in one of those ruts. So we would play it all the time, and then when I found out like the backstory with like Les and who recorded it, and then he would come in, and then it was like and then he had the recorder, and like the recorder looked like it was from like like not 83, it looked like it was like from like 43, it was like really old looking. So it just became kind of like Les wasn't always around with us and all stuff. So when he came in, it was kind of a special occasion, and it was clearly the topic of conversation every single time I saw the man.
It's so amazing because he loved telling stories, but there was probably no story he loved telling more than that. So the fact that you guys treated him like a celebrity or a big deal in that clubhouse, it must have meant the world to him.
I mean, I guess he was just doing his job, but I mean, it really is like, to me, like, it's like the Zapruder film and like the JFK assassination. It's like, it's such a famous piece of like evidence that this really happened. So I was always asking him questions like, now tell me, like, where were you standing? Like, I really tried to have him describe the situation to me, because anybody who's ever, certainly I'm sure, managed or coached a major sports team, but players as well. I mean, you can just feel that what Lee Elia went through that day and what he was saying and all that stuff is just like, you want to do that so many times, like you want to just let loose and just let people have it. And, it's just amazing. I just listened to it again like 10 minutes ago before we got on, because I hadn't listened to it in probably about a year. And it's just amazing to me how many expressions in that 3 minutes that now are in my life permanently that I use.
85% of the ball's working. The other 15 come out here.
Yeah, exactly that one. The other day I was golfing and I get up to a shot that I hit, and it was one that I was like, okay, that could be okay, that could be, I don't know, we'll see when we get up there. And I get up to it, and it's a terrible lie, and I get up to it and I go, this is a disheartening, bleeping situation we're in right now. And so I don't even think about it. Stuff just comes out of me when it comes to that, and as well as other guys I played with. I mentioned Ross and other guys. It's constantly something that is like intertwined in our verbiage to each other.
Zion Williamson, John Morant, to spinning on finely tailored suits.
Hey, getting yelled at for dancing.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show at its finest.
Yeah, that's what we do, Jay. It's what we're doing over here.
Larry looks like he's got fourth. Here's the count.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put down your hot dog. With 62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes. For his 16th win, I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut.
I'm a little weenie looking for a bun, just a teeny weeny itty bitty one. If I keep on cooking, I'll be overdone. Pickle and onion, hot
dog. This country. Ay, this is just, what are we doing?
Eating hot dogs?
What are we doing? I mean, a hot dog or 2 or 3 or 4 might be nice. 62 is a bit much. That was Joey Chestnut winning on ESPN2. I loved hearing Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer talk about eating hot dogs and what they would do and what they wouldn't do, and hearing Zach cackling in the background as they were talking about the idea of competitive eating being seen by life forms from another planet and drawing conclusions about planet Earth based on they went some places on the radio broadcast, but apparently the actual broadcast of the hot dog eating contest, the Nathan's contest, also went some places that it probably shouldn't.
20 years ago, could he beat Kobayashi? And now he's won 16.
It's unbelievable. Makes Bill Russell look.
Oh my God!
Yeah, puts Bill Russell, the late great Bill Russell, in terms of rings. Yep, pedestrian indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Stop immediately. Shut it all down. Joey Chestnut is not making Bill Russell look pedestrian.
Pedestrian indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Pedestrian indeed. Bill Russell, put to shame, dwarfed by the accomplishments of the guy eating hot dogs.
Pedestrian indeed, although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
No.
I usually don't get mad about stuff like this. I am really angry about this.
That's terrible.
It's awful. Like, if you wanted to joke about it and then you caught yourself and you're like, it's competitive eating.
Right, or 16. Look, do some non sequiturs, say comparing it to the number of like Meryl Streep Oscar nominations or Pete Rose All-Star appearances. But
here's what I needed at that moment. In that moment, I needed Will Smith to appear. I needed him to walk up to the broadcast booth and go, "Keep Bill Russell's name out your mother mouth," and then slap the both of them.
Repeatedly.
No, just one time.
No, then slam their heads in a car door. He drives up in a car, slaps them, and then just... That's so bad. Oh, pedestrian, indeed. You agreed with him. You should have shut him down. Say, yo, dude, no.
Pedestrian, indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Yeah, he caught, like at the end, he's like, "Oh, this is gonna play badly," and he's like hanging on. Nah, fam, you getting the Will Smith treatment. He gets to show up at your house, smack you in the face.
I think you should get the angry, crazy chimpanzee treatment, and it bites your face off and eats your fingers.
He gets to still have a face, but
no, you forfeit your face. The chimp eats your face if that happens.
The crazy
Travis
part
the
is,
chimp comes over.
R.I.P. to the legend. Do you know what would have happened if Bill Russell himself would have heard that? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Parkins and Spiegel are going to join us to talk about other things, I think. Next, here on The Score.
After Bernstein and Holmes, it's transition with me, Matt Spiegel, and Danny Parkins. And then Parkins and Spiegel, we've got...
Americans are playing at any time and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No. These are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
no.
boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It keeps getting worse.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantown.
HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
20 years ago, could he beat Kobayashi? And now he's won 16.
It's unbelievable. Makes Bill Russell look...
Yeah, puts Bill Russell, the late, great Bill Russell, in terms of rings. Yep, pedestrian indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Both of you deserve to have horrible things happen to you for all.
I had never heard that.
We just got here.
hilarious.
What are you saying that both of us deserve that?
Those guys, pedestrian indeed. The Joey Chestnut's achievement.
How many rings, Dan? How many rings?
Ring culture.
Yeah, ring culture. How many rings?
Pedestrian indeed. Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Thanks for that.
Way to go out on that limb.
Yeah,
what a take.
Thanks so much.
Such bravery.
Thanks to Mike Florio, Ian Happ, Steve Stone, and Russell Dorsey for joining us today. I want to mention that tonight the Cubs are taking on the Phillies at Wrigley Field with pregame starting at 6:30. First pitch 7:05 on the Score in the Xfinity Cubs radio network. You can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker by telling your device to play 670 The Score. We thank Tyler Farringol. We thank Ray Diaz. We thank Brandon Fryer and Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapka. Here are Parkins and Spiegel.
So I haven't watched a moment of the hot dog eating contest in probably 15 years, 20 years. I find it unbelievably disgusting. Does he still dip the buns in water or the whole thing in water?
Yes.
It's just,
how else could you do it?
I don't know. But
Lemonade?
I haven't clicked on a highlight, seen anything, or watched it, because all I think of is the lard-ass Hogan scene in Stand By Me.
Oh, the pie eating contest.
Yes. Where lard-ass Hogan is the contestant, and the young writer it tells the story to his friends about lard-ass Hogan that he makes up, and just everybody vomits everywhere. That's all. That scarred me. That scene in that movie scarred me so bad, and now I can't watch the hot dog stuff.
Well, you're depriving yourself of our generation's Bill Russell.
There's also there is a scene in that movie that actually was unfortunately recreated for a friend of mine at overnight camp.
I don't know.
You guys went and walked on a railroad track and
the leech.
Oh, the leech. Yeah. Oh, again, they put the leech on the junk. If memory serves,
they didn't put it there.
It was there.
He walked through the deep puddle and ended up with the leech on the junk.
Gotcha.
Yeah, had that happen to a buddy.
That sucks.
Yeah, literally.
Leech on the Junk was a Primus album? I'm trying to remember.
They're third. They got real creative and experimental.
Right? Or is that Freak on a Leash?
No.
Who did Freak on a Leash?
You're right.
Leech on the Junk.
Leech on the Junk was that it's very bass heavy.
Well,
it's Primus.
You know, it's less. It's what he does. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Hi, boys.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello. Is that a good fourth?
Yes.
All right, good.
Yeah, I hit him pretty straight.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. Did all right. This is sort of like my spring training before Saturday, and I had to go walk 9 before I'm going to go walk this 18.
What's going on with this 18? What's going on?
He's got a knee.
My knee's all messed up, but
because he decided that he was going to turn back the clock and play basketball.
It was a month ago. It's a month ago already.
Right.
But so there's
a big golf round coming up?
Aaron Hills with Jason for his graduation present.
Oh, that's not an easy walk.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's not an easy walk. Right. Caddies, though, that's like a $500 round.
But no carts. It's more than that.
Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, good for you.
But
good for you. I have not done it. I have many friends who have.
Really?
Yeah, they say it's amazing. Yeah.
Even if you're not great, like
they're good golfers.
Oh.
Yeah, they're good golfers.
And the caddies are walking 18.
And the caddies are very good.
It just feels so.
Yeah, but they can't help me with like contact.
No.
Face.
But they can help. You'll be amazed at how good they can help you with putting.
Oh, that I know. I've had caddies before.
Yeah, sure.
But
no, yeah.
I was so guilty. I was so guilty having a caddy.
Why? It just doesn't feel right.
No, it
I
just
know.
bothers me, and
I feel like this. You might want to make an exception here, Dan.
Well, you don't have a choice, do you?
No, yeah, you have.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about you walking 18 at all.
Well, no, and they make it. The caddies at those places, they're happy to do it.
Can they carry me?
Mate, well, they're at some places, right?
What are you looking for, a Sherpa to get you up the mountain?
Yes, by the end of this, yes.
I have seen at you would probably know better than me, but you can like the real Rich and Famous. They'll ride a golf cart and have a caddy.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, I've seen it happen. I've seen
So
it
wait,
happen.
is the caddy in the cart?
The caddy will literally
No, they don't let the
ride
caddy
on
in
the
the-
back. He'll ride on the back of the car and just get out to help you read your putts, hand you your clubs, clean your clubs.
Riding in the back of the cart. Didn't we stop that as a country?
Well, we tried.
Yeah.
But apparently things seem to be going backwards.
I guess so, man.
And they never came forwards at some of these country clubs. Yeah, but
So
that's Friday.
We're gonna go up Friday night. We're gonna stay over
right,
nearby Friday night. Just get up early.
I'm going to look forward to the updates. That's an exciting round of golf.
That's
exciting.
I'm terrified. I really.
You'll do great. You'll do great.
He's
It's fine.
super excited. He just got another new set of irons, some weird Japanese brand. Have you heard of this? Like Hanma?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Hanma irons.
I'm sorry, I can't help you out
he's
here.
just very excited about this.
Good.
You're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR
Get us away
HD
from
Chicago,
golf.
WBMX HD2 Chicago, an Odyssey station. So I was angry at Seiya Suzuki yesterday because on the sack fly to make it 8-6, I guess it's 2 days ago, but it's the Monday collapse.
No one knows what day it is.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
Well,
I hope
it
to
matters
never.
a little. Yelich is coming up from third. Seiya gets under it, and he gets in good throwing position, but he takes an extra crow hop, and his throw is way up the line. And I'm like, man, because I've gone off on Robert about that. Like, I've gone off on anybody and everybody because it seems like such the basics of being a freaking professional outfielder. What happened to perfect form and a cannon from a big money right fielder?
Long gone.
Where are they?
The idea
Is anybody out there? Where's Andre Dawson? Where's my Dwight Evans? Where's Vlad Guerrero Sr.?
Not even that. The true crow hop is gone. I haven't seen it since Tsuyoshi Shinjo was the last time I saw an actual cartwheel crow hop instead of a catch transfer step throw.
Right, but and he's like, he makes the catch and then the transfer and then there's like two little bitty steps and then the throw's way up the line. Like, what are we doing?
They don't teach
I mean, it's like the basics. And he is that is your big money superstar outfielder, and he hasn't done it really in any phase to the level that he needs to.
Watch the guy across the field from him and left making throws.
Hap? Well, yeah. I mean, yesterday was a good day to watch that.
yeah. He had a couple.
I did indeed watch him do that. Meanwhile,
You got
Yelich
that tip to watch Ian Happ.
Thanks for that, Dan.
See, I'm just a ball watcher. So I just watch wherever the ball. It's weird if you're watching Seiya when Hap's making
Yeah,
those
that would be
throws.
weird.
It's weird.
By the way, Yelich can't throw at all.
Yeah.
He's like Benintendi.
But he's hitting now. He's
Which
hitting
is
now.
scary.
And they're better.
I enjoyed watching David Ross lose his bleep after the game yesterday.
So satisfying.
And Napoli
Backus
lose his bleep during the game.
Oh, yeah. And Napoli getting applauded as he's walking off. You know?
As he
Yeah,
should
Backus
be.
had a rough day.
I mean,
He's had a rough career.
Yeah.
That's a terrible
He's bad.
call.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible.
And ringing up a guy with 2 strikes. We were talking about this. Tanny loved it. Tanny loved the release of
baseball guy adrenaline, like masculinity and the aggression, like the fake ring up, like "Wait, what's going on?" Like because they've been holding it in all game,
all week,
in all career, like as Dan said. You know?
All since 10 days, whatever it's been since London. They're pissed since Mancini made that error to blow the game in freaking London, and everything's been terrible ever since. And they're pissed, and finally they found something that's absolutely incorrect. So they're righteously angry.
Like even our guy Nico at first standing at first base barking. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he can be a hothead. Don't make no
Yeah,
mistake.
he is a red ass, but
it's funny.
You could see him be like,
He's
"You know
wired
what?
to kick your
Napoli's
butt."
got this.
Yeah, right.
He's got this. And
He's not going to fight someone else's fight because they all could have handled that one.
But they are all like, just excited to be angry about something legit. Like, here we go. Here's the moment.
A mutually agreed upon target.
Man,
A
that
very
win-
soft target.
That win yesterday may have only bought you a day, but damn it, had you lost. That's the end to end.
But then,
Well, I was on after Monday's game, and that felt like your expression of like take out the driver. Like that was indefensible all around. And then if they would have blown yesterday, I think it would have been wall to wall.
That was the season.
Over. Yeah.
But there's a lot of sports. Danny, you and I haven't been together since Thursday because I did the Friday shorty without you. You did the Monday shorty without me. So he and I are bursting at the seams for this afternoon of stuff to talk about. But that Cubs loss Monday is the single biggest mark left on the sports psyche in this town at this point.
Oh, I don't know. I think it might be the Bulls off season.
I got
Not
thoughts.
great so far.
I got thoughts.
Would be the
I got thoughts
is that the cancellation of the Chainsmokers concert?
No.
Wait, what happened
okay.
to the Chainsmokers concert?
They got rained out.
They got,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
banged
all
all the
right.
concerts.
They got flooded out.
Yeah, well, can't be smoking when it's raining.
Can't be smoking when it's raining.
So I did hit and
That's
run
right.
here Sunday morning, and then I had to go out to Fitzgerald's in the afternoon to play at like 3:30 in Berwyn on Sunday afternoon. I'm driving on 290 at like 2 o'clock, and it was flooded. Like there were 3 different spots where all the lanes ended up coming down to one. First it was the right lane, then it was the left lane, then it was the middle lane, and everybody's like, I think I'm going to be okay. Let me just drive through the water because the guy in front of me did, so we're probably fine. Meanwhile, like people in like big trucks are just hauling ass through the whatever lane where the taller water is, splattering all of us. Like, people die. People die right here, don't they? Somehow, some way.
But you made it.
Made it through. Made it through, did the gig.
So but you followed the social facilitation of that car made it. My car
It's
will
just
make
one
it.
after another. Everybody's just wishing it and hoping that they don't get flooded out.
Yeah, you don't want to be the first car through, but I'm willing to be the second. Let someone else flood out their car.
But I mean, then you have to make sure that everything matches up. Like, you can't watch a monster truck go through and think, I've got the same type of clearance.
I got my Corvette.
Right, your Roadster.
Yeah,
No.
sure.
But yeah,
I don't
everybody.
drive a monster truck or a Corvette though, so I feel
Why
like
not? You've been to monster
Yeah,
truck
you're
rallies.
Captain
Let's
Monster
go.
Truck.
Oh my god!
Can you imagine how happy your kids would be if you showed up with a monster?
Could you imagine how Danny would be in traffic right now if he had a monster truck?
I'd have no problems. I would be out of problems.
Danny Parkins is driving Bigfoot to work.
Instead,
you better get out of his way.
Oh, that's such a good visual.
Yeah,
you're on 94, and you're like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going on top.
Wasn't that the Daniel commercial for one of his giant trucks? Out of the way! I'm driving the hunker downer.
yeah. The first, when I was in that car with Mac, he was so aggressive. He's like, "It's their job to get out of my way." I'm like, "Okay."
And I'm proud to be an American.
And he threw a cell phone at him.
Yeah.
I'll just get another.
Stupid Nokia cell phone. No, he did that on the way back from Platteville.
Did he really?
Because you remember in Platteville? On the way in Platteville, there was all of these sort of undulating areas. I don't know if it's kettle moraines or what it is, but back then, with the cell coverage was different, and it was understood that you would
There were
lose
dark areas.
There wasn't nationwide 5G.
Right there, it was analog.
Yeah,
but so you would lose some of your.
I'm going to
signal.
lose you here, and then I'll call you back.
Right, and apparently,
was he on the air?
He just got so fed up with it. Terry tells a story. Like Terry was in the car with him in the front seat, and Vic just trying to have a conversation, and he's just turning red and doing like this slow burn, and finally he just goes, "Just stupid cheap cell phone," and chucks it out the window. And Terry's like, it's not the cell phone. it's where we are.
It's geography.
Right.
It's the Earth.
Stupid Earth. Dumb Earth.
Leaves Earth.
Right. That radio money back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just get rid of this cell phone. Right. I'll get another.
And it cost a lot back then. Those
they cost a lot now.
Yeah.
It's a computer. It's a camera. It's
a lot now.
Then it was just a phone.
Yeah, then it was just a phone.
And
still
it
cost
played
a lot.
Snake on it. And that was it.
What a great game that was, though.
What was Snake?
You don't remember Snake on
Snake
the Nokia
was a great
phones?
game.
No.
It would speed up, and you'd have to eat the dots.
Oh wow, I forgot about Steve.
Yeah, it was
early cell phone game.
It's like the first cell phone game.
Essentially with blocks, like in the way that Tetris could be played. With
but
those
like
things.
thinner, and then you
the snake got longer, so it got harder to maneuver, and you couldn't hit the snake itself or the wall. It's a great game,
like Tron.
Okay,
Remember
like
playing
the light
Tron
cycles?
with the light cycle. That's what Snake was.
Okay, all right.
What was that game on the BlackBerry? It was like
I never had a BlackBerry.
Like the game. It was like that Pong style game that they had. Anybody? No one here had a BlackBerry.
Bird
Didn't
versus
have one.
Magic. Because I mean, that's what, like those. Like if you ever look at it,
Yeah.
Oh, that was one-on-one. Mine was Dr. J against Bird.
Oh my God! Wait, so Tron, like console Tron that I used to play at the arcade
with the light cycle.
Yeah, there was another game that was it Berserk that was really similar to Tron?
No, Berserk. It was a scrolling maze game.
Brick Breaker.
So
the answer to my question.
Berserk was the one with the intruder alert, alert, and they would come. The bouncing smiley face would come through and kill you.
Gotcha. Brick Breaker I used to love. And Arkanoid. You ever play Arkanoid? Super Arkanoid? Arkanoid 2? Let's go.
Because Arkanoid could get a Zen rhythm
Absolutely.
to it. Yeah, you could vibe Arkanoid.
I played Arkanoid when we went up to use the arcade here in the building.
Oh, it's on the game?
It's on, yeah. Well, because a couple of those console games up there have like 50 different games.
The problem with that Arkanoid
Controller.
is you don't have the wheel.
I know.
And it makes all the difference in the world to have the wheel.
Tell me something I don't know.
yeah. Tell them. Come on. You're just speaking the same era. That arcade's a little underwhelming.
You were very underwhelmed.
I was very underwhelmed.
I was underwhelmed at your being underwhelmed.
Really?
I was like, come on, man, this is bonding time.
I spent an hour and a half there by myself.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah. I tried to go up there with the Roobster after he was assistant producer for a hit and run on a Sunday.
What happened?
Not open.
Oh, okay.
On Sundays.
So, all right. So now you know.
Now I know.
Knowing's half the battle.
I take him out of school one day.
Got the
Damn
all-time high score on Robotron.
Robotron's a crazy game.
That Robotron's the best game.
Like that's a game for crazy people.
No, Danny, you and I played ping pong, and we had a little. I think we played to 5 in ping pong.
Yeah.
Play little bags.
We didn't play bags in there. We played
shuffleboard.
Shuffleboard.
It's got a
say
big
skee
slant.
ball. I was like, it wasn't skee ball.
It could use a skee ball.
We have
It could use a
shuffleboard
skee ball.
here.
Yeah, on 10.
Oh yeah, we do.
The vibes are better in the arcade.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
That place is still haunted.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some good business beanbags though up on 10, like in like the ideating area that they have reserved for ideation. Good beanbags.
Can I throw you guys some sports radio red meat?
Oh please.
Oh yeah,
Mount Rushmore.
No, we're saving that for next week.
Greatest of all time.
Saving it for next week. Should Jay Cutler be embarrassed by his first pitch?
All right, so
because I say yes, he should. You are an NFL quarterback.
I only saw the form. I didn't see where the ball went.
Not good.
But I saw like the clip that they shared, and it was like, the Bears welcome Jay Cutler, and he walks out and he takes it, and then he does the throw, and then it's just Clark running out to him. I'm like,
Clark made a great
terrible.
I didn't
Clark
see where it went either.
Clark made a great play on the
Did
ball.
it bounce?
Oh yeah.
Oh, then yeah, he should be embarrassed. I didn't bounce it.
I'm like, you're Jay Cutler. You're one of the.
You're a thrower of things.
Wasn't he a multi-sport star?
Yes.
It was a great
Basketball.
amazing basketball
But he was a baseball player too. You are arguably a top 25 arm of all time in the NFL. And you went to Wrigley Field and just was like,
That's an
don't
interesting
care. Don't care.
Top 25 NFL arm of all time.
See, it's something you play with next week too.
Thank you very much. This is good.
John Elway.
Yeah,
Dan Marino.
Vince Evans.
Yeah, Vince
The late
Evans.
Ryan
Jeff
Mallett.
George.
The late Ryan Mallett.
Jeff George, for sure.
Jeff George, who's always compared to Jay Cutler.
The dude at Tennessee right now.
Oh my God, that guy.
The guy who threw the orange 110 yards in practice for the Orange Bowl. I've never seen an arm like this guy. I'm obsessed with him. I've forgotten his name now because I've smoked way too much pot in my life. But he's unbelievable. He'll never make it to the pros. But the guy who's going to be the quarterback for Tennessee this year has the biggest arm that I've ever seen. Tennessee quarterback. What's his name?
Tyler says Joe Milton. Is that what you're talking about?
Is that his name? Joe Milton?
Honestly, his predecessor, Hendon Hooker, also another one of those guys with a crazy hose.
Well, that's where
Joe Milton III.
That's where Ben Joyce was playing collegiate baseball, right? The volunteer fireman, throwing 106.
But he should be embarrassed, right?
Yes, 100%.
There's a lot of stuff he should be embarrassed about.
That's a good point.
It's a good. We'll add it to the list.
Does he feel shame? I'm not sure.
In general,
seems like
great
no.
question.
It seems like no, right?
Great
seems
question.
like a big no.
Yeah.
But I was just like, I watched every practice of Jay Cutler's career. And I watched him throw. I was like, oh my God. Like, I know you've been out here for a little bit, fam, but you can't throw the ball straight. And then It was almost.
Was it an effort thing in your opinion? Was it just the don't care? Too cool to care?
He would have been better.
Was he drunk?
He would have been better just lobbing it.
You know what's interesting is that there's a big correlation between the throw of one to the throw to the other. In this way, I remember one time I saw Craig Kimbrell in the outfield throwing the football around, and I tweeted about it, and Tom House tweeted back at me, Tom House, legendary pitching coach, about how he uses a football all the time to teach pitchers to pronate correctly and to get their release point dialed in and stuff. So if baseball
the C
guys
versus the U.
I guess so. So if baseball teachers use the football throw to teach baseball, that should make the football thrower able to throw the baseball.
100%.
100%. But I mean, I know that Jay always had like downward trajectory on his throws. Like it was a little annoying for his receivers, but still, man.
All right.
Still.
Best trivia item about Tom House. What is he known for?
Pornography.
Is he? That's amazing.
No.
From now on, he will be. and we'll make sure. Tom House, noted pornographer. He was in the bullpen and caught Hank Aaron's 715th home run.
That's pretty cool.
That was Tom House. Who was on deck for Hank Aaron's home run?
Dusty Baker.
Correct.
Wasn't Dusty on deck for something else too?
Maybe.
I feel like he was on deck for another like crazy historical moment.
Who interviewed Hank Aaron?
Craig
Sager. For TV, absolutely. And then there's Al Downing.
And the two, remember the two guys
Yes.
that ran out? One of those
freaked him out. Freaked his ass out.
Yeah.
And one of those is now Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
No. That was great. Well done.
You guys are super gullible today.
Hey, man. Well, I knew some stuff. I thought maybe Burnsy would. But he doesn't.
You got Tom House as a pornographer?
You have that. That was your fault.
I was clearly joking.
Yeah. He's gullible. He's bursting at the seams, like he said.
Who was the pitcher that had to retire because of pornography?
It was one of the Royals, right?
No,
he's not allowed to watch
Remember
it.
Paul Bird?
That's it.
That's Paul
That's
Bird.
it.
He was on the Royals, the Birdcage.
Former Cub, too, right?
Yeah,
he's a broadcaster
Former
now.
Philly.
Is he? Because I remember Paul Bird did this
Porn.
whole public thing about how he said he was struggling with pornography. Like, then you're not using it correctly. Like, it's not really a struggle.
His son was in the Cub
struggling
system.
to walk with God.
Grayson Bird. Grayson Bird, he was in one of the Cub minor league games, the spring trading games I did when I was scrambling and trying to learn stuff.
I hope he doesn't have his father's curse where he was struggling with pornography.
He's not doing it correctly.
That's
too bad.
I'm sure Paul Bird's eyesight is great, though.
It was his old-timey wind-up.
Here's Grayson Bird.
It's like, Paul, you could, just because you do it for pitching, it doesn't mean you have to do it for everything.
I got to tell you.
That's why I'm struggling.
This picture of Grayson Bird.
Here we go.
This picture of Grayson Bird looks like a guy whose father struggles with pornography. You know what I mean? Yeah. Look, doesn't he look like his father struggles with pornography? I didn't know that was a type, but that's apparently.
This Paul Bird quote is wild. You describe this book as being graphic. How so? It's not a politically correct book. It's not for a young audience. It's for people in their 20s and 30s that go through similar battles like pornography. I've had real struggles with pornography from before I became a Christian, when pornography was the good old American way. After I became a Christian, it really began to bother me, but God didn't really take it away. I struggled with porn one night, and someone asks me a question about Jesus the next day in the outfield, so you feel like a hypocrite. It's the elephant in the locker room.
If it's the elephant in the locker room, then you might want to have a call with HR.
What an unbelievable quote.
I've never
that
clicked
is.
on that tab. The elephant in the locker room. I'm not interested
But
myself.
the struggling. Like,
No
it's
judgment.
Like, are you okay? Ow. 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 Whoopsie. Okay.
Take off that thorny glove. What are you doing?
I can't talk to you about Jesus in left field because of all this porn I'm watching.
You know, I'd love to talk to you about Jesus, but just
a lot of spanky Yankee.
Struggling.
What a weird thing.
Oh, God. It's too bad, by the way.
What a quote.
You played Joe Namath right there, struggling.
Struggling. That caused him to write a book.
All those,
he had a book in him.
Good for him. 30,000 words on porn and Jesus and baseball.
All those ESPN layoffs, just brutal, right? And, you know, and
More to come.
I know, but like, I see Susie Colbert's name, and sadly, I thought of Joe Namath right away.
Thought of her handling that perfectly?
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfectly. But like to have that moment stapled to your career, yeah, that's what exactly right, Lawrence. I need to finish the thought and finish the memory that she handled it like a total adult and a pro.
She was the only one there.
Yeah. Well, he was not.
Of the two, she was the pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to kiss you.
Oh.
I want to kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling.
Struggling.
Roll Tide.
So many damn syllables in that word.
We have Boog Shambi on the show today at 3 o'clock. Joe Cowley at 4:30. And yes, what yesterday's Cubs game meant until tonight's Cubs game.
Damn right.
And the next Cubs game.
That's right.
And then that might be the last Cubs game of consequence.
That's right. I think you nailed it, Danny.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Watch tonight's game like it's the only game that matters, because it probably is.
Steele
and if
and
they
Stroman.
win it, then tomorrow's game is the only game that matters.
And then you get a small exhale. But yeah, these two games are very significant. So we'll try to deal with that in a baseball context. And
just don't struggle with it.
We're not going to struggle with it.
Write a book about it.
Is that Jesus over there? No, it's the elephant. I'm sorry. It's confusing.
Oh, I always do that. Wait, I can't talk to Jesus, or I can talk to the elephant, but not Jesus because of my struggling last night.
I don't think Clubhouse is a place for either of them.
I was too struggling last night.
Danny's open, kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
What does it mean to you now when the team is struggling?
I want to kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling.
He's like the mayor of Beaver Falls.
Bank, 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Cubs, man, 7 games out with 23 to go until the trade deadline. The Cubs are going to be sellers. And I realize this is coming from the guy who, not terribly long ago, said,
let's freeze it right about now. Go ahead and roll it.
The Cubs are going to win the NL Central.
Right. Yeah, not looking great on that proclamation or prediction that was totally Speaks' by the way.
I'm so tempted to make a proclamation.
I don't know, man. I should have... God.
I was sitting there eating my muffin and drinking my coffee and replaying the incident in my head when I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
What a miscalculation by me, declaring that they were going to win the Central to troll Speaks. I mean, short term, it was hilarious. Got to give us credit for that one. And it really did. It really did irk him. So mission accomplished, you know what I mean?
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Well, it's almost, though, as if you should base your opinions on what you actually believe as opposed to spite and content.
Yep. Thanks, Danny. Yeah. Oh, God, you're right. It bothers me now. I do love being right. And now I can't even fully claim to be right because I was loud wrong stealing his take just to troll him.
You know, it's a disgusting way to do talk radio, isn't it? Look at me, I was right.
The Cubs are going to win the NL Central.
I totally deserve it. What an existential crisis I've cornered myself into.
Well. How the turntables...
I should have... God.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Did not love that show on Monday.
Oh, God.
Did not love it.
You cornered yourself into
really
an existential, terrible position.
Yeah.
How the turntables is exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
It was rough.
All
man.
right, so let's follow along.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Said the Cubs' floor was 80 wins.
Yeah.
A lot of derision from you.
I said you didn't understand what a floor was.
Right.
They had made impressive moves in the offseason, but it seemed like they were still a ways away. And
Sure.
I saw a lack of star power, especially power.
Then they have that, you know, they're good, then they're bad in the first couple of months. Then they have this run here in June that got a lot of people very excited, including me. I thought about proclaiming that they're going to win the division.
Right.
That's me on the trumpet.
Yeah.
Showing you how to do a proclamation.
That's right.
The day after, you stole my proclamation because I didn't originally make it on It and Run. You heard me being tortured.
That's right.
You came in and stole it and used all my words, and you got a lot of likes.
Oh, I mean, I had a buddy say, hey, that was a great take that they promoted on the Scores Instagram account. You came into my algorithm. Good take by you. It's like, awesome, man. We haven't talked in like 6 months. Thanks for reaching out. So, yeah, the take that I stole from you put me into some people's algorithms on social media. I'm now reconnecting with old friends.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help.
Yeah.
And then, but then I gave it to you. It's your proclamation now.
Yeah, but I don't want it anymore.
Too late. I'm sorry. Sorry.
There's no returns?
Of the two of us, one person said out loud into the takeosphere that the Cubs are going to win the division.
Yeah, that was me.
That person was you.
That person was me.
And now you're left sitting here seeing that the Reds are better, seeing that the Brewers are better, and the unfortunate truth remains that the Cubs are your pick to win the division.
I don't know if any of them are good.
You're stapled to it.
They're just worse than the other bad, is where I come out on the Cubs. And here's the thing. Among all of this and the navel-gazing and the takeosphere and all of that.
Right, because we've officially confused people in a wonderful way.
Sure.
But it's all been spun around in circles now. But go ahead. Here's the thing.
Well, I think that they want to be buyers.
as an org, they totally want to, and Tom said it, and then Carter had to defend it and parse it, and they felt like they wished that they could be that.
And even Jed yesterday, it reads like a guy who's like, we just have to make a run getting back towards 500. He didn't say to 500. He didn't put a number on it. He's like, obviously there's urgency, but we just our underlying numbers suggest we should be better than this. We've got to just start putting wins on the board. But time is of the essence. Like I genuinely think that they think that they're a little better than this, and that the numbers bear that out. And they're gonna be forced, if they don't turn it around immediately, to be sellers, because like Theo used to always say, you can't let one of those opportunities pass you by. And so I think that they don't want this opportunity to present itself, but the damn team just can't get out of its own way.
They lose crazy games in crazy ways, and it drives you nuts. And you thought it was another one yesterday, and then it turns out it wasn't.
And got to give them credit for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there was some really fun stuff in there. That was a chaotic, insane game. We'll talk to Boog Shambi. I thought Boog and JD and Girardi were like, the last 4 innings of that game were absolutely bananas yesterday. And that was a fun, intense watch. But it's to the point now where every day feels like a referendum on the year and the window and Jed's build and everything. And that's just, it's an insane way to go about feeling the baseball season. But this is what they've kind of pushed you into. Because Carter says, we want to wait as long as possible so we can keep adding data. We want to wait as long as possible until we declare. So every day you're tempted to declare. And I get it. After Monday, though, it seemed obvious. And then there was yesterday.
Well, so, all right, you always talk about baseball time.
Yeah.
Because yesterday is impressive for as frustrating as Monday was. And I think that Monday is arguably the worst loss of the season. You blow a 6-0 lead to a team that's a horrendous offense, and you walk 8 guys.
It's one of any team's worst loss.
Right.
One of the worst losses of the baseball season for any team.
Nick Madrigal, you were off. I assume you weren't watching like every pitch, and certainly not watching television post all the way through while you were waiting to go on. Nick Madrigal got hurt in that game. They moved Morel over, so they burned the DH because they don't have anybody on their bench who could play third. And then on Marquis post game, it's Cole and Cliff Floyd.
Yeah.
Cole goes, should they have considered Marcus Stroman
at third base?
At third base. And they showed B-roll of him fielding grounders.
He probably could play it.
And they're like, he's an amazing athlete. You just tell him, don't dive, don't risk hurting yourself, just put him out there. I'm watching, I'm like, the best option is a guy that they don't trust to play third base and burning the DH, or they're the guy who might start the All-Star game for the National League. Like, it's not Shohei Ohtani. Like that seems like a roster construction problem that Nick Madrigal has become this like indispensable piece who, by the way, was hitting. I'm like watching this. I'm like, wait, now I'm like longing for Nick Madrigal. Like Monday was a low point, I think, for a lot of Cubs fans. But you always talk about baseball time, and how baseball time is different. We should have no problem saying that tonight is a must-win game. Correct?
It is absolutely. All of this entire series is must-win.
Okay, but so, prediction. Future headline.
Yeah.
30 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Boog Shambi, when I say, is tonight a must-win, we'll say no. Because they're not mathematically eliminated. Because they still could come back. Because even if they do trade a piece of the deadline, they still could. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Like, must win is when you're 2 out with 2 to play. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, you can.
I'm just saying. Get ready for.
I will.
Me to crash into that wall with Boog Shambi conversationally 30 minutes from now.
It's one of those things that I'm not saying. I'm just saying. When everybody knows it. Michael Fulmer, after the game you're talking about, where he had an at-bat because of the aforementioned loss of the DH.
Yes, he did.
And he battled, struck out and battled. But Fulmer was great that day. 2 1/3 of scoreless relief, and then it was blown after that. Fulmer was talking about that loss and how it fell apart.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think they're must-win games. Like I said, we're better than what we've been playing right now, everybody in every aspect. And when we have a lead like that, we're going to need to be able to hold it. So no matter who it is or what day or how you've been pitching, we got to figure out a way to get it done, and we're going to be better for sure.
All right, so he hates to say it, But no doubt to back you up on that. And then yesterday, Taylor McGregor didn't want to say it to Ian Happ after the game.
Downstairs, Taylor McGregor is with the defensive hero.
I know you never want to say must-win game at this point in this season, but how does a win feel after the stretch you guys have been through?
I think just coming back in that situation, I think that's an easy one to fold on after the last week plus. So to finish that one off and get a win's huge.
These are all must-win games. They are, because the time horizon is now.
Yeah.
You're 7 back in your division, and at some point you're going to have to make a choice, and your data is now limited to this tiny little fraction that you've backed yourself into.
And I will say, for as mad as I was doing that extended Cubs post basically on Monday's show, where it felt like David Ross let him down, and the players let him down, and the front office let him down, coming back and winning that game yesterday with Steele on the mound tonight and Stroman on the mound tomorrow during the day, they're both going to the All-Star game. If you win those 2 games, you're 7 out of first place right now. You'd be what? You'd be 4 back of the Brewers.
4 back of the Brewers. The Reds are the first place team, so it depends what they do.
But 4 back of the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
We would have all said going into the Brewers series, 3 of 4
in Milwaukee
is
a win.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. And so even as painful as Monday was, but that's what it feels like. It feels like these next 2 games, if the barometer is, will Jed be a seller, be forced to be a seller? Because I don't think he wants to. I really don't. He might not be a big buyer. He might not go sell 3 of the top 10 prospects in the organization for a rental, but even a small buyer, a soft buyer, something like that, a bullpen piece here, a left-handed bat there, you know what I mean? Like something like that.
How about somebody who can play defense at first base?
Oh, that would be good.
Since poor Jared Young, I mean, that was a ground ball out from Christian Yelich that turned into a triple.
Yeah.
All that, it just should have been a ground ball out. And it's, I mean, and
I don't
then
think I've ever seen worse collective first base defense on a baseball team. And everybody's seen bad first base defense when you stick a guy who should be a designated hitter at first base, and before the DH was universal. You know what I mean? But 4 or 5 different guys have failed at first base for the Cubs this year. It's really weird.
Mervis was fine defensively,
but he couldn't hit.
They couldn't hit.
So you couldn't play him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hosmer, very solid defensively.
Yeah, but he couldn't hit.
Couldn't hit.
Yeah.
No, you're right, Danny. No,
and then Mancini couldn't catch or hit enough.
Dude, when he was starting yesterday at first base, I was like, oh, so we don't care anymore? Is that what's happening? that was my reaction. Because, after the London thing, I said, no more innings.
Can't happen
None.
Again.
But I don't want to see him play another inning at first base. And then he was put in the 8th inning in a 10-1 win and the 8th inning in a blowout loss. And I was like, okay, they're just kind of letting him get his feet wet and seeing if he can still do it. Then when he's starting yesterday, I'm like, nobody must care. It must be over. But they have to try stuff. They don't have options.
They don't have a lot of options. Yeah. They're not good. And deep, it was 2 weeks ago that we were like, man, it seems like they'll do anything but play Morel at third base until he can get spring training time or winter ball time or whatever. And then Madrigal gets hurt and he's just starting games at third base with Kyle Hendricks on the mound. I'm like, oh, okay.
See, the thing is, here's why I'm surprised that you stole my proclamation. One is because
I didn't believe it.
Well, yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, one reason I'm surprised you stole it is because you have so much content of your own.
That's
Danny,
true. No, I know.
My goodness.
But it was funny.
But yeah, you don't believe it because what you were saying all along at the beginning of the year has ended up being right.
That's what hurts me so much.
They don't have enough power at third base
or right
or at first base or DH, especially those 3 spots. Really, really below what you have to have offensively in all of baseball. Those 3 spots, you gotta have boppers, and they don't have it. And they're outfielders.
I was gonna say, why not add Happ and Suzuki?
Because
those guys are their guys, but they're underperforming crazy with power.
Well, and so's Bellinger too. Since he came back, he's hitting, but he's not hitting for power.
I just wasn't projecting him for much.
But all 3 of those guys are good. They're good players, like two-way players who have their moments, but none of them are boppers. So you need freaking boppers, and you get those boppers at first base and third base and DH, and they don't have any.
No, trust me, man. That's why I was so mad at myself
For making the proclamation.
because I stole your take.
Yeah.
That ended up being wrong.
Now it's confusing.
Which undermined my take, which was right. And then I would have been that. So I abandoned my correctness for your incorrectness for a short laugh.
This is like bad take inception.
Yeah. It really bothers me.
It really is. I dreamt of Danny's take while making my own take.
A take within a take.
And then within a take.
Like, if I'm going to steal a take, it better be right.
Yeah.
It wasn't right.
At the end of the show, Tanny, have the video. Is Kevin Lapka's his name, a young man from Ohio State University. Have him focus the camera on the console here. I'm going to spin a top. And it can be the final shot of Parkins and Spiegel today is the spinning top. And he can cut right before it either stops spinning or never stops spinning.
This is too meta even for me. It's infuriating. I stole the wrong take. David Ross, though. He got baseball mad before Boog Shambi had 3 on the score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to the Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio. And you could be a part of the live studio audience to see Rossi in person.
Russ Kritzman in the air. 100 home runs for David Ross.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache
Yeah.
and pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
You're
I
not,
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this
and like props and stuff.
Oh my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God!
You can do it again after
All
this.
right,
Ready?
yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye! The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye!
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah, not
Louis
hear ye.
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what I'm
how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
does. David has been tossed out of the game. David probably protecting his base coach, Mike Napoli.
And he's had enough, right? I mean, you can only watch a guy be that bad so long and not, and Backus, he has no feel for the game whatsoever. I mean, the plays that have happened in today's game are plays that an A-ball umpire should be able to make, and he hasn't. And it's just, he doesn't belong in the big leagues. That's the take, right? It's just not good for our game.
Strong stuff from Ron Coomer right here on The Score in the Cubs radio network. Undeniably bad. And David Ross got to put on a bit of a show. Got to assume that Rossi likes that sort of thing, right?
Oh,
like he doesn't like that it happened to his team. He doesn't like that he's bad. But there's like one of the times when the manager can really feel like I'm protecting my guys. I'm making a principled stand.
I think
on
there
behalf
is
of my coaches and players.
I think there is a righteous feeling of doing that for the right reasons, and one of those times where you feel like you can show them. But it's interesting because when certain managers do it, it has a look of he's just doing it because he thinks he's supposed to do it.
Yes.
So did it have that vibe? No. It looked like it had the righteous feeling, like you're talking about,
Yes.
mixed in with the opportunity to just let it fly.
Oh, that's what I think like the over the top aspect of it was, and then carrying it into post game. You know what I mean? I think it was a start to finish performance. Not that it wasn't justified, but that it was just like, I am going to play the role of angry manager straight out of Central Casting.
I once had a therapist talk to me about the concept of restraint. Of like when you restrain yourself, like imagine the seesaw, right? Two kids on the seesaw, but it's just, on one side of the seesaw, it's all the way down because you're restraining yourself if you're trying not to eat and or trying not to drink and or trying not to say the wrong thing and or trying not to do whatever. And then at some point, you're going to abandon restraint. And what that looks like could be a binge, could be drinking to excess, could be pushing all your poker chips into the middle of the table and saying, F it, or it could be anger and just freaking letting it fly. So who the hell knows what it's about for some of these guys when they explode in anger and it goes way over the top? They're abandoning restraint and it feels good.
Oh, and it was good for us for the content. Here's David Ross.
It seemed like the frustration with umpiring was building up throughout the game. Is that like the culmination of things at the end there?
I mean, I think, there was some frustration. It was big. There's no secret in moments. And, these guys, you can only... I'm trying to balance the emotions and continue to have these guys execute and have good at bats, and it just wasn't very good. And we made that known, and some guys were starting to get frustrated. And I know it's not an easy job, but there's some of the pitches that got called today just weren't even close, and so it's got to be better. They're closing the roof to get rid of the shadows late. There's a lot of that went on today that just was really frustrating.
Are they allowed to do that?
I don't know.
I thought it was bold. I don't effing know.
So good. So good.
I'm looking at the ground rules for retractable roofs, Danny.
Glad you're doing that.
Yeah, right. This would be good stuff, right?
You are the floor and roof guy on the show. So.
Yeah.
So
the ceiling is the roof.
For ballparks with retractable roofs, the decision to begin the game with the roof open and closed rests with the home team. The roof can be closed only for weather reasons if the game begins with the roof open. The roof can be closed only for weather reasons if the game begins with the roof open. If the game begins with the roof closed, it can be reopened if the home team determines the climatic environment has reached a level where fan cover, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, you can only close it for weather reasons.
Right.
Why'd they close it?
Not like shadows and light reasons.
The sun is in our face.
Is that not weather?
It feels like it might be weather.
Oh, that is a gray area.
It's got to be better. There's a lot of bull that went on today that just was really frustrating.
Are they allowed to do that?
I thought it was horse. I don't know.
Is the sun part of the weather?
Yes.
Okay, but
undeniably.
Right.
I explained that. Is the sun part of the weather? Yes. It's like a big part of the weather. It controls temperature.
Yes, but
Alex Kuhn filling in today says probably the biggest part. But that's something you got to go on air with, Alex.
Thank God Alex is here. Yeah, open up a microphone when you're feeling. If you really got something. All right, so look, the sun does affect the weather.
Definitely part of the weather. Alex confirms.
But is sunlight bothering your precious little eyeballs? Is that a weather issue that allows you to close a roof?
The Brewers really are a bunch of crybabies.
What the hell, man?
Only sell their tickets to people with Wisconsin zip codes for Cubs games, and we still infiltrate Wrigley Field.
I mean, that's gamesmanship because they like their bullpen and they're trying to create shadows or trying to eliminate shadows. What the hell are they doing? I don't even know what they're doing.
What if it was Eric Backus? Like, I'm having a hard time today.
I can't see the ball.
As you guys can see here. We need to do something.
There's some shadows out there.
He's calling up to the ballpark management office. Would you mind shutting that roof? I don't get it. I really don't think you should be allowed to close the roof because it's too sunny.
I don't effing know. There's a lot of effing BS out there. That's just good. That's just really efficient use of profanity. By David Ross.
The sun is the weather, says a texter.
Different texter says, well, if the sun counts, then there's never not weather.
Yeah, right. But yeah, there's always weather. It's always there.
That'd be a fun poll question. Is the sun weather? Yes or no?
But let's ask Boog. I'm sure he'll have a thought.
We will ask Boog. Was that some effing BS effing yesterday?
Thought so.
Yeah. Can we hear it one more time so I can get it right? Just the cursing part.
It's got to be better. You know, there's a lot of bull that went on today that just was really frustrating.
Are they allowed to do that?
I thought it was horse. I don't know.
I effing thought it was horse bleep. I don't effing know.
Yeah.
That's really strong.
Delightful.
Boog's response to the sun being a part of the weather and probably some baseball. Next on The Score.
That is fertilizer.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. You're tall, first baseman, left-handed.
You're a veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good. Right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was just going to say, they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you there's a guy in his car right now going, that's all we get of that? Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? Like there was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Boog Shambi.
You know that era?
What are you trying to solve? Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Network.
Boog Shambi, who was the television play-by-play voice
That's
of
my
the
guy.
Cubs.
I love Boog.
All the latest news and notes on the Chicago Cubs.
The matchup we've been waiting for with Yan Gomes and Wade Miley. When I talked to Wade Miley yesterday, he said, I was talking to my son today, and I said, Jeb, we got to beat the Cubs tomorrow. And his son, Jeb, said, Dad, don't do it. He loves the Cubs. Jeb, we love you. In the air, slicing towards the corner. And it'll get down. Into score, Seiya. Into second is Yan Gomes.
So Wade's Miley's son, do you think he was cheering there?
I think he might have been.
Yeah.
Boog Shambi.
We'll get a chance at middle. Here's the throw to the plate. Oh, baby! And the Cubs win it.
Boog Shambi.
What happened to the Boog person?
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We'll have the Boog person momentarily with us on the Parkins and Spiegel show. Little bit of White Sox news. Luis Robert has announced that he will be participating in the Home Run Derby.
Oh, boy. The ghost of Bobby Abreu says, beware the injury or the effect in the second half.
Oh, that's a White Sox fan reaction right there.
For a home run derby. I don't think it's true anymore that the home run derby champ trails off in the second half. I have not looked at the detailed data on that. Is it data or data? I get
There's
confused.
no way to know.
Yeah, so, but Bobby Abreu was the poster boy for that thought process at the time.
Yeah, I mean, let him have some fun. The team's going nowhere fast. Right? He's having an incredible individual season.
Absolutely.
I thought he had said he didn't want to do it. And so now he's doing it, which was a little surprising to me. So I guess I thought I had read that he didn't want to do it, but Luis Robert has been added to the home run derby field.
Man, I was hoping for Berger. I was hoping for our guy Jake Berger.
I know, smash Berger to the derby.
But Luis is killing it these days, so.
Boog Shambi with us on the Circa Resort and Casino hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Boog? How you doing, man?
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're doing well. You've been on the field and done the field interviews at the Derby and the All-Star Game before. Do you think it's a real thing that fans should be concerned about if their guys participate?
No.
Okay, good.
Absolutely not.
All right, good talk.
That is completely false. It's just like, it's one of those things that people look at, but it's just like, sorry, there's trucks and there's rain and my hands are full, really active right now. I wish we were doing this video-wise. But it's just one of these things where guys are, number one, there's going to be regression. Number two, they play more games in the first half. Like, there's just nothing. I've seen so many studies by smart people, and I mean there is nothing to correlate home run derby participation and failure in the second half. Nothing.
All right, asked and answered. Thanks, Boog. Have a great day, man.
All right,
we'll
all
talk.
the best, you guys.
All right,
Thanks
all the best. We were trying to debate this just now. We can ask you. Is the sun considered weather?
Good question.
Because
good question.
The roof can be closed only for weather reasons if the game begins with the roof open. So, I mean, the sun seems to...
Their announcer on the spot. Levering. What were you guys doing? Oh, my goodness.
Hello?
Yeah, no, somebody just took a spill.
Oh,
what
boy.
was going on with the roof yesterday? What were you guys doing? You were cheating? I'm on radio right now.
Oh, good.
You were cheating. You were cheating. Absolutely. Well, is that the starting pitcher? Okay.
Yeah, that's Jeff Levering, the play-by-play voice of the Brewers.
I'm not doing I'm telling you, like, there's a lot going on. So Jeff Levering, Sophia Minert, Taylor McGregor, and then the starter for the Brewers, Adrian Hauser, just went by on a skateboard and fell.
Oh,
hold on, I got to bet the Cubs.
Starting pitcher falls on skateboard. Film at 11.
He's fine.
Is he fine? Did he fall on his arm?
I think. What's it? No, they're taking him away in a hearse right now.
All right, I gotta get this bet in.
Still, I don't know if I'd bet the Cubs, frankly, the way things are going. Although they won yesterday. It was crazy. All right, so.
I was there.
Boog was there.
Way to brag.
A sweet brag about being there.
Did you have a good seat?
What was the idea of closing the roof? Like stopping the shadows for the late inning relief?
No, I will. I don't know what they were doing. I'm gonna go in and ask their manager and then their GM, and I don't know. I don't know what was happening with the roof. It was like the roof was drunk.
Did you agree with David Ross's assessment that it was horse bleep?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, but the only problem is that it's slow, right? So, like, if there are showers, like most of the time with lights, for example, they'll wait till the end of a full inning or to a point where it's even, right? Because they don't want there to be something that's unfair. My shoes. But I would say in that space they can't. It just goes so slowly that they can't do that. And then one of the sides seemed to be broken. So I don't know what was going on, but you're literally the pitchers are pitching and the shadow's moving on the field. I mean, very gently, but it was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
Does it really matter that much? No, but I would say, like, let's not do that. Would be my feeling there.
Well, these teams have the history of gamesmanship. Remember Council being so pissed that they got sunburned during a rainout, a few years back. So
underrated good trash talk line by him, by the way.
I agree. And they charge more for Chicago fans coming in, won't let them buy tickets. Like there's a less than thing going on from the Brewers' identity. So, yes, please investigate on our behalf. Boog.
Oh, I'm going to find out. Trust me, I will. You know I will.
Yeah.
What else is going on with you guys?
What else is going on with us? Well,
I've been terrible. I'll admit it. It's just like, it's pouring. I was, it was just, hands are full.
No, I appreciate the admission so that we didn't have to say that you had been terrible.
Yeah. No, I would say I've been terrible.
Whose shoes were nice?
I've just stopped.
Yeah. Who had nice shoes?
I don't know. There were some Travis Scotts.
Oh, because here's the thing about the shoe comment, Boog. The guy falling on the skateboard is the starting pitcher.
That's good. That's good content.
I understand that. Asking the broadcaster, I got that. Trucks you can't control. You definitely could have let the shoe comments go.
I know he waved at me, though, and I'm kind.
Oh, okay. Well, no, definitely you got to treat that one person better than the thousands listening.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know about that tone there, Danny. I just don't.
We can get into a tone off.
Oh.
All right, Boog. Here we go. Here's the big question. All right, big talk radio question.
Here it comes.
You're going to be very excited about this.
Yep.
Is tonight a must-win game for the Cubs?
Must win, or they don't make the playoffs, or what? Or you just want it to be talk radio?
It's must win.
Yes, tonight's must win.
Yeah!
Wow.
Oh, how'd that feel?
I feel good about it.
All right, cool.
That's why.
Nice, me too.
What brought you to that? What brought you to that? We know, but what brought you to that?
I mean, I think part of it would just be, you're at this edge where your schedule is difficult. I just think, the teams that are ahead of them, you've got to beat them and you've got to win when your best pitchers are going. So, I mean, if this is going to work out well, it would seem like a likely scenario would be winning the next 2 games with Stroman and Steele and Stroman on the mound.
Yeah, no, for sure. Against this team, one of the teams above you. It's like you. There was a moment yesterday, Boog. It was Tommy Hotovy took a trip to the mound in the 9th inning to talk to Adbert. And the thing felt like it was about to fall apart just like it did the day before, which is one of the worst losses for any team on the season,
Yeah.
And you as the point guard, you were like empathizing with the fans. It was like you're like, all right, so the fans are out there, they're thinking, is this happening again? And you guys, I mean, that was an insane 4-inning stretch, as you and Boog and JD talked about. What's the vibe in the booth as that thing is falling apart?
I think it's hard not to feel it. It's hard not to turn into fan in that spot where you're just sitting there going, oh my gosh, not this again. Please don't let this happen. That's just human. I don't know what else to tell you, but it starts to sort of roll in that direction. And it just popped into my head to ask Joe, everybody who's a Cubs fan is sitting there thinking, seriously, we just lost yesterday 6-0, and then this is happening. I think it's one of those deals where you're just hyper aware, and then I just decided to ask him if the manager and the players kind of experience it the same way. So.
Yeah, was Adbert just getting too much of the plate? Some of that stuff looked like it was right down the middle last couple days.
I would say so. I think his stuff is normally a tiny bit sharper. And I would say there's probably this is me. I can't say that I've studied this, but I would say anecdotally he feels like his stuff was sharper. So some of the pitches didn't seem like they were moving as crisply, but the other part I would say was I feel as though he throws a lot of strike to ball stuff that gets chased, and a lot of it I felt like the last couple of days had been strike to strike.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
starting out on one quadrant.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Boog, we're like 10 days or so removed from the last time that someone with the Cubs said something about maybe it makes sense for Morel at third eventually, but just not yet, to a injury to Madrigal, to him coming over there, burning the DH, and now starting games at third base. We've seen a little bit of it. What have you liked or disliked? What do you see from him at third?
Ooh, it's a work in progress. It just is. I don't know what else to tell you. It really is as simple as will he be able to hit it? That's the thing. He's a streaky hitter. He's their best power threat. So you certainly need to find a way for him to be in the lineup. But even the first inning yesterday, that slow roller where he's moving in, that's a pretty basic third baseman play, and he's pulling the first baseman off the bag. An arm slot and where the ball comes out is one of the main issues for him at third, is just the inability to repeat where he's releasing it and spraying the ball all over the place. So I think there's a little bit of a disconnect in terms of, I know people want him in there, but we're defensively he's really a work in progress wherever you put him.
And not even just defensively. There's the bunt from last week when you're the 3-hitter and it's first and third, nobody out. Yesterday, the base running thing, I think it was JD who said he's not a fully formed ball player yet.
Yeah, that's right.
Boy,
yes, you did.
That's a good way of putting it, right? I don't know. Will he ever become one?
It's a great question, but the thing is, he's their fastest guy. He has the most power on the team.
Right.
He's got the best arm on the team. So that's why, you got to just keep putting him out there. And he goes about it in a manner where he is willing to work as hard as necessary. He is beloved, in terms of just the positivity that he brings all the time. So, yeah, you hope that he'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah, the power thing is just, it felt like it was obvious before the year and they just haven't solved the problem. First, third, left, right. They're not getting enough power from any of those spots.
Yeah, I think I think that's fair. I think I think that the expectation to me was that one of those guys, whether it was Bellinger, Mancini, Suzuki, somebody would deliver, power back at a level that, might have been a little bit above what you expected. Or, to me, I thought Seiya would take, or, still might, but what was going to take the next step. I mean, honestly, in the end, in the area where, they've gotten the surprising power production, it's been Christopher Morel when he got called back up. So, I mean, I understood all of it as well because I just, look, with what Patrick Wisdom did the last couple of years, like he had played in 2 years an above-average defensive third base. He'd given, delivered legit power, a lot of swing and miss. Morel does the same thing. They didn't want to keep Christopher Morel at the big league level and have him not play at 23 years old. So I fully agree with the decision that they made. When he went down there and raked, and he's come up here, and he's had stretches where he raked, but he's also had stretches where he hasn't. But I mean, look, he's exciting, and I certainly think right now with where their offense is, you've got to keep putting him out there.
Boog, there was a moment yesterday where I thought you guys left JD hanging. I mean, Daniel Palencia is this unbelievable story, this crazy, crazy thing. And here he is. There's a shot on the broadcast of Palencia warming up to come into that game in the 10th. And JD was clearly asking for analogy help. Here it is.
What would be his major league debut? Wow, you talk about throwing a guy into the fire.
Man.
Young, an opportunity to give the Cubs the lead with a hit.
Talking about leaving a partner hanging, man.
Okay, so now I have a defense for that. I 100% have a defense for that. I'm going to have you play it. Play it again.
Play it again? Okay.
All right, what would be his major league debut? Wow, you talk about throwing a guy into the fire.
Okay. Still waiting. We're playing it again for you, Boog.
I know. So what ends up happening is
to give the Cubs
we
the
got
lead.
stuck because as they're showing him out there,
yeah,
and we weren't sure. This is what happened there. We show him, and his first pitch, he airmails the catcher, and Chris Young hands him a new baseball. And Joe Girardi and I are looking at each other like, did he just throw it over the catcher's head and hit the top part of the backstop? But we weren't sure, and you heard it. You could hear it.
I did
So
hear
we were
a smash.
Like, wait a second, what just happened? Wow. So that's what happened there.
I thought that was something like on a desk
oh my
or
gosh,
something.
Did he really just airmail the catcher on his first warm-up pitch?
Oh, my God.
Okay, now we need to hear it a third time.
Yeah.
That would have been useful before the second time. Okay.
The thwack.
I thought that was something off like a desk in the press box. Okay, let's hear this again.
What would be his major league debut? Wow, you talk about throwing a guy into the fire.
Oh, really? Okay, that's like a glove, no?
It sounds like I'm not looking at it, Danny.
All right, yeah, neither are we or our audience. It's his radio.
So you're freaking out thinking he might have just nuke Lelouch his first pitch.
Yes.
In the bullpen.
That's what happened. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. I understand. I understand that.
You want a do-over? Like, man, that's really like throwing his feet to the fire, huh, Boog?
No, I don't want to do it.
All right.
Wow. All right.
We did fine yesterday.
No, yeah, you guys did great. You guys did great.
It's a big game.
That was a must-win. Yeah. You guys rose to the occasion.
Yeah.
We'll see. Must win tonight.
Must win tonight. Yeah. These are big games. All right, Boog. Thank you, sir. We'll talk soon. Go talk to counsel.
I thought you guys stunk right there.
Man!
Right there.
We felt... we let the moment go.
That little piece, just that little part right
Yeah,
there.
that's not a part. Well, I'll take that. We weren't sure where else to go.
It just started so rocky.
I'm still thinking about you and the shoes. Hope whoever had the nice shoes, puts you on the radio next time.
I wish you guys could have seen, like, as my Apple Watch and my phone are vibrating and I have both my hands full and it's like I'm going to canoe into the ballpark. It was really funny.
Yeah, no, you're a hero. All right, thanks, Boog. We'll talk soon, man.
I hate you, Danny Parkins.
All right, buddy. Love you too. See ya. That's Boog Shambi.
Yep.
Boog Shambi. Nice and clean for you right there at the end, Danny.
I hate you, Danny Parkins.
That worked out well. That worked out very well.
I get it. So they're seeing the ball just, go over the catcher's head and go into the wall.
A little bit of off-air communication was happening there.
What would be his major league debut? Wow, you talk about
I think he's wrong.
A guy into the fire.
I don't know.
That is just a ball hitting a catcher's mitt.
Yeah, give me a half hour in MLB TV, and I'll be able to give you an answer there. I'll watch the same Shohei Ohtani ad 10,000 times.
You should really consider MasterCard. You really should.
That's just ridiculous.
How about Daniel Palencia, man? You're converted into a reliever. They accelerate your promotions all through the minor league system, bring you to AAA when you're barely ready. Your numbers stink at AAA, like awful. And then they're like, "Yep, you're ready for the big leagues, kid. Here you go." And then you're into that game.
It was a tough spot.
And his first pitch was a strike at the bottom of the zone. And I know we got hit around a little bit.
Yeah.
But man, I was just feeling for that dude. And then at the end, after the double play, the sac fly double play with Happ getting the final out at the plate, Palencia exploded in emotion.
Of course he did.
It's an insane level of emotion.
It's not my fault.
I'm not a loser.
Relief.
Yeah.
Wow,
God.
we have a wide range of responses on the text line to whatever that last 20 minutes was with Boog Shambi. Radio Gold. Send that to the Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah, somebody said earlier, this is great radio. Truly.
Another text. That was awful.
Uh-huh.
Terrible interview.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Wide-ranging emotions.
I enjoyed that.
I enjoyed it too.
Okay.
A little bit of turbulence on takeoff.
I along with you guys, I thought Boog was fudging that on the back end, you know what I mean, to prop it up. But I'm watching the replay right now.
Yeah.
That sound of the ball hitting the glove, that it syncs up with the bullpen video, which does not sound like it would make sense. Like it sounds like you'd but they're not showing a pitch in the game broadcast. They're showing bullpen video during that, and the glove pop, like with the ball, that's bullpen video.
So
you can't see him airmailing it though, because it's only from the pitcher perspective, so you can't see the airmail throw.
I see. So they might have seen what they thought they saw.
They
still
saw
no
what they thought
excuse.
they saw.
Yeah,
still no excuse to leave JD hanging
to
like
ignore
that.
JD.
I know, that was a long time.
That would be his major league debut. Wow, you talk about throwing a guy into the fire.
No, you talk about it. JD.
Yeah, no, you talk amongst yourself.
I'm not talking about it.
We're going to be doing nonverbal communication of this guy airmailing a throw.
I'll be getting ready for a big Jared Young moment.
That is, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Me too.
So, speaking of crazy audio, this is a crack slipper of something that happened while we were out for the 4th of July holiday. I heard about it from a couple of people. I've not heard it yet myself. And even though I have now independently been told about this from multiple different people, I still don't think I'll believe it until I actually hear it. It seems like it could be a legitimate Hall of Fame Score radio moment. Next on Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Score White Sox insider Ozzie Keane.
There's no doubt about it. I think they're wasting their time.
That is Anthony Herron. What's going on over there? What's
I
doing?
don't know. This is
looking
strange.
at? Is that a dead body?
I don't know. I don't know. But here we are on the 9th floor and looking out over an empty lot, and there looks to be something close to that in the empty lot.
I'm asking you, is that a dead body out there?
It's concerning looking out that window.
Was Shane did Shane go down there and check it out? So, Shane, what's going on down there?
Oh, it is a dead guy.
It is?
Oh, no. Either dead or very
sleepy,
passed out, but he's face down, and there's some kind of darkness around his head. I don't know what kind of fluid that is, if it is a fluid, like blood maybe. I can't speculate.
Because if that's the case, that's an execution, because it's not like somebody jumped.
You can't speculate after just speculating.
We're like a quarter mile away, Dan.
I did go check, and it is absolutely a dead guy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I do think I need some help. I think it's probably time.
All right, we'll help out Dan, and we'll report back on whatever situation is occurring on the other side of the street. It's the Bernstein and McKnight Show on 670 The Score.
All right, we have an important update.
This is incredible.
This I've never seen anything like my life.
Nope.
Okay, so we had a dead body down here in the empty lot here off of Stetson at lowest Wacker.
The very lowest.
The very lowest.
That's important to remember here as we tell you the story.
Off of Prudential Plaza. So, the guy's lying face down in the dirt. And the cops came, but the cops were on the wrong level of lower Wacker.
They were on the middle level.
They're on lower, but at lowest Wacker. So we saw the SUV pull over to look down a level at him. The lights are going, the blue lights are going on the SUV. So he's still lying there. Then the police realize they're not on the lowest level to go investigate the body. So they leave to ostensibly to go in the intervening time. For the time the SUV leaves, the body,
which was motionless.
But motionless, face down, like nose down,
face
lips
into
on the dirt, face in the dirt. He gets up and then calmly and with a purpose walks to a hole in the fence of this fenced-in area, gets under the fence and walks west. Shortly thereafter, for the moment he leaves our sight, the SUV with the lights going pulls up, drives right past the spot in the fence, drives apparently right past that guy, and they get out of the car and they look at the fence expecting to see the dead body. But they had just driven by the guy who was the dead body, and now the cops are standing around looking at each other.
They missed him. Way to go, not dead guy.
Whoever not dead guy is.
Fire truck pulling up now.
Uh-oh.
Once he got up, he did a little bit of a Travolta Pulp Fiction, looks this way, looks that way, and then walks out.
I would love to know the chatter between the officers, between the time.
Oh, on the scanner?
Between
All right, so I
the time.
get down there, and I look over the ledge, you know what I mean? And the guy's laying there, face down. So I gets in the car, we drive down there, and now he's gone. So I came back up to where I was before, thinking that perhaps if I come to the second level again, he'll reappear, and he's still not there. I am stumped. I'm absolutely stumped.
It's so amazing.
The police of 670 The Score.
Afternoons on The Score.
This was the 8 to 6. This was the God. Days are so hard to get right. Is today Tuesday? Today's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday.
Oh God, today is Wednesday.
Is it really Wednesday? So the Cleveland 8 to 6.
No, it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Okay.
It's Tuesday.
So the Sunday game.
So, it's funny that didn't come up. That must have slipped through the cracks.
So it's been 5 days since Speaks and I have done a show together.
A lot of things could slip through the cracks.
A lot of things.
That's why we got to put them together, grab them, put them on the old show rundown.
Yeah. Make sure we're all aware of things that happen when we're gone, etc.
You said multiple different people hipped you to this?
Yeah, it's a little redundant.
I get what you mean, though.
Yeah, I heard about it from different people. More than one.
Yeah.
It's multiple.
I hear you.
And they wasn't the same person, which makes them different. But I could have just said multiple people, which implies different people.
Whatever.
Different was unnecessary.
I would never text the show or
yeah, read a text from someone who said that.
I would never do that.
No, you're a good partner like that.
That's right.
So, I've sometimes referred to Mark Grody as like the fifth member of the show. Like of the people who he fills in, he reports, he gets the show, he listens to the show.
Yeah. He's like the Billy Preston of this show.
There you go. I'm sure that's a music reference.
It
that
is.
Makes sense.
It's all perfect.
Well, so he was on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
He's hosting solo. Is that right? Yeah. Well, when Grody hosts solo, it can sometimes be an adventure. Because that's like when Alex Cora got fired and it enveloped baseball and we were hitting microphones and all sorts of were happening. So, it's fun.
Sure.
So it's fun. And he had a guest on and he had some questions about the date. And this takes a lot of twists and turns, but there'll be one thing in particular here that we'll want to focus in on after the fact.
Right now, let us talk about the Chicago White Sox with the guy I have not talked to in a while. He's Josh Nelson of the Sox Machine. He joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Josh Nelson, what's going on, man? Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th, Mark. Thanks for having me on. I'm exchanging vows later today, so this is like the last possible time anyone could talk to me this week.
Wait, what? Whoa. You're getting married today, dude?
I am, yes.
Why in the hell did you say yes to coming on this show?
It's a great stress reliever to talk about the White Sox.
Oh, you are something, man. Well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Wow.
I cannot believe it. Josh, do anything else.
Yeah. It's your wedding day.
You are getting married on the 4th of July. And you came on your regularly scheduled hit with Bernstein and Holmes when Bernstein nor Holmes was there.
God.
Dan and Lawrence could not be bothered to work on the 4th of July. Neither could we. Neither could you, because you're getting married and you're talking to Grody about the White Sox.
There are a lot of reasons that I would say no to a radio appearance. And
that is amazing.
Way below the level of the wedding day.
I sometimes don't like to do it if it's in the morning.
The holidays are good enough reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, happy 4th, Mark. Thanks for having me on. I'm exchanging vows later today, so this is like the last possible time anyone could talk to me this week.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
He said a stress reliever, so he's stressed out on his wedding day.
Have a beer.
God, the White Sox would not be a stress reliever at this point. For anyone or anything. How stressful is your marriage on a wedding day if the White Sox are a stress reliever?
Play a game of bags with your groomsmen. like have a beer, go for a walk, watch a sporting event, do anything other than your job.
Whoa. You're getting married today, dude?
I am, yes.
Oh my God.
Why in the hell did you say yes to coming on this show?
That is such...
He asked all the right questions.
Yeah, he did.
He really did.
You getting married today, dude?
Yeah.
For context, that was at 11:30 a.m.
Okay.
It's just
what time
incredible.
did he get married, Alex?
That I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I mean, honestly,
I'll text him.
I would talk to Josh.
Please, see if Josh wants to come on. Day one of the honeymoon. We just want to ask him why he came on his wedding day. Let's ask him.
We just landed in Cabo. My wife's bringing the bags up to the locker room, but I really wanted to get these takes off on Luis Robert and the home run derby. Thanks for calling.
Well,
guys.
tell him we don't want to talk White Sox, but tell him that if it's easier to get him in that way.
Yeah. We'll talk either White Sox or wedding day radio hits. Whichever he's more interested in the day after his wedding. Hey, guys, I'm calling you from the bridal suite. We just woke up.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, that looks sexy, honey. It does. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Hang on 1 second. So, Giolito's first 6 innings.
It's just unbelievable. And listen, that guy grinds.
Oh, absolutely.
I will say, as much as I will make fun of that,
you don't want to miss a chance.
I already had respect. They do great work over at Sox Machine.
Yeah.
He is very good when he's on with Dan and Lawrence. The guy knows the White Sox inside and out. He's fantastic at it. But I gotta say, I have a newfound respect for Josh Nelson. Like, rise and grind. Oh, Mark Grody wants me on the 4th of July.
You got to do it.
I'm there.
You got to do it. Well, in his defense, on the wedding day, you put on your tux or whatever it is that Josh wore. You're done. Like, you put on the tux, your hair's on point, you're good.
Yeah, by 11:30, he's all dressed, and you practice. I do a couple times, and
sure,
that's it, ready to roll.
Read your vows.
Yeah, left, right.
Yeah,
you
like,
know how to walk.
So has the florist done its thing? Are we in good shape there? Anything else you want me to check on, honey? No, you're good? Okay.
But
30 minutes with Grody right now.
30 minutes with Grody on his wedding day.
It's amazing.
I mean, it's something.
It's too bad you weren't invited. You could have given him some Joe's Stonecraft gift certificates.
It's a thoughtful gift.
He might have enjoyed that.
It's a good gift.
Yeah.
It's a really good gift.
Here, go to dinner to this place.
This excellent place.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what to do as a gift.
How
I'm
is that
defining your night.
How's that any different than someone giving? Oh, I got you these plates. You got to eat on these plates.
Yeah, but
here's this book. Read this book.
Okay.
Oh, here's this shirt. Oh, I got to wear this shirt.
Yeah, but-
It's a gift. By definition, unless I'm giving you cash,
Look.
I am choosing you. The gift giver is on some level making a choice.
Oh, yeah, right.
That is what
usually,
a gift is.
It is often a thoughtful choice. I think, basically,
like a painting you can't hang in your home.
Oh, now
Again,
it got real.
That was thoughtful,
folks.
I said, yeah, thoughtful.
Yeah, no, it got real.
It was thoughtful.
There's a painting in here of Tony Soprano with his horse Pyomai.
Yeah,
that is in
She's
here.
a beautiful, innocent creature.
This painting carries a lot of emotional weight.
I think about it every day of my failures. It's just a reminder of an attempt at connection
with Chris
and
Tannehill.
Thoughtfulness.
I think it's a beautiful gesture from you to give him that gift. And I think
and he rejected it. He said, "I can't have this hang in my home.
I don't want your gift.
I don't want this gift, even though this picture of Tony and Pyomai is literally the background on my work computer.
Sure."
And it's my favorite show ever.
But I don't want you telling me.
Beautiful canvas.
Don't tell me what to put up in my house. Don't do it.
It gives me a lot more joy here, I think, than it would at home.
At
home, it would be very contentious.
That is some effing horse bleep. Okay. To quote David Ross.
A lot of BS happening today.
A lot of it.
Lot of BS happened today. That's horse bleep out of you. I respect the gift effort by you.
Oh, thanks.
For Tanny.
But
not for me.
Not for $150 to Joe Stonecrap. And I maintain a good gift in any circumstance, but especially for a third wedding.
That's low.
It's the joke I always tell.
Yeah, I know, but you weren't.
You get me backed into a corner on the gift card.
You weren't at my first two. Okay,
that's true.
It's not like it's your third wedding of mine.
No.
Okay,
it was my first wedding of yours.
God,
had he been, you really could have gone all out at Joe Stonecrap, though. You'd have had so many.
Yeah, man, $450. Oh, it's not.
No, probably would have been like $700. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry. One thing was thoughtful. Pyomai is thoughtful.
What?
Yeah.
All right. But how is any gift that isn't cash not the gift giver making a decision for the person?
Well, oftentimes, Danny, people sign up for things. They register for things. So if it's plates, like you mentioned,
did you have a registry?
No.
Okay.
It's probably plates that somebody chose.
You didn't have a registry.
No, you're right. So the Zawaskis, that Jay and Hope Zawaski gave us like a cutting board and a lovely book that came with it, a menu,
so they're
a cookbook.
They're making a choice of where you have to cut.
I still have the cookbook.
And they're making a choice. Oh, read this book, cook out of this, use these recipes.
Yeah, use this.
They're foisting their cooking thoughts on you.
How about a Mark Grody mood lightener here to save
Please,
us? What do we think?
Please.
And by the way, speaking of the whole, there was a lyric that was going through my head, and it's not good. It's not good that this lyric was going through my head when he was talking about the hole in my heart of lightsabers and things like that. Here's the lyric as we go into the break. There's a hole in my heart, and it can only be filled by you. Texter 630 or 630. Oh man, 312-644-6767. I just gave my own phone number out. Anyhow, 312-644-6767 is the phone number. If you could text in the bad song and the bad group that I just did the lyrics to. As far as Cody Bellinger is concerned,
I forget about Cody Bellinger. You just gave your number out on the radio.
The guy is an adventure.
Oh, that's amazing. By the way,
love him so much.
That's not a bad song. I like that song by Extreme. That's one of the 2 Extreme songs that I know.
Hasn't
Wholehearted.
Grody's given out his number before.
I hope Sean cut that out of the podcast.
Oh, that's a good point by you.
Yeah, that is so good. Good for Grody, man.
Yeah.
That's a ton of fun.
I don't like that he said it's a bad song. I like that song. Talk to that guy.
Well, subjective.
Yes, that's true. I'm going to give him a gift. Try to make him feel better.
Yeah, to give him a gift of that song. Buy it for him.
Here, listen to this.
Listen to that. Make it a choice.
Listen to this.
Hey, make it a choice.
Go eat some crab.
Exactly.
It was delicious.
Exactly.
For anybody who doesn't know, my wife and I ended up taking you and your wife to dinner at Joe's Stone Crab.
That was the real genius of that gift.
Yeah.
That was the real genius of that gift.
Speaking of that, a genius gift tradition has started on my end. I gave her a Mother's Day gift of a half day at a spa, a hotel spa.
Oh, relax this way.
Only deserves a half day? Come on, man.
Yeah, relax this day at this place with how I feel like you should relax.
All right, there's feelings.
I'm just messing with you. I can do this for any gift. So, sure, we'll go to Disney World. No.
I gave her that as a Mother's Day gift.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And then, a month and a half later, whatever it was, for Father's Day, she gave me the same exact thing as a Father's Day gift. She copied me. Just completely and utterly copied me.
Lacking creativity.
But here's the genius of it. We used our gifts together the other day. We had a half-day spa day together for a little staycation in the city. And it was like, oh, hey, look at that. This is a good way to do the Mother's Day, Father's Day gift thing. Because then, what am I going to get her? A pair of earrings she might not like? Or, get her something else?
You gave yourself the gift of time.
We ended up spending time together, which, as you know, seems to be important to them. Have you noticed that?
I think it's healthy, but
Yeah, they're really into that.
Yeah, tend to be. Would you have enjoyed your spa time more alone?
No, we had a great time.
All right, good.
We had a fabulous time.
Do you think she would have enjoyed it more alone?
I don't think so.
All right, good.
I think it actually worked out okay.
Then that's a win-win.
I think that's a win-win.
Sometimes the alone time is also part of the gift.
Correct.
Least, especially in our house right now with the 2 monsters that we have created that run around the house at all times.
Danny, those are your kids.
Oh, right. They're my children?
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
The ones that you love.
Peace and quiet.
Yeah.
That's like an added bonus to the gift.
Sure.
Of itself.
Yeah.
So.
But that peace and quiet together.
Yeah.
Now you're getting somewhere.
Are you enjoying this? I am too. All right, let's be quiet for the next 2 hours so we can remember what quiet is like.
Hey, man, whatever it takes.
There was a much maligned event in Chicago since we've last been together. Let's review it next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
Chicago Cubby and Haugh.
And I think we all, as a clubhouse, really believe in the group that we have. We're really good players, guys that have a lot of experience, and we know that making a run at the end of the first half and into the second half is very possible.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go.
Put that thing up.
We're
putting
it
right here, right there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway. poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
A few drivers. Just got done playing ping pong with Bubba, so I mean, I was just the whole experience has been awesome. So, like I said before, definitely gonna keep up with it now, and just watch it a lot more now. So.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
So that was Justin Fields saying that he was going to get into NASCAR and be watching it a whole heck of a lot more after his experience at the race. That was not my experience with it, but did you love it?
I absolutely loved it as a television product.
It was a successful television product. The ratings were huge.
They were?
Huge.
I actually watched some on Saturday of the qualifying just because I wanted to get a feel for what the TV was going to be like. And I couldn't stop watching that with wife and child. We kept looking at it, and it was like, man, that's kind of freaking cool. And then I had to navigate the city over the course of the weekend. As I mentioned, I had to come down here and do hit and run on Sunday morning, then drive out, blah, blah, blah. I didn't feel that inconvenienced, perhaps because I'd known about everything and knew about it in advance. My personal experience of the NASCAR invasion of Chicago was that it was kind of awesome. Gotta say, that was my takeaway.
Yeah, it didn't impact me tremendously, like just individually. I tuned in and watched maybe 15 laps on Sunday. I felt like the whole thing was cursed. I thought that there were a lot of headlines that they didn't probably want. and they overcame it because Chicago always shows out visually in HD. We've seen it for years and years. We joke about it when Sunday Night Football comes to town.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it going to be the Bean? Is it going to be the Skyline?
Right.
They're going to be in a kitchen showing beef sandwiches or deep dish. You know what I mean? Chicago photographs well. Chicago's an amazing city.
We have an incredible skyline, and all the establishing shots of Buckingham Fountain and the lake and everything. It all looked freaking great. And then, of course, they got the torrential downpour.
Well, so they got the torrential downpour. A member of the staff literally died.
Yeah,
got electrocuted.
It was a sound guy for a sound company that did live events, and he accidentally got electrocuted and died. It was an insane undertaking.
Yeah, and then someone broke in and got arrested because they drove through the barrier on Friday night and was joyriding on the track, and then the conditions weren't safe, which is part of what made it kind of compelling, I guess, on TV because there were more crashes, but. That's probably not what you want to be advertising, that there was puddles in the road and stuff like that. It was just, it felt like they were doomed and cursed a little bit. And they still set records for the last 5 years for a non-Daytona 500 for merchandise. And they still had huge ratings. And I thought that it was genuinely cool that they did outreach to different neighborhoods and it wasn't just elitist and exclusive and all of that.
Yeah, several of the drivers did
the
that.
Tickets were very expensive.
Oh, the tickets are outrageously expensive. I thought about going.
So attending was very exclusive.
It's impossible.
But the lead up and the ancillary stuff was fairly inclusive, but also no word still on any refunds for shortened races, canceled concerts, things like that. They got a lot of bad luck with the weather.
Yeah.
A lot of bad luck.
But I from what I saw and what I took in, and my personal experience was good impressions and seeing people appreciate our city and get to know our city and say oh, I think I'll come back again sometime. This was awesome. So there's all of that. But I'm sure the logistical and financial nightmares for some absolutely dwarf my own personal experience. But I'm a city dweller, man. I live here and I have to navigate it all the time. And I did not find it to be the horrendous inconvenience I was expecting it to be.
That's good. I mean, there's more journalism to be done on this, to be honest. How much money did the Shed Aquarium lose? How much money did the Art Institute lose? Mm-hmm. Does the city opt out of its deal? NASCAR seems like we probably want to opt in. Hopes that the city does, right? The reporting was that both sides could opt out if it went poorly. By all accounts, NASCAR is thrilled because they set those ratings records and all of that, even with the terrible weather and some of the bad stories surrounding it. But was it worth it for the city monetarily to move Taste of Chicago to inconvenience the lakefront and the museum campus on 4th of July weekend? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I think that there's
there is journalism to be done there,
and some economic studying that maybe Brandon Johnson and his team already know it, or over the next few weeks they'll do some forensic accounting and see whether or not it was worth it or not. But,
absolutely, but from a PR perspective, I understand. Here's what I understand: that what we widely assume to be the bulk of the NASCAR demographic crosses over in the Venn diagram with people who say, well, what about Chicago?
Right.
Or call Chicago a war zone, or think of it as, and think of just the disaster that it is and the terror that it is. So if this is an opportunity for a lot of those people in that particular Venn diagram to see the city and experience the city in a really good, healthy light, there is some value there from a PR perspective.
I'm sure that is true. And it, of course, makes sense. And I, of course, agree with everything you're saying. I hate the what about Chicago thing.
Uh-huh.
I do want to know, who that person is. So that person that watches NASCAR but doesn't watch the NFL and doesn't see all of those beautiful establishing shots of the city. You know what I mean?
Maybe that person will still think, well, that was just downtown and they cleaned themselves up for this thing, and then you just wouldn't go anywhere else.
It's such a Chicago has become so politicized for terrible reasons by bad faith actors that I would love to be optimistic enough to think that, hey, an event like that should make some change. And hey, reach one, teach one. Right? So maybe it did on some small level, but it's and that's not me speaking badly about NASCAR. It seems like by all accounts, NASCAR made a real tremendous effort to go around the city to the event that Lawrence was talking about down in Hyde Park. Like all that stuff is genuinely great. A lot of people's takeaway was like, wow, it looks cool to see a NASCAR track in Chicago. Looks so beautiful. I'm like, yeah, Chicago's beautiful.
Yeah.
Chicago is beautiful.
It is. I loved this tweet from Sherman Dilla Thomas, the historian and tour guide, Six Figadilla, who said, I know, we're not supposed to like NASCAR being here. However, I heard dozens of people say, quote, Chicago's beautiful. I need to come back again, unquote. I saw cool farmers' tans on the south side inside Harold's. A good mixing of people being nice to each other is dope.
That's great.
Love that sentiment.
That is great. That is beautiful. That's what all events in theory should be.
In theory.
And if
there's some of that to your reach one, teach one, if there's some of that, they're like, man, you know what? I enjoyed my time even on the South Side, and I will not believe some of the untruths that I have been spouting.
Yeah, like I've got, you got family from different places that are hey, I'm going to come to Chicago for a weekend. Is it safe? It's like, God,
yeah.
Come to Chicago. You're going to be fine. So yeah, anything like that is good, and I hope that everybody who took it in and enjoyed it, got exactly what you want out of it. But I think that in the coming weeks, maybe, we'll figure out whether or not Brandon Johnson's going to opt in or opt out of that deal.
I'd bet out.
My guess is it's all going to come down to the money. I have no idea. Like they might say, hey, we didn't get a fair shot at it because no one could attend in person because of the weather. I really don't know what the underlying economics of it are going to. How do the hotels feel? How do the museums feel? I think that there's like a lot of people that he's going to need to sample on something like that. Bulls have made 2 big moves since we've been together. Are they big enough? Next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 6.
The right path to what? And the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance, and that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept, and it crept, and it crept, and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner? The 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there, and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's better. That would be fun. You reminded me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
Local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Put him in the hall. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Parkins and Spiegel to the rack. Count it in a foul.
We're gonna crank it up nonstop.
Sabonis double on the ball to a cutting Craig. Left-hand layup in the paint. Good with the left hand.
Well,
Make it a 17-6 run. After the timeout, deflected, stolen by Craig. Against DeRozan, puts it in with a right-handed layup.
Good morning, Bruce and Craig.
Emptying out the Craig vault. Parkins and Spiegel here on The Score. We'll talk to Joe Cowley in 30 minutes.
Who's in the Craig vault? Elo? T. Nelson?
Council.
Hodges.
Yeah.
Hope that vault doesn't catch on fire, am I right?
Bruce and Craig.
Now that's
Good morning, Bruce and Craig.
So Javon Carter is a bull since we were last together.
Yes, sir.
Torrey Craig is a bull since we've last been together.
He's in the Craig vault.
He's in the Craig vault.
Welcome.
He's the newest member of the Craig vault.
What a moment for him.
You think that's why he's most excited to be here?
Congratulations. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's pretty good.
Let him in there.
It's pretty good. So
Roger's in there.
yeah, Roger's got to be in there. Yeah, of course.
Both of them. Well, not the baseball one just died.
You think Daniel Craig's in there?
If we can get him.
Yeah, he's A-list.
That's a tough book.
That's James Bond. So I look at these moves as independently solid, but big picture don't change much about a team that I still think has a relatively low ceiling. So this to me is like a contained multitude situation. Oh, these dudes are tough. These dudes are good defenders.
Mm-hmm.
These guys played on winning teams. These guys shoot threes at an efficient clip and are willing to take multiple threes per game. Check, 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 check. Javon Carter helps them not rely on Lonzo Ball coming back. Torrey Craig helps them not rely on Patrick Williams to take. They still obviously need and want him to take a leap.
Yeah.
But they don't have to just birthright him his minutes or Dalen Terry his minutes or whomever. Like, these are established pros. So I like them.
Mm-hmm.
But still not better than Cleveland.
Yeah.
Much less Boston or Philly. Or I gotta say Miami, or certainly Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's like a weird. How much praise am I supposed to give to moves that don't fundamentally change the issue, even though those guys are not the issue? I found it to be very conflicting when I think about it.
That makes sense. That makes sense because you feel like you know what this core can and cannot do, and the core is not changing. They're not making a big move to upset the chemistry and mix it up.
Correct.
So I totally get that. But in terms of adding what they could to that core, I think they're really good fits. So I'm able to mitigate that a little bit because I feel like the fits are good. And I feel like there is the possibility that the core will function better with these better pieces surrounding it. So that helps me mitigate that because I think, like you, the moves themselves, the players themselves, I really like. And we can talk about one of them I really, really like a lot in a moment. But in terms of what you're saying, don't you think it's possible, at least I do anyway, that this core is going to function better with the two outlets being Patrick Williams, who can absolutely shoot the three from the corner, and Javon Carter, who can absolutely shoot the three from all over the place. And the fact that Javon Carter's defense is really good in a way that will help mitigate the offensive weakness of the big three. So Patrick Williams and Javon Carter will both be good shooters in that starting rotation, I do believe. Maybe it'll be Kobe White, but when those guys are out there, they'll be both supporters of the core that can shoot and play defense. And then there's a couple more people, including Torrey Craig, in the rotation who can shoot and play defense. So I feel like that could raise the ceiling for the core.
I think that the core, can the old dog learn new tricks? Like, can DeMar DeRozan adjust? Because if he can't, he's just going to have the ball in his hands, and he's going to operate from the mid-range. And that's an inefficient shot, and he doesn't make a lot of dudes better because he's not a true facilitator, right? He's not averaging 9 assists a game. But, like, can he shoot 2 or 3 more threes a game?
I don't know.
And
maybe
play off the ball a little bit more? Be a change of pace guy? You know what I mean? Like, so I guess my question is, like, how much better can the core get if they play the same way? But if they're going to play through Vooch and Zach and then DeMar, well, then maybe. But I don't know that the pecking order is going to really change. And it's because, like, the thing is, man, the Bulls would be worse if DeMar DeRozan was just off the team. They would be worse. He is still a good player,
but they do need to function differently.
They need to function differently.
So if look, if this is the core and this is what you have, and you're trying to raise it up, you better the fits around them. But then you got to coach them up to make the adjustments that you need to make. Billy Donovan let Pat Beverly do a lot of his dirty work in those final 28 games.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, go ahead, Pat. Yeah, you say it. Damn right. Talk to Zach about that. Talk to Vooch about that. That's right." And DeMar did start to adjust a little bit. There's some more threes. There were just a little bit more.
Yes.
So coach him harder. And maybe having a better rotation with some of these signees allows Billy to coach him harder.
That was the thing about Carter coming in. Like him as a player, but they already got better with Pat Beverly. And Beverly is gone because Carter is here.
But Carter's a better player than Beverly, I think.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I think Carter will be. Carter is younger and and he can shoot better. He can shoot better. It's like,
but Beverly made the Bulls a lot better
with toughness and with leadership and with attitude
and with being a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well,
Javon
Carter, and this is where it is for me. I really like Javon Carter. I really like this signing, and I've always liked that kid. I remember watching him playing for Huggy Bear at West Virginia, and he had a really good career there, really good as a junior, came back and was like preseason conference player of the year, and then was great in that tournament. And I remember the sensation of watching those games being like, that dude is a man. And it's when he was a point guard. And I remember making the joke, like, I think that dude's 30. While he was in college, because he just had that, he had a gravitas and a seriousness about him, and just so effing tough. And that was as a true pure point guard. Then he scrambled in the basketball wilderness for a little while, right? I think drafted by Memphis, but didn't really play there much. Played in the G League. He had to find his way back to the NBA as a role player because people didn't trust him. Maybe the 3-point shot wasn't good enough. He had to work on it.
Memphis, Phoenix, Brooklyn, and Milwaukee.
Milwaukee last year is really when he sort of carved out his role. And I thought of you. Remember, there are certain dudes who just like, man, that guy has figured out how to be an NBA player. And then they last for a long, long time. Remember when you talked about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope in the finals?
Yeah.
And you talked about how that dude had played the most games in the NBA over the last 10 years. You're like, what? Then like, oh, let's see. Yeah, really good 3-point shooter, really good willing defender, role player, but, just like an NBA dude. I think Javon Carter is going to have that kind of career and longevity in the league. So I feel like when you put all those factors together, because the work ethic is off the charts and he can shoot now, he's 42.5% from three. I think there's a lot of development and improvement left for the next few years of Javon Carter.
Is he going to have the ball enough here?
Hope so.
But does he have I
don't need him to be a pick and roll point guard though, because this is the batch that they have. We've talked about this in terms of the point guard fit. A point guard who plays defense and shoots threes and doesn't demand the ball like Lonzo Ball.
Correct.
Is the dream, and that's why Pat Beverly actually worked on some level. I think Carter fits.
And Carter is, to your point, obviously a better shooter than Beverly is. So
Better shooter.
In theory, closer to what Lonzo was.
Yes, and he's not as artistic a passer as Lonzo or anything like that, but he's a very willing passer who had a ton of assists in college and can have a lot of assists. I think the fit is really good on Carter.
So what do you think they are? Like that to me is I think we're just doing a little bit of it's a lot of projection of a ceiling for a guy who is 27 and has been in 4 different organizations in 6 years.
I know.
To come here and say, all right, he's not going to dominate the ball.
No.
So how much?
How much will he affect it?
I mean, just like how much is Javon Carter and Craig put them together?
And Craig.
Good morning, Bruce and Craig.
If we can get Torrey Craig out of the vault, he might be having such a good time in there.
How much does Carter and Craig, in addition to expected improvement
of other guys,
of Patrick Williams and Kobe White, and let's say full season Zach LaVine.
Full season Zach LaVine.
Because he played the full season last year, but he was not 100% for the full season.
Yeah.
But like full season 100% Zach LaVine should be a top 10 offensive player in the game, roughly.
I'd add in some hopeful adjustments from Billy with another year of knowledge and coaching on his under his belt. Maybe. So anyway, how good are they? Could be a mid-40s win team, 44, 45 wins, something like that.
So that's 4 or 5 more wins than last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, and I honestly, I think the ceiling's maybe even a little higher.
Outside chance of getting to 48, 49, 50 wins?
Yeah, I would say, maybe 48 is a reasonable ceiling.
Top 6 seed.
That would be a top 6 seed.
Maybe even a top 4 seed, outside shot at that, host a playoff series. I know that's not title, and maybe that's the aim, the just above mediocre aim, so it's a non-starter for a lot of people and pisses them off. But
again,
but as an entertainment product, I'm sure as hell looking forward to seeing if they can be better.
Well, that's how they get us.
That's how they get us.
That's settling for that is how they get us.
Guilty.
Sure. And not accusatory. I love the NBA. I love the Bulls.
Yeah.
I love it as an entertainment product. I like going.
This could be a much better entertainment product.
I hope so. I hope so. But I do want to see the Bulls play playoff games because the playoffs are so much better than the damn regular season. And so, it's why when AK said that they were willing to go into the luxury tax for a team that, top 4, top 6, and I was like, top 6? Brooklyn was the 6th seed and got swept.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not good. That's not. No one's like, oh, what amazing memories we had of the 2022 Brooklyn Nets.
I know.
So it's.
I know. So as a goal, it feels empty to a lot of people. I know.
Can that team, if they're healthy and playing well, take the Boston Celtics to a game 6 or a game 7? And give you a really entertaining playoff series and have a game 6 at the United Center where the building is rocking.
Is Joe Mazzulla still coaching Boston?
Yeah, there you go.
Then yes.
Okay.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
But to me, that as an entertainment product, that is you've accomplished something. You know what I mean? Like you've played a meaningful basketball series against a title contender, and pushed them to some degree of limit and doubt. That would be a step forward. But from where they were 2 years ago, that's an unbelievably low bar and pathetic, and Cowley, who will be on in 15 minutes, would laugh at us if we said that was a success.
Uh-huh.
Because, wait, it's a big sport town, and your titles are bust, and championship better. And he's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's right.
But
the reality is, based on what they could do, I'm not sure they did much. They could have done much better than this. But that sucks.
I think that's accurate. It is still frustrating that they didn't do something to really change and shake up the DNA of this thing. But these kinds of addition additions, they feel sensible. That's the other thing. I feel like AK was watching the same games we were. He went out and got shooters who can play defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just, is it too much to ask for the Bulls to be mentioned as having enough assets to be the third team in a 3-team trade to facilitate star movement? Like, I know that they're a long ways away from gasp James Harden wanting to play here. He'll play anywhere. But Damian Lillard or whomever, like whatever disgruntled star of the moment.
They're not even an option in those Lillard think pieces with where he could go.
Never. But
how about a third team though?
But if they had enough assets and like enough desirable pieces and good contracts where it's like, well, the Bulls can wheel and deal with just about anybody because they've got tons of draft picks and tons of good young players and tons of good contracts. Like, of course Miami would be interested in facilitating something, or of course Houston, but they're not even mentioned for that. Like, they can't even be the third team for star movement.
It's pretty funny. I was looking at ESPN of like one of the Bobby Marks pieces about Lillard was like, who are the teams that can really go all out for Damian Lillard, right? And it listed all the assets, like, which teams had the best assets.
Yeah.
The Spurs' assets are unbelievable.
Yeah.
Outrageous. The volume
a lot of draft picks.
Oh, my God. So many firsts and other teams' firsts, including one from the Bulls for the DeMar deal.
Yeah.
And, like, seconds and, like, there's so many different, and all these other teams like listed with all their assets. And the Bulls, of course, were not even among the teams referenced, but I wanted to see the same kind of breakdown of what the Bulls' assets are. Because to your point, they have very little.
And that's what's frustrating about the Bulls.
Yeah.
They're all in right now. They gave up their assets to be here. And here is NBA hell. That's what's frustrating about the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
If they were like, oh man, they're not going to win a title, but they absolutely could make an Eastern Conference Finals, or they'll sure be in the second round of the playoffs, and maybe if they get lucky. But that's not what it is. It's like they went all in to maybe be a top 6 seed. Speaking of some crack slippers, Chuck Swirsky, voice of the Bulls, he has been doing some talk show hosting, which he obviously did way back in the day. Mm-hmm. He's an OG at the craft.
Put him in the Hall of Fame. Put him in the Hall.
Exactly.
He ought to be.
He followed us on Monday, and that man can still deliver a rant when it comes down to the extra inning rules and bunting in your beloved baseball.
So, anyways, that's what's going on. But I got to get something off my chest, and I think we should start this segment. It's very seldom that I come in from the bullpen to co-host, but everyone's on vacation, so they have no other choice than to bring somebody in. But we ought to do a segment, Sean. Get Off My Lawn. You know that Gran Torino movie with Clint Eastwood? Do we have a clip of that? Get off my lawn. Yeah. So I've been watching a lot of baseball, and I'm a huge baseball fan. And one thing that I know it came into play in 2020, so it's not like this the first year. But the ghost runner at second base, I'm not feeling it. I'm sorry. It's such a gimmick. And I mean, like, you really find out, though, who's fundamentally sound, like who can actually bunt the baseball. I mean, it's not asking a lot to bunt somebody from second. If you're a pro ball player, if you're a professional baseball player, work on your bunting. Move them second to third and then get a fly ball. That's all. One run. Bring the bullpen in and you got a dub. Is it asking too much to score one run with nobody out and a man on second? Apparently so. But I mean, so that deserves Get Off My Lawn, because I'm not feeling the ghost runner. I'm just not. So Clint Eastwood, this is for you. Get off my lawn. All right.
Nailed it. No notes. I think you nailed it.
Chuck.
You got notes?
I do have some notes.
You're going to give him some notes?
The teams that are good at the fundamentals deserve to win that game, and it forces you to see the fundamentals. There's a lot of strategic depth. I think you're enjoying it.
Bunting.
Yes, exactly, Chuck. They need to work on it. To me, he's making the point of like, you get to see who's good and who's not in those moments. Who plays defense? That's why Tanny hates the rule, because he knows the White Sox are going to have to play by it.
I like the idea of like just bunt and sacrifice flies. Is that hard? And then your bullpen, lock them down.
Yeah.
So do the thing that's easy and then prevent them from doing the thing that's easy.
Work on your bunting.
That's right.
I loved it. I'm sorry, I gave a note. It's perfect.
It's okay. It's okay.
But he wasn't done with his rant.
He had more?
Well, he's got commuting thoughts.
So the other thing about get off my lawn, and this has nothing to do with sports, Sean.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm here for it.
So, like, I live downtown, and I love to take a walk on Michigan Avenue. And like a lot of people are out today after yesterday's deluge. Oh, my goodness, Mother Nature was bringing the fastball, or a spitter in this case. So that deserved a rim shot, but that's okay. So I'm walking downtown, and there are a lot of people on Michigan Avenue, and you got it's always one or two people on a bicycle. And it's like, what are you doing? This is a sidewalk, okay? The people walking. Now I get it if you are, have a disability and you need a motorized. I get all of that. I truly get it, okay? But if you have a bicycle and you're trying to weave in and out of people walking on a sidewalk, okay, and you decide, well, I don't want this. I'm going to be a tank and just bowl over people and run them over. No, I'm sorry. That just go west, okay? And you can bicycle if you want to on Wabash or Dearborn or State, but not on a sidewalk on Michigan Avenue.
I'm there with you, 100%. Too many people, way too much congestion. You're asking for a little too much there.
Yeah, so for anyone who does that, or the electric scooters or the skateboards, I'm sorry, okay? I'm old school. Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Thank you.
What a show.
All right. So, we have a lot going on today.
Oh, Danny. Thank you for including that. Who are these people? You got a little Seinfeldian.
Little Seinfeldian.
Some Seinfeldian
What's the deal with bicycles?
Here's the thing.
I get it if you can't walk.
I knew it was going to be about bicycles, and I was ready to defend myself and muscle up because I'm a bicyclist very frequently in the city. Cyclist, sure. You can see me with my helmet on, also inside the buildings and on elevators because I care about
all about safety.
I'm all about safety. But he's 1,000% correct about getting off the sidewalk. You bike on the street. There are bike lanes for you. I'm 100% Team Chuck. He's 1,000% correct. I'm 100% Team Chuck.
That deserved a rim shot, but that's okay.
No, it wasn't okay. Sean, have that rim shot next time if you know what's good for you. You're working with the Swersk.
Texter wondering about Chuck's fascination with rim analogies. Excellent question.
Rims and rim shots. It's a good question.
It's an excellent question.
But he's right. And Christine laughs at me. I get angry at people who are walking in bike lanes and people who are biking in walk lanes and on sidewalks.
You want them to literally stay in their lane.
I really do.
Wow.
I really do. Like if I'm biking on the lakefront and people are just like lollygagging and walking through the bike lane, it's a bike lane. I'm that guy. If you hear that,
it's
it's
you.
me.
It was
It's
you.
me. It's a bike lane.
Wow.
I'll say it again.
You and Chuck should go cycling together.
He can walk if he wants. I'll cycle next to him.
Perfect.
Hey, Chuck, you ever hear about King Bleep?
That's
King
right.
Bleep way to travel?
The King Bleep, baby.
Is King Bleep.
It is. That
Joe,
was it.
Do the moves make the Bulls better? We ask Joe Cowley. Ever a realist. Next on The Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
The problem is still not hitting.
That's put him as shortstop, so it's a further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury. Correct. See, now you're thinking like a White Sox.
Then at 2, Bernstein and Holmes hand off the mic to Parkins and Spiegel.
You kind of were looking at Kevin Warren and going, there's no way he gets McCaskey. Well,
I'm on my scooter, mother.
Every night, but I mean, it's like a 30-minute
Okay.
Multiple books, multiple songs, brushing of the teeth, going to the bathroom.
Oh, I mean, that's
it's
what we do.
It's
Yeah.
what you do.
All
Right. Of
Hang
course.
on. Let me write this down. Go a little slower.
right.
For us new parents.
No.
When he said elaborate, I thought it was like, does someone show up and do a comedy routine? Or is there a nightcap involved?
Guys.
Before I put him down to bed, I make sure Owen goes to the bathroom.
We gotta say, I love you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, come
I used to do
on.
that for Ruben all the time. I
No.
would say, Rue, it's potty time.
No. Okay, it's much more elaborate. Broad strokes. I can't turn off the light. He has to turn off the light.
Okay.
The animals have to be on the floor, and then we have to put them into the bed one by one. Then you put the diaper on him after he goes to the bathroom, and then as soon as you turn off the lights and you sing him the songs, he says, I feel a poo coming. And so then you got to go into the bathroom, and you got to take the diaper off, and now you're in the bathroom a second time.
Did you have to dump that or no?
No, and so it's elaborate. And
Okay,
he's
so
just
have you considered that your son's going to be on a TLC show about OCD?
well, right. So there's, and it's always just asking for more things before it's so the bedtimes. So then you get him down, and okay, fine. Between midnight and 1:30 in the morning, he woke up 4 times. He will be screaming, top of his lungs, blood curdling scream, and you walk in, screaming. Oh, hi, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I have some Vaseline, please, on my lips? And you're like, that's why you're screaming?
That was the emergency?
And so you go in there and then you give him a little Vaseline, rubbing on his lips, and he goes, oh, what, one more baseball song? Which means sing him, take me out to the ball game. And you're like, okay, fine, but lay down. And so you sing him, and he's like, hush, little baby. And then you're like, so I want you to sing Hush, Little Baby. And so then you're like, all right, so now I'm like, all right, Owen, good night. He goes back to sleep. 28 minutes later, you're kind of falling back to sleep, but your blood pressure's all up. It's kid was woken up. It sounded like needles were in his eyes.
Yeah.
Now the wife goes into the room. Hey, what was the issue? He needed a diaper change and a little bit of Vaseline. It's like, all right, diaper change is legit. 15 minutes later, screaming at the top of his lungs. One more song? He's playing me. He's just manipulating me. He's not really mad. He just knows that if he screams, I'll come in.
Yeah.
But if he screams, I can't sleep. And if he screams long enough, the baby won't sleep. So what do? He's got me completely trapped. He owns me.
Do you guys have any kind of monitor or camera or anything in the room?
Yeah. Well, again,
so when you got eyes on him, does that help? Or when you can, obviously you can.
He's in the next room. He's standing. He's screaming. He's, Dada! Mama! I feel a poo coming. That's a good drop for you.
I already got it once, man. I need 2 different versions, but I appreciate it.
It's just insane. It's insane.
Rambling grimace.
Oh my God. I'm never going to sleep again. And people are like, oh, Shane's right. You got to just let him cry it out. Okay. Awesome.
Hey, you want me to sleep train your kid? I'll stay over there for a few weeks, and you go take care of Willie for a little while. I'll sleep train Owen.
All right.
I'll get him a crate.
That's page 1, by the way. Raising a Boomer 101.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him. Joe Cowley from the Sun-Times.
Don't you think he wants to run it through Vooch?
Well, Vooch wants to run it through Vooch, and that was made very clear to Billy a couple times during the season in meetings that they had. Vooch and I have had some private conversations where we just talked about just things in general. He's not ring chasing yet. I think eventually he may try and chase that ring. He thinks that there is a ring that could be found in Chicago if some things change. He's one of those guys that, his dad played till he was 40, 42, and he feels like he still has 8, 9 more years. He feels like he's in as good a shape as he's ever been, and he feels like his IQ is as good as it's ever been. So I'll say this, I think he'd actually be willing to give the Bulls a slight discount because his family loves Chicago. I think he doesn't feel like moving again, and I think this is a place he'd like to play for 2 years and an option and make it 3 total. So we'll see, but what gets interesting is if they up him and they re-up him, is that it? Is continuity being run fully back, or does another team come out of the woods and say, hey, we really want DeMar, this is what we're willing to give. We really want Zach, this is what we're willing to give. So that's the unknown.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show, afternoons on The Score.
It was great stuff the last time we had Bulls beat reporter Joe Cowley from the Sun-Times on the show. Basically nailed it on Vooch. Ended up being 3 years fully guaranteed. Not totally convinced that that's a hometown discount, but clearly he's here for the duration. Since then, Torrey Craig has been added, Javon Carter has been added, and the rest of the core remains on the Bulls. Joe Cowley with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Always appreciate the time, Joe. We can get into any of the specifics that you want, but on a whole, what do you make of the story that AK is trying to tell with his offseason moves?
First of all, was that DOS FX in the background that I heard?
Yes, sir.
Indeed.
I like it. I think the story is the story he told at the trade deadline and the story he told when the season ended. This man is definitely not a liar. When he says he loves continuity and he loves the core, he really does.
Yeah.
And so we got next. Bring it back, boys. Same thing. So, obviously I think they tweaked some things and added, the big thing was changing the shot profile. And I think they did that. Again, unless there's something unforeseen that a team brings to them, I think their mindset this whole time was, let's give this core one more chance and let's run it back and see what happens. And so they figured the tweaks could help the core and see how far this thing can push in the East.
I gotta say, I really like Javon Carter as a player and as a fit, and I think there's a lot of growth that's still possible there for that guy. But the idea of, say, him and Patrick Williams being out there with the core 3, then you'd have 2 guys who can shoot and 2 guys who can really play defense along with those 3. So, could that 5-pack allow the core to improve and allow the ceiling to be higher?
I think in the regular season there were too many games that got away, too many simple games that got away where they feel like guys like that can fortify you in the regular season. But come playoff time, it's about your stars. Obviously, your role players are your role players. It's funny. I was talking to someone just about the Jimmy Butler run, and everyone kept talking about the role players are really stressing up, and then you go and you watch it, and they hit shots, but everything ran through Jimmy. There were the times where Bam would bring the ball up and they would do some dribble handoff to give a different look, but most everything. So your stars, everything has to still run through them come playoff time. Yes, I think in the regular season, they feel like they should get more wins out of this and put themselves in better position where you're not in a play-in situation. Maybe you're in that 7, 5, 6. Maybe you're even hosting if teams feel like that the regular season isn't important to them. You're hosting a first-round playoff game. I doubt it, just looking at the East. But, I think they want to first make that better. And then the hope is that core can actually get hot and do something in the playoff. But, come playoff time, Javon Carter ain't winning you games. Torrey Craig ain't winning you games. They may have some big shots. They may have some nice moments for you, but they're not winning your games. Your stars got to win your games. And in a battle of star power have the Bulls really improved.
Do you think they're done?
Io is the mystery right now. I mean, they do have a little money to play with, and it looks like they're letting the market dictate his price since he is restricted, and then they'll decide to match or not. I think in their mind they're basically done. But again, Damian Lillard's this huge domino. How he falls, and then how the Harden thing falls. What if the team gets desperate and says, "Well, we tried getting in"? What if Brooklyn says we tried getting in on Lillard, it didn't happen. We want a star. We're Brooklyn. Let's call the Bulls about Zach LaVine and offer some crazy package. So I think in their mind they're done. They're not making those phone calls. But, it's the NBA. It's the ultimate soap opera in the offseason. So until I see that that's the team that checks into fall camp, I'm not going to say that they're done.
We're talking to Joe Cowley here on the Score. So now, in terms of transactional stuff, if we do assume that they are largely done, the conversation is going to shift, in my opinion, to DeMar. He can be traded as an expiring contract at the deadline. They could just ride out the season, I suppose, if it's going well, and then risk losing him for nothing. Or I suppose they could extend him. What do you think is the future of DeMar DeRozan and the Bulls?
I think they're going to let it ride. DeMar is, when he talks about contract and he talks about his future, it's a lot of guys say, "Oh, I'm not worried about that. My agent handles that, blah, blah, blah." Well, they're worried about it. This dude, though, is different. This cat is completely different. He is an adult, and he will sit down and have an adult conversation with Arturas, with Mark Eversley, whoever it is, when it's time to have that conversation. His mindset is, I signed, the contract runs through this season, so my mindset is, no matter what, I'm a Bull and I play through this season, and then we'll address it. And, it's cliche for a lot of guys to say it, but he truly believes it. So I don't think there's pressure where, that's looming or that's hanging over them. I think DeMar makes it very clear that I'm in the business of basketball first and foremost before the business, and we can address that when it's time, when both sides feel it's comfortable and we can sit down and have that conversation. So, to your point, I think they do have that option to blow this core up at the trade deadline if things do continue to go poorly, if there are a lot of lost opportunities in the first half of the season. The problem is with the play-in tournament and what happened this year with Miami making that run, a lot of teams are chasing fool's gold if you're in that 9-10 spot, even though your team really has no chance to do anything. So it's hard to fold. It's hard to put those cards down in the NBA now. So I think ideally they would like to have answers by the trade deadline, one way or the other. And not just on DeMar, I think on the core in general. But I don't know if that opportunity will present itself just because of the way that so many teams are still in it come trade deadline time.
What's the best thing for DeMar's usage on this team and in this core? And the other part of that is, what is Billy Donovan willing to try and do? Like a second team, just play off the ball some more, like these kinds of things. What's the best way to get the most out of DeMar?
Well, when they started staggering DeMar, they started first. I believe they were staggering Zach early on with the second team, and that really wasn't working very well. I think when they started staggering DeMar more with the second team, that worked out better because I think DeMar for a while his plus minus was really low with just the first teamers, and then once he was working with that second team, and obviously the second team changed throughout the year. Patrick Williams went to the second unit and things like that, so there were other circumstances. What ideally I think they would like to see, to answer your question in a broad stroke, I think they would like to see Zach LaVine be the guy that finishes games like DeMar has finished games. They would like to see that torch passed. And first of all, is DeMar willing to pass it? That's number one. Secondly, is Zach man enough to carry it? And is he max enough to carry it? So far, no. I mean, we've seen that. He hasn't had. You can sit there and count on a couple fingers Zach LaVine great moments as a Bull. One of them is against Charlotte, at Charlotte. Okay, the other one's probably third quarter last year against Toronto in the play-in game.
Yeah, Toronto, the 9-10 game. Yeah,
I could count 5 or 6 times DeMar, who's been here a hell of a lot less than Zach, DeMar moments as a Bull already. So to me, that says a lot that this guy's been here. He's going into year 10. He's been a Bull for, 6, 7 years, and you could count on a couple of fingers the great Zach LaVine moments. So that has to change. I mean, you paid him to make that change. And so, but the other part of it, DeMar has to be willing to pass that torch. I think there were times where he was, but he didn't believe. I don't think he believed in it, and he wants to win. He believes in himself, and so I think that's the biggest thing that has to happen with Zach and DeMar is they have to figure out how to finish a game, and that torch has to be passed to the guy that's paid to finish games.
Would they be better off than just trading DeMar for 80 cents on the dollar?
Maybe. I mean, if the right deal comes along and things aren't working out well, and maybe Patrick Williams, they see that he took this big jump because people are raving about his summer right now.
Oh,
and
of course they are.
I get it. Trust me.
Of course they are.
I get it. I know.
I've never heard that before about an NBA player, Joe.
Trust me. There's no videos on NBA guys doing stuff in the summer. We don't see any with slow motion with some rap music in the background.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
But for him to go to Camp DeMar, which is not a fun place, you don't go there to hang out with DeMar and see his celebrity friends. You're going there to make sure you don't vomit by 8 o'clock in the morning because you've been up since 5 going through hell. But for him to go there with Dalen Terry and to put the work in and kind of get the nod from DeMar that, hey, the kid's ready, I think says something. His body looks like it's finally changed. It doesn't look as kind of, at times he's looked a little doughy. I thought he came into last camp looking good. But, the previous couple camps, obviously there was injuries, and then obviously there was no, with COVID and all the crazy circumstances he came into the league. The body looked a little off, and where I think it looks now like a number 4 overall pick body. So he has to take that huge jump. Now, if he could take that jump and they believe in him that's the wave, and the wave is Zach and Patrick Williams is now that bump, then I think they could say, okay, what's the best for this organization moving forward? Is it trading DeMar to a playoff contender that could give us draft assets that we need badly? Or is there a certain player that we feel fits better than DeMar so Zach and DeMar aren't kind of colliding at the end of games? So, and again, I don't think we'll know that until the season plays out and we see where they are in the standings.
Joe Cowley covers the Bulls for the Sun-Times. He always answers our call. Thank you, Joe.
All right, you guys take care.
See,
Thank
man,
you.
It's good stuff there from Joe Cowley. And it's interesting. The Bulls applied for a salary exception regarding Lonzo Ball, but it's super complicated and doesn't give actual salary cap relief. And you won't know about the official ruling on it until during the season. Other than that, it's black and white.
Other than that, let's talk about land deals for the Bears in Arlington Heights.
These are your options.
Yeah. Can we get the property tax expert on?
Let me get it.
Can we get a traffic person?
I'm on the case
at some point.
Oh, we have traffic stuff later.
Oh, we have traffic stuff later. I mean, yeah.
That's a tease for all you listeners out there. Stay tuned.
Red guy.
5:30.
Yep.
5:30.
That works for me.
Traffic stuff.
Sure.
5:30.
Happy for it.
Oh, it's really exciting. It's Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of major.
And I don't know if this is good or not, but hustling Justin Fields, I don't know. And maybe, but great party. Bears.
Yeah, good save.
Nice save there at the end.
Good save, Mike.
People are bringing nickname opportunities for the party.
When people start drowning at the end of their calls, it's just like, Bears.
This is such a sausage party. Where are the women?
Hey, man, invite some.
Debbie, you're in town. Yeah. We need some estrogen at this party. What's up, Debbie?
I got lots of estrogen for you guys.
Oh, good. Pass some out. Thank you. Welcome to our QB1 party. How are we celebrating Justin Fields' arrival?
Oh, my God. I was there. I flew down there for the Texans game, and to see the improvement over the last few weeks has just been amazing. And it's so amazing not to be last in every single statistic on the TV. It's just so uplifting that we have a particularly great quarterback, and I'm looking forward to Green Bay and beating that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah! Oh, we dumped Debbie?
Oh, we can't say that on the air.
Sure you can.
Leave it.
Good job, Debbie.
The one woman who shows up at the party, at least the first woman, is the one who has to get dumped.
On Twitch. We've been told there's some on Twitch.
Oh,
Becky's
man.
on Twitch.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, Debbie.
Yeah, I love the Bears.
Thank you, Simmons.
Toilet mouth Debbie. Come on.
It's amazing. What a great party. People are starting to feel, a little lubed up. They're cursing a little bit, getting comfortable, got a nice bass down. This is fantastic.
Where's the Wani bourbon? Might have to dip into the Wani bourbon on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God. What a party.
Like them. Afternoons on the Score.
Our Boog conversations, it's funny. You think he's a broadcaster, we're a broadcaster, we're friends. Genuinely, you guys get together all the time. Boog and I have a couple of connections outside of work. But it's a tap dance with our conversations with Boog.
You
never know.
He does not suffer fools gladly.
I love it.
That guy.
Yeah. So our conversation today was a bit of a roller coaster, but you can check it out on the Odyssey app. One of the times we talked to Boog or heard him mention on a broadcast was when he was texting Michael Kay over on the London series when he had some games off. And this is another crack slipper since it's been 5 days since we've been together. Michael Kay talking about an old friend here.
Yeah, because Wilson Contreras, the stuff that went down with the Cardinals was so volatile with Oliver Marmol removing him from being the catcher and seemingly scapegoating him and all of that. And then you found yourself kind of defending Wilson, but that the Cubs didn't love him handling pitchers and stuff. I've heard about this. I haven't heard it yet. This is Michael Kay kind of bringing up casually some stuff that he heard, I believe, in London when he was there with the Cardinals about the whole Contreras situation.
Well, you'll get that occasional catcher, maybe like this little battery here with Kisner and Flaherty that they're very comfortable together, and then Contreras will catch everybody else. With Contreras coming over here for the first time, he's seen these pitchers in the same division when he's with the Cubs, so it isn't like it's a surprise that he doesn't know what they're throwing.
Well, I was in London last weekend to do the Cubs-Cardinals game. And I found out something. I was talking to a lot of the Cardinal people. Jeff, you're not going to believe this. The reason that they took Contreras out from behind the plate, he was calling pitches that the pitcher on the mound didn't have.
How do you do that? I mean, you're in the same division.
Right. He would be calling for a cutter for a pitcher that didn't throw a cutter. Like the pitchers were going crazy.
He was hitting against these guys when he was with the Cubs.
Yep. Maybe it was just
maybe he has no clue what the scouting report was. You think it would be an easier adjustment to come over to the Cardinals and catch the same guys you've been facing all these years?
Well, man,
it's so absurd.
I have trouble buying it.
But I don't want to reflexively sound like a Contreras apologist and defender. But we heard plenty of things on the record and just in chatter about dudes not loving throwing to Contreras.
Yeah.
But it was never like straight up negligence.
That comes across like negligence. Now I had heard about the studying of the scouting reports and not really loving
the other team.
Yes, of the other team and how to
but
attack.
He knew what pitches Kyle Hendricks threw.
that I haven't heard
Kyle,
that specific.
Throw your 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Throw that
I have
amazing,
change-ups.
that triple-digit heat. Aroldis Hendricks.
Yeah.
But it does go with the stuff. It's just an extreme example of some of the stuff that we've heard. I keep thinking back to Girardi saying your pitcher has to know that you care more about them than you do any of your at-bats. So like Contreras thinking more about himself as a hitter. And certainly pitchers like enjoying the game planning and the connection with either Victor Caratini or Miguel Amaya or Tucker Barnhart or Yan Gomes as opposed to Contreras. But not knowing the pitches that your guy has is another level. That is an extra level of negligence and just sort of not understanding the game that's hard for me to fathom.
Hard for me to believe. There's also so Michael Kay saves that for a Yankees broadcast instead of doing it during the Cardinals game when he's on national TV. Kind of odd as a choice.
Well, Flaherty's the guy on the mound it is Flaherty, and Flaherty's the guy who didn't like Contreras the most.
Okay,
apparently,
yeah, that's a pretty explosive.
It's an explosive thing to share.
You could probably work that in. to your broadcast. Call me old-fashioned.
You remember him on those broadcasts. He didn't really care.
I hate burying the lead. That's a pretty crazy example of burying the lead.
You think maybe they could have taken the stuff about Tim Kirchin's soda choices and switched it out for the game planning for the two teams that you're talking about?
Right,
a
little less
my pesky journalism background, liking the big stories up top.
Yeah, maybe 10 fewer seconds of watching Tim Kirchin play cricket. You know?
Yeah, what a weird thing. And then so that's the K part of it. Who on the Cardinals? That story has come and gone. He's back to catching.
Who's giving Michael Kay that?
Who is saying, hey, by the way, this is why we did it?
Hey, man,
come
humans.
on.
So it's somebody who wants Michael Kay to like them. Or it's somebody that trusts that Michael Kay won't give that up during a broadcast. And then here he is giving that up during a broadcast.
A talk show host betraying confidence and putting something out there on the air? No way.
It's never happened before.
See, play-by-play people, they can have that filter. They're used to having that filter. The talk show host tries to be unbridled and unfiltered, and you never know when stuff might come out.
So Tanny's Open makes me feel awkward, so you'll enjoy it. And
hell yeah.
It's transition time for Spiegs in terms of how he thinks about the Cubs. Oh, we're talking floors. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
There's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay, Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like? This hat is really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
But I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It's
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new. Okay. I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
that's what the hat's
my favorite part about the text is the word appointment.
Yeah.
Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not for Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike
your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell me.
I did one of those earlier. Did I do it? Was it to you, Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Cubs, man, 7 games out with 23 to go until the trade deadline. The Cubs are going to be sellers. And I realize this is coming from the guy who, not terribly long ago, said,
let's freeze it right about now. Go ahead and roll it.
The Cubs are going to win the NL Central.
Right. Yeah, not looking great on that proclamation or prediction that was totally Speaks' by the way.
I'm so tempted to make a proclamation.
I don't know, man. I should have... God,
I was sitting there eating my muffin and drinking my coffee and replaying the incident in my head when I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
What a miscalculation by me, declaring that they were going to win the Central to troll Spiegel. I mean, short term, it was hilarious. Got to give us credit for that one. And it really did irk him. So mission accomplished, you know what I mean?
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Well, it's almost, though, as if you should base your opinions on what you actually believe as opposed to spite and content.
Yep. Thanks, Danny. Yeah. Oh, God, you're right. It bothers me now. I do love being right. And now I can't even fully claim to be right because I was loud wrong stealing his take just to troll him.
You know, it's a disgusting way to do talk radio, isn't it? Look at me, I was right.
The Cubs are going to win the NL Central.
I totally deserve it. What an existential crisis I've cornered myself into.
Well. How the turntables...
I should have... God.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
If you're going to steal takes, you want them to be right. Blew it.
You got to live with it.
I stole a wrong take. They're not going to win the division. They don't have enough power.
Yeah, you think so?
Been saying that since spring training.
I know.
What
I know you have.
What an idiot I am.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
That's what
for
I get.
stealing my take.
God.
It was a hostile act to steal a take, and then then you'd be the guy who's right, and everybody would remember that. And now instead you have to live with owning a take you didn't actually believe.
And then no one will give me credit for being actually correct in the first place.
Yes.
It's
right.
It's horrible.
But if they do come back and win the division, I still get credit for having said the floor is 80 wins.
I'll just quit. I don't know. I don't know what the end result is in that scenario.
Don't do it.
I need my credit. Tonight, the Cubs continue their division series against the Brewers. You might have heard. Pregame begins at 6:35. First pitch at 7:10. Right here on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Also, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. That's convenient. We're on the Score. Also, get your questions in for one last thing. You can start texting and twitching them in now. Alex, who's in for Shane, will gather them up and ask them about 40 minutes from now. But all right, sir.
Yeah.
You were optimistic, and I was, I would say, maybe realistic, pragmatic, borderline pessimistic, but it was how I honestly felt. Then the old tables turned a little bit when I stole your take for the show. And now where do you sit after a season-saving win last night?
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I understand that context. But this happened to me after Monday. And Monday, you did the Shorty show after the game alone and wrestled with your own psyche and all of that with the take. But at that point, they'd lost 7 out of 8. And lost in such painful ways, and the realization of the limitations at third base, at first base, at DH are obvious. I mean, it's freaking July, man. It's transition time for me. I do not lead with optimism in my own head regarding this team. So I can't do it in conversation. That's the transition. Like, it had been behind my every thought, like, I really believe that they're pretty good and they could be pretty good. Not anymore. I can't have that as a guiding principle anymore. They've shown it too many times, whether it's head to head with the Reds, whether it's head to head with Milwaukee at different times during the year, whether it's just the overall body of work. I'm disappointed in them. I want to say to them, you're better than this. I want to tell them they're better than this. But the truth is, I thought that they were better than this, and I was wrong. I say that knowing they could still claw their way back to my 80-win floor, theoretically, but that's not the time horizon that matters in determining the floor. I didn't truly acknowledge what a floor is.
Well, I was right about that.
I'm disappointed that you, from the gambling perspective, didn't tell me that I might have been wrong about that. Why didn't you?
This guy literally doesn't have thumbs.
Why didn't you disagree?
Had an extra finger.
Why
This
didn't
guy
you disagree
doesn't
with
have
me?
thumbs.
Why didn't you save me from this embarrassment?
Floor means there's nothing lower than floor.
I'm aware.
Okay,
I'm aware.
Yeah, no,
See?
I wasn't aware
That's audio proof
of you pointing it out.
that I pushed back.
Yeah, you did.
On the floor being 80.
All right, fine.
Now,
because here's the deal. They have to define themselves by the deadline, and we know this. And I talked about the roster being malleable and whatever. And if you got to define yourself right now or in the next week or whatever, you have to admit. You can't be optimistic. You can't be overly optimistic anymore about this team. And it's time for me to stop being overly optimistic about this freaking team.
Okay, so, but what do you do with the fact? That, because I want to talk about tonight's game and these two games and what happened yesterday and all of that, and we have and we will.
Yeah.
I'm sure you read Sahadev, his piece this morning at The Athletic after talking to Jed Hoyer yesterday. It read like a guy who wants to buy.
Yeah, well,
because I think that they have the numbers, and we can all look at the numbers, whether it be something as simple as run differential or the Pythagorean win-loss record, or the stat that Sahadev used that suggested they should be 47 and 37 based on some of the underlying numbers. Like, what do you make if you are the baseball romantic and optimist, or Jed Hoyer, the guy who's actually in charge of making the decisions of, okay, this sport is supposed to be the sample size sport over 162. This is supposed to be the process over results sport. Our process actually is sound. We do maximize pitchers. We did get a good stretch in the bullpen after a bad stretch. The power hasn't been there, but we also didn't spend a lot of money on power guys.
Yeah.
Like, our starting rotation, we are getting a 98 percentile season from Stroman, a 98 percentile season from Steele, maybe 30 percentile season from Tyone that nobody could have seen coming. But again, the peripherals are actually there in line with when he was exactly what we paid for.
Yeah.
Hendricks, they've done a lot of things right and not gotten the results. I would imagine Jed being tortured by the idea of course, 7 games out in a crappy division is an obvious sell. But I feel like his eyes to a certain extent and his numbers to the entirety of the extent are telling him that this is a team that he is supposed to be buying with, and that they are a week away from going 7-0 and erasing the deficit, and they've got plenty of division games left and all of it. And by the way, that's not what I would do.
I know, but
I do think that Jed is genuinely conflicted and borderline confused by their win-loss record.
I get it. But I think it's time for him to realize and look at some of the numbers of where they actually are and at crucial positions. Like, they don't have enough power. Their third base options, I think they're like 21st in the league in OPS at third base. That's not good enough. They're 23rd in the league in OPS at first base. It's not good enough. They're, I think, 20th or 21st in OPS at DH. It's not freaking good enough. They needed Matt Mervis, whenever he arrived, to be a legit power threat from the left side. Didn't happen. They needed Wisdom to be a steady power threat. Didn't happen. They needed Mancini to work out as a steady power threat. Didn't happen. And so they're not as good as they thought, because they are still lacking that piece. That's what has come back to bite them in the ass, even while they have picked it up cleanly. They have, for the most part, pitched it pretty well.
The bullpen had a horrible stretch.
Yes, it did.
Bullpen had a horrible stretch.
Yes, it did, and they're in trouble in that way. But like, even as it has now kind of sorted itself out, all of that. But I think in the long run, they don't have the power it takes to be a Band-Aid over to slug their way to some easy wins. They don't have it.
I remember. It sounds like something I would have said.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you're stealing my.
I don't like saying it.
No, I didn't like saying it. I didn't like saying it then.
But and there's a lot of little things that in the soup end up being what they are. So I bet that he and Carter are being honest with themselves. And yes,
I think they always will be, but I'm saying
they have to now.
Well, right, because what will make them come to that is the calendar. It's time. You cannot let an opportunity to improve your team, either for the present or the future, pass you by. That's just like a thing that baseball people there's the offseason and there's the trade deadline. That's it. Those are your time. I think and the draft.
I think I need you to step up as my rational thought provider, because frankly, your performance has been sketchy in this area.
I think you're just blaming people. I think you're lashing out and taking no personal accountability for your own actions and takes.
Did you see Tanny trying to force carbs on me today?
See, again, Tanny was kind enough. He made pork belly burn ends in the smoker for the 4th of July.
Brought little sandwiches on Hawaiian rolls.
Made a separate batch for us. Brought them in on Hawaiian rolls.
Unbelievably good.
Even gave them to the part-timers, as you pointed out, which was totally unnecessary.
Well, that was a thing right there, too.
Yeah, he created a class system.
Get one. I can confirm.
Yeah, he created a class system among the burn ends. Totally unnecessary.
Did I create it with Alex Kuhn, or did I just point out that it existed?
You pointed out that it exists.
Unnecessarily.
You brought it to the surface. And now you mentioned his name.
Yeah. But yeah, Tanny forcing carbs on me and you forcing delusional optimism on me.
It's not what I do.
Okay, all right.
What I did. But
anyway, now I need you. Call me out when I am delusionally optimistic about these Cubs.
I did.
But I mean from here on out.
Played it.
I mean from starting now. Now it's a different time. I'm admitting that I have problems in that way. Sometimes.
This is an important stretch for you calling him out, okay?
Yeah.
It's got 13 games in 13 days. Look, there's a 5 o'clock.
Shows.
There's a 5 o'clock game here. That's a different. There's a 1 o'clock. There's a 3 o'clock.
Oh, it's so
stretch
frustrating.
I need you, Tanny.
I will do my best. They are very frustrating. I do think they are underperforming because I think that
I don't know if I could say that anymore. It's like me wanting to say you're better than this, and I have to say no, they're not.
So, do you think that Seiya Suzuki is going to be a 12 home run guy? I don't. I do think we have seen good extra base hit stretches
from Seiya.
He's got 15 doubles or 13 doubles.
There's a lot to like.
But the guy can't hit the ball over the wall. He's got 6 bombs.
He can't hit the wall over the wall with consistency. And this is what happens to everybody on every team. Big league pitching, consistent big league pitching with nasty swing and miss, strike to ball, breaking stuff.
Yeah.
That looks just like a fastball that can go in on the hands.
Right.
It's better here than it is everywhere. And that includes Japan. That includes AAA. Oscar Colas of the White Sox talking about that, realizing that you get one pitch. You're going to get one freaking pitch to maybe do something with in a major league at bat. And he says he's learned that now by his taste up here and going back down. Seiya didn't.
Really just having a purposeful work day.
Yeah, that's a good thing for everybody. You should try it, Rick.
We're working on it.
Yeah. But Seiya didn't see every single pitcher be this good and attack him with directly his weakness in every single at-bat in Japan. He didn't. And now he's seeing it, and he's not measuring up to it. And that's why it's hard to project these things.
So, yeah, no, that is objectively true. And about Seiya as a specific example. And I was saying, you know what they need? They need Manny Machado. They need the guy who took the sign. And I know he re-signed and that's now not happening, but that's what they needed. They needed a 35 home run third baseman who they could just bat third every day and put him in the damn lineup. They needed Devers. They needed Machado. That's what they needed. It's interesting. Where would you guess they are in team home runs?
Team home runs?
Yeah.
I'd guess that they are bottom 10, that they're in the 20s.
They are 20th.
Okay.
They're 20th, which is a little better than I would have thought.
A little better than you thought.
Right?
So a lot of
the teams below them,
Uh-huh.
Boston, Milwaukee, Miami, Detroit, Oakland, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, Colorado, Washington, Cleveland.
Wow. So Milwaukee and Miami and Cleveland, all three of those teams are fighting for playoff spots.
Cleveland is dead last by far.
And they were last year, too.
They have 56 home runs this year.
Crazy.
The Cubs have 91.
Cleveland pitches well enough. They manage well enough.
And the division is bad enough.
Yeah, but
they're 42 and 43. They would not be in it in any other division.
Some of their pieces, Andres Jimenez has been really bad. Ahmed Rosario's picking it up, though. I like that guy.
Kind of crazy that Colorado, just given where they play their home games,
absolutely
is second or third to last.
So, but so of the 9 teams or the 10 teams behind the Cubs, 3 of them are fighting for playoff relevancy, and 2 of them are in a terrible division. Miami,
50 and 37, despite being 23rd in home runs with 10 fewer home runs than the Cubs.
Miami
81 to 91. That's pretty incredible.
They're a good organization,
and they're the team that's won all the one-run games, right?
Yeah, they have won all the one-run games.
They're
managed well. They have really good situational hitters.
Yeah, the Orioles are the team with all the comeback wins, and the Marlins are the team this year with all the one-run wins, right? From like some of the surprising playoff contenders.
And the Marlins have some crazy good young pitchers that people don't know. A couple reclamation projects. Jesus Luzardo, not the Jesus Lizard, but Jesus Luzardo.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So 20th, Cubs 20th in home runs.
But so then you just think about it. Okay, if they were 10th, how many more home runs would they have? That's the Padres with 104. 13 more home runs. Yeah. They'd be alive, given what their record is in one-run games.
Yeah.
You know, that's what you'd like to think they should be. But again, it's little bits of evidence coming up about them becoming complainers with like the schedule after London. Madrigal saying he got hurt because of the schedule after London and the rainouts. Guys talking about, well, we haven't had the wind blow out at Wrigley yet for any of these series, so that's why the power is in. Stop complaining.
Does Ross bitching about the roof last night give you those vibes?
It's got to be better, you know. There's a lot of bull that went on today that just was really frustrating.
Are they allowed to do that?
I thought it was horse. I don't know.
No, honestly, I loved what Ross did. I thought Ross was that managers have to speak.
Yeah.
Their job is basically fill out the lineup card, be an extension of the front office, and speak.
I didn't think that was complaining. The Backus, the umpire, was awful.
He was terrible.
He called a dude out on 2 strikes.
Yeah.
You need 3. You need 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Child's play.
It was hilarious, though.
It was very funny.
You watched it again and again. Your dad liked it, didn't he?
We both were talking about it. Yeah, we love the anger that arose from that incident. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy he had a fight with a significant other earlier in the day, and he decided to take it out by ringing him up with 2 strikes.
I think my favorite thing is Napoli losing his freaking mind, and then Napoli walking off in the Cubs dugout and clapping for Napoli. Good job, coach. Way to go.
Yeah.
Get that done.
It's ridiculous. But what's crazy is, so the game Monday is as bad of a loss as a baseball team can have. Up 6-0 against a division rival that you're chasing.
Yeah.
You walk 8 dudes. You burn the DH. Nick Madrigal gets hurt. You feel like it's a massive loss. It's just an absolute organizational failure, top to bottom. Craig Counsell just absolutely pantses David Ross with the managerial switch when Ross goes to K and then he pinch hits for the pinch hitter.
Yeah.
And the dude hits the bases clearing double.
Yeah, but that dude, yes.
Not a good moment.
No.
But then they win yesterday.
Eliminating
disaster.
An incredible, crazy, dramatic, insane win that makes you realize that baseball is still baseball. So that win is not enough to put me back in the delusionally optimistic place. I'm leading with realism. Again, wishing you had told me some of this stuff earlier. So even if they win the next 2 in Milwaukee, you gotta keep me from being delusionally optimistic.
No, listen, all I'll say if they win the next 2 in Milwaukee is that it was a bumpy ride to get there. There was some doubt. It wasn't an enjoyable flight.
We learned a thing or 2 along the way.
Yeah, the flight attendants were not allowed to get up for the beverage service. They admonished you if you went to the bathroom. Your kid was screaming the entire flight, but
entire time.
But you landed. You know what I mean? You got to your destination.
And then I got on the moving walkway with a double wide stroller.
Yeah, we don't need to personalize it.
Please make this personal.
But 3 out of 4 in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But it's weird because baseball games are not supposed to be must win. These are must win games in the first week of July.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think they're must win games.
Thank you, Michael Fulmer. I think As much as I love the roller coaster, but you can't let every game be a referendum on the entire thing at this point. You just can't. I think you are where you are.
Well, I mean, because it's for anyone that would push back against them being must win, just do it the other way. If they lose both and are 39-47 and 8 back of the Brewers and presumably 8 or more, because they're a game back, the Brewers are a game back of Cincy, so they would be 8, 9, or 10 games out of first with one series to go before the All-Star break. We're all convinced that they're sellers and that it's over if you lose both of them. So I think that it's pretty easy to make the argument that the inverse would be true, that you got to win these 2 games with your 2 all-star starters on the mound. And they're a pretty heavy favorite tonight, -145 favorite. So.
David Ross has spoken pregame about the roof up there in Milwaukee. Says yesterday there had been some talk about closing the roof if it started to rain. And he said today, looked pretty nice to me. Beautiful 4th of July. Really un-American to close the roof.
Love that.
Yeah.
And he said that he doesn't love that the F-bombs came out and his mom called asking if he was okay. That's adorable.
That is adorable.
That's adorable.
No, I'm not okay, Mom.
Did you see the effing horse bleep that was going on out there?
Did you see that, ump? 2 strikes, Mom. Called him out with 2 strikes. Also, we've lost 7 out of 8, and the season's kind of slipping away.
And we got games at 3 o'clock and noon and 7 o'clock. We got games every day.
I got to talk to Bernstein and Holmes every couple of weeks.
I know, honey. Eric Backus again. I know.
Yeah, that's right, Mom.
Backus.
Backus.
It's just ridiculous.
Any relation to Jim Backus, the voice of Mr. Magoo?
We already named a bunch of Craigs today. Do we have to name a bunch of Backuses?
It's the only one I got.
You don't expect
David Backus? NHL player?
Yeah, thanks, Alex.
That's
all
why
I got.
That's why he gets.
That's pretty good, though. It's good. He came up with a third Backus.
Don't be little. He's contributing to the bid.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're
come
right.
on.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah,
I feel guilty that he had a pork Bernese sandwich.
Yeah,
It was good.
yeah.
I got news for you. The other Tyler had one as well. So multiple part-timers.
And I
indulging.
let him know that part-timers were included today.
Tyler Buterbaugh got one?
No,
Farragle.
Farragle. Oh, he's my second favorite Tyler on staff.
So I call him the other Tyler.
The other Tyler.
I have a rankings of Tyler. Yeah, tomorrow in transition, I'll break out my top 5 Tylers.
Save it for 5.
I love what Tanny just did, though. Tanny was very parental about Alex. He just, hey,
Yeah.
don't belittle his
That's
contribution.
the sap right there. He's taking all these guys under his wing.
Wait for Shane to come back to belittle his contribution.
That's it, Alex. I'm just used to belittling that seat.
Yeah, that microphone can often get belittled. So it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I'm not offended.
It's not your
It's
fault.
not your fault.
It's not your fault.
Sean, stop.
It's not.
Stop it.
It's
Sean,
It's not your fault.
what are you doing?
I know.
What are you doing?
I know. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. So this is fun.
Yeah.
We consider this fun. Tanny, can we schedule the fun? Our sister station has a tip line, basically a hotline for news events. And a tip came in that someone at that station said, "This is news for the Parkins and Spiegel show." And they sent it over immediately.
That's amazing.
It's next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job, clearly, with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job, so much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that.
Yeah,
they hated that take.
That didn't go well for
I
him.
hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, yeah, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah, well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
That's
what I am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue. Though.
Sure, maybe, but you can be both. But like he does. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just
Look at
I call
Tom
my
without
guys that I work
Roethlisberger.
with in the morning. I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narps, and sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf, there, Danny.
We're going to share this with the gang here. Absolutely. What do we got? Icy light mango? Come on. They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is. Pittsburgh, Iron City. I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, can I have an icy light mango? when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers. You know, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
Hey, Danny, you got an icy light mango there?
And ever since that iconic moment of breaking Dave Wanstead's heart that his beloved, tough, rugged Iron City, Pittsburgh, the beloved Icy Light, has made an Icy Light mango-flavored beer that is apparently very popular in Pittsburgh, and we've had it. Delicious.
I found it delightful.
It's awesome. We broke his heart. Mango has become a bit of a thing. Shane was going to get a tattoo of a mango with a Wani mustache on it.
I don't know where that tattoo is. That tattoo needs to be on his body. I like that.
It was replaced by the 2022
Mango?
American League Central White Sox championship tattoo.
But
they never won.
Anytime a mango exists in the wild.
I cracked one open last night when I was cooking.
An Icy Light mango?
Yeah, I got a couple left from our April trip.
Oh, beautiful.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
And anytime a mango exists in the wild or somebody sees a mango or hears about a mango, we are thought of on this show.
Mango? I get a tweet maybe once a week of like, oh, this mango margarita, like at a restaurant or something.
Sure. Should I try this, guys?
Yeah. So it's something that people think about.
Answer's always yes, by the way.
Yeah, right. It's delicious. Well, WBBM has a hotline for news tips. Was this just for traffic or is this for all stories?
I got all the info here. I think it's just for traffic, yeah.
Okay, so just for traffic. They got a call and it was forwarded along, as you would say. So hold on here. Neil Fiorito. Okay, WBBM afternoon traffic aviation. You have all the info. I'm like, I'm doing this from my mind.
No,
he's a listener of the show.
Neil Fiorito's a great dude.
Yeah, do you hear the reports on the air?
Yeah. Tonight's forecast, maybe a thunderstorm and a low around 70.
So he's a member of the mob, gets this tip, sends it right over.
Yeah, my name is Bruce. I'm traveling southbound on 394 at Sock Trail. This is one you don't see every day. There's 20 boxes of mangoes southbound right lane right at the light. Bon appetit.
Mango?
20 boxes of mango.
20 boxes of mangoes.
Oh, God, that's exquisite. It's just, it makes me want to cry.
Like, Wani is straight out of Yinzer Central Casting. Bruce is straight out of Chicago. Chi-Town shutdown mango mob.
He could have a little more. I like it. Was it 705 Joe used to call and say, hey, he's either blind or out of his mind. So I wish Bruce had a little more of that in him. But
20 boxes of mangoes southbound right lane right at the light. Bon appetit.
Damn right.
Don't see that every
Oh, there it is.
You don't see that every day.
No, you don't. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
That's
all
the
these
best.
mangoes on the road.
When the accent goes along with like French, you know? Hey, merci beaucoup. Hey, bon appetit. You know what I mean?
Bon appetit. Bonjour, mango. It's perfect.
20 boxes. How did he know? Did he count the boxes?
Yeah, he did inventory.
There's 20 boxes of mangoes.
How do you know? Does it say mangoes on the side of the box?
I mean, they spilled, Speaks. The boxes spilled. There were mangoes everywhere.
You're driving by. Could you identify a mango if it was rolling on?
You're damn straight
on
I
the
could.
highway.
Yeah, you're damn straight I could. Don't ask dumb questions. You kidding me? I've studied mangoes ever since I've learned about Dave Wanstead's love for them.
These are very capable, smart people. They can identify the mango quickly on the road and pick up the phone and call the tip line.
Yeah.
That was not in my driver's ed class. All right, so if you encounter 20 boxes of mangoes, here's how to swerve around them.
You call WBBM.
You immediately call Neil Fiorito. He will forward your voicemail.
Let him know. There could be a delay outbound due to the mangoes.
Oh, so many boxes.
It's a lot of boxes
of mango.
20 boxes of mangoes.
I still question whether you have the kind of mango identification skills
Test
that
me.
you're talking.
Test me.
Oh, I will.
You test me. I'll identify a mango right now. Listen, this isn't animals here with spiders and snakes, okay? I can give you a mango.
You could?
Yeah, of course.
What color
So it's a spider more than it is a snake.
What color is a mango?
You like on the inside? You know,
No,
it's like yellow.
on the outside. I'm not assuming you could see the inside of the mango
They
from the
cracked
highway.
they cracked open on the side of the
All right,
road.
what color is the inside?
Danny immediately deflecting and changing the rules.
What color is a mango on the outside?
On the outside,
Yeah.
It's like a greenish melon color.
It's a little green sometimes,
Yeah.
but usually it's yellow.
It's yellow on the
And a little
inside.
red. It's like a little half yellow, half red thing on the outside.
Yeah.
For mango. I don't believe that you could identify a mango.
I like my
what are
mangoes
those?
ripe.
What are those? Are those fruits? What are they? I don't know what kind of those
Oh,
are.
that's 20 cases of. I'm with Bruce.
Bruce the caller. It's my new mango guy.
I'm with Bruce. So how about Luis Robert? No. I was professional. You gave
With that, we'll pivot to the negative.
But here's
This
the
is
thing.
positive.
It's positive.
He is going to the home run derby.
Did you read why? Did you read why he's doing it?
What? No, why?
Because he talked to his countrymen, Adolis Garcia and Randy Arozarena. Randy Arozarena's in the home run derby, the fine and very exciting outfielder for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Did you see, by the way, our guy, his photo that he put out there, our guy, live radio here, John Morosi. The photos, Adolis Garcia and Luis Robert before they signed their professional contracts together.
Oh, wow.
I think that was yesterday. He put that photo out there.
That's cool. I did not see that.
I missed it as well.
But Arozarena and Robert are really good friends, and they said, "Come on, man!" And so he said, "Okay, all right, I'll do it. This should be fun." So he's in there with his countryman Arozarena, and he's in the home run derby, and he's looking forward to it.
Because he had said that he wasn't going to do it.
That's what changed his mind.
And then that's beautiful that changed his mind. And he's having a monster year. I saw this tweet from just like a random Noah Phelan on Twitter. Luis Robert among AL outfielders. Homers, first. Slug, first. OPS, first.
Wow.
F-WAR, first. B-WAR, first. WRC plus, second. Defensive runs saved, fifth. He said if Shohei Ohtani didn't exist, he'd be getting MVP votes.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's amazing.
He's having an unbelievable season amidst a disastrous season. So it'll be cool for him to get celebrated on back-to-back nights in Seattle.
Everybody knew as the White Sox were being put together and they were pivoting to this, pivoting away from being mired in mediocrity, that the most talent was this guy. Like the frenzy that existed to try and sign him. The Cardinals were a big, big team in that mix. And there were others, but the White Sox had the Cuban connection. And so Luis Robert came here, but like he was the undeniable talent. And here he is as the only one of all that batch who's really bloomed into the full possibilities of what he could be.
And here is Pedro Grifol from before the game tonight addressing any ideas of concerns over Luis Robert in the Derby.
There would be if I thought that he would be one of these guys who's kind of change his swing, but his personality is, just be who he is and stay calm and take the same swing. And you very rarely see him over swinging in the game, no matter the counts. I was actually talking about that yesterday with some of our hitting guys. Like, it doesn't matter whether he's 0-2 or 3-0. It's almost the same swing, the same effort level swing. So I'm anticipating nothing to change. He might be a little pumped up about it, but I don't think that his swing's going to change or anything like that. So I'm not too concerned about it. But he's a big part of this team. So we need him to come back healthy and ready to go for second half.
It's an event that really showcase players, and maybe people know the good way for them to be exposed to more publicity of what he can do.
I think so, in that aspect of it. But if you're a baseball fan and you don't know who he is by now, you're probably not watching too much baseball, right? So, but I do think so. There's a part of that I agree with. It puts him on the big stage and kind of where he needs to be.
So we got 7 right now in the home run derby. By the way, thanks to our guy Bruce Levine for being down there and sending that in from Pedro Grifol. Should be a pretty good derby, man. Pete Alonso, obviously the OG. Vlad Guerrero Jr., who obviously hit a big one yesterday against Joe Kelly after Luis Robert hit his big one yesterday. Julio Rodriguez, the five-tool young Mariner in front of the home crowd. Adley Rutschman, who's one of the best young players in baseball. Rosarina, Robert's friend. And Mookie Betts, the surprising and slight Mookie Betts, who is a home run beast this year and is a leadoff hitter in general. That's kind of fun. That's kind of a fun, weird group.
Yeah. The home run derby is always fun if anyone steals a show. It's cool because it's gluttonous, and all these guys can put together a stretch where they hit 25 bombs in a moment. But those are great names. Basketball has a problem getting stars to participate in the dunk contest. Baseball, for the most part, doesn't have that problem with the home run derby. So it's a good thing for baseball that they could put together a field like that. I agree. That's a very, very strong field.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to see Shohei.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not it's not their top 7 choices, but
some fun names and some interesting angles on these guys.
One more thing from Rick Hahn on Luis Roberts' All-Star season and something that we didn't know about him.
That's one of the things that hopefully over time, as his star continues to rise, people will be able to get to know Luis a little bit better. I think if you ask everyone in that clubhouse who's the funniest guy in the clubhouse, vast majority of them would actually say Luis Robert. Yeah, you raise your eyebrows at that, but it's actually reality when you have those conversations. And hopefully that personality is his comfort level with himself and comfort level with the media or comfort level publicly expressing himself comes across more in the coming years or grows in the coming years, that people will really get to know how special an individual he is, because he's a mentor to his teammates, especially the younger ones, obviously, with great work ethic and great sense of humor.
I had no idea.
It'd be hard for us to. He's pretty guarded and obviously speaks through an interpreter, and that's great. That's great. If that, you know what I mean? I saw his speech that he gave in the locker room when he was named an All-Star. It was not cracking jokes. It wasn't much of an open mic night situation.
Did he have any props?
No.
No props?
No. But good. Great talent and a great guy. I don't know.
All right, well, good. He's
Awesome.
funny.
Awesome. He's funny.
Does Hawk know?
Yeah.
Does he know? Because
he must be shocked.
You don't see a lot of guys, Latin guys, who are really funny in the clubhouse.
It might be.
Hawk didn't.
Might be that you don't understand the jokes.
They might not be comfortable trying to be funny near you. I don't know.
Or you don't speak Spanish.
there could be that.
So, plenty of reasons why you might not have been exposed to that. But Luis Roberts going to have quite a show and display or stage for himself.
He never walks around like we call him Dig Me.
Dig me.
Yeah, not much of a dig me guy.
Oh, dig yourself.
Yeah, HUD. HUD loves the dig.
Oh, God. That HUD voice, that is strong.
We got to be sure we get him in when the Royals come to town.
Yeah, they're coming.
They come again, right?
Yeah, they come to see the Cubs.
They come to see the Cubs.
Come
in
to see
August.
the Cubs in like August 18, 19.
We might have something really fun for one of those games, by the way. Can't say it. Don't think I've been cleared at all to say it.
Oh, dig yourself.
But we might have something very fun.
Big things coming?
Maybe. That's never come back to bite me before. But we might have something really fun for that Friday game in August. So get ready for that. We'll answer a couple of questions before we're out of here. One last thing on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Orange City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Orange City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony, see if he's with
Yeah, you text him right now because there is
a
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not the president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The south side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
It's fine. You'll be here, put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
All right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead, keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God, I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right? We're talking about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fired. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
Afternoons on the Score.
Just one more thing, please. I thought you had a clock to punch. I do. I'm leaving right now.
It's time for One Last Thing.
Let's let someone else ask a couple questions.
I just want to ask you.
And then we'll come back to you.
One question.
How about that? Let's let everybody else, and we'll come back to you.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Then I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that.
I just want to ask you. One question.
Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right.
I just want to ask you.
Thank you.
One question.
One Last Thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Alex Kuhn is gathering and asking your questions today for One Last Thing. Gabe Ramirez follows up us, then Cubs baseball. What do we got, Alex?
Let's start with a little bit of a softball one for you guys, but I think this is interesting. Do you have a favorite sports biography?
I like Shoe Dog, the Phil Knight book.
Oh, yeah?
It's awesome. Just putting you in that moment of time before basketball shoes were a thing and the recruitment of basketball players. It's great. Maybe I'm thinking about it more because I just saw Air.
Yeah,
but the book
I love this stuff in Air about him and that.
The book is fantastic.
That's awesome.
Yeah, like very, very in depth as to how an empire was built.
I'll give you Pistol, the Pete Maravich book by Mark Kriegel. Oh my God, man! Just like I mean, because that his story, like his dad was a great basketball coach and drove him like crazy. So it's got the sports dad thing. And also like he achieved his potential, but was still tortured. And so there's lots of great drama and stuff in there. It's a really good book.
I was reading one this weekend, The Iceman. George
Gervin?
I thought so. It was about some Polish guy who killed like 100 people for the mafia.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That sounds more like a book you would read.
Richard Kuklinski.
There you go.
Yeah, it was not about George Gervin.
Yeah, he was killing
Still very good.
He was killing people for sport.
Richard did not have a good finger roll, if memory serves.
No, he liked to put people after he killed them in freezers to disguise their time of death.
Hence the name.
The Iceman.
Yeah, the Iceman.
That's great.
No finger rolls to be had.
You must have been so disappointed as a doctorate of the NBA, but then you love the mob.
Just disgraceful.
Yeah, very confusing.
Speaks along the same lines. Armin Katane, CBS former 60 Minutes reporter, did a really good biography on Tiger Woods and his relationship with his dad.
Oh, yeah.
Must read. But let's get to the 847. This one is for you, Speaks. Does Christine know about Danny's Cubs take? Does she blame him for jinxing the Cubs?
It's a good question.
She doesn't blame him for jinxing the Cubs.
She blames me for corrupting her husband.
No. No, she did hear the take. We listened together because we were on the way back from a little little road trip. So we listened together, and she was like, I can't believe he did that. I can't believe he did that. But then I was laughing, and everybody was laughing, and I told her about my big idea. We are laughing.
We are laughing. We are okay with this. We are not angry at Danny.
No, she does not blame him for jinxing the Cubs. She does not.
Interesting.
You have more questions?
I mean, yeah, but I'm not going to ask any of them.
I got a question.
Yeah.
All right.
What were your favorite sports and non-sports moments from over the weekend? A listener wants to know.
We hosted a 4th of July pool party for like all my high school friends that still are very close and in the crew and live in the burbs and all that. And it ended up being 21 adults and 15 kids under 6.
Amazing.
So it's just kind of wild that we're all still friends and tight, and all of our kids are able to grow up together. It's kind of cool.
That's really cool.
It was absolutely chaotic.
I went to a 50th birthday party on Saturday night for a cousin of Christine's, and just this big, very warm family, none of whom had met Ruben before. But there's my 11-year-old being warmly invited into this huge family, and he ended up hanging out with boys older than him and swimming and being involved in the games and stuff. And it just felt like one of those possibly formative moments where you realize as a kid that you can hang with people and people can be cool and welcoming. It was really, really fun to watch. He was in chicken fights in the pool with bigger kids, getting his ass kicked, but loving every
That's
minute
great.
of it.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
You need that. You need that to happen.
Absolutely. You got any, Tanny?
Yeah, I was reading about the Iceman. He would put cyanide in nasal spray bottles, and he would just walk up to you on the street and kill you with cyanide.
Wow.
Right in your face.
Happy 4th of July.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.